The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by Abraham Arden Brill. Introductory remarks. In attempting a discussion of the interpretation of dreams, I do not believe that I have overstepped the bounds of neuropathological interest, for, on psychological investigation, the dream proves to be the first link in a chain of abnormal psychic structures whose other links, the hysterical phobia, the obsession, and the delusion, must, for practical reasons, claim the interest of the physician. The dream, as will appear, can lay no claim to a corresponding practical significance. Its theoretical value as a paradigm is, however, all the greater, and one who cannot explain the origin of the dream pictures will strive in vain to understand the phobias, obsessive and delusional ideas, and likewise their therapeutic importance. But this relation, to which our subject owes its importance, is responsible also for the deficiencies in the work before us. The surfaces of fracture, which will be found so frequently in this discussion, correspond to so many points of contact at which the problem of the dream formation touches more comprehensive problems of psychopathology, which cannot be discussed here and which will be subjected to further elaboration if there should be sufficient time and energy, and if further material should be forthcoming. Peculiarities in the material I have used to elucidate the interpretation of dreams have rendered this publication difficult. From the work itself it will appear why all dreams related in the literature or collected by others had to remain useless for my purpose. For examples, I had to choose between my own dreams and those of my patients who were under psychoanalytic treatment. I was restrained from utilizing the latter material by the fact that in it the dream processes were subjected to an undesirable complication on account of the intermixture of neurotic characters. On the other hand, inseparably connected with my own dreams was the circumstance that I was obliged to expose more of the intimacies of my psychic life than I should like, and that generally falls to the task of an author, who is not a poet, but an investigator of nature. This was painful, but unavoidable. I had to put up with the inevitable in order not to be obliged to forego altogether the demonstration of the truth of my psychological results. To be sure, I could not at best resist the temptation of disguising some of my indiscretions through omission and substitutions, and as often as this happened, it detracted materially from the value of the examples which I employed. I can only express the hope that the reader of this work, putting himself in my difficult position, will show forbearance, and also that all persons who are inclined to take offense at any of the dreams reported will concede freedom of thought, at least to the dream life. Preface to the second edition. If there has arisen a demand for a second edition of this rather difficult book before the end of the first decade, I owe no gratitude to the interest of the professional circles to whom I appealed in the preceding sentences. My colleagues in psychiatry, apparently, have made no effort to shake off the first surprise which my new conception of the dream evoked, and the professional philosophers, who are accustomed to treat the problem of dream life as a part of the states of consciousness, devoting to it a few, for the most part identical sentences, have apparently failed to observe that in this field could be found all kinds of things which would inevitably lead to a thorough transformation of our psychological theories. The behavior of the scientific critics could only justify the expectation that this work of mine was destined to be buried in oblivion. And the small troop of brave pupils who followed my leadership in the medical application of psychoanalysis and also follow my example in analyzing dreams in order to utilize these analyses in the treatment of neurotics would not have exhausted the first edition of the book. I therefore feel indebted to that wider circle of intelligence seekers after truth, whose cooperation has procured me the invitation to take up anew, after 9 years, the difficult and in so many respects fundamental work. I am glad to be able to say that I have found little to change. Here and there I have inserted new material, added new views from a wider experience, and attempted to revise certain points. But everything essential concerning the dream and its interpretation, as well as the psychological propositions derived from it, has remained unchanged. At least, subjectively, it has stood the test of time. Those who are acquainted with my other works on the etiology and mechanism of the psychoneuroses know that I have never offered anything unfinished as finished, and that I've always striven to change my assertions in accordance with my advancing views. But in the realm of the dream life, I have been able to stand by my first declarations. During the long years of my work on the problems of the neuroses, I have been repeatedly confronted with doubts, and have often made mistakes. But it was always in the interpretation of dreams that I have found my bearings. My numerous scientific opponents, therefore, show an especially sure instinct when they refuse to follow me into this territory of dream investigation. Likewise, the material used in this book to illustrate the rules of dream interpretation, drawn chiefly from dreams of my own, which have been depreciated and outstripped by events, have in the revision shown a persistence which resisted substantial changes. For me, indeed, the book has still another subjective meaning, which I could comprehend only after it had been completed. It proved to be for me a part of my self-analysis, a reaction to the death of my father. That is, to the most significant event, the deepest loss in the life of a man. After I recognized this, I felt powerless to efface the traces of this influence. For the reader, however, it makes no difference from what material he learns to value and interpret dreams. Berchtesgaden, summer of 1908. Preface to the third edition. Whereas a period of 9 years elapsed between the first and second editions of this book, the need for a third edition has appeared after little more than a year. I have reason to be pleased with this change, but just as I have not considered the earlier neglect of my work on the part of the reader as a proof of its unworthiness, I am unable to find in the interest manifested at present a proof of its excellence. The progress in scientific knowledge has shown its influence on the interpretation of dreams. When I wrote it in 1899, the sexual theories was not yet in existence, and the analysis of complicated forms of psychoneuroses was still in its infancy. The interpretation of dreams was destined to aid in the psychological analysis of the neuroses, but since then the deeper understanding of the neuroses has reacted on our conception of the dream. The study of dream interpretation itself has continued to develop in a direction upon which not enough stress was laid in the first edition of this book. From my own experience, as well as from the works of W. Stekel and others, I have since learned to attach a greater value to the extent and the significance of symbolism in dreams, or rather, in the unconscious thinking. Thus, much has accumulated in the course of this year which requires consideration. I have endeavored to do justice to this new material by numerous insertions in the text and by the addition of footnotes. If these supplements occasionally threaten to warp the original discussion, or if, even with their aid, we have been unsuccessful in raising the original text to the niveau of our present views, I must beg indulgence for the gaps in the book, as they are only consequences and indications of the present rapid development of our knowledge. I also venture to foretell in what other directions later editions of the interpretation of dreams, in case any should be demanded, will differ from the present one. They will have, on the one hand, to include selections from the rich material of poetry, myth, usage of language, the folklore, and, on the other hand, to treat more profoundly the relations of the dreams to the neuroses and to mental diseases. Mr. Otto Rank has rendered me valuable service in the selection of the addenda and in reading the proof sheets. I am gratefully indebted to him and to many others for their contributions and corrections. Vienna, spring of 1911. Translator's Preface. Since the appearance of the author's selected papers on hysteria and other psychoneuroses, and 3 contributions to the sexual theory, much has been said and written about Freud's works. Some of our readers have made an honest endeavor to test and utilize the author's theories, but they have been handicapped by their inability to read fluently very difficult German, for only 2 of Freud's works have hitherto been accessible to English readers. For them, this work will be of invaluable assistance. To be sure, Numerous articles on the Freudian psychology have of late made their appearance in our literature. But these scattered papers, read by those unacquainted with the original work, often serve to confuse rather than enlighten. For Freud cannot be mastered from the reading of a few pamphlets, or even one or two of his original works. Let me repeat what I have so often said. No one is really qualified to use or to judge Freud's psychoanalytic method who has not thoroughly mastered his theory of the neuroses, the interpretation of dreams, 3 contributions to the sexual theory, the psychopathology of everyday life, and wit and its relation to the unconscious, and who has not had considerable experience in analyzing the dreams and psychopathological actions of himself and others. That there is required also a thorough training in normal and abnormal psychology goes without saying. The interpretation of dreams is the author's greatest and most important work. It is here that he develops his psychoanalytic technique, a thorough knowledge of which is absolutely indispensable for every worker in this field. The difficult task of making a translation of this work has therefore been undertaken primarily for the purpose of assisting those who are actively engaged in treating patients by Freud's psychoanalytic method. Considered apart from its practical aim, the book presents much that is of interest to the psychologist and the general reader, for, notwithstanding the fact that dreams have of late years been the subject of investigation at the hands of many competent observers, only few have contributed anything tangible towards their solution. It was Freud who divested the dream of its mystery and solved its riddles. He not only showed us that the dream is full of meaning, but amply demonstrated that it is intimately connected with normal and abnormal mental life. It is in the treatment of the abnormal mental states that we must recognize the most important value of dream interpretation. The dream does not only reveal to us the cryptic mechanisms of hallucinations, delusions, phobias, obsessions, and other psychopathological conditions, but it is also the most potent instrument in the removal of these. I take this opportunity of expressing my indebtedness to Professor F.C. Prescott for reading the manuscript and for helping me overcome the most insurmountable difficulties in the translation. A. Brill.
Section 1 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 1. The Scientific Literature of Dream Problems. In the following pages, I shall demonstrate that there is a psychological technique which makes it possible to interpret dreams, and that on the application of this technique every dream will reveal itself as a psychological structure full of significance, and one which may be assigned to a specific place in the psychic activities of the waking state. Further, I shall endeavor to elucidate the processes which underlie the strangeness and obscurity of dreams, and to deduce from these processes the nature of the psychic forces whose conflict or cooperation is responsible for our dreams. This done, my investigation will terminate, as it will have reached the point where the problem of the dream merges into more comprehensive problems, and to solve these we must have recourse to material of a different kind. I shall begin by giving a short account of the views of earlier writers on this subject, and of the status of the dream problem in contemporary science, since in the course of this treatise I shall not often have occasion to refer to either. In spite of thousands of years of endeavor, little progress has been made in the scientific understanding of dreams. This fact has been so universally acknowledged by previous writers on the subject that it seems hardly necessary to quote individual opinions. The reader will find, in the works listed at the end of this work, many stimulating observations, and plenty of interesting material relating to our subject, but little or nothing that concerns the true nature of the dream, or that solves definitely any of its enigmas. The educated layman, of course, knows even less of the matter. The conception of the dream that was held in prehistoric ages by primitive peoples, and the influence which it may have exerted on the formation of their conceptions of the universe and of the soul, is a theme of great interest, that it is only with reluctance that I refrain from dealing with it in these pages. I will refer the reader to the well-known works of Sir John Lubbock, Herbert Spencer, E.B. Tylor, and other writers. I will only add that we shall not realize the importance of these problems and speculations until we have completed the task of dream interpretation that lies before us. A reminiscence of the concept of the dream that was held in primitive times seems to underlie the evaluation of the dream which was current among the peoples of classical antiquity. They took it for granted that dreams were related to the world of the supernatural beings in whom they believed, and that they brought inspirations from the gods and demons. Moreover, it appeared to them that dreams must serve a special purpose in respect of the dreamer, that, as a rule, they predicted the future. The extraordinary variations in the content of dreams, and in the impressions which they produced on the dreamer, made it, of course, very difficult to formulate a coherent conception of them, and necessitated manifold differentiations and group formations, according to their value and reliability. The valuation of dreams by the individual philosophers of antiquity naturally depended on the importance which they were prepared to attribute to romanticism in general. In the two works of Aristotle in which there is mention of dreams, they are already regarded as constituting a problem of psychology. We are told that the dream is not God-sent, that it is not of divine but of demonic origin. For nature is really demonic, not divine. That is to say, the dream is not a supernatural revelation, but is subject to the laws of the human spirit, which has, of course, a kinship with the divine. The dream is defined as the psychic activity of the sleeper, inasmuch as he is asleep. Aristotle was acquainted with some of the characteristics of the dream life. For example, he knew that a dream converts the slight sensations perceived in sleep into intense sensations. One imagines that one is walking through fire and feels hot, if this or that part of the body becomes only quite slightly warm, which led him to conclude that dreams might easily betray to the physician the first indications of an incipient physical change which escaped observation during the day. As has been said, those writers of antiquity who preceded Aristotle did not regard the dream as a product of the dreaming psyche, but as an inspiration of divine origin, and in ancient times the two opposing tendencies, which we shall find throughout the ages in respect of the evaluation of the dream life, were already perceptible. The ancients distinguished between the true and valuable dreams, which were sent to the dreamer as warnings, or to foretell future events, and the vain, fraudulent, and empty dreams, whose object was to misguide him or lead him to destruction. Gruppe speaks of such a classification of dreams, citing Macrobius and Artemidorus. Dreams were divided into two classes. The first class was believed to be influenced only by the present or the past, and was unimportant in respect of the future. It included the anouknia, insomnia, which directly reproduce a given idea or its opposite, e.g. hunger or its satiation, and the phantasmata, which elaborate the given idea fantastically, as e.g. the nightmare, ephialtes. The second class of dreams, on the other hand, was determinative of the future. To this belonged 1. Direct prophecies received in the dream, chromatismos oraculum. 2. The foretelling of a future event, orama visio. 3. The symbolic dream, which requires interpretation, oneros somnium. This theory survived for many centuries. Connected with these varying estimations of the dream was the problem of dream interpretation. Dreams in general were expected to yield important solutions, but not every dream was immediately understood, and it was impossible to be sure that a certain incomprehensible dream did not really foretell something of importance, so that an effort was made to replace the incomprehensible content of the dream by something that should be at once comprehensible and significant. In later antiquity, Artemidorus of Daldis was regarded as the greatest authority on dream interpretation. His comprehensive works must serve to compensate us for the lost works of a similar nature. The pre-scientific conception of the dream which obtained among the ancients was, of course, in perfect keeping with their general conception of the universe, which was accustomed to project as an external reality that which possessed reality only in the life of the psyche. Further, it accounted for the main impression made upon the waking life by the morning memory of the dream. For in this memory, the dream, as compared with the rest of the psychic content, seems to be something alien, coming, as it were, from another world. It would be an error to suppose that theory of the supernatural origin of dreams lacks followers even in our own times, for quite apart from pietistic and mystical writers, who cling, as they are perfectly justified in doing, to the remnants of the once predominant realm of the supernatural, until these remnants have been swept away by scientific explanation. We not infrequently find that quite intelligent persons, who in other respects are averse from anything of a romantic nature, go so far as to base their religious belief in the existence and cooperation of superhuman spiritual powers on the inexplicable nature of the phenomena of dreams. Hafner. The validity ascribed to the dream life by certain schools of philosophy, for example, by the school of Schelling, is a distinct reminiscence of the undisputed belief in the divinity of dreams which prevailed in antiquity, and for some thinkers the mantic or prophetic power of dreams is still a subject of debate. This is due to the fact that the explanations attempted by psychology are too inadequate to cope with the accumulated material, however strongly the scientific thinker may feel that such superstitious doctrines should be repudiated. To write strongly the history of our scientific knowledge of the dream problem is extremely difficult, because, valuable though this knowledge may be in certain respects, no real progress in a definite direction is as yet discernible. No real foundation of verified results has hitherto been established on which future investigators might continue to build. Every new author approaches the same problems afresh and from the very beginning. If I were to enumerate such authors in chronological order, giving a survey of the opinions which each has held concerning the problems of the dream, I should be quite unable to draw a clear and complete picture of the present state of our knowledge on the subject. I have therefore preferred to base my method of treatment on themes rather than on authors, and in attempting the solution of each problem of the dream I shall cite the material found in the literature of the subject. But as I have not yet succeeded in mastering the whole of this literature, for it is widely dispersed and interwoven with the literature of other subjects, I must ask my readers to rest content with my survey as it stands, provided that no fundamental fact or important point of view has been overlooked. Until recently, most authors have been inclined to deal with the subjects of sleep and dreams in conjunction, and together with these they have commonly dealt with analogous conditions of a psychopathological nature, and other dream-like phenomena, such as hallucinations, visions, etc. In recent works, on the other hand, there has been a tendency to keep more closely to the theme, and to consider, as a special subject, the separate problems of the dream life. In this change I should like to perceive an expression of the growing conviction that enlightenment and agreement in such obscure matters may be attained only by a series of detailed investigations. Such a detailed investigation, and one of a special psychological nature, is expounded in these pages. I have had little occasion to concern myself with the problem of sleep, as this is essentially a physiological problem, although the changes in the functional determination of the psychic apparatus should be included in a description of the sleeping state. The literature of sleep will therefore not be considered here. A scientific interest in the phenomena of dreams, as such, leads us to propound the following problems, which to a certain extent, interdependent, merge into one another. A. The relation of the dream to the waking state. The naive judgment of the dreamer on waking assumes that the dream, even if it does not come from another world, has at all events transported the dreamer into another world. The old physiologist, Burdock, to whom we are indebted for a careful and discriminating description of the phenomena of dreams, expressed this conviction in a frequently quoted passage. The waking life, with its trials and joys, its pleasures and pains, is never repeated. On the contrary, the dream aims at relieving us of these. Even when our whole mind is filled with one subject, when our hearts are rent by bitter grief, or when some task has been taxing our mental capacity to the utmost, the dream either gives us something entirely alien, or it selects for its combinations only a few elements of reality, or it merely enters into the key of our mood and symbolizes reality. J.H. Fichte speaks in precisely the same sense of supplementary dreams, calling them one of the secret, self-healing benefits of the psyche. L. Strumpel expresses himself to the same effect in his Natur and Entstehung der Traum, a study which is deservedly held in high esteem. He who dreams turns his back upon the world of waking consciousness. In the dream, the memory of the orderly content of waking consciousness and its normal behavior is almost entirely lost. The almost complete and unencumbered isolation of the psyche in the dream from the regular normal content and course of the waking state. Yet the overwhelming majority of writers on the subject have adopted the contrary view of the relation of the dream to waking life. Thus, Hafner says, to begin with, the dream continues the waking life. Our dreams always connect themselves with such ideas as have shortly before been present in our consciousness. Careful examination will nearly always detect a thread by which the dream has linked itself to the experiences of the previous day. Weygand flatly contradicts the statement of Burdock. For it may often be observed, apparently indeed in the great majority of dreams, that they lead us directly back into everyday life instead of releasing us from it. Maury expresses the same idea in a concise formula. Nous rêvons de ce que nous avons vu, dit, désiré ou fait. We dream of what we have seen, said, desired, or done. Jessen, in his Psychologie, published in 1855, is rather more explicit. The content of dreams is always more or less determined by the personality, the age, sex, station in life, education and habits, and by the events and experiences of the whole past life of the individual. The philosopher I.G.E. Maas adopts the most unequivocal attitude in respect of this question. Experience corroborates our assertion that we dream most frequently of those things toward which our warmest passions are directed. This shows us that our passions must influence the generation of our dreams. The ambitious man dreams of the laurels which he has won, perhaps only in imagination, or has still to win, while the lover occupies himself in his dreams with the object of his dearest hopes. All the sensual desires and loathings which slumber in the heart, if they are stimulated by any cause, may combine with other ideas and give rise to a dream, or these ideas may mingle in an already existing dream. The ancients entertained the same idea concerning the dependence of the dream content on life. I will quote Radishtak. When Xerxes, before his expedition against Greece, was dissuaded from his resolution by good counsel, but was again and again incited by dreams to undertake it, one of the old rational dream interpreters of the Persians, Artabanus, told him, and very appropriately, that dream images for the most part contain that of which one has been thinking in the waking state. In the didactic poem of Lucretius, On the Nature of Things, there occurs this passage: And whatever be the pursuit to which one clings with devotion, whatever the things on which we have been occupied much in the past, the mind being thus more intent upon that pursuit, it is generally the same things that we seem to encounter in dreams, pleaders to plead their cause and collate laws, generals to contend and engage battle. The contradiction between these two views concerning the relation between dream life and waking life seems indeed irresolvable. Here we may usefully cite the opinion of F. W. Hildebrandt, 1875, who held that on the whole the peculiarities of the dream can only be described as a series of contrasts which apparently amount to contradictions. The first of these contrasts is formed by the strict isolation or seclusion of the dream from true and actual life on the one hand, and on the other hand by the continuous encroachment of the one upon the other, and the constant dependence of the one upon the other. The dream is something absolutely divorced from the reality experienced during the waking state. One may call it an existence hermetically sealed up and insulated from real life by an unbridgeable chasm. It frees us from reality, blots out the normal recollection of reality, and sets us in another world and a totally different life, which fundamentally has nothing in common with real life. Hildebrandt then asserts that in falling asleep our whole being with its forms of existence disappears, as through an invisible trap-door. In one's dream, one is perhaps making a voyage to St. Helena in order to offer the imprisoned Napoleon an exquisite vintage of Moselle. One is most affably received by the ex-emperor, and one feels almost sorry when, on waking, the interesting illusion is destroyed. But let us now compare the situation existing in the dream with the actual reality. The dreamer has never been a wine merchant, and has no desire to become one. He has never made a sea voyage, and St. Helena is the last place in the world that he would choose as the destination of such a voyage. The dreamer feels no sympathy for Napoleon, but on the contrary a strong patriotic aversion. And lastly, the dreamer was not yet among the living when Napoleon died on the island of St. Helena, so that it was beyond the realms of possibility that he should have had any personal relations with Napoleon. The dream experience thus appears as something entirely foreign, interpolated between two mutually related and successive periods of time. Nevertheless, continues Hildebrandt, The apparent contrary is just as true and correct. I believe that side by side with this seclusion and insulation there may still exist the most intimate interrelation. We may therefore justly say, whatever the dream may offer us, it derives its material from reality, and from the psychic life centered upon this reality. However extraordinary the dream may seem, it can never detach itself from the real world, and its most sublime as well as its most ridiculous constructions must always borrow their elementary material either from that which our eyes have beheld in the outer world, or from that which has already found a place somewhere in our waking thoughts. In other words, it must be taken from that which we have already experienced, either objectively or subjectively.
Section 2 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Judith Parker. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 2. The material of dreams. Memory in dreams. That all the material composing the content of a dream is somehow derived from experience, that it is reproduced or remembered in the dream. This, at least, may be accepted as an incontestable fact. Yet it would be wrong to assume that such a connection between the dream content and reality will be easily obvious from a comparison between the two. On the contrary, the connection must be carefully sought, and in quite a number of cases it may for a long while elude discovery. The reason for this is to be found in a number of peculiarities evinced by the faculty of memory in dreams, which peculiarities, though generally observed, have hitherto defied explanation. It will be worth our while to examine these characteristics exhaustively. To begin with, it happens that certain material appears in the dream content which cannot be subsequently recognized in the waking state as being part of one's knowledge and experience. One remembers clearly enough having dreamed of the thing in question, but one cannot recall the actual experience or the time of its occurrence. The dreamer is therefore in the dark as to the source which the dream has tapped, and is even tempted to believe in an independent productive activity on the part of the dream, until, often long afterwards, a fresh episode restores the memory of that former experience, which had been given up for lost, and so reveals the source of the dream. One is therefore forced to admit that in the dream something was known and remembered that cannot be remembered in the waking state. Delboeuf relates from his own experience an especially impressive example of this kind. He saw in his dream the courtyard of his house covered with snow, and found there two little lizards, half frozen and buried in the snow. Being a lover of animals, he picked them up, warmed them, and put them back into the hole in the wall which was reserved especially for them. He also gave them a few fronds of a little fern which was growing on the wall, and of which he knew they were very fond. In the dream he knew the name of the plant, Asplenium ruta muralis. The dream continued, returning after a digression to the lizards, and to his astonishment Delboeuf saw two other little lizards falling upon what was left of the ferns. On turning his eyes to the open fields, he saw a fifth and sixth lizard making for the hole in the wall, and finally the whole road was covered by a procession of lizards, all wandering in the same direction. In his waking state, Delboeuf knew only a few Latin names of plants, and nothing of any Asplenium. To his great surprise, he discovered that a fern of this name did actually exist, and that the correct name was Asplenium ruta muraria, which the dream had slightly distorted. An accidental coincidence was, of course, inconceivable. Yet where he got his knowledge of the name Asplenium in the dream remained a mystery to him. The dream occurred in 1862. 16 years later, while at the house of one of his friends, the philosopher noticed a small album containing dried plants, such as are sold as souvenirs to visitors in many parts of Switzerland. A sudden recollection came to him. He opened the herbarium, discovered therein the asplenium of his dream, and recognized his own handwriting in the accompanying Latin name. The connection could now be traced. In 1860, 2 years before the date of the lizard dream, one of his friend's sisters, while on her wedding journey, had paid a visit to Delboeuf. She had with her at the time this very album, which was intended for her brother, and Delboeuf had taken the trouble to write, at the dictation of a botanist, the Latin name under each of the dried plants. The same good fortune which gave this example its unusual value enabled Delboeuf to trace yet another portion of this dream to its forgotten source. One day in 1877 he came upon an old volume of an illustrated periodical, in which he found the whole procession of lizards pictured just as he had dreamt of it in 1862. The volume bore the date 1861, and Delboeuf remembered that he had subscribed to the journal since its first appearance. That dreams have at their disposal recollections which are inaccessible to the waking state is such a remarkable and theoretically important fact that I should like to draw attention to the point by recording yet another hypermnesic dream. Maury relates that for some time the word Musadan used to occur to him during the day. He knew it to be the name of a French city, but that was all. One night he dreamed of a conversation with a certain person, who told him that she came from Musadan, and in answer to his question as to where the city was, she replied, "Musadan is the principal town of a district in the department of Dordogne." On waking, Maury gave no credence to the information received in his dream, but the gazetteer showed it to be perfectly correct. In this case the superior knowledge of the dreamer was confirmed, but it was not possible to trace the forgotten source of this knowledge. Jessen, in parentheses, page 55, refers to a very similar incident, the period of which is more remote. Quote, "Among others we may here mention the dream of the elder Scaliger," in parentheses, Hennings, page 300, end parentheses, who wrote a poem in praise of the famous men of Verona, and to whom a man named Brugnolus appeared in a dream, complaining that he had been neglected. Though Scaliger could not remember that he had heard of the man, he wrote some verses in his honor, and his son learned subsequently that a certain Brugnolus had at one time been famed in Verona as a critic. End quote. A hypermnesic dream, especially remarkable for the fact that a memory not at first recalled was afterwards recognized in a dream which followed the first, is narrated by the Marquis de Hervé de Saint-Denis. Quote, "I once dreamed of a young woman with fair golden hair, whom I saw chatting with my sister as she showed her a piece of embroidery. In my dream she seemed familiar to me. I thought, indeed, that I had seen her repeatedly. After waking, her face was still quite vividly before me, but I was absolutely unable to recognize it. I fell asleep again. The dream picture repeated itself. In this new dream I addressed the golden-haired lady and asked her whether I had not had the pleasure of meeting her somewhere. 'Of course,' she replied. 'Don't you remember the bathing place at Pornic?' Thereupon I awoke, and I was then able to recall with certainty and in detail the incidents with which this charming dream face was connected." End quote. I believe that Myers has published a whole collection of such hypermnesic dreams in the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, but these unfortunately are inaccessible to me. I think everyone who occupies himself with dreams will recognize, as a very common phenomenon, the fact that a dream will give proof of the knowledge and recollection of matters of which the dreamer, in his waking state, did not imagine himself to be cognizant. In my analytic investigations of nervous patients, of which I shall speak later, I find that it happens many times every week that I am able to convince them from their dreams that they are perfectly well acquainted with quotations, obscene expressions, etc., and make use of them in their dreams, although they have forgotten them in their waking state. I shall here cite an innocent example of dream hypermnesia, because it was easy to trace the source of the knowledge which was accessible only in the dream. A patient dreamed, amongst other things, in a rather long dream, that he ordered a kontuzowka in a cafe, and after telling me this, he asked me what it could be, as he had never heard the name before. I was able to tell him that kontuzowka was a Polish liqueur, which he could not have invented in his dream, as the name had long been familiar to me from the advertisements. At first the patient would not believe me, but some days later, after he had allowed his dream of the cafe to become a reality, he noticed the name on a signboard at a street corner, which for some months he had been passing at least twice a day. I have learned from my own dreams how largely the discovery of the origin of individual dream elements may be dependent on chance. Thus, for some years before I had thought of writing this book, I was haunted by the picture of a church tower of fairly simple construction, which I could not remember ever having seen. I then suddenly recognized it with absolute certainty at a small station between Salzburg and Reichenhall. This was in the late 90s, and the first time I had traveled over this route was in 1886. In later years, when I was already busily engaged in the study of dreams, I was quite annoyed by the frequent recurrence of the dream image of a certain peculiar locality. I saw in definite orientation to my own person, on my left, a dark space in which a number of grotesque sandstone figures stood out. A glimmering recollection, which I did not quite believe, told me that it was the entrance to a beer cellar. But I could explain neither the meaning nor the origin of this dream picture. In 1907 I happened to go to Padua, which, to my regret, I had been unable to visit since 1895. My first visit to this beautiful university city had been unsatisfactory. I had been unable to see Giotto's frescoes in the church of the Madonna dell'Arena. I set out for the church, but turned back on being informed that it was closed for the day. On my second visit, 12 years later, I thought I would compensate myself for this disappointment, and before doing anything else I set out for Madonna dell'Arena. In the street leading to it on my left, probably at the spot where I had turned back in 1895, I discovered the place with its sandstone figures which I had so often seen in my dream. It was, in fact, the entrance to a restaurant garden. One of the sources from which dreams draw material for reproduction, material of which some part is not recalled or utilized in our waking thoughts, is to be found in childhood. Here I will cite only a few of the authors who have observed and emphasized this fact. Hildebrandt, (page 23), Quote, "It has already been expressly admitted that a dream sometimes brings back to the mind, with a wonderful power of reproduction, remote and even forgotten experiences from the earliest periods of one's life." Strumpel (page 40). Quote, "The subject becomes more interesting still when we remember how the dream sometimes drags out, as it were, from the deepest and densest psychic deposits which later years have piled upon the earliest experiences of childhood, the pictures of certain persons, places, and things quite intact and in all their original freshness. This is confined not merely to such impressions as were vividly perceived at the time of their occurrence, or were associated with intense psychological values, to recur later in the dream as actual reminiscences which give pleasure to the waking mind. On the contrary, the depths of the dream memory rather contain such images of persons, places, things, and early experiences as either possessed but little consciousness and no psychic value whatsoever, or have long since lost both, and therefore appear totally strange and unknown, both in the dream and in the waking state, until their early origin is revealed." End quote. Volkheit says, quote, "It is especially to be remarked how readily infantile and youthful reminiscences enter into our dreams. What we have long ceased to think about, what has long since lost all importance for us, is constantly recalled by the dream." End quote. The control which the dream exercises over material from our childhood, most of which, as is well known, falls into the lacunae of our conscious memory, is responsible for the production of interesting hypermnesic dreams, of which I shall cite a few more examples. Maury relates (page 92) that as a child he often went from his native city, Meaux, to the neighboring Trillport, where his father was superintending the construction of a bridge. One night a dream transported him to Trillport, and he was once more playing in the streets there. A man approached him wearing a sort of uniform. Maury asked him his name, and he introduced himself, saying that his name was C, and that he was a bridge guard. On waking, Maury, who still doubted the actuality of the reminiscence, asked his old servant, who had been with him in his childhood, whether she remembered a man of this name. "Of course," was the reply. "He used to be the watchman on the bridge which your father was building then." End quote. Maury records another example which demonstrates no less clearly the reliability of the reminiscences of childhood that emerge in our dreams. M.F., who as a child had lived in Montbrison, decided after an absence of 25 years to visit his home and the old friends of his family. The night before his departure he dreamt that he had reached his destination, and that near Montbrison he met a man whom he did not know by sight, and who told him that he was M.F., a friend of his father's. The dreamer remembered that as a child he had known a gentleman of this name, but on waking he could no longer recall his features. Several days later, having actually arrived at Montbrison, he found once more the locality of his dream, which he had thought was unknown to him, and there he met a man whom he at once recognized as the M.F. of his dream, with only this difference, that the real person was very much older than his dream image. Here I might relate one of my own dreams, in which the recalled impression takes the form of an association. In my dream I saw a man whom I recognized, while dreaming, as the doctor of my native town. His face was not distinct, but his features were blended with those of one of my schoolmasters, whom I still meet from time to time. What association there was between the two persons I could not discover on waking, but upon questioning my mother concerning the doctor, I learned that he was a one-eyed man. The schoolmaster, whose image in my dream obscured that of the physician, had also only one eye. I had not seen the doctor for 38 years, and as far as I know, I had never thought of him in my waking state, although a scar on my chin might have reminded me of his professional attentions. As though to counterbalance the excessive part which is played in our dreams by the impressions of childhood, many authors assert that the majority of dreams reveal elements drawn from our most recent experiences. Robert even declares that the normal dream generally occupies itself only with the impressions of the last few days. We shall find, indeed, that the theory of the dream advanced by Robert absolutely requires that our oldest impressions should be thrust into the background, and our most recent ones brought to the fore. However, the fact here stated by Robert is correct. This I can confirm from my own investigations. Nelson, an American author, holds that the impressions received in a dream most frequently date from the second day before the dream, or from the third day before it, as though the impressions of the day immediately preceding the dream were not sufficiently weakened and remote. Many authors who are unwilling to question the intimate connection between the dream content and the waking state have been struck by the fact that the impressions which have intensely occupied the waking mind appear in dreams only after they have been to some extent removed from the mental activities of the day. Thus, as a rule, we do not dream of a beloved person who is dead while we are still overwhelmed with sorrow (delage). Yet Miss Hallam, one of the most recent observers, has collected examples which reveal the very opposite behavior in this respect, and upholds the claims of psychological individuality in this matter. The third most remarkable, and at the same time most incomprehensible, peculiarity of memory in dreams is shown in the selection of the material reproduced. For here it is not, as in the waking state, only the most significant things that are held to be worth remembering, but also the most indifferent and insignificant details. In this connection I will quote those authors who have expressed their surprise in the most emphatic language. Hildebrandt is of the opinion, "For it is a remarkable fact that dreams do not, as a rule, take their elements from important and far-reaching events, or from the intense and urgent interests of the preceding day, but from unimportant incidents from the worthless odds and ends of recent experience or of the remoter past. The most shocking death in our family, the impressions of which keep us awake long into the night, is obliterated from our memories until the first moment of waking brings it back to us with distressing force. On the other hand, the wart on the forehead of a passing stranger, to whom we did not give a moment's thought once he was out of sight, finds a place in our dreams." Strumpel speaks of "cases in which the analysis of a dream brings to light elements which, although derived from the experiences of yesterday or the day before yesterday, were yet so unimportant and worthless for the waking state that they were forgotten soon after they were experienced. Some experiences may be the chance heard remarks of other persons, or their superficially observed actions, or fleeting perceptions of things or persons, or isolated phrases that we have read, etc." Havelock Ellis opines, "The profound emotions of waking life, the questions and problems on which we spend our chief voluntary mental energy, are not those which usually present themselves at once to dream consciousness. It is, so far as the immediate past is concerned, mostly the trifling, the incidental, the forgotten impressions of daily life which reappear in our dreams. The psychic activities that are awake most intensely are those that sleep most profoundly." End quote. It is precisely in connection with these characteristics of memory and dreams that Binns (page 45) finds occasion to express dissatisfaction with the explanations of dreams which he himself had favored. Quote, "And the normal dream raises similar questions. Why do we not always dream of mental impressions of the day before, instead of going back without any perceptible reason to the almost forgotten past now lying far behind us? Why in a dream does consciousness so often revive the impression of indifferent memory pictures, while the cerebral cells that bear the most sensitive records of experience remain for the most part inert and numb, unless an acute revival during the waking state has quite recently excited them?" End quote. We can readily understand how the strange preference shown by the dream memory for the indifferent and therefore disregarded details of daily experience must commonly lead us altogether to overlook the dependence of dreams on the waking state, or must at least make it difficult for us to prove this dependence in any individual case. Thus it happened that in the statistical treatment of her own and her friend's dream, Miss Whitton Calkins found that 11% of the entire number showed no relation to the waking state. Hildebrandt was certainly correct in his assertion that all our dream images could be genetically explained if we devoted enough time and material to the tracing of their origin. To be sure, he calls this a most tedious and thankless job, for most often it would lead us to ferret out all sorts of psychically worthless things from the remotest corners of our storehouse of memories, and to bring to light all sorts of quite indifferent events of long ago, from the oblivion which may have overtaken them an hour after their occurrence. I must, however, express my regret that this discerning author refrained from following the path which at first sight seems so unpromising, for it would have led him directly to the central point of the explanation of dreams. The behavior of memory in dreams is surely most significant for any theory of memory whatsoever. It teaches us that, quote, "nothing which we have once psychically possessed is ever entirely lost." End quote. Schultz, page 34. Or, as Delboeuf puts it, quote, "any impression, no matter how insignificant, leaves an inalterable trace, indefinitely susceptible to reappear during the day." End quote. A conclusion to which we are urged by so many other pathological manifestations of mental life. Let us bear in mind this extraordinary capacity of the memory in dreams in order the more keenly to realize the contradiction which has to be put forward in certain dream theories to be mentioned later, which seek to explain the absurdities and incoherences of dreams by a partial forgetting of what we have known during the day. It might even occur to one to reduce the phenomenon of dreaming to that of remembering, and to regard the dream as the manifestation of a reproductive activity, unresting even at night, which is an end in itself. This would seem to be in agreement with statements such as those made by Pilz, according to which definite relations between the time of dreaming and the contents of a dream may be demonstrated. inasmuch as the impressions reproduced by the dream in deep sleep belong to the remote past, while those reproduced towards morning are of recent origin. But such a conception is rendered improbable from the outset by the manner in which the dream deals with the material to be remembered. Strumpel rightly calls our attention to the fact that repetitions of experiences do not occur in dreams. It is true that a dream will make a beginning in that direction, but the next link is wanting. It appears in a different form, or is replaced by something entirely novel. The dream gives us only fragmentary reproductions. This is so far the rule that it permits of a theoretical generalization. Still, there are exceptions in which an episode is repeated in a dream as completely as it can be reproduced by our waking memory. Delboeuf relates of one of his university colleagues that a dream of his repeated in all its details a perilous drive in which he escaped accident as if by miracle. Miss Calkins mentions 2 dreams, the contents of which exactly reproduced an experience of the previous day, and in a later chapter I shall have occasion to give an example that came to my knowledge of a childish experience which recurred unchanged in a dream. End of section 2. Recording by Judith Parker, drjudithparker.com.
Section 3 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 3. Dream Stimuli and Sources. What is meant by dream stimuli and dream sources may be explained by a reference to the popular saying, "Dreams come from the stomach." This notion covers a theory which conceives a dream as resulting from a disturbance of sleep. We should not have dreamed if some disturbing element had not come into play during our sleep, and the dream is a reaction against this disturbance. The discussion of the exciting causes of dreams occupies a great deal of space in the literature of dreams. It is obvious that this problem could have made its appearance only after dreams had become an object of biological investigation. The ancients, who conceived of dreams as divine inspirations, had no need to look for stimuli. For them, a dream was due to the will of divine or demonic powers, and its content was the product of their special knowledge and intention. Science, however, immediately raised the question whether the stimuli of dreams were single or multiple, and this in turn led to the consideration whether the causal explanation of dreams belonged to the region of psychology or to that of physiology. Most authors appear to assume that disturbance of sleep, and hence dreams, may arise from various causes, and that physical as well as mental stimuli may play the part of dream excitants. Opinions differ widely in preferring this or the other factor as the cause of dreams, and in classifying them in order of importance. Whenever the sources of dreams are completely enumerated, they fall into the following 4 categories, which have been employed in the classification of dreams. 1. External objective sensory stimuli. 2. Internal subjective sensory stimuli. 3. Internal organic physical stimuli. 4. Purely psychical sources of excitation. External sensory stimuli. The younger Strumpel, the son of a philosopher whose work on dreams has already more than once served us as a guide in considering the problems of dreams, has, as is well known, recorded his observations of a patient afflicted with general anesthesia of the skin and with paralysis of several of the higher sensory organs. This man would lapse into sleep whenever the few remaining sensory paths between him and the outer world were closed. When we wish to fall asleep, we are accustomed to strive for a condition similar to that obtaining in Strumpel's experiment. We close the most important sensory portals, the eyes, and we endeavor to protect the other senses from all stimuli or from any change of the stimuli already acting upon them. We then fall asleep, although our preparations are never wholly successful. For we can never completely insulate the sensory organs, nor can we entirely abolish the excitability of the sensory organs themselves. That we may at any time be awakened by intenser stimuli should prove to us that the mind has remained in constant communication with the external world even during sleep. The sensory stimuli that reach us during sleep may easily become the source of dreams. There are a great many stimuli of this nature, ranging from those unavoidable stimuli which are proper to the state of sleep or occasionally admitted by it, to those fortuitous stimuli which are calculated to wake the sleeper. Thus a strong light may fall upon the eyes, a noise may be heard, or an odor may irritate the mucous membranes of the nose. In our unintentional movements during sleep, we may lay bare parts of the body and thus expose them to a sensation of cold, or by a change of position we may excite sensations of pressure and touch. A mosquito may bite us, or a slight nocturnal mischance may simultaneously attack more than one sense organ. Observers have called attention to a whole series of dreams in which the stimulus ascertained on waking and some part of the dream content corresponded to such a degree that the stimulus could be recognized as the source of the dream. I shall here cite a number of such dreams, collected by Jussin, which are traceable to more or less accidental objective sensory stimuli. Every noise indistinctly perceived gives rise to corresponding dream representations. The rolling of thunder takes us into the thick of battle, the crowing of a cock may be transferred into human shrieks of terror, and the creaking of a door may conjure up dreams of burglars breaking into the house. When one of our blankets slips off of us at night, we may dream that we are walking about naked or falling into water. If we lie diagonally across the bed with our feet extending beyond the edge, we may dream of standing on the brink of a terrifying precipice, or of falling from a great height. Should our head accidentally get under the pillow, we may imagine a huge rock overhanging us and about to crush us under its weight. An accumulation of semen produces voluptuous dreams, and local pains give rise to ideas of suffering ill treatment, of hostile attacks, or of accidental bodily injuries. Mayer once dreamed of being attacked by several men who threw him flat on the ground and drove a stake into the earth between his first and second toes. While imagining this in his dream, he suddenly awoke and felt a piece of straw sticking between his toes. The same author, according to Hemmings, dreamed on another occasion when his nightshirt was rather too tight around his neck, that he was being hanged. In his youth, Hofbard dreamed of having fallen from a high wall, and found on waking that the bedstead had come apart and that he had actually fallen onto the floor. Gregory relates that he once applied a hot water bottle to his feet and dreamed of taking a trip to the summit of Mount Etna, where he found the heat of the soil almost unbearable. After having a blister applied to his head, another man dreamed of being scalped by Indians. Still another, whose shirt was damp, dreamed that he was dragged through a stream. An attack of gout caused a patient to believe that he was in the hands of the Inquisition and suffering the pains of torture. The argument that there is a resemblance between the dream stimulus and the dream content would be confirmed if by a systematic induction of stimuli we should succeed in producing dreams corresponding to these stimuli. According to Macnish, such experiments had already been made by Jerome de Bussering. He left his knee exposed and dreamed of traveling on a mail coach by night. He remarked in this connection that travelers were well aware how cold the knees became in a coach at night. On another occasion, he left the back of his head uncovered and dreamed that he was taking part in a religious ceremony in the open air. In the country where he lived, it was customary to keep the head always covered except on occasions of this kind. Maury reports fresh observation on self-induced dreams of his own. A number of other experiments were unsuccessful. He was tickled with a feather on his lips and on the tip of his nose. He dreamed of an awful torture, that a mask of pitch was stuck to his face and then forcibly torn off, bringing the skin with it. Scissors were whetted against a pair of tweezers. He heard bells ringing, then sounds of tumult, which took him back to the days of the Revolution of 1848. Cologne was held to his nostrils. He found himself in Cairo, in the shop of Johann Maria Farina. This was followed by fantastic adventures which he was not able to recall. His neck was slightly pinched. He dreamed that a blister was being applied, and thought of a doctor who had treated him in childhood. A hot iron was brought near his face. He dreamed that chauffeurs had broken into the house and were forcing the occupants to give up their money by thrusting their feet into braziers. The Duchess de Abrantes, whose secretary he imagined himself to be then, entered the room. A drop of water was allowed to fall on his forehead. He imagined himself in Italy, perspiring heavily and drinking the white wine of Orvieto. When the light of a candle screened with red paper was allowed to fall on his face, he dreamed of thunder, of heat, and of a storm at sea which he once witnessed in the English Channel. Hervey, Weygand, and others have made attempts to produce dreams experimentally. Many have observed the striking skill of the dream in interweaving into its structure sudden impressions from the outer world, in such a manner as to represent a gradually approaching catastrophe. In former years, this author relates, I occasionally made use of an alarm clock in order to wake punctually at a certain hour in the morning. It probably happened hundreds of times that the sound of this instrument fitted into an apparently very long and connected dream, as though the entire dream had been especially designed for it, as though it found in this sound its appropriate and logically indispensable climax, its inevitable denouement. I shall presently have occasion to cite 3 of these alarm clock dreams in a different connection. Voelt relates, a composer once dreamed that he was teaching a class and was just explaining something to his pupils. When he had finished, he turned to one of the boys with the question, "Did you understand me?" The boy cried out like one possessed, "Oh, yeah!" Annoyed by this, he reprimanded his pupil for shouting. But now the entire class was screaming, "Orya!" then "Oryo!" and finally "Fuerio!" He was then aroused by the actual fire alarm in the street. Garnier, on the authority of Raidstock, relates that Napoleon I, while sleeping in a carriage, was awakened from a dream by an explosion which took him back to the crossing of the Tagliamento and the bombardment of the Austrians, so that he started up crying, "We have been undermined." The following dream of Maury's has become celebrated. He was ill in bed. His mother was sitting beside him. He dreamed of the reign of terror during the Revolution. He witnessed some terrible scenes of murder, and finally he himself was summoned before the tribunal. There he saw Robespierre, Marat, Fouquier-Tinville, and all the sorry heroes of those terrible days. He had to give an account of himself, and after all manner of incidents which did not fix themselves in his memory, he was sentenced to death. Accompanied by an enormous crowd, he was led to the place of execution. He mounted a scaffold, the executioner tied him to the plank, it tipped over, and the knife of the guillotine fell. He felt his head severed from his trunk, and awakened in terrible anxiety, only to find that the headboard of the bed had fallen, and had actually struck the cervical vertebrae just where the knife of the guillotine would have fallen. This dream gave rise to an interesting discussion, initiated by Lalerain and Egger in the Revue Philosophique, as to whether and how it was possible for the dreamer to crowd together an amount of dream content apparently so large in the short space of time elapsing between the perception of the waking stimulus and the moment of actual waking. Examples of this nature show that objective stimuli occurring in sleep are among the most firmly established of all the sources of dreams. They are, indeed, the only stimuli of which the layman knows anything whatever. If we ask an educated person who is not familiar with the literature of dreams how dreams originate, he is certain to reply by a reference to a case known to him in which a dream has been explained after waking by a recognized objective stimulus. Science, however, cannot stop here, but is incited to further investigation by the observation that the stimulus influencing the senses during sleep does not appear in the dream at all in its true form, but is replaced by some other representation, which is in some way related to it. But the relation existing between the stimulus and the resulting dream is, according to Maury, a sort of relation which is, however, neither unique nor exclusive. If we read, for example, 3 of Hildbrandt's alarm clock dreams, we shall be compelled to ask why the same casual stimulus evoked so many different results, and why just these results and no others. I am taking a walk on a beautiful spring morning. I stroll through the green meadows to a neighboring village, where I see numbers of the inhabitants going to church wearing their best clothes and carrying their hymn books under their arms. I remember that it is a Sunday, and that the morning service will soon begin. I decide to attend it, but as I am rather overheated, I think I will wait in the churchyard until I am cooler. While reading the various epitaphs, I hear the sexton climbing the church tower, and I see above me the small bell which is about to ring for the beginning of service. For a little while it hangs motionless, then it begins to swing, and suddenly its notes resound so clearly and penetratingly that my sleep comes to an end. But the notes of the bell come from the alarm clock. A second combination. It is a bright winter day. The streets are deep in snow. I have promised to go on a sleigh ride, but I have to wait some time before I am told that the sleigh is at the door. Now I am preparing to get into the sleigh. I put on my furs, my foot warmer is put in, and at last I have taken my seat. But still my departure is delayed. At last the reins are twitched, the horses start, and the sleigh bells, now violently shaken, strike up their familiar music with a force that instantly tears the gossamer of my dream. Again it is only the shrill note of my alarm clock. Yet a third example. I see the kitchen maid walking along the passage to the dining room with a pile of several dozen plates. The porcelain column in her arms seems to me to be in danger of losing its equilibrium. "Take care," I exclaim, "you will drop the whole pile." The usual retort is naturally made that she is used to such things. Meanwhile I continue to follow her with my anxious gaze, and behold, at the threshold the fragile plates fall and crash and roll across the floor in hundreds of pieces. But soon I perceive that the endless din is not really a rattling, but a true ringing, and with this ringing the dreamer now becomes aware that the alarm clock has done its duty. The question why the dreaming mind misjudges the nature of the objective sensory stimulus has been answered by Strumpel, and in an almost identical fashion by Wundt. Their explanation is that the reaction of the mind to the stimulus attacking sleep is complicated and confused by the formation of illusions. A sensory impression is recognized by us and correctly interpreted. That is, it is classed with the memory group to which it belongs according to all previous experience, if the impression is strong, clear, and sufficiently prolonged, and if we have sufficient time to submit it to those mental processes. But if these conditions are not fulfilled, we mistake the object which gives rise to the impression, and on the basis of this impression we construct an illusion. If one takes a walk in an open field and perceives indistinctly a distant object, it may happen that one will first take it for a horse. On closer inspection, the image of a cow resting may obtrude itself, and the picture may finally resolve itself with certainty into a group of people sitting on the ground. The impressions which the mind receives during sleep from external stimuli are of a similarly indistinct nature. They give rise to illusions because the impression evokes a greater or lesser number of memory images through which it acquires its psychic value. As for the question in which of the many possible spheres of memory the corresponding images are aroused, and which of the possible associative connections are brought into play, that, to quote Strumpel again, is indeterminable, and is left, as it were, to the caprices of the mind. Here we may take our choice. We may admit that the laws of dream formation cannot really be traced any further, and so refrain from asking whether or not the interpretation of the illusion evoked by sensory impression depends upon still other conditions, or we may assume that the objective sensory stimulus encroaching upon sleep plays only a modest role as a dream source, and that other factors determine the choice of the memory image to be evoked. Indeed, on carefully examining Maury's experimentally produced dreams, which I have purposely cited in detail, one is inclined to object that his investigations trace the origin of only one element of the dreams, and that the rest of the dream content seems too independent and too full of detail to be explained by a single requirement, namely, that it must correspond with the element experimentally introduced. Indeed, one even begins to doubt the illusion theory and the power of objective impressions to shape the dream, when one realizes that such impressions are sometimes subjected to the most peculiar and far-fetched interpretations in our dreams. Thus M. Simon tells of a dream in which he saw a persons of gigantic stature seated at a table, and heard distinctly the horrible clattering produced by the impact of their jaws as they chewed their food. On waking, he heard the clatter of a horse's hoofs as it galloped past his window. In this case, the sound of the horse's hoofs had revived ideas from the memory sphere of Gulliver's Travels, the sojourn with the giants of Brobdingnag, and the virtuous horse-like creatures, as I should perhaps interpret the dream without any assistance on the author's part. Ought not the choice of a memory sphere so alien to the stimulus to be further elucidated by other motives? The dream interpreter should not permit his own intelligence to operate in disregard of the dreamer's impressions. This interpretation of the dream as a reminiscence of Gulliver's Travels is, by the way, a good example of how an interpretation should not be made. The dream interpreter should not permit his own intelligence to operate in disregard of the dreamer's impressions.
Section 4 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 4. Internal sensory excitations, organic somatic stimuli, and psychical sources of stimulation. All objections to the contrary notwithstanding, we must admit that the role of the objective sensory stimuli as producers of dreams has been indisputably established, and if, having regard to their nature and their frequency, these stimuli seem perhaps insufficient to explain all dream pictures, this indicates that we should look for other dream sources which act in a similar fashion. I do not know where the idea first arose that together with the external sensory stimuli the internal subjective stimuli should also be considered, but as a matter of fact this has been done more or less explicitly in all the more recent descriptions of the etology of dreams. I believe, says Wundt, that an important part is played in dream illusions by those subjective sensations of sight and hearing which are familiar to us in the waking state, as a luminous chaos in the dark field of the vision, and a ringing, buzzing, etc. of the ears, and in especial subjective irritations of the retina. This explains the remarkable tendency of dreams to delude the eyes with numbers of similar or identical objects. Thus we see outspread before our eyes innumerable birds, butterflies, fishes, colored beads, flowers, etc. Here the luminous dust in the dark field of vision has assumed fantastic forms, and the many luminous points of which it consists are embodied in our dreams in as many single images, which, owing to the mobility of the luminous chaos, are seen as moving objects. This is perhaps the reason of the dream's decided preference for the most varied animal forms, for owing to the multiplicity of such forms, they can readily adapt themselves to the subjective luminous images. The subjective sensory stimuli, as a source of dreams, have the obvious advantage that, unlike objective stimuli, they are independent of external accidents. They are, so to speak, at the disposal of the interpretation whenever they are required, but they are inferior to the objective sensory stimuli by the fact that their claim to the role of dream incitors, which observation and experiment have established in the case of objective stimuli, can in their case be verified with difficulty or not at all. The main proof of the dream inciting power of subjective sensory stimuli is afforded by the so-called hypnagogic hallucinations, which have been described by Johann Müller as fantastic visual manifestations. They are those very vivid and changeable pictures which with many people occur constantly during the period of falling asleep, and which may linger for a while even after the eyes have been opened. Maury, who was very subject to these pictures, made a thorough study of them, and maintained that they were related to, or rather identical with, dream images. This had already been asserted by Johann Müller. Maury maintains that a certain psychic passivity is necessary for their origin, that it requires a relaxation of the intensity of attention, but one may perceive a hypnagogic hallucination in any frame of mind, if one falls into such lethargy for a moment, after which one may perhaps wake up, until this oft-repeated process terminates in sleep. According to Maury, if one wakes up shortly after such an experience, it is often possible to trace in the dream the images which one has perceived before falling asleep as hypnagogic hallucinations. Thus Maury on one occasion saw a series of images of grotesque figures with distorted features and curiously dressed hair, which obtruded themselves upon him with incredible importunity during the period of falling asleep, and which, upon waking, he recalled having seen in his dream. On another occasion, while suffering from hunger because he was subjecting himself to a rather strict diet, he saw in one of his hypnagogic states a plate, and a hand armed with a fork taking some food from the plate. In his dream he found himself at a table abundantly supplied with food, and heard the clatter of the diner's forks. On yet another occasion, after falling asleep with strained and painful eyes, he had a hypnagogic hallucination of microscopically small characters, which he was able to decipher one by one only with a great effort, and on waking from sleep an hour later he recalled a dream in which there was an open book with very small letters, which he was obliged to read through with laborious effort. Not only pictures, but auditory hallucinations of words, names, etc., may also occur hypnagogically, and then repeat themselves in the dream, like an overture announcing the principal motif of the opera which is to follow. A more recent observer of hypnagogic hallucinations, G. Trumbull Ladd, follows the same lines as Johann Müller and Maury. By dint of practice he succeeded in acquiring the faculty of suddenly arousing himself without opening his eyes 2 to 5 minutes after gradually falling asleep. This enabled him to compare the disappearing retinal sensations with the dream images remaining in his memory. He assures us that an intimate relation between the two can always be recognized, inasmuch as the luminous dots and lines of light spontaneously perceived by the retina produce, so to speak, the outline or scheme of the psychically perceived dream images. For example, a dream in which he saw before him clearly printed lines, which he read and studied, corresponded with a number of luminous spots arranged in parallel lines, or, to express it in his own words, the clearly printed page resolved itself into an object which appeared to his waking perception like part of an actual printed page seen through a small hole in a sheet of paper, but at a distance too great to permit of its being read. Without in any way underestimating the central element of the phenomenon, Ladd believes that hardly any visual dream occurs in our minds that is not based on material furnished by this internal condition of retinal irritability. This is particularly true of dreams which occur shortly after falling asleep in a dark room, while dreams occurring in the morning, near the period of waking, receive their stimulus from the objective light penetrating the eye in a brightly lit room. The shifting and infinitely variable character of the spontaneous luminous excitations of the retina exactly corresponds with the fitful succession of images presented to us in our dreams. If we attach any importance to Ladd's observations, we cannot underrate the productiveness of this subjective source of stimuli, for visual images, as we know, are the principal constituents of our dreams. The share contributed by the other senses, excepting, perhaps, the sense of hearing, is relatively insignificant and inconsistent. Part 3. Internal, organic, physical stimuli. If we are disposed to look for the sources of dreams not outside but inside the organism, we must remember that almost all our internal organs, which in a state of health hardly remind us of their existence, may, in states of excitation, as we call them, or in disease, become a source of the most painful sensations, and must, therefore, be put on a par with the external excitants of pain and sensation. Strumpel, for example, gives expression to a long familiar experience when he declares that during sleep the psyche becomes far more deeply and broadly conscious of its corporality than in the waking state, and it is compelled to receive and to be influenced by certain stimulating impressions originating in parts of the body, and in alterations of the body of which it is unconscious in the waking state. Even Aristotle declares it to be quite possible that a dream may draw our attention to incipient morbid conditions which we have not noticed in the waking state, owing to the exaggerated intensity of the impressions experienced in the dream, and some medical authors, who certainly did not believe in the prophetic nature of dreams, have admitted the significance of dreams, at least in so far as the predicting of disease is concerned. Compare M. Simon and many earlier writers. In addition to the diagnostic valuation of dreams, for example by Hippocrates, mention must also be made of their therapeutic significance in antiquity. Among the Greeks there were dream oracles, which were vouchsafed to patients in quest of recovery. The patient betook himself to the temple of Apollo, or Aesculapius. There he was subjected to various ceremonies, bathed, rubbed, and perfumed. A state of exaltation having been thus induced, he was made to lie down in the temple on the skin of a sacrificial ram. He fell asleep, and dreamed of remedies which he saw in their natural form, or in symbolic images which the priests afterwards interpreted. Even in our days there seems to be no lack of authenticated examples of such diagnostic achievements on the part of dreams. Thus Tissy cites from Artigue, Essai sur la valeur sémiologique des rêves, the history of a woman of 43 who during several years of apparently perfect health was troubled with anxiety dreams, and in whom a medical examination subsequently revealed an incipient affection of the heart, to which she presently succumbed. Serious derangements of the internal organs clearly excite dreams in quite a number of persons. The frequency of anxiety dreams in diseases of the heart and lungs has been generally realized. Indeed, this function of the dream life is emphasized by so many writers that I shall here content myself with a reference to the literature of the subject, Radstock, Spitta, Maury, M. Simon, Tissey. Tissey even believes that the diseased organs impress upon the dream content its characteristic features. The dreams of persons suffering from diseases of the heart are generally very brief, and end in a terrified awakening. Death under terrible circumstances almost always find a place in their content. Those suffering from diseases of the lungs dream of suffocation, of being crushed, and of flight, and a great many of them are subject to the familiar nightmare, which, by the way, Borner has succeeded in inducing experimentally by lying on the face and covering the mouth and nostrils. In digestive disturbances, the dream contains ideas from the sphere of gustatory enjoyment and disgust. Finally, the influence of sexual excitement on the dream content is obvious enough in everyone's experience, and provides the strongest confirmation of the whole theory of dream instigation by organic sensation. Moreover, if we study the literature of dreams, it becomes quite evident that some writers, such as Maury or Weygand, have been led to the study of dream problems by the influence their own pathological state has had on the content of their dreams. The enlargement of the number of dream sources by such undeniably established facts is, however, not so important as one might be led to suppose. For dreams are, after all, phenomena which occur in healthy persons, perhaps in all persons, and every night, and a pathological state of the organs is evidently not one of the indispensable conditions. For us, however, the question is not whence particular dreams originate, but rather, what is the exciting cause of ordinary dreams in normal people? But we have only to go a step farther to find a source of dreams which is more prolific than any of those mentioned above, and which promises indeed to be inexhaustible. If it is established that the bodily organs become, in sickness, an exciting source of dreams, and if we admit that the mind, when diverted during sleep from the outer world, can devote more of its attention to the interior of the body, we may readily assume that the organs need not necessarily become diseased in order to permit stimuli, which in one way or another grow into dream images, to reach the sleeping mind. What in the waking state we vaguely perceive as a general sensation, perceptible by its quality alone, a sensation to which, in the opinion of physicians, all the organic systems contribute their share, this general sensation would at night attain a greater potency, and, acting through its individual components, would constitute the most prolific as well as the most usual source of dream representations. We should then have to discover the laws by which organic stimuli are translated into dream representations. This theory of the origin of dreams is the one most favored by all medical writers. The obscurity which conceals the essence of our being, the moi splanknik, as Tissey terms it, from our knowledge, and the obscurity of the origin of dreams, correspond so closely that it was inevitable that they should be brought into relation with one another. The theory according to which the organic sensations are responsible for dreams has, moreover, another attraction for the physician, inasmuch as it favors the etiological union of the dream with mental derangement, both of which reveal so many points of agreement in their manifestations, since changes in the general organic massive sensation and in the stimuli emanating from the internal organs are also considered to have a far-reaching significance as regards the origin of the psychoses. It is therefore not surprising that the organic stimulus theory can be traced to several writers who have propounded this theory independently. A number of writers have followed the train of thought developed by Schopenhauer in 1851. Our conception of the universe has its origin in the recasting by the intellect of the impressions which reach it from without in the molds of time, space, and causality. During the day, the stimuli proceeding from the interior of the organism, from the sympathetic nervous system, exert at most an unconscious influence on our mood. At night, however, when the overwhelming effect of the impressions of the day is no longer operative, the impressions that surge upward from within are able to force themselves on our attention, just as in the night we hear the rippling of the brook that was drowned in the clamor of the day. But how else can the intellect react to these stimuli than by transforming them, in accordance with its own function, into things which occupy space and time, and follow the lines of causality? And so a dream originates. Thus Stirner, and after him Volkert, endeavored to discover the more intimate relations between physical sensations and dream pictures. But we shall reserve the discussion of this point for our chapter on the theory of dreams. As a result of a singularly logical analysis, the psychiatrist Krauss referred the origin of dreams, and also of deliria and delusions, to the same element, namely, to organically determined sensations. According to him, there is hardly any part of the organism which might not become the starting point of a dream or a delusion. Organically determined sensations, he says, may be divided into two classes. 1. General sensations, those affecting the whole system. 2. Specific sensations, those that are immanent in the principal systems of the vegetative organism, and which may in turn be subdivided into 5 groups: A. The muscular, B. The pneumatic, C. The gastric, D. The sexual, E. The peripheral sensations. The origin of the dream image from physical sensations is conceived by Krauss as follows. The awakened sensation, in accordance with some law of association, evokes an idea or image bearing some relation to it, and combines with this idea or image, forming an organic structure towards which, however, the consciousness does not maintain its normal attitude. For it does not bestow any attention on the sensation, but concerns itself entirely with the accompanying ideas, and this explains why the facts of the case have been so long misunderstood. Krauss even gives this process the special name of transubstantiation of the sensations into dream images. The influence of organic physical stimuli on the formation of dreams is today almost universally admitted, but the question as to the nature of the law underlying this relation is answered in various ways, and often obscurely. On the basis of the theory of physical excitation, the special task of dream interpretation is to trace back the content of a dream to the causative organic stimulus, and if we do not accept the rules of interpretation advanced by Stirner, we shall often find ourselves confronted by the awkward fact that the organic source of excitation reveals itself only in the content of the dream. A certain agreement, however, appears in the interpretation of the various forms of dreams which have been designated as typical, because they recur in so many persons with almost the same content. Among these are the well-known dreams of falling from a height, of the dropping out of teeth, of flying, and of embarrassment because one is naked or scantily clad. This last type of dream is said to be caused simply by the dreamer's perception, felt in his sleep, that he is thrown off the bedclothes and is uncovered. The dream that one's teeth are dropping out is explained by dental irritation, which does not, however, of necessity imply a morbid condition of irritability of the teeth. According to Strumpel, the flying dream is the adequate image employed by the mind to interpret the quantum of stimulus emanating from the rising and sinking of the pulmonary lobes when the cutaneous sensation of the thorax has lapsed into insensibility. This latter condition causes the sensation which gives rise to images of hovering in the air. The dream of falling from a height is said to be due to the fact that an arm falls away from the body, or a flexed knee is suddenly extended, after unconsciousness of the sensation of cutaneous pressure has supervened, whereupon this sensation returns to consciousness, and the transition from unconsciousness to consciousness embodies itself psychically as a dream of falling. The weakness of these fairly plausible attempts at explanation clearly lies in the fact that without any further elucidation they allow this or that group of organic sensations to disappear from psychic perception, or to obtrude themselves upon it, until the constellation favorable for the explanation has been established. Later on, however, I shall have occasion to return to the subject of typical dreams and their origin. From a comparison of a series of similar dreams, M. Simon endeavored to formulate certain rules governing the influence of organic sensations on the nature of the resulting dream. He says, if during sleep any organic apparatus which normally participates in the expression of an affect for any reason enters into the state of excitation to which it is usually aroused by the affect, the dream thus produced will contain representations which harmonize with that affect. Another rule reads as follows: if, during sleep, an organic apparatus is in a state of activity, stimulation, or disturbance, the dream will present ideas which correspond with the nature of the organic function performed by that apparatus. Morley-Vold has undertaken to prove the supposed influence of bodily sensation on the production of dreams by experimenting on a single physiological territory. He changed the positions of a sleeper's limbs and compared the resulting dreams with these changes. He recorded the following results. 1. The position of a limb in a dream corresponds approximately to that of reality. That is, we dream of a static condition of the limb which corresponds with the actual condition. 2. When one dreams of a moving limb, it always happens that one of the positions occurring in the execution of this movement corresponds with the actual position. 3. The position of one's own limb may in the dream be attributed to another person. 4. One may also dream that the movement in question is impeded. 5. The limb in any particular position may appear in the dream as an animal or monster, in which case a certain analogy between the two is established. 6. The behavior of a limb may in the dream incite ideas which bear some relation or other to this limb. Thus, for example, if we are using our fingers, we dream of numerals. Results such as these would lead me to conclude that even the theory of organic stimulation cannot entirely abolish the apparent freedom of the determination of the dream picture which will be evoked. Part 4. Psychic sources of excitation. When considering the relation of dreams to waking life and the provenance of the material of dreams, we learned that the earliest as well as the most recent investigators are agreed that men dream of what they do during the day and of the things that interest them in the waking state. This interest, continued from waking life into sleep, is not only a psychic bond joining the dream to life, but it is also a source of dreams whose importance must not be underestimated, and which, taken together with those stimuli which become active and of interest during sleep, suffices to explain the origin of all dream images. Yet we have also heard the very contrary of this asserted, namely, that dreams bear the sleeper away from the interests of the day, and that in most cases we do not dream of things which have occupied our attention during the day until after they have lost, for our waking life, the stimulating force of belonging to the present. Hence, in the analysis of dream life, we are reminded at every step that it is inadmissible to frame general rules without making provision for qualifications by introducing such terms as frequently, as a rule, in most cases, and without being prepared to admit the validity of exceptions. If interest during the waking state, together with the internal and external stimuli that occur during sleep, suffice to cover the whole etiology of dreams, we should be in a position to give a satisfactory account of the origin of all the elements of a dream. The problem of the dream sources would then be solved, leaving us only the task of discriminating between the part played by the psychic and that played by the somatic dream stimuli in individual dreams. But, as a matter of fact, no such complete solution of a dream has ever been achieved in any case, and everyone who has attempted such a solution has found that components of the dream, and usually a great many of them, are left whose source he is unable to trace. The interests of the day as a psychic source of dreams are obviously not so influential as to justify the confident assertion that every dreamer continues the activities of his waking life in his dreams. Other dream sources of a psychic nature are not known. Hence, with the exception perhaps of the explanation of dreams given by Stirner, to which reference will be made later on, all the explanations found in the literature of the subject show a considerable hiatus whenever there is a question of tracing the images and ideas which are the most characteristic material of dreams. In this dilemma, the majority of authors have developed a tendency to belittle, as far as possible, the share of the psychic factor, which is so difficult to determine in the evocation of dreams. To be sure, they distinguish as major divisions the nerve stimulus dream and the association dream, and assert that the latter has its source exclusively in reproduction. But they cannot dismiss the doubt as to whether they appear without any impulsion from organic stimuli, and even the characteristic quality of the pure association dream disappears. To quote Volquet, in the association dream proper, there is no longer any question of such a stable nucleus. Here the loose grouping penetrates even to the very center of the dream. The imaginative life, already released from the control of reason and intellect, is here no longer held together by the more important psychical and physical stimuli, but is left to its own uncontrolled and confused divagations. Wundt too attempts to belittle the psychic factor in the evocation of dreams by asserting that the phantasms of the dream are perhaps unjustly regarded as pure hallucinations. Probably most dream representations are really illusions, inasmuch as they emanate from the slight sensory impressions which are never extinguished during sleep. Weygand has adopted this view, and generalizes upon it. He asserts that the most immediate causes of all dream representations are sensory stimuli, to which reproductive associations then attach themselves. Tissy goes still further in suppressing the psychic sources of excitation. Les rêves d'origine absolument psychique n'existent pas, and elsewhere, les pensées de nos rêves ne viennent de dehors. Those writers who, like the eminent philosopher Wundt, adopt a middle course, do not hesitate to assert that, in most dreams, there is a cooperation of the somatic stimuli and the psychic stimuli, which are either unknown or are identified with the interests of the day. We shall learn later that the problem of dream formation may be solved by the disclosure of an entirely unsuspected psychic source of excitation. In the meanwhile, we shall not be surprised at the overestimation of the influence of those stimuli which do not originate in the psychic life. It is not merely because they alone may easily be found, and even confirmed by experiment, but because the somatic conception of the origin of dreams entirely corresponds with the mode of thought prevalent in modern psychiatry. Here, it is true, the mastery of the brain over the organism is most emphatically stressed, but everything that might show that the psychic life is independent of demonstrable organic changes, or spontaneous in its manifestations, is alarming to the contemporary psychiatrist, as though such an admission must mean a return to the old world natural philosophy and the metaphysical conception of the nature of the soul. The distrust of the psychiatrist has placed the psyche under tutelage, so to speak. It requires that none of the impulses of the psyche shall reveal an autonomous power. Yet this attitude merely betrays a lack of confidence in the stability of the causal concatenation between the physical and the psychic. Even where on investigation the psychic may be recognized as the primary cause of a phenomenon, a more profound comprehension of the subject will one day succeed in following up the path that leads to the organic basis of the psychic. But where the psychic must, in the present state of our knowledge, be accepted as the terminus, it need not on that account be disavowed. End of section 4. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England. Section 5 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 5. Why Dreams are Forgotten After Waking. That a dream fades away in the morning is proverbial. It is, indeed, possible to recall it, for we know the dream, of course, only by recalling it after waking. But we very often believe that we remember it incompletely, that during the night there was more of it than we remember. We may observe how the memory of a dream, which in the morning was still vivid, fades in the course of the day, leaving only a few trifling remnants. We are often aware that we have been dreaming, but we do not know of what we have dreamed, and we are so well used to this fact, that the dream is liable to be forgotten, that we do not reject as absurd the possibility that we may have been dreaming, even when, in the morning, we know nothing either of the content of the dream or of the fact that we have dreamed. On the other hand, it often happens that dreams manifest an extraordinary power of maintaining themselves in the memory. I have had occasion to analyze, with my patients, dreams which occurred to them 25 years or more previously, and I can remember a dream of my own which is divided from the present day by at least 37 years, and yet has lost nothing of its freshness in my memory. All this is very remarkable, and for the present incomprehensible. The forgetting of dreams is treated in the most detailed manner by Strumpel. This forgetting is evidently a complex phenomenon, for Strumpel attributes it not to a single cause, but to quite a number of causes. In the first place, all those factors which induce forgetfulness in the waking state determine also the forgetting of dreams. In the waking state we commonly very soon forget a great many sensations and perceptions, because they are too slight to remember, and because they are charged with only a slight amount of emotional feeling. This is true also of many dream images. They are forgotten because they are too weak, while the stronger images in their neighborhood are remembered. However, the factor of intensity is in itself not the only determinant of the preservation of dream images. Strumpel, as well as other authors, such as Calkins, admits that dream images are often rapidly forgotten, although they are known to have been vivid, whereas, among those that are retained in the memory, there are many that are very shadowy and unmeaning. Besides, in the waking state one is wont to forget rather easily things that have happened only once, and to remember more readily things which occur repeatedly. But most dream images are unique experiences, and this peculiarity would contribute towards the forgetting of all dreams equally. Of much greater significance is a third cause of forgetting. In order that feelings, representations, ideas, and the like should attain a certain degree of memorability, it is important that they should not remain isolated, but that they should enter into connections and associations of an appropriate nature. If the words of a verse of poetry are taken and mixed together, it will be very difficult to remember them. Properly placed, in a significant sequence, one word helps another, and the whole, making sense, remains and is easily and lastingly fixed in the memory. Contradictions, as a rule, are retained, with just as much difficulty and just as rarely as things that are confused and disorderly. Now dreams, in most cases, lack sense and order. Dream compositions, by their very nature, are insusceptible of being remembered, and they are forgotten because, as a rule, they fall to pieces the very next moment. To be sure, these conclusions are not entirely consistent with Radastock's observation, that we most readily pertain just those dreams which are most peculiar. Periodically recurrent dreams have been observed repeatedly. Compare the collection made by Chaboneau. According to Strumpel, other factors, deriving from the relation of the dream to the waking state, are even more effective in causing us to forget our dreams. The forgetfulness of dreams manifested by the waking consciousness is evidently merely the counterpart of the fact already mentioned, namely, that the dream hardly ever takes over an orderly series of memories from the waking state, but only certain details of those memories, which it removes from the habitual psychic connections in which they are remembered in the waking state. The dream composition, therefore, has no place in the community of the psychic series which fill the mind. It lacks all mnemonic aids. In this manner the dream structure rises, as it were, from the soil of our psychic life, and floats in psychic space like a cloud in the sky, quickly dispelled by the first breath of reawakening life. This situation is accentuated by the fact that on waking the attention is immediately besieged by the inrushing world of sensation, so that very few dream images are capable of withstanding its force. They fade away before the impressions of the new day, like the stars before the light of the sun. Finally, we should remember that the fact that most people take but little interest in their dreams is conducive to the forgetting of dreams. Anyone who for some time applies himself to the investigation of dreams, and takes a special interest in them, usually dreams more during that period than at any other. He remembers his dreams more easily and more frequently. Two other reasons for the forgetting of dreams, which Bonatelli, cited by Bernini, adds to those adduced by Strumpel, have already been included in those enumerated above, namely, 1. That the difference of the general sensation in the sleeping and the waking state is unfavorable to mutual reproduction, and 2. That the different arrangements of the material in the dream makes the dream untranslatable, so to speak, for the waking consciousness. It is therefore all the more remarkable, as Strumpel himself observes, that, in spite of all these reasons for forgetting the dream, so many dreams are retained in the memory. The continual efforts of those who have written on the subject to formulate laws for the remembering of dreams amount to an admission that here, too, there is something puzzling and unexplained. Certain peculiarities relating to the remembering of dreams have attracted particular attention of late. For example, the fact that the dream which is believed to be forgotten in the morning may be recalled in the course of the day on the occasion of some perception which accidentally touches the forgotten content of the dream. Reference Radastock-Tissy. But the whole recollection of dreams is open to an objection which is calculated greatly to depreciate its value in critical eyes. One may doubt whether our memory, which omits so much from the dream, does not falsify what it retains. This doubt as to the exactness of the reproduction of dreams is expressed by Strumpel when he says, "It may therefore easily happen that the waking consciousness involuntarily interpolates a great many things in the recollection of the dream. One imagines that one has dreamt all sorts of things which the actual dream did not contain." Jessen expresses himself in very decided terms. Moreover, we must not lose sight of the fact, hitherto little heeded, that in the investigation and interpretation of coherent and logical dreams, we almost always take liberties with the truth when we recall a dream to memory. Unconsciously and unintentionally, we fill up the gaps and supplement the dream images. Rarely, and perhaps never, has a connected dream been as connected as it appears to us in memory. Even the most truth-loving person can hardly relate a dream without exaggerating and embellishing it in some degree. The human mind so greatly tends to perceive everything in a connected form that it intentionally supplies the missing links in any dream which is in some degree incoherent. The observations of V. Eggers, though of course independently conceived, read almost like a translation of Jesson's words. L'observation de rêve a ses difficultés spéciales et le seul moyen d'éviter toute erreur en pareille matière est de confier au papier sans le moindre retard ce que l'on vient de prouver et de remarquer. Sinon, l'oubli vient vite, ou total ou partiel. L'oubli total en son gravité, mais l'oubli partiel est perfide, car si l'on se met ensuite à raconter ce que l'on n'a pas oublié, on expose et complète par imagination les fragments incohérents et déchouants fournis par la mémoire. On devient autiste à son insu, et le récit, périodiquement répété, s'impose à la créance de son autre, qui, de bonne foi, les présenter comme un fait authentique du monde à table selon les bonnes méthodes. The observation of dreams has its special difficulties, and the only way to avoid all error in such matter is to put on paper without the least delay what has just been experienced and noticed. Otherwise, totally or partially, the dream is quickly forgotten. Total forgetting is without seriousness, but partial forgetting is treacherous, for if one then starts to recount what has not been forgotten, one is likely to supplement from the imagination the incoherent and disjointed fragments provided by the memory. Unconsciously one becomes an artist, and the story, repeated from time to time, imposes itself on the belief of its author, who, in good faith, tells it as authentic fact, regularly established according to proper methods. Similarly, Spitter, who seems to think that it is only in the attempt to reproduce the dream that we bring order and arrangement into loosely associated dream elements, turning juxtaposition into concatenation, that is, adding the process of logical connection which is absent in the dream. Since we can test the reliability of our memory only by objective means, and since such a test is impossible in the case of dreams, which are our own personal experience, and for which we know no other source than our memory, what value do our recollections of our dreams possess? End of section 5. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England.
Section 6 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Chapter 6. The Psychological Peculiarities of Dreams. In our scientific investigation of dreams, we start with the assumption that dreams are a phenomenon of our own psychic activity. Yet, the completed dream appears to us as something alien, whose authorship we are little inclined to recognize that we should be just as willing to say, "A dream came to me," as "I dreamed." Whence this psychic strangeness of dreams? According to our exposition of the sources of dreams, we must assume that it is not determined by the material which finds its way into the dream content, since this is for the most part common both to dream life and waking life. We might ask ourselves whether this impression is not evoked by modifications of psychic process in dreams, and we might even attempt to suggest that the existence of such changes is the psychological characteristic of dreams. No one has more strongly emphasized the essential difference between dream life and waking life, and drawn more far reaching conclusions from this difference than G.T.H. Fechner in certain observations contained in his Element der Psychophysik. He believed that neither the simple depression of conscious psychic life under the main threshold, nor the distraction of the attention from the influences of the outer world, suffices to explain the peculiarities of dream life as compared with the waking life. He believes rather that the arena of dreams is other than the arena of the waking life of the mind. If the arena of psychophysical activity were the same during the sleeping and the waking state, the dream, in my opinion, would only be a continuation of the waking ideational life at a lower degree of intensity, so that it would have to partake of the form and material of the latter. But this is by no means the case. What Fechner really meant by such a transposition of the psychic activity has never been made clear, nor has anybody else, to my knowledge, followed the path which he indicates in this remark. An anatomical interpretation in the sense of physiological localization in the brain, or even a histological stratification of the cerebral cortex, must of course be excluded. The idea might, however, prove ingenious and fruitful if it could refer to a psychical apparatus built up of a number of successive and connected systems. Other authors have been content to give prominence to this or that palpable psychological peculiarity of the dream life, and even to take this as a starting point for more comprehensive attempts at explanation. It has been justly remarked that one of the chief peculiarities of dream life makes its appearance even in the state of falling asleep, and may be defined as the sleep heralding phenomenon. According to Schleiermacher, the distinguishing characteristic of waking state is the fact that its psychic activity occurs in the form of ideas rather than in that of images. But dream thinks mainly in visual images. And it may be noted that with the approach of sleep, the voluntary activities become impeded in proportion as involuntary representations make their appearance, the latter belonging entirely to the category of images. The incapacity for such ideational activities as we feel to be deliberately willed, and the emergence of visual images, which is regularly connected with this distraction, these two are constant characteristic of dreams, and on psychological analysis we are compelled to recognize them as essential characteristics of dream life. As for the images themselves, the hypnagogic hallucinations, we have learned that even in their content they are identical with dream images. Dreams, then, think preponderantly, but not exclusively, in visual images. They make use also of auditory images, and to a lesser extent of the other sensory impressions. Moreover, in dreams, as in the waking state, many things are simply thought and imagined, probably with the help of remnants of verbal conceptions. Characteristic of dreams, however, are only those elements of their contents which behave like images, that is, which more closely resemble perceptions than mnemonic representations. Without entering upon a discussion of nature of hallucinations, a discussion familiar to every psychiatrist, we may say, with every well-informed authority, that the dream hallucinates, that is, that it replaces thoughts by hallucinations. In this respect, visual and acoustic impressions behave in the same way. It has been observed that the recollection of a succession of notes heard as we are falling asleep becomes transformed, when we have fallen asleep, into a hallucination of the same melody, to give place, each time we wake, to the fainter and qualitatively different representations of the memory, and resuming, each time we doze off again, its hallucinatory character. The transformation of an idea into a hallucination is not the only departure of the dream from the more or less corresponding waking thought. From these images, the dream creates a situation. It represents something as actually present. It dramatizes an idea, as Peta puts it. But the peculiar character of this aspect of the dream life is completely intelligible only if we admit that in dreaming we do not, as a rule, the exceptions call for special examination, suppose ourselves to be thinking, but actually experiencing. That is, we accept the hallucinations in perfectly good faith. The criticism that one has experienced nothing, but that one has merely been thinking in a peculiar manner, dreaming, occurs to us only on waking. It is this characteristic which distinguishes the genuine dream from the daydream, which is never confused with reality. The characteristics of the dream life, thus far considered, have been summed up by Burdak as follows. As characteristic features of the dream, we may state a. That the subjective activity of our psyche appears as objective, inasmuch as our perceptive faculties apprehend the products of fantasy as though they were sensory activities. B. That sleep abrogates our voluntary action. Hence, falling asleep involves a certain degree of passivity. The images of sleep are conditioned by the relaxation of our powers of will. It now remains to account for the credulity of the mind in respect to the dream hallucinations, which are able to make their appearance only after the suspension of certain voluntary powers. Strumpel asserts that in this respect the psyche behaves correctly and in conformity with its mechanism. The dream elements are by no means mere representations, but true and actual experiences of the psyche, similar to those which come to the waking state by the way of senses. Whereas, in the waking state, the mind thinks and imagines by means of verbal images and language. In dream, it thinks and imagines in actual perceptual images. Dreams, moreover, reveal a spatial consciousness, inasmuch as in dreams, just as in the waking state, sensations and images are transposed into outer space. It must therefore be admitted that in dreams the mind preserves the same attitude in respect of images and perceptions as in the waking state. But if it forms erroneous conclusions in respect of these images and perceptions, this is due to the fact that in sleep it is deprived of that criterion which alone can distinguish between sensory perceptions emanating from within and those coming from without. It is unable to subject its images to those tests which alone can prove their objective reality. Further, it neglects to differentiate between those images which can be exchanged at will and those in respect of which there is no free choice. It does, because it cannot apply the law of causality to the content of its dreams. In brief, its alienation from the outer world is the very reason for its belief in the subjective dream world. Delboeuf arrives at the same conclusion through a somewhat different line of argument. We believe in the reality of dream pictures because in sleep we have no other impressions with which to compare them, because we are cut off from the outer world. But it is not because we are unable, when asleep, to test our hallucinations that we believe in their reality. Dreams can make us believe that we are applying such tests, that we are touching, say, the rose that we see in our dream, and yet we are dreaming. According to Delboeuf, there is no valid criterion that can show whether something is a dream or a waking reality, except, and that only pragmatically, the fact of waking. I conclude that all that has been experienced between falling asleep and waking is a delusion. If I find on waking that I am lying undressed in bed, I considered the images of my dream real while I was asleep on the account of unsleeping mental habit of assuming an outer world with which I can contrast my ego. Hafner, like Delboeuf, has attempted to explain the act of dreaming by the alteration which an abnormally introduced condition must have upon the otherwise correct functioning of the intact psychic apparatus. But he describes this condition in a somewhat different terms. He states that the first distinguishing mark of dreams is the abolition of time and space, that is, the emancipation of the representation from the individual's position in the spatial and temporal order. Associated with this is the second fundamental character of dreams, the mistaking of the hallucinations, imaginations, and fantasy combinations for objective perceptions. The sum total of the higher psychic functions, particularly the formation of concepts, judgments, and conclusions on the one hand, and the free self determination on the other hand, combined with the sensory fantasy images, and at all times have these as substratum. These activities too, therefore, participate in the erratic nature of the dream representations. We say they participate, for our faculties of judgment and will are in themselves unaltered during sleep. As far as their activity is concerned, we are just as shrewd and just as free as in the waking state. A man cannot violate the laws of thought. That is, even in a dream, he cannot judge things to be identical, which present themselves to him as opposites. He can desire in a dream only that which he regards as good. Sub ratione boni. But in this application of the laws of thought and will, the human intellect is led astray in dreams by confusing one notion with another. Thus it happens that in dreams we formulate and commit the greatest of contradictions, while on the other hand we display the shrewdest judgment and arrive at the most logical conclusions, and are able to make the most virtuous and sacred resolutions. The lack of orientation is the whole secret of our flights of fantasy in dreams, and the lack of critical reflection and agreement with other minds is the main source of the reckless extravagances of our judgments, hopes, and wishes in dreams. If the turning away from the outer world is accepted as the decisive cause of the most conspicuous characteristics of our dreams, it will be worth our while to consider certain subtle observations of Buddha's, which will throw some light on the relation of the sleeping psyche to the outer world, and at the same time serve to prevent the overestimating the importance of the above deductions. Sleep, says Buddha, results only under the condition that the mind is not excited by sensory stimuli. Yet, it is not so much a lack of sensory stimuli that conditions sleep, as a lack of interest in them. Some sensory impressions are even necessary, in so far as they serve to calm the mind. Thus, the miller can fall asleep only when he hears the clatter of his mill, and he who finds it necessary, as a matter of precaution, to burn a light at night cannot fall asleep in the dark. During sleep, the psyche isolates itself from the outer world and withdraws from the periphery. Nevertheless, the connection is not entirely broken. If one did not hear and feel during sleep, but only after waking, one would assuredly never be awakened at all. The continuance of sensation is even more plainly shown by the fact that we are not always awakened by the mere force of the sensory impression, but by its relation to the psyche. An indifferent word does not arouse the sleeper, but if called by name, he wakes. So that, even in sleep, the psyche discriminates between sensations. Hence, one may even be awakened by the obliteration of a sensory stimulus, if this is related to anything of the imagined importance. Thus one man wakes when the night light is extinguished, and the miller when his mill comes to a standstill. That is, waking is due to the cessation of a sensory activity, and this presupposes that the activity has been perceived but has not disturbed the mind, its effect being indifferent or actually reassuring. Even if we are willing to disregard these by no means trifling objections, we must yet admit that the qualities of the dream life, hitherto considered, which are attributed to withdrawal from the outer world, cannot fully account for the strangeness of dreams. For otherwise, it would be possible to reconvert the hallucinations of the dream into mental images, and the situations of the dreams into thoughts, and thus to achieve the task of dream interpretation. Now, this is precisely what we do when we reproduce a dream from memory after waking. And no matter whether we are fully or only partially successful in this retranslation, the dream still remains as mysterious as before. Furthermore, all writers unhesitatingly assume that still other and profounder changes take place in the plastic material of waking life. Strumpel seeks to isolate one of these changes as follows. With the cessation of active sensory perception and of normal consciousness, the psyche is deprived of the soil in which its feelings, desires, interests, and activities are rooted. Those psychic states, feelings, interests, and valuations, which in the waking state adhere to the memory images, succumb to an obscuring pressure, in consequence of which their connection with these images is severed. The perceptual images of things, persons, localities, events, and actions of the waking state are individually, abundantly reproduced, but none of these brings with it its psychic value. Deprived of this, they hover in the mind, dependent on their own resources. The annihilation of psychic values, which is in turn referred to a turning away from the outer world, is, according to Strumpel, very largely responsible for the impression of strangeness with which the dream is colored in our memory. We have seen that the very fact of falling asleep involves a renunciation of one of the psychic activities, namely, the voluntary guidance of the flow of ideas. Thus, the supposition obtrudes itself, though it is in any case a natural one, that the state of sleep may extend even to the psychic functions. One or another of these functions is perhaps entirely suspended. We have now to consider whether the rest continue to operate undisturbed, whether they are able to perform their normal work under the circumstances. The idea occurs to us that the peculiarities of the dream may be explained by the restricted activity of the psyche during sleep, and the impression made by the dream upon our waking judgment tends to confirm this view. The dream is incoherent. It reconciles, without hesitation, the worst contradictions. It admits impossibilities. It disregards the authoritative knowledge of the waking state, and it shows us as ethically and morally obtuse. He who should behave in the waking state as his dream represents him as behaving would be considered insane. He who in the waking state should speak as he does in his dream, or relate such things as occur in his dreams, would impress us as a feeble-minded or muddle-headed person. It seems to us then that we are merely speaking in accordance with the facts of the case when we rate psychic activity in dreams very low, and especially when we assert that in dreams the higher intellectual activities are suspended, or at least greatly impaired. With unusual unanimity, the exceptions will be dealt with elsewhere. The writers on the subject have pronounced such judgments as led immediately to a definitive theory and explanation of dream life. It is now time to supplement the resume which I have just given by a series of quotations from a number of authors, philosophers, and physicians bearing upon the psychological characteristics of the dream. According to Lemon, the incoherence of the dream images is the sole essential characteristic of the dream. Maury agrees with him.
Il n'y a pas de rêve absolument raisonnable et qui ne contienne quelque incohérence, quelque absurdité.
There are no dreams which are absolutely reasonable, which do not contain some incoherence, some absurdity. According to Hegel, quoted by Spitta, the dream lacks any intelligible objective coherence. Dugas says,
Le rêve, c'est l'anarchie physique, affective et mentale. C'est le jeu des fonctions livrées et elles-mêmes et exerçant sans contrôle et sans but. Dans le rêve, l'esprit est un automate spirituel.
The dream is psychic anarchy, emotional and intellectual. The playing of functions freed of themselves and performing without control and without end. In the dream, the mind is a spiritual automaton. The relaxation, dissolution, and promiscuous confusion of the world of ideas and images, held together in waking life by the logical power of the central ego, is conceded even by Folke, according to whose theory, the psychic activity during sleep appears to be by no means aimless. The absurdity of the associations of ideas which occur in dreams can hardly be more strongly stigmatized than it was by Cicero.
Nihil tam prepostre tam incondite, tam monstruas cogitari potast, quod non possimus sominare.
There is no imaginable thing too absurd, too involved, or too abnormal for us to dream about. Fechner says, it is as though the psychological activity of the brain of a reasonable person were to migrate into that of a fool. Raderstock, it seems indeed impossible to recognize any stable laws in this preposterous behavior. Withdrawing itself from its strict policing of the rational will that guides our waking ideas and form the process of attention, the dream, in crazy sport, whirls all things about in a kaleidoscopic confusion. Hildebrand, what wonderful jumps the dreamer permits himself, for instance, in his chain of reasoning. With what unconcern he sees the most familiar laws of experience turned upside down. What ridiculous contradictions he is able to tolerate in the order of nature and of society, before things go too far, and the very excess of nonsense leads to an awakening. Sometimes we quite innocently calculate that 3 times 3 makes 20, and we are not in the least surprised if a dog recites poetry to us, if a dead person walks to his grave, or if a rock floats on the water. We solemnly go to visit the Duchy of Bernburg, or the Principality of Liechtenstein, in order to inspect its navy, or we allow ourselves to be recruited as a volunteer by Charles XII just before the Battle of Poltava. Binz, referring to the theory of dreams resulting from these impressions, says, of 10 dreams, 9 at least have an absurd content. We unite in them persons or things which do not appear slightest relation to one another. In the next moment, as in a kaleidoscope, the grouping changes to one, if possible, even more nonsensical and irrational than before. And so the shifting play of the drowsy brain continues, until we wake, put a hand to our forehead, and ask ourselves whether we still really possess the faculty of rational imagination and thought. Maury Le Sommet makes in respect of the relation of the dream image to the waking thoughts a comparison which a physician will find especially impressive.
La production de ces images que chez l'homme éveillé fait le plus souvent naître le volant. correspond pour l'intelligence et ce qui sont pour la mortalité certains moments qui nous offront la courrier et les affections paralytiques.
The production of those images which, in the waking man, most often excite the will, correspond for the mind to those which are, for the motility, certain movements that offer sensuous dance and paralytic affections. For the rest, he considers the dream
toute une série de dégradations de la faculté pensante et raisonnante.
a whole series of degradations of the faculty of thinking and reasoning. It's hardly necessary to cite the utterances of those authors who repeat Maury's assertions in respect of the higher individual psychic activities. According to Strumpel, in dreams, and even, of course, where the nonsensical nature of the dream is not obvious, all the logical operations of the mind, based on relations and associations, recede into the background. According to Spitta, ideas in dreams are entirely withdrawn from the laws of causality, while Radstock and others emphasize the feebleness of judgment and logical inference peculiar to dreams. According to Judell, there is no criticism in dreams, no correcting of a series of perceptions by the content of consciousness as a whole. The same author states that all the activities of consciousness occur in dreams, but they are imperfect, inhibited, and mutually isolated. The contradictions of our conscious knowledge which occur in dreams are explained by Stricker and many others on the ground that facts are forgotten in dreams, or that the logical relations between ideas are lost, etc., etc. Those authors who, in general, judge so unfavorably of the psychic activities of dreamer, nevertheless agree that dreams do retain a certain remnant of psychic activity. Wundt, whose teachings has influenced so many other investigators of dream problems, expressly admits this. We may ask, what are the nature and composition of the remnants of normal psychic life which manifest themselves in dreams? It is pretty generally acknowledged that the reproductive faculty, the memory, seems to be the least affected in dreams. It may indeed show a certain superiority over the same function in waking life, even though some of the absurdities of dreams are to be explained by the forgetfulness of dream life. According to Spitta, it is the sentimental life of the psyche which is not affected by sleep, and which thus directs our dreams. By sentiment, Gemut, he means the constant sum of the emotions as the inmost subjective essence of man. Scholz sees in dreams a psychic activity which manifests itself in the allegorizing interpretation to which the dream material is subjected. Siebeck, likewise, perceives in dreams a supplementary interpretative activity of the psyche, which applies itself to all that is observed and perceived. Any judgment of the part played in dreams by what is presumed to be the highest psychical function, that is consciousness, presents a peculiar difficulty, since it is only through consciousness that we can know anything of dreams. There can be no doubt as to its being retained. Spitta, however, believes that only consciousness is retained in the dream, but not self-consciousness. Delboeuf confesses that he is unable to comprehend this distinction. The laws of association, which connect our mental images, hold good also for what is represented in dreams. Indeed, in dreams, the dominance of these laws is more obvious and complete than in waking state. Strumpel says, dreams would appear to proceed either exclusively in accordance with the laws of pure representation, or in accordance with the laws of organic stimuli accompanied by such representations, that is, without being influenced by reflection, reason, aesthetic taste, or moral judgment. The authors whose opinions I here reproduce conceive the formation of the dream somewhat as follows. The sum of sensory stimuli of varying origin, discussed elsewhere, that are operative in sleep at first, awaken in the psyche a number of images which present themselves as hallucinations. According to Wundt, it is more correct to say as illusions, because of their origin in external and internal stimuli. These combine with one another in accordance with the known laws of association, and in accordance with the same laws, they in turn evoke a new series of representations, images. The whole of this material is then elaborated as far as possible by the still active remnant of the thinking and organizing faculties of the psyche. Thus far, however, no one has been successful in discerning the motive which would decide what particular law of association is to be obeyed by those images which do not originate in external stimuli. But it has been repeatedly observed that the associations which connect the dream images with one another are of particular kind, differing from those found in the activities of the waking mind. Thus Folke, in dreams, the ideas chase and seize upon one another on the strength of accidental similarities and barely perceptible connections. All dreams are pervaded by casual and unconstrained associations of this kind. Maury attaches great value to this characteristic of the connection of ideas, for it allows them to draw a closer analogy between the dream life and certain mental derangements. He recognizes two main characteristics of the deliria. 1.
Une action spontanée et comme automatique de l'esprit.
An action of the mind spontaneous and as though automatic. 2.
Une association vicieuse et irrégulière des idées.
A defective and irregular association of ideas. Maury gives two excellent examples from his own dreams, in which the mere similarity of sound decides the connection between the dream representations. Once he dreamed that he was in a pèlerinage, to Jerusalem or to Mecca. After many adventures, he found himself in the company of the chemist Pelletier. The latter, after some conversation, gave him a galvanized shovel, pelle, which became his great broadsword in the next portion of the dream. In another dream, he is walking along a highway where he reads the distances on the kilometer stones. Presently he found himself at a grocer's, who had a large pair of scales. A man put kilogram weights into the scales in order to weigh Maury. The grocer then said to him, "You are not in Paris, but on the island Gilolo." This was followed by a number of pictures in which he saw the flower Lobelia, and then General Lopez, of whose death he had read a little while previously. Finally he awoke as he was playing a game of Lotto. We are, indeed, quite well aware that this low estimate of the psychic activities of the dream has not been allowed to pass without contradiction from various quarters. Yet here contradiction would seem rather difficult. It is not a matter of much significance that one of the depreciators of dream life, Spitta, should assure us that the same psychological laws which govern the waking state rule the dream also, or that another, Dugas, should state,
Le réveil n'est pas de raison ni même irraison pure.
The dream is neither pure derangement nor pure irrationality. So long as neither of them has attempted to bring this opinion into harmony with the psychic anarchy and the dissolution of all mental functions in the dream, which they themselves have described. However, the possibility seems to have dawned upon others that the madness of the dream is perhaps not without its method, that it is perhaps only a disguise, a dramatic pretense, like that of Hamlet, to whose madness the perspicacious judgment refers. These authors must either have refrained from judging by appearances, or appearances were, in their case, altogether different. Without lingering over its superficial absurdity, Havelock Ellis considers the dream as an anarchic world of vast emotions and imperfect thoughts, the study of which may acquaint us with the primitive stages of the development of mental life. J. Sully presents the same conception of the dream in a still more comprehensive and penetrating fashion. His statements deserve all the more consideration when it is added that he, perhaps more than any other psychologist, was convinced of the veiled significance of the dream. Now, our dreams are a means of conserving these successive personalities. When asleep, we go back to the old ways of looking at things and of feeling about them, to impulses and activities which long ago dominated us. A thinker like Delboeuf asserts without indeed adducing proof in the face of the contradictory data, and hence without real justification.
Dans le sommeil, hormis la perception, toutes les facultés de l'esprit, intelligence, imagination, mémoire, volonté, moralité, restent intactes dans leur essence. Seulement, elles s'appliquent à des objets imaginaires et mobiles. Le sanguin est un acteur qui joue à volant, le fou et les sages, le bourreau et la victime, le néant et le géant, le démon et les anges.
In sleep, excepting perception, all the faculties of the mind, intellect, imagination, memory, will, morality, remain intact in their essence. Only they are applied to imaginary and variable objects. The dreamer is an actor who plays at will, the mad and the wise, executioner and victim, dwarf and giant, devil and angel. The Marquis Hervé, who is flatly contradicted by Maury, and whose essay I have been unable to obtain despite all my efforts, appears emphatically to protest against the underestimation of the psychic capacity in the dream. Maury speaks of him as follows:
Monsieur le Marquis Hervé prête à l'intelligence durant le sommeil toute sa liberté d'action et d'attention, et il ne semble faire consister le sommeil que dans l'occultation de sens, dans leur fermeture au monde extérieur, en sorte que l'homme qui dort ne se distingue guère, selon la manière de voir, de l'homme qui les éveille sa pensée en se bouchant le sens. Toute la différence qui séparait alors la pensée ordinaire de celle de dormir, c'est que, chez celui-ci, l'idée prend une forme visible, objective et ressemble à s'y même prendre à la sensation déterminée par l'objet extérieur. Le souvenir revêt l'apparence du fait présent.
The Marquis Hervé attributes to the intelligence during sleep all its freedom of action and attention, and he seems to make sleep consist only of the shutting of the senses, of their closing to the outside world. Except for his manner of seeing, the man asleep is hardly distinguishable from the man who allows his mind to wander while he obstructs his senses. The whole difference, then, between ordinary thought and that of the sleeper is that, with the latter, the idea takes an objective and visible shape, which resembles, to all appearances, sensations determined by exterior objects. Memory takes on the appearance of present fact. Maury adds, however,
qu'il y a une différence plus capitale à savoir que la faculté intellectuelle de l'homme endormi n'offre pas l'équilibre qu'elle se garde chez l'homme éveillé.
That there is a further and important difference in that the mental faculties of the sleeping man do not offer the equilibrium which they keep in the waking state. In Baschild, who gives us fully information as to Hervé's book, we find that this author expresses himself as follows, in respect to the apparent incoherence of dreams.
L'image du réveil est la copie de la idée. Le principal est l'idée. La vision n'est pas qu'accessoire. Ceci établi, il faut savoir suivre la marche des idées, il faut savoir analyser le tissu des rêves. L'incohérence devient alors compréhensible. La conception les plus fantastiques devient des faits simples et parfaitement logiques.
The image in a dream is a copy of an idea. The main thing is the idea. The vision is only accessory. This established, it is necessary to know how to follow the progression of ideas, how to analyze the texture of the dreams. Incoherence, then, is understandable. The most fantastic concepts become simple and perfectly logical facts.
Les rêves les plus bizarres trouvent même une explication des plus logiques quand on sait les analyser.
Even the most bizarre dreams find a most logical explanation when one knows how to analyze them. J. Starke has drawn attention to the fact that a similar solution of the incoherence of dreams was put forward in 1799 by an old writer, Wolfe Davidson, who was unknown to me. The peculiar leaps of our imaginings in the dream state all have their cause in the laws of association, but this connection often occurs very obscurely in the soul, so that we frequently seem to observe a leap of imagination where none really exists. The evaluation of the dream as a psychic product in the literature of the subject varies over a very wide scale. It extends from the extreme of underestimation, as we have already seen, through premonitions that it may have a value as yet unrevealed, to an exaggerated overestimation, which sets the dream life far above the capacities of waking life. In a psychological characterization of dream life, Hildebrand, as we know, groups into three antinomies, and he combines in the third of these antinomies the two extreme points of this scale of values. In the contrast between, on the one hand, an enhancement, an increase of potentiality, which often amounts to virtuosity, and on the other hand, a decided diminution and enfeeblement of the psychic life, often to a subhuman level. As regards the first, who is there that cannot confirm from his own experience the fact that, in the workings and weavings of the genius of dreams, there are sometimes exhibited a profundity and sincerity of emotion, a tenderness of feeling, a clearness of view, a subtlety of observation, and a readiness of wit, such as we should have modestly to deny that we always possessed in our waking life. Dreams have a wonderful poetry, an apposite allegory, an incomparable sense of humor, a delightful irony. They see the world in a light of peculiar idealization, and often intensify the effect of their phenomena by the most ingenious understanding of the reality underlying them. They show us as earthly beauty in a truly heavenly radiance, the sublime in its most supremest majesty, and that which we know to be terrible in its most frightful form, with the ridiculous being indescribably and drastically comical. And on waking, we are sometimes still so full of one of these impressions that it will occur to us that such things have never yet been offered to us by the real world. One might here ask oneself, do these depreciatory remarks and these enthusiastic praises really refer to the same phenomena? Have some writers overlooked the foolish and the others the profound and sensitive dreams? And if both kinds of dreams do occur, that is, dreams that merit both these judgments, does it not seem idle to seek a psychological characterization of the dream? Would it not suffice to state that everything is possible in dream, from the lowest degradation of the psychic life to its flight to heights unknown in the waking state? Convenient as such a solution might be, it has this against it, that behind the efforts of all the investigators of dreams, there seems to lurk the assumption that there is in dreams some characteristic which is universally valid in its essential features, and which must eliminate all these contradictions. It is unquestionably true that the mental capacities of dreams found readier and warmer recognition in the intellectual period now lying behind us, when philosophy rather than exact natural science ruled the most intelligent minds. Statements like that of Schubert, to the effect the dream frees the mind from the power of external nature, that it liberates the soul from the chains of sensory life, together with the similar opinions expressed by the younger Fichte and others, who represent dreams as a soaring of the mind to a higher plane, all these seem hardly conceivable to us today. They are repeated at present only by mystics and devotees. With the advance of a scientific mode of thought, a reaction took place in the estimation of dreams. It is the medical writers who are most inclined to underrate the psychic activity in dreams, as being insignificant and valueless, while philosophers and unprofessional observers, amateur psychologists, whose contributions to the subject in especial must not be overlooked, have for the most part, in the agreement with the popular belief, laid emphasis on the psychological value of dreams. Those who are inclined to underrate the psychic activity of dreams naturally show a preference for the somatic sources of excitation in the etiology of the dream. Those who admit the dreaming mind may retain greater part of its waking faculties naturally have no motive for denying the existence of autonomous stimulations. Among the superior accomplishments which one may be tempted, even on a sober comparison, to ascribe to the dream life, that of the memory is the most impressive. We have fully discussed the by no means rare experiences which prove this superiority. Another privilege of the dream life, often extolled by the older writers, namely, the fact that it can overstep the limitations of time and space, is easily recognized as an illusion. This privilege, as Hildebrand remarks, is merely illusory. Dreams disregard time and space only as does waking thought, and only because dreaming is itself a form of thinking. Dreams are supposed to enjoy a further advantage, in respect of time, to be independent of the passage of time in yet another sense. Dreams, like Maury's dream of his execution, seem to show that the perceptual content which the dream can compress into a very short space of time far exceeds that which can be mastered by our psychic activity in its waking thoughts. These conclusions have, however, been disputed. The essays of Le Laurent and Egger on the apparent duration of dreams give rise to a long, interesting discussion, which, in all probability, has not yet found the final explanation of this profound and delicate problem. The dreams are able to continue the intellectual activities of the day, and to carry them to a point which could not be arrived at during the day; that they may resolve doubts and problems, and that they may be the source of fresh inspiration in poets and composers, seems, in the light of numerous records, and that of the collection of instances compiled by Chabanix, to be proved beyond question. But even though the facts may be beyond dispute, their interpretation is a subject to many doubts on wider grounds. Finally, the alleged divinatory power of the dream has become a subject of contention, in which almost insuperable objections are confronted by obstinate and reiterated assertions. It is, of course, right that we should refrain from denying that this view has any basis whatever in fact, since it is quite possible that a number of such cases may before long be explained on purely natural psychological grounds.
Section 7 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 7. The Ethical Sense in Dreams. For reasons which will be intelligible only after consideration of my own investigations of dreams, I have isolated from the psychology of the dream the subsidiary problem as to whether or to what extent the moral dispositions and feelings of waking life extend into dream life. The same contradictions which we were surprised to observe in the descriptions by various authors of all the other psychic activities will surprise us again here. Some writers flatly assert that dreams know nothing of moral obligations. Others as decidedly declare that the moral nature of man persists even in his dream life. Our ordinary experience of dreams seems to confirm beyond all doubt the correctness of the first assertion. Jessen says, "Nor does one become better or more virtuous during sleep. On the contrary, it seems that the conscience is silent in our dreams, inasmuch as one feels no compassion and can commit the worst of crimes, such as theft, murder, and homicide, with perfect indifference and without subsequent remorse." Radestock says, "It is to be noted that in dreams associations are effected and ideas combined without being in any way influenced by reflection, reason, aesthetic taste, and moral judgment. The judgment is extremely weak, and ethical indifference reigns supreme." Volquet expresses himself as follows: "As everyone knows, dreams are especially unbridled in sexual matters. Just as the dreamer himself is shameless in the extreme, and wholly lacking in moral feeling and judgment, so likewise does he see others, even the most respected persons, doing things which, even in his thoughts, he would blush to associate them with in his waking state." Utterances like those of Schopenhauer, that in dreams every man acts and talks in complete accordance with his character, are in sharpest contradiction to those mentioned above. R. F. Fischer maintains that the subjective feelings and desires, or affects and passions, manifest themselves in the wilfulness of the dream life, and that the moral characteristics of a man are mirrored in his dreams. Hafner says, "With rare exceptions, a virtuous man will be virtuous also in his dreams. He will resist temptation, and will show no sympathy for hatred, envy, anger, and all other vices, whereas the sinful man will, as a rule, encounter in his dreams the images which he has before him in the waking state." Schultz says, "In dreams there is truth despite all camouflage of nobility or degradation, and we recognize our true selves. The honest man does not commit a dishonoring crime even in his dreams, or if he does, he is appalled by it as something foreign to his nature. The Roman emperor who ordered one of his subjects to be executed because he dreamed that he had cut off the emperor's head was not far wrong in justifying his action on the ground that he who has such dreams must have similar thoughts while awake. Significantly enough, we say of things that find no place even in our intimate thoughts, 'I would never even dream of such a thing.' Plato, on the other hand, considers that they are the best men who only dream the things which other men do." Plath, varying a familiar proverb, says, "Tell me your dreams for a time, and I will tell you what you are within." The little essay of Hildebrandt, from which I have already taken so many quotations, the best expressed and the most suggestive contribution to the literature of the dream problem which I hitherto discovered, takes for its central theme the problem of morality in dreams. For Hildebrandt, too, it is an established rule that the purer the life, the purer the dream, the impurer the life, the impurer the dream. The moral nature of man persists even in dreams. But while we are not offended or made suspicious by an arithmetic error, no matter how obvious, by a reversal of scientific fact, no matter how romantic, by an anachronism, no matter how ridiculous, we nevertheless do not lose sight of the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, virtue and vice. No matter how much of that which accompanies us during the day may vanish in our hours of sleep, Kant's categorical imperative dogs our steps as an inseparable companion, of whom we cannot rid ourselves even in our slumber. This can be explained only by the fact that the fundamental element of human nature, the moral essence, is too firmly fixed to be subjected to the kaleidoscopic shaking up to which fantasy, reason, memory, and other faculties of the same order succumb in our dreams. In the further discussion of the subject, we find in both these groups of authors remarkable evasions and inconsequences. Strictly speaking, all interest in immoral dreams should be at an end for those who assert that the moral personality of the individuals fall to pieces in their dreams. They could as coolly reject all attempts to hold the dreamer responsible for his dreams, or to infer from the immorality of his dreams that there is an immoral stain in his character, as they have rejected the apparently analogous attempt to prove from the absurdity of his dreams the worthlessness of his intellectual life in the waking state. The others, according to whom the categorical imperative extends even into the dream, ought to accept in total the notion of full responsibility for immoral dreams, and we can only hope that their reprehensible dreams do not lead them to abandon their otherwise firm belief in their own moral worth. As a matter of fact, however, it would seem that although no one is positively certain how good or bad he is, he can hardly deny that he can recollect immoral dreams of his own. That there are such dreams no one denies, the only question is, how do they originate? so that in spite of their conflicting judgments of dream morality, both groups of authors are at pains to explain the genesis of the immoral dream, and here a new conflict arises, as to whether its origin is to be sought in the normal functions of the physic life, or in the somatically conditioned encroachments upon this life. The nature of the facts compel both those who argue for and those who argue against moral responsibility in dream life to agree in recognizing a special psychic source for the immorality of dreams. Those who maintain that morality continues to function in our dream life nevertheless refrain from assuming full responsibility for their dreams. Hafner says, "We are not responsible for our dreams because that basis which alone gives our life truth and reality is withdrawn from our thoughts and our will. Hence the wishes and actions of our dreams cannot be virtuous or sinful. Yet the dreamer is responsible for the sinful dream, insofar as indirectly he brings it about. Thus, as in waking state, it is his duty just before going to sleep, morally to cleanse his mind." The analysis of this admixture of denial and recognition of responsibility for the moral content of dreams is carried much further by Hildebrandt. After arguing that the dramatic method of representation characteristic of his dreams, the condensation of the most complicated processes of reflection into the briefest periods of time, and the debasement and confusion of the imaginative elements of dreams, which even he admits must allow for in some respect the immoral appearance of the dreams, he nevertheless confesses that there are the most serious objections to flatly denying all responsibility for the lapses and offenses of which we are guilty in our dreams. If we wish to repudiate very decisively any sort of unjust accusation, and especially one which has reference to our intentions and convictions, we use the expression, "We should never have dreamt of such a thing." By this, it is true, we mean on one hand that we consider the region of the dreams the last and remotest place in which we could be held responsible for our thoughts, because these thoughts are so loosely and incoherently connected with our real being that we can, after all, hardly regard them as our own. But inasmuch as we feel impelled expressly to deny the existence of such thoughts even in this region, we are at the same time indirectly admitting that our justification would not be complete unless it extended even thus far. And I believe that here, although unconsciously, we are speaking the language of truth. No dream action can be imagined whose first beginnings have not in some shape already passed through the mind during our waking hours in the form of wish, desire, or impulse. Concerning this original impulse, we must say, the dream has not discovered it, it has only imitated and extended it. It has only elaborated into dramatic form a scrap of historical material which it found already existing within us. It brings to our mind the words of the apostle that he who hates his brother is a murderer. And though, after we wake, being conscious of our moral strength, we may smile at the whole widely elaborated structure of the depraved dream, yet the original material out of which we formed it cannot be laughed away. One feels responsible for the transgressions of one's dreaming self, not for the whole sum of them, but yet for a certain percentage. In short, if we in this sense can hardly be impugned, we understand the words of Christ, that out of the heart come evil thoughts, that we can hardly help being convinced that every sin committed in our dreams brings with it at least a vague minimum of guilt. Thus Hildebrandt finds the source of the immorality of dreams in the germs and hints of evil impulses which pass through our minds during the day as mental temptations, and he does not hesitate to include these immoral elements in the ethical evaluation of the personality. These same thoughts and the same evaluation of these thoughts have, as we know, caused devout and holy men of all ages to lament that they were wicked sinners. It is not uninteresting to consider the attitude of the Inquisition to this problem. In the Tractatus de Officio Sententiam Inquisitis of Thomas Carina, one finds the following passage: "Should anyone utter hearsays in his dreams, the inquisitors shall consider this a reason for investigating his conduct in life, for that which is wont to return in sleep, which occupies a man during the day." Dr. Edinger, St. Urban, Switzerland. The general occurrence of these contrasting thoughts in the majority of men, and even in other regions than the ethical, is of course established beyond a doubt. They have sometimes been judged in a less serious spirit. Spitta quotes a relevant passage from A. Zeller. "An intellect is rarely so happily organized as to be in full command of itself at all times and seasons, and never to be disturbed in the lucid and constant processes of thought by ideas not merely unessential, but absolutely grotesque and nonsensical. Indeed, the greatest thinkers have had cause to complain of this dreamlike, tormenting, and distressing ramble of ideas, which disturbs their profoundest contemplations and their most pious and earnest meditations. A clearer light is thrown on the psychological meaning of these contrasting thoughts by a further observation of Hildebrandt, to the effect that dreams permit us an occasional glimpse of the deepest and innermost recesses of our being, which are generally closed to us in this waking state. A recognition of this fact is betrayed by Kant in his Anthropology, when he states that our dreams may perhaps be intended to reveal to us not what we are, but what we might have been if we had had another upbringing, and by Radstock, who suggests that our dreams disclose to us what we do not wish to admit to ourselves, and that we therefore unjustly condemn them as lying and deceptive. J. E. Erdmann asserts, "A dream has never told me what I ought to think of a person, but, to my great surprise, a dream has more than once taught me what I do really think of him and feel about him." And J. H. Fitch expresses himself in a like manner. The character of our dreams gives a far truer reflection of our general disposition than anything which we can learn by self-observation in the waking state. Such remarks as this of Benini's call attention to the fact that the emergence of impulses which are foreign to our ethical consciousness is merely analogous to the manner already familiar to us, in which the dream disposes of other representative material. Volquet expresses himself in a similar fashion. Even ideas which have entered into our consciousness almost unnoticed, and which, perhaps, it has never been before called out of oblivion, often announce their presence in the mind through a dream. Finally, we may remember that, according to Schleiermacher, the state of the falling asleep is accompanied by the appearance of undesired imaginings. We may include in such undesired imaginings the whole of that imaginative material the occurrence of which surprises us in immoral as well as in absurd dreams. The only important difference consists in the fact that the undesired imaginings in the moral sphere as in opposition to our usual feelings, whereas the others merely appear strange to us. So far nothing has been done to enable us to reconcile this difference by a profounder understanding. But what is the significance of the emergence of undesired representations in dreams? What conclusions can the psychology of the waking and dreaming mind draw from these nocturnal manifestations of contrasting ethical impulses? Here we find a fresh diversity of opinion, and also a different grouping of the authors who have treated the subject. The line of thought followed by Hildebrandt, and by others who share his fundamental opinion, cannot be continued otherwise than by ascribing to the immoral impulses, even in the waking state, a latent vitality, which is indeed inhibited from proceeding to action, and by asserting that during sleep something falls away from us, which, having the effect of an inhibition, has kept us from becoming aware of the existence of such impulses. Dreams, therefore, reveal the true, if not the whole, nature of the dreamer, and are one means of making the hidden life of the psyche accessible to our understanding. It is only on such hypotheses that Hildebrandt can attribute to the dream the role of a monitor who calls our attention to the secret mischief in the soul, just as, according to physicians, it may announce a hitherto unobserved physical disorder. Spitta, too, must be influenced by this conception, which he refers, for example, to the stream of excitations which flow in upon the psyche during puberty, and consoles the dreamer by assuring him that he has done all that is in his power if he has led a strictly virtuous life during his waking state, if he has made an attempt to suppress the sinful thoughts as often as they arise, and has kept them from maturing and turning into action. According to this conception, we may designate as undesired imaginings those that are suppressed during the day. We must recognize that in their emergence a genuine psychic phenomenon. According to certain other authors, we have no right to draw this last inference. For Justin, the undesired ideas and images in the dream as in the waking state, and also in the delirium of fever, etc., possess the character of a voluntary activity laid to rest, and of a procession, to some extent mechanical, of images and ideas evoked by inner impulses. An immoral dream proves nothing in respect of the psychic life of the dreamer except that he has somehow become cognizant of the imaginative content in question. It is certainly no proof of a psychic impulse of his own mind. Another writer, Maury, makes us wonder whether he too does not ascribe to the dream state the power of dividing the psychic activity into its components instead of aimlessly destroying it. He speaks as follows of dreams in which one oversteps the bounds of morality. Translation: Our tendencies speak and make us act without being restrained by our conscience, although it sometimes warns us. I have my faults and vicious tendencies. Awake, I try to fight against them, and often enough I do not succumb to them. But in my dreams I always succumb, or rather I act at their direction without fear or remorse. Les Stimuli, page 113. Evidently, the visions which unfold in my dreams, and which constitute the dream, are suggested by the stimuli which I feel, and which my absent will does not try to repel. If one believed in the power of the dream to reveal an actually existing, but suppressed or concealed, immoral disposition of the dreamer, one could not express one's opinion more emphatically than in the words of Mori, page 115, translation. In a dream, a man is totally revealed to himself in his naked and wretched state. As he suspends the exercise of his will, he becomes a toy of all the passions from which, when awake, our conscious horror and fear defend us. He then mentions as an example that his own dreams often reveal him as a victim of just those superstitions which he has most vigorously attacked in his writings. The value of all these acute observations is, however, impaired in Maury's case, because he refuses to recognize in the phenomena which he has so accurately observed anything more than proof of the automasme psychologique which, in his own opinion, dominates the dream life. He conceives this automasm as the complete opposite of this psychic activity. A passage in Stricker's Subrin über das Bewusstsein reads, "Dreamers do not consist purely and simply of delusions. For example, if one is afraid of robbers in a dream, the robbers indeed are imaginary, but the fear is real. Our attention is here called to the fact that the effective development of a dream does not admit of the judgment which one bestows upon the rest of the dream content, and the problem then arises, what part of the psychic processes in a dream may be real? That is to say, what part of them may claim to be enrolled among the psychic processes of the waking state." End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Malone. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Chapter 1, Section G. Dream Theories and the Function of the Dream. A statement concerning the dream which seeks to explain as many as possible of its observed characteristics from a single point of view, and which at the same time defines the relation of the dream to a more comprehensive sphere of phenomena, may be described as a theory of the dream. The individual theories of the dream will be distinguished from one another by their designating as essential this or that characteristic of dreams, and relating thereto their data and their explanations. It is not absolutely necessary that we should deduce from the theory of the dream a function, that is, a use or any such similar role, but expectation, being as a matter of habit, teleologically inclined, will nevertheless welcome these theories which afford us some insight into a function of dreams. We have already become acquainted with many conceptions of the dream, which in this sense are more or less deserving of the name of dream theories. The belief of the ancients that dreams were sent by the gods in order to guide the actions of man was a complete theory of the dream, which told them all that was worth knowing about dreams. Since dreams have become an object of biological research, we have a greater number of theories, some of which, however, are very incomplete. Provided we make no claim to completeness, we might venture on the following rough grouping of dream theories, based on their fundamental conception of the degree and mode of the psychic activity in dreams. 1. Theories like those of Delboeuf, which allow the full psychic activity of the waking state to continue in our dreams. Here the psyche does not sleep. Its apparatus remains intact, but under the conditions of the sleeping state, which differ from those of the waking state, it must in its normal functioning give results which differ from those of the waking state. As regards these theories, it may be questioned whether their authors are in a position to derive the distinction between dreaming and waking thought entirely from the conditions of the sleeping state. Moreover, they lack one possible access to a function of dreams. One does not understand to what purpose one dreams, why the complicated mechanism of the psychic apparatus should continue to operate even when it is placed under conditions to which it does not appear to be adapted. There are only two purposeful reactions in the place of the reaction of dreaming: to sleep dreamlessly, or to wake when affected by disturbing stimuli. 2. Theories which, on the contrary, assume for the dream a diminution of the psychic activity, a loosening of connections, and an impoverishment of the available material. In accordance with these theories, one must assume for sleep a psychological character entirely different from that given by Delboeuf. Sleep encroaches widely upon the psyche. It does not consist in the mere shutting it off from the outer world. On the contrary, it enters into its mechanism and makes it for the time being unserviceable. If I may draw a comparison from psychiatry, I would say that the first group of theories construes the dream like a paranoia, while the second represents it as a type of mental deficiency or amentia. The theory that only a fragment of the psychic activity paralyzed by sleep finds expression in dreams is that by far the most favored by medical writers and by scientists in general. In so far as one may presuppose a general interest in dream interpretation, one may indeed describe it as the most popular theory of dreams. It is remarkable how nimbly this particular theory avoids the greatest danger that threatens every dream interpretation, that is, shipwreck on one of the contrasts incorporated in dreams. Since this theory regards dreams as the result of a partial waking, or as Herbert puts it in his Psychologie über den Traum, a gradual, partial, and at the same time very anomalous waking, it is able to cover the whole series from the inferior activities of dreams, which betray themselves by their absurdity, to fully concentrated intellectual activity, by a series of states of progressive awakening, ending in complete wakefulness. Those who find the psychological mode of expression indispensable, or who deem it more scientific, will find this theory of dreams summarized in Binz's description, page 43. The state of torpor, however, gradually comes to an end in the hours of early morning. The accumulated products of fatigue in the albumen of the brain gradually diminish. They are slowly decomposed or carried away by the constantly flowing bloodstream. Here and there, individual groups of cells can be distinguished as being awake, while around them all is still in a state of torpidity. The isolated work of the individual groups now appears before our clouded consciousness, which is still powerless to control other parts of the brain, which govern the associations. Hence the pictures created, which for the most part correspond to the objective impressions of the immediate past, combine with one another in a wild and uncontrolled fashion. As the number of brain cells set free constantly increases, the irrationality of the dream becomes constantly less. The conception of the dream as an incomplete, partial waking state, or traces of the influence of this conception, will of course be found in the works of all the modern psychologists and philosophers. It is most completely represented by Maury. It often seems as though this author conceives the state of being awake or asleep as susceptible of shifting from one anatomical region to another, each anatomical region seeming to him to be connected with a definite psychic function. Here I will merely suggest that even if the theory of partial waking were confirmed, its finer superstructure would still call for exhaustive consideration. No function of dreams, of course, can emerge from this conception of the dream life. On the contrary, Binz, one of the chief proponents of this theory, consistently enough denies that dreams have any status or importance. He says, page 357, "All the facts, as we see them, urge us to characterize the dreams as a physical process, in all cases useless, and in many cases definitely morbid." The expression physical in reference to dreams, the word is emphasized by the author, points, of course, in more than one direction. In the first place, it refers to the etiology of dreams, which was of special interest to Binz, as he was studying the experimental production of dreams by the administration of drugs. It is certainly in keeping with this kind of dream theory to ascribe the incitement to dreaming, whenever possible, exclusively to somatic origins. Presented in the most extreme form, the theory is as follows. After we have put ourselves to sleep by the banishment of stimuli, there would be no need to dream, and no reason for dreaming, until the morning, when the gradual awakening through the fresh invasion of stimuli might be reflected in the phenomenon of dreaming. But, as a matter of fact, it is not possible to protect our sleep from stimuli. Like the germs of life which Mephistopheles complained, stimuli come to the sleeper from all directions, from without, from within, and even from all those bodily regions which never trouble us during the waking state. Thus our sleep is disturbed, now this, now that little corner of the psyche is jogged into the waking state, and the psyche functions for a while with the awakened fraction, yet is thankful to fall asleep again. The dream is the reaction to the disturbance of sleep caused by the stimulus, but it is, when all is said, a purely superfluous reaction. The description of the dream, which after all remains an activity of the psychic organ, as a physical process, has yet another connotation. So to describe it is to deny that the dream has the dignity of a psychic process. The old simile of the 10 fingers of a person ignorant of music running over the keyboard of an instrument perhaps best illustrates in what esteem the dream is commonly held by the representatives of exact science. Thus conceived, it becomes something wholly insusceptible of interpretation. How could the 10 fingers of a player ignorant of music perform a musical composition? The theory of partial wakefulness did not escape criticism even by the earlier writers. Thus Burdick wrote in 1830, "If we say that dreaming is a partial waking, then, in the first place, neither the waking nor the sleeping state is explained thereby. Secondly, this amounts only to saying that certain powers of the mind are active in dreams, while others are at rest. But such irregularities occur throughout life." Page 482. The prevailing dream theory, which conceives the dream as a physical process, finds a certain support in a very interesting conception of the dream, which was first propounded by Robert in 1866, and which is seductive because it assigns to the dream a function or a useful result. As the basis of his theory, Robert takes two objectively observable facts, which we have already discussed in our consideration of dream material, Chapter 1b. These facts are: 1. That one very often dreams about the most insignificant impressions of the day, and 2. That one rarely carries over into the dream the absorbing interests of the day. Robert asserts as an indisputable fact that those matters which have been fully settled and solved never evoke dreams, but only such as lie incompleted in the mind, or touch it merely in passing, page 10. For this reason we cannot usually explain our dreams, since their causes are to be found in sensory impressions of the preceding day which have not attained sufficient recognition on the part of the dreamer. The condition permitting an impression to reach the dream is, therefore, that this impression has been disturbed in its elaboration, or that it was too insignificant to lay claim to such elaboration. Robert, therefore, conceives the dream as a physical process of elimination, which in its psychic reaction reaches the consciousness. Dreams are eliminations of thoughts, nipped in the bud. A man deprived of the capacity for dreaming would in time become mentally unbalanced, because an immense number of unfinished and unsolved thoughts and superficial impressions would accumulate in his brain, under the pressure of which all that should be incorporated in the memory as a completed whole would be stifled. The dream acts as a safety valve for the overburdened brain. Dreams possess a healing and unburdening power, page 32. We should misunderstand Robert if we were to ask him how representation in the dream could bring about an unburdening of the mind. The writer apparently concluded from these two peculiarities of the dream material that during sleep such an elimination of worthless impressions is effected somehow as a somatic process, and that dreaming is not a special psychic process, but only the information which we receive of such elimination. Moreover, elimination is not the only thing that takes place in the mind during sleep. Robert himself adds that the stimuli of the day are likewise elaborated, and what cannot be eliminated from the undigested thought material lying in the mind is bound up into a completed whole by mental clues borrowed from the imagination, and is thus enrolled in the memory as a harmless fantasy picture, page 23. But it is in his criticism of the sources of dreams that Robert is most flatly opposed to the prevailing theory. Whereas, according to this theory, there would be no dream if the external and internal sensory stimuli did not repeatedly wake the mind. According to Robert, the impulse to dream lies in the mind itself. It lies in the overloading of the mind, which demands discharge, and Robert considers, quite consistently, that those causes conditioning the dream which depend on the physical condition assume a subordinate rank, and could not incite dreams in a mind which contained no material for dream formation derived from the waking consciousness. It is admitted, however, that the fantasy images originating in the depths of the mind may be influenced by nervous stimuli, page 48. Thus, according to Robert, dreams are not, after all, wholly dependent on the somatic element. Dreaming is, of course, not a psychic process, and it has no place among the psychic processes of the waking state. It is a nocturnal somatic process in the apparatus of mental activity, and has a function to perform, namely, to guard this apparatus against excessive strain, or, if we may be allowed to change the comparison, to cleanse the mind. Another author, Yves Delage, bases his theory on the same characteristics of the dream characteristics which are perceptible in the selection of the dream material, and it is instructive to observe how a trifling twist in the conception of the same things gives a final result entirely different in its bearings. Delage, having lost through death a person very dear to him, found that we either do not dream at all of what occupies us intently during the day, or that we begin to dream of it only after it is overshadowed by the other interests of the day. His investigations in respect of other persons corroborated the universality of this state of affairs. Concerning the dreams of newly married people, he makes a comment which is admirable if it should prove to be generally true. S'ils ont été fortement épris, presque jamais ils n'ont rêvé l'un de l'autre avant le mariage ou pendant la lune de miel, et s'ils ont rêvé d'amour, c'est pour être infidèles avec quelque personne indifférente ou odieuse. But of what does one dream? Delage recognizes that the material of our dreams consists of fragments and remnants of impressions, both from the last few days and from earlier periods. All that appears in our dreams, all that we may at first be inclined to consider the creation of dream life, proves on closer investigation to be unrecognized reproduction, souvenir inconscient. But this representative material reveals one common characteristic. It originates from impressions which have probably affected our senses more forcibly than our mind, or from which the attention has been deflected soon after their occurrence. The less conscious, and at the same time the stronger an impression, the greater the prospect of its playing a part in our next dream. If they are very much in love, they have almost never dreamed of each other before the marriage or during the honeymoon, and if they have dreamed of love, it was to be unfaithful with someone unimportant or distasteful. These two categories of impressions, the insignificant and the undisposed of, are essentially the same as those which were emphasized by Robert, but Delage gives them another significance, inasmuch as he believes that these impressions are capable of exciting dreams not because they are indifferent, but because they are not disposed of. The insignificant impressions also are, in a sense, not fully disposed of. They, too, owing to their character of new impressions, are autant de ressorts tendus, which will be relaxed during sleep. Still more entitled to a role in the dream than a weak and almost unnoticed impression is a vivid impression which has been accidentally retarded in its elaboration, or unintentionally repressed. The psychic energy accumulated during the day by inhibition or suppression becomes the mainspring of the dream at night. In dreams, psychically suppressed material achieves expression. So many taut lines. 2. A novelist, Anatole France, expresses himself to a similar effect, le lys rouge. Ce que nous voyons la nuit, ce sont les restes malheureux que nous avons négligés pendant la veille. Le rêve est souvent la revanche des choses qu'on méprise ou que le reproche des autres abandonne. What we see at night are the unhappy relics that we neglected while awake. The dream is often the revenge of things scorned, or the reproach of beings deserted. Unfortunately, Delage does not pursue this line of thought any further. He is able to ascribe only the most insignificant role in our dreams to an independent psychic activity, and thus, in his theory of dreams, he reverts to the prevailing doctrine of a partial slumber of the brain. En somme, le rêve est le produit de la pensée errante, sans but et sans direction, se fixant successivement sur les souvenirs qui ont gardé assez d'intensité pour se placer sur sa route, et l'arrêter au passage, établissant entre eux un lien tantôt faible et indécis, tantôt plus fort et plus serré, selon que l'activité actuelle du cerveau est plus ou moins abolie par le sommeil. In short, the dream is the product of wandering thought, without end or direction, successively fixing on memories which have retained sufficient intensity to put themselves in the way and block the passage, establishing between themselves a connection sometimes weak and loose, sometimes stronger and closer, according to whether the actual work of the brain is more or less suppressed by sleep. 3. In a third group, we may include those dream theories which ascribe to the dreaming mind the capacity for and propensity to special psychic activities, which in the waking state it is able to exert either not at all or imperfectly. In most cases, the manifestation of these activities is held to result in a useful function of dreams. The evaluations of dreams by the earlier psychologists fall chiefly within this category. I shall content myself, however, with quoting in their stead the assertion of Burdick to the effect that dreaming is the natural activity of the mind, which is not limited by the power of the individuality, nor disturbed by self-consciousness, nor directed by self-determination, but is the vitality of the sensible focus indulging in free play. Page 486. Burdick and others evidently consider this reveling in the free use of its own powers as a state in which the mind refreshes itself and gathers fresh strength for the day's work, something indeed after the fashion of a vacation. Burdick therefore cites with approval the admirable words in which the poet Novalis lauds the power of the dream. The dream is a bulwark against the regularity and commonplace character of life, a free recreation of the fettered fantasy, in which it intermingles all the images of life and interrupts the constant seriousness of the adult by the joyful play of the child. Without the dream we should surely grow old earlier, so that the dream may be considered, if not precisely as a gift from above, yet as a delightful exercise, a friendly companion on our pilgrimage to the grave. The refreshing and healing activity of dreams is even more impressively described by Pourquine, page 456. The productive dreams, in particular, would perform these functions. They are the unconstrained play of the imagination, and have no connection with the events of the day. The mind is loath to continue the tension of the waking life, but wishes to relax it and recuperate from it. It creates, in the first place, conditions opposed to those of the waking state. It cures sadness by joy, worry by hope, and cheerfully distracting images, hatred by love, and friendliness and fear by courage and confidence. It appeases doubt by conviction and firm belief, and vain expectation by realization. Sleep heals many sore spots in the mind, which the day keeps continually open, by covering them and guarding them against fresh irritation. On this depends in some degree the consoling action of time. We all feel that sleep is beneficial to the psychic life, and the vague surmise of the popular consciousness is apparently loath to surrender the notion that dreaming is one of the ways in which sleep bestows its benefits. The most original and most comprehensive attempt to explain dreaming as a special activity of the mind, which can freely unfold itself only in the sleeping state, is that made by Scherner in 1861. Scherner's book is written in a heavy and bombastic style, and is inspired by an almost intoxicated enthusiasm for the subject, which is bound to repel us unless it can carry us away with it. It places so many difficulties in the way of an analysis that we gladly resort to the clearer and conciser presentation of Scherner's theories made by the philosopher Foucault. From these mystical conglomerations, from all these outbursts of splendor and radiance, there indeed flashes and shines an ominous semblance of meaning, but the path of the philosopher is not illumined thereby. Such is the criticism of Scherner's exposition by one of his own followers. Scherner is not one of those writers for whom the mind carries its undiminished faculties into the dream life. He even explains how, in our dreams, the centrality and spontaneous energy of the ego become enervated, how cognition, feeling, will, and imagination are transformed by this decentralization, how the remnant of these psychic forces has not a truly intellectual character, but is rather of the nature of a mechanism. But, on the other hand, that activity of the psyche which may be described as fantasy, freed from all rational governance, and hence no longer strictly controlled, rises to absolute supremacy in our dreams. To be sure, it borrows all its building material from the memory of the waking state, but with this material it builds up structures which differ from those of the waking state, as day differs from night. In our dreams it reveals itself as not only reproductive but also productive. Its peculiarities give the dream life its singular character. It shows a preference for the unlimited, the exaggerated, the prodigious, but by its liberation from the inhibiting categories of thought, it gains a greater flexibility and agility, and indulges in pleasurable turns. It is excessively sensitive to the delicate emotional stimuli of the mind, to its stirring and disturbing effects, and it rapidly recasts the inner life into an external plastic visibility. The dream fantasy lacks the language of concepts. What it wishes to say, it must express in visible form, and since in this case the concept does not exert an inhibitory control, it depicts it in all the fullness, power, and breadth of visible form. But hereby its language, plain though it is, becomes cumbersome, awkward, and prolix. Plain speaking is rendered especially difficult by the fact that it dislikes expressing an object by its actual image, but prefers to select an alien image, if only the latter is able to express that particular aspect of the object which it is anxious to represent. Such is the symbolizing activity of the fantasy. It is, moreover, very significant that the dream fantasy reproduces objects not in detail, but only in outline, and in the freest possible manner. Its paintings, therefore, are like light and brilliant sketches. The dream fantasy, however, does not stop at the mere representation of the object, but feels an internal urge to implicate the dream ego to some extent with the object, and thus to give rise to action. The visual dream, for example, depicts gold coins lying in the street. The dreamer picks them up, rejoices, and carries them away. According to Schörner, the material upon which the dream fantasy exerts its artistic activity consists preponderantly of the organic sensory stimuli which are so obscure during the day. Compare page 151 above. Hence it is that the over-fantastic theory of Schörner, and perhaps two matter-of-fact theories of Wundt and other psychologists, though otherwise diametrically opposed to each other, are in perfect agreement in their assumptions with regard to dream sources and dream stimuli. But whereas, according to the psychological theory, the psychic reaction to the inner physical stimuli becomes exhausted with the arousing of any of the ideas appropriate to these stimuli, as these ideas then, by way of association, call to their aid other ideas, so that on reaching this stage the chain of psychic processes appears to terminate. According to Schörner, on the other hand, the physical stimuli merely supply the psyche with material which it may utilize in fulfilling its fantastic intentions. For Schörner, dream formation begins where, according to the views of other writers, it comes to an end. What the dream fantasy does with the physical stimuli cannot, of course, be regarded as purposeful. The fantasy plays a tantalizing game with them, and represents the organic source of the stimuli of the dream in question by any sort of plastic symbolism. Indeed, Schörner holds, though here Foucault and others differ from him, that the dream fantasy has a certain favorite symbol for the organism as a whole, namely the house. Fortunately, however, for its representations, it does not seem to limit itself to this material. It may also employ a whole series of houses to designate a single organ. For example, very long streets of houses for the intestinal stimulus. In other dreams, particular parts of the house may actually represent particular regions of the body, as in the headache dream, when the ceiling of the room, which the dream sees covered with disgusting toad-like spiders, represents the head. Quite apart from the symbol of the house, any other suitable object may be employed to represent those parts of the body which excite the dream. Thus, the breathing lungs find their symbol in the flaming stove with its windy roaring, the heart in the hollow chests and baskets, the bladder in round, ball-shaped or simply hollow objects. The man's dreams, when due to the sexual stimulus, make the dreamer find in the street the upper portion of a clarinet, or the mouthpiece of a tobacco pipe, or again a piece of fur. The clarinet and tobacco pipe represent the approximate form of the male sexual organ, while the fur represents the pubic hair. In the sexual dreams of the female, the tightness of the closed thighs may be symbolized by a narrow courtyard surrounded by houses, and the vagina by a very narrow, slippery, and soft footpath leading through the courtyard, upon which the dreamer is obliged to walk, in order perhaps to carry a letter to a man. Foucault, page 39. It is particularly noteworthy that at the end of such a physically stimulated dream, the fantasy, as it were, unmasks itself by representing the exciting organ or its function unconcealed. Thus, the tooth-excited dream usually ends with the dreamer taking a tooth out of his mouth. The dream fantasy may, however, direct its attention not merely to the form of the exciting organ, but may even make the substance contained therein the subject of symbolization. Thus, for example, the dream excited by the intestinal stimuli may lead us through muddy streets, the dream due to stimuli from the bladder to foaming water, or the stimulus as such, the nature of its excitation, and the object which it covets, are represented symbolically, or again, the dream ego enters into a concrete association with the symbolization of its own state, as, for example, when, in the case of painful stimuli, we struggle desperately with vicious dogs or raging bulls, or when, in a sexual dream, the dreamer sees herself pursued by a naked man. Disregarding all the possible prolixity of elaboration, a fantastic symbolizing activity remains as the central force of every dream. Foucault, in his fine and enthusiastic essay, attempted to penetrate still further into the character of this fantasy, and to assign to the psychic activity, thus recognized, its position in a system of philosophical ideas, which, however, remains altogether too difficult of comprehension for anyone who is not prepared by previous training for the intuitive comprehension of philosophical modes of thought. Schorner attributes no useful function to the activity of the symbolizing fantasy in dreams. In dreams, the psyche plays with the stimuli which are offered to it. One might conjecture that it plays in a mischievous fashion, and we might be asked whether our detailed consideration of Schorner's dream theory, the arbitrariness of which and its deviation from the rules of all forms of research are only too obvious, can lead to any useful results. We might fitly reply that to reject Schorner's theory without previous examination would be imposing too arrogant a veto. This theory is based on the impressions produced by his dreams on a man who paid close attention to them, and who would appear to be personally very well equipped for tracing obscure psychic phenomena. Furthermore, it treats of a subject which, though rich in its contents and relations, has for thousands of years appeared mysterious to humanity, and to the elucidation of which science, strictly so called, has, as it confesses, contributed nothing beyond attempting, in uncompromising opposition to popular sentiment, to deny its content and significance. Finally, let us frankly admit that it seems as though we cannot very well avoid the fantastical in our attempts to explain dreams. We must remember also that there is such a thing as a fantasy of ganglion cells. The passage cited, page 87, from a sober and exact investigator like Binns, who describes how the dawn of awakening floods the dormant cell masses of the cerebral cortex, is not a whit less fanciful and improbable than Schorner's attempts at interpretation. I hope to be able to demonstrate that there is something real underlying these attempts, though the phenomena which he describes have been only vaguely recognized, and do not possess the character of universality that should entitle them to be the basis of a theory of dreams. For the present, Schorner's theory of dreams, in contrast to the medical theory, may perhaps lead us to realize between what extremes the explanation of dream life is still unsteadily vacillating. End of section 8. Reading by Malone.
Section 9 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Matthew Westra. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill. Chapter 1, Section H. The relation between dreams and mental diseases. When we speak of the relation of dreams to mental derangement, we may mean three different things. 1. Etiological and clinical relations, as when a dream represents or initiates a psychotic condition, or occurs subsequently to such a condition. 2. Changes which the dream life undergoes in cases of mental disease. 3. Inner relations between dreams and psychoses, analogies which point to an intimate relationship. These manifold relations between the two series of phenomena were in the early days of medical science, and are once more at the present time, a favorite theme of medical writers, as we may learn from the literature on the subject collated by Spitta, Redestock, Maury, and Tissey. Recently, Sante de Sanctis has directed his attention to this relationship. For the purposes of our discussion, it will suffice merely to glance at this important subject. As to the clinical and etiological relations between dreams and the psychoses, I will report the following observations as examples. Honbaum asserts that the first attack of insanity is frequently connected with a terrifying anxiety dream, and that the predominating idea is related to this dream. Sante de Sanctis adduces similar observations in respect of paranoiacs, and declares them to be, in some of them, le vrai cause déterminante de la folie, translated, the real determining cause of the madness. The psychosis may come to life quite suddenly, simultaneously with the dream that contains its effective and delusional explanation, or it may develop slowly through subsequent dreams that have still to struggle against doubt. In one of de Sanctis's cases, an intensively moving dream was accompanied by slight hysterical attacks, which in their turn were followed by an anxious, melancholic state. Fair refers to a dream which was followed by hysterical paralysis. Here the dream is presented as the etiology of mental derangement, although we should be making a statement equally consistent with the facts were we to say that the first manifestation of the mental derangement occurred in the dream life, that the disorder first broke through in the dream. In other instances, the morbid symptoms are included in the dream life, or the psychosis remains confined to the dream life. Thus, Thaumayer calls our attention to anxiety dreams, which must be conceived as the equivalent of epileptic attacks. Allison has described cases of nocturnal insanity, in which the subjects are apparently perfectly well in the daytime, while hallucinations, fits of frenzy, and the like regularly make their appearance at night. De Sanctis and Tissey record similar observations, the equivalent of a paranoid dream in an alcoholic, voices accusing a wife of infidelity. Tissey records many observations of recent date in which behavior of a pathological character, based on delusory hypotheses, obsessive impulses, had their origin in dreams. Ghislaine describes a case in which sleep was replaced by an intermittent insanity. We cannot doubt that one day the physician will concern himself not only with the psychology, but also with the psychopathology of dreams. In cases of convalescence from insanity, it is often especially obvious that while the functions may be healthy by day, the dream life may still partake of the psychosis. Gregory is said to have been the first to call attention to such cases. Macario gives an account of a maniac who, a week after his complete recovery, once more experienced in dreams the flux of ideas, and the unbridled impulses of his disease. Concerning the changes which the dream life undergoes in chronic psychotics, little research has been undertaken as yet. On the other hand, early attention was given to the inner relationship between dreams and mental disturbances, a relationship which is demonstrated by the complete agreement of the manifestations occurring in each. According to Maury, Cabinets, in his Report du physique et du moral, was the first to call attention to this relationship. He was followed by Lelut, J. Moreau, and more particularly the philosopher Maine de Biran. The comparison between the two is of course older still. Redistock begins the chapter in which he deals with the subject by citing a number of opinions which insist on the analogy between insanity and dreaming. Kant says somewhere, "The lunatic is a dreamer in the waking state." According to Krauss, insanity is a dream in which the senses are awake. Schopenhauer terms the dream a brief insanity and insanity a long dream. Hagen describes delirium as a dream life which is induced not by sleep but by disease. Wundt in his Physiologische Psychologie declares, "As a matter of fact, we ourselves may in dreams experience almost all the manifestations which we observe in the asylums for the insane." The specific points of agreement, in consequence of which such a comparison commends itself to our judgment, are enumerated by Spitta, who groups them, very much as Maury has done, as follows. 1. Suspension, or at least retardation of self-consciousness, and consequently ignorance of the condition as such, the impossibility of astonishment, and a lack of moral consciousness. 2. Modified perception of the sensory organs. That is, perception is, as a rule, diminished in dreams, and greatly enhanced in insanity. 3. Mutual combination of ideas, exclusively in accordance with the laws of association and reproduction, hence automatic series formations. Hence again the lack of proportion in the relations between ideas, exaggerations, phantasms. And the result of all this? 4. Changes in, for example, inversions of, the personality, and sometimes of the idiosyncrasies of the character, perversities. Redistock adds a few additional data concerning the analogous nature of the material of dreams and of mental derangement. The greatest number of hallucinations and illusions are found in the sphere of the senses of sight and hearing and general sensation. As in dreams, the fewest elements are supplied by the senses of smell and taste. The fever patient, like the dreamer, is assailed by reminiscences from the remote past. What the waking and healthy man seems to have forgotten is recollected in sleep and in disease. The analogy between dreams and the psychoses receives its full value only when, like a family resemblance, it is extended to the subtler points of mimicry and even the individual peculiarities of facial expression. To him who is tortured by physical and mental sufferings, the dream accords what has been denied him by reality, to wit, physical well-being and happiness. So too the insane see radiant images of happiness, eminence, and wealth. The supposed possession of estates and the imaginary fulfillment of wishes, the denial or destruction of which have actually been a psychic cause of the insanity, often form the main content of the delirium. The woman who has lost a dearly beloved child experiences in her delirium the joys of maternity. The man who has suffered reverses of fortune deems himself immensely wealthy, and the jilted girl sees herself tenderly beloved. The passage from Redistock is an abstract of a brilliant exposition of Greisinger's, which reveals with the greatest clarity wish fulfillment as a characteristic of the imagination common to dreams and to the psychoses. My own investigations have taught me that here is to be found the key to a psychological theory of dreams and of the psychoses. Absurd combinations of ideas and weakness of judgment are the main characteristics of the dream and of insanity. the overestimation of one's own mental capacity, which appears absurd to sober judgment, is found alike in both, and the rapid flux of imaginings in the dream corresponds to the flux of ideas in the psychoses. Both are devoid of any measure of time. The splitting of the personality in dreams, which for instance distributes one's own knowledge between two persons, one of whom, the strange person, corrects one's own ego in the dream, entirely corresponds with the well-known splitting of the personality in hallucinatory paranoia. The dreamer, too, hears his own thoughts expressed by strange voices. Even the constant delusive ideas find their analogy in the stereotyped and recurring pathological dream. After recovering from delirium, patients not infrequently declare that the whole period of their illness appeared to them like an uncomfortable dream. Indeed, they inform us that sometimes during their illness they have suspected that they were only dreaming, just as often happens in the sleep dream. In view of all this, it is not surprising that Redistock should summarize his own opinion and that of many others in the following words: "Insanity, an abnormal, morbid phenomenon, is to be regarded as an enhancement of the periodically recurring normal dream state." Krauss attempted to base the relationship between the dream and insanity upon their etiology, or rather upon the sources of excitation, thus perhaps making the relationship even more intimate than was possible on the basis of the analogous nature of the phenomena manifested. According to him, the fundamental element common to both is, as we've already learned, the organically conditioned sensation, the sensation of physical stimuli, the general sensation arising out of contributions from all the organs. The undeniable agreement between dreams and mental derangement, extending even to characteristic details, constitutes one of the strongest confirmations of the medical theory of dream life, according to which the dream is represented as a useless and disturbing process, and as the expression of a diminished psychic activity. One cannot expect, for the present, to derive the final explanation of the dream from the psychic derangements, since, as is well known, our understanding of the origin of the latter is still highly unsatisfactory. It is very probable, however, that a modified conception of the dream must also influence our views regarding the inner mechanism of mental disorders, and hence we may say that we are working towards the explanation of the psychoses when we endeavor to elucidate the mystery of dreams. Addendum 1909. I shall have to justify myself for not extending my summary of the literature of dream problems to cover the period between the first appearance of this book and the publication of the second edition. This justification may not seem very satisfactory to the reader. Nonetheless, to me it was decisive. The motives which induced me to summarize the treatment of dreams in the literature of the subject have been exhausted by the foregoing introduction. To have continued this would have cost me a great deal of effort, and would not have been particularly useful or instructive. For the interval in question, a period of 9 years, has yielded nothing new or valuable as regards the conception of dreams, either in actual material or in novel points of view. In most of the literature which has appeared since the publication of my own work, the latter has not been mentioned or discussed. It has, of course, received the least attention from the so-called research workers on dreams, who have thus afforded a brilliant example of the aversion to learning anything new so characteristic of the scientist. Les savants ne sont pas curieux. Translated, the learned are not inquisitive, said the scoffer Anatole France. If there were such a thing in science as the right of revenge, I, in my turn, should be justified in ignoring the literature which has appeared since the publication of this book. The few reviews which have appeared in the scientific journals are so full of misconceptions and lack of comprehension that my only possible answer to my critics would be a request that they should read this book over again, or perhaps merely that they should read it. In the works of those physicians who make use of the psychoanalytic method of treatment, a great many dreams have been recorded and interpreted in accordance with my directions. Insofar as these works go beyond the confirmation of my own assertions, I have noted their results in the context of my exposition. A supplementary bibliography at the end of this volume comprises the most important of these new publications. The comprehensive work on the dream by Sante de Sanctis, of which a German translation appeared soon after its publication, was produced simultaneously with my own, so that I could not review his results, nor could he comment upon mine. I am sorry to have to express the opinion that this laborious work is exceedingly poor in ideas, so poor that one could never divine from it the possibility of the problems which I have treated in these pages. I can think of only two publications which touch on my own treatment of the dream problems. A young philosopher, H. Svoboda, who has ventured to extend W. Fleiss's discovery of biological periodicity in series of 23 and 28 days to the psychic field, has produced an imaginative essay in which, among other things, he has used this key to solve the riddle of dreams. Such a solution, however, would be an inadequate estimate of the significance of dreams. The material content of dreams would be explained by the coincidence of all those memories which, on the night of the dream, complete one of these biological periods for the first or the nth time. A personal communication of the author's led me to assume that he himself no longer took this theory very seriously, but it seems that I was mistaken in this conclusion. I shall record in another place some observations made with reference to Svoboda's thesis, which did not, however, yield convincing results. It gave me far greater pleasure to find by chance, in an unexpected quarter, a conception of the dream which is in complete agreement with the essence of my own. The relevant dates preclude the possibility that this conception was influenced by reading my book. I must therefore hail this as the only demonstrable concurrence with the essentials of my theory of dreams to be found in the literature of the subject. The book which contains the passage that I have in mind was published in its second edition in 1910 by Linnaeus under the title Phantasien eines Realisten. Addendum 1914. The above apologia was written in 1909. Since then, the state of affairs has certainly undergone a change. My contribution to the interpretation of dreams is no longer ignored in the literature of the subject, but the new situation makes it even more impossible to continue the foregoing summary. The interpretation of dreams has evoked a whole series of new contentions and problems, which have been expounded by the authors in the most varied fashions. But I cannot discuss these works until I have developed the theories to which their authors have referred. Whatever has appeared to me as valuable in this recent literature, I have accordingly reviewed in the course of the following exposition. End of Chapter 1, Section H of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Matthew Westra. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Chapter 1, Section H. Section 10 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Matthew Westra. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 10. The Method of Dream Interpretation. The epigraph on the title page of this volume indicates the tradition to which I prefer to ally myself in the conception of the dream. I am proposing to show that dreams are capable of interpretation, and any contributions to the solution of the problems which have already been discussed will emerge only as possible byproducts in the accomplishment of my special task. On the hypothesis that dreams are susceptible of interpretation, I at once find myself in disagreement with the prevailing doctrine of dreams. In fact, with all the theories of dreams, excepting only that of Scherner. For to interpret a dream is to specify its meaning, to replace it by something which takes its position in the concatenation of our psychic activities as a link of definite importance and value. But as we have seen, the scientific theories of the dream leave no room for a problem of dream interpretation, since, in the first place, according to these theories, dreaming is not a psychic activity at all, but a somatic process which makes itself known to the psychic apparatus by means of symbols. Lay opinion has always been opposed to these theories. It asserts its privilege of proceeding logically, and although it admits that dreams are incomprehensible and absurd, it cannot summon up the courage to deny that dreams have any significance. Led by a dim intuition, it seems rather to assume that dreams have a meaning, albeit a hidden one, that they are intended as a substitute for some other thought process, and that we have only to disclose this substitute correctly in order to discover the hidden meaning of the dream. The unscientific world, therefore, has always endeavored to interpret dreams, and by applying one or the other of two essential different methods. The first of these methods envisages the dream content as a whole, and seeks to replace it by another content which is intelligible and in certain respects analogous. This is symbolic dream interpretation, and of course it goes to pieces at the very outset in the case of those dreams which are not only unintelligible but confused. The construction which the biblical Joseph placed upon the dream of Pharaoh furnishes an example of this method. The 7 fat kine, after which came 7 lean ones that devoured the former, were a symbolic substitute for 7 years of famine in the land of Egypt, which according to the prediction were to consume all the surplus that 7 fruitful years had produced. Much of the artificial dreams contrived by the poets are intended for some such symbolic interpretation, for they reproduce the thought conceived by the poet in a guise not unlike the disguise which we are wont to find in our dreams. A demonstration of the manner in which one arrives at such a symbolic interpretation cannot, of course, be given. Success remains a matter of ingenious conjecture, of direct intuition, and for this reason dream interpretation has naturally been elevated into an art which seems to depend upon extraordinary gifts. Aristotle expressed himself in this connection by saying that the best interpreter of dreams is he who can best grasp similarities. For dream pictures, like pictures in water, are disfigured by the motion of the water, so that he hits the target best who is able to recognize the true picture in the distorted one. The second of the two popular methods of dream interpretation entirely abandons such claims. It might be described as the cipher method, since it treats the dream as a kind of secret code in which every sign is translated into another sign of known meaning, according to an established key. For example, I've dreamt of a letter, and also of a funeral or the like. I consult a dream book, and I find that letter is to be translated by vexation, and funeral by engagement. It now remains to establish a connection, which I am again to assume as pertaining to the future, by means of the rigmarole which I have deciphered. An interesting variant of this cipher procedure, a variant in which its character of purely mechanical transference is to a certain extent corrected, is presented in the work on dream interpretation by Artemidorus of Daldis. Here, not only the dream content, but also the personality and social position of the dreamer are taken into consideration, so that the same dream content has a significance for the rich man, the married man, or the orator, which is different from that which applies to the poor man, the bachelor, or, let us say, the merchant. The essential point, then, in this procedure is that the work of interpretation is not applied to the entirety of the dream, but to each portion of the dream content severally, as though the dream were a conglomerate in which each fragment calls for special treatment. Incoherent and confused dreams are certainly those that have been responsible for the invention of the cipher method. The worthlessness of both these popular methods of interpretation does not admit of discussion. As regards the scientific treatment of the subject, the symbolic method is limited in its application and is not susceptible of a general exposition. In the cipher method, everything depends upon whether the key, the dream book, is reliable, and for that all guarantees are lacking, so that one might be tempted to grant the contention of the philosophers and psychiatrists and to dismiss the problem of dream interpretation as altogether fanciful. After the completion of my manuscript, a paper by Stumpf came to my notice which agrees with my work in attempting to prove that the dream is full of meaning and capable of interpretation. But the interpretation is undertaken by means of an allegorizing symbolism, and there is no guarantee that the procedure is generally applicable. I have, however, come to think differently. I have been forced to perceive that here, once more, we have one of those not infrequent cases where an ancient and stubbornly retained popular belief seems to have come nearer to the truth of the matter than the opinion of modern science. I must insist that the dream actually does possess a meaning, and that a scientific method of dream interpretation is possible. I've arrived at my knowledge of this method in the following manner. For years, I have been occupied with the resolution of certain psychopathological structures, hysterical phobias, obsessional ideas, and the like, with therapeutic intentions. I've been so occupied, in fact, that ever since I heard the significant statement of Joseph Breuer to the effect that in these structures regarded as morbid symptoms, solution and treatment go hand in hand. Where it has been possible to trace a pathological idea back to those elements in the psychic life of the patient to which it owed its origin, this idea has crumbled away and the patient has been relieved of it. In view of the failure of our other therapeutic efforts, and in the face of the mysterious character of these pathological conditions, it seemed to me tempting, in spite of all the difficulties, to follow the method initiated by Breuer until a complete elucidation of the subject had been achieved. I shall have occasion elsewhere to give a detailed account of the form which the technique of this procedure has finally assumed, and of the results of my efforts. In the course of these psychoanalytic studies, I happened upon the question of dream interpretation. My patients, after I had pledged them to inform me of all the ideas and thoughts which occurred to them in connection with a given theme, related their dreams, and thus taught me that a dream may be interpolated in the psychic concatenation, which may be followed backwards from a pathological idea into the patient's memory. The next step was to treat the dream itself as a symptom, and to apply to it the method of interpretation which had been worked out for such symptoms. For this, a certain psychic preparation on the part of the patient is necessary. A twofold effort is made to stimulate his attentiveness in respect of his psychic perceptions and to eliminate the critical spirit in which he is ordinarily in the habit of viewing such thoughts as come to the surface. For the purpose of self-observation with concentrated attention, it is advantageous that the patient should take up a restful position and close his eyes. He must be explicitly instructed to renounce all criticism of the thought formations which he may perceive. He must also be told that the success of the psychoanalysis depends upon his noting and communicating everything that passes through his mind, and that he must not allow himself to suppress one idea because it seems to him unimportant or irrelevant to the subject, or another because it seems nonsensical. He must preserve an absolute impartiality in respect to his ideas, for if he is unsuccessful in finding the desired solution of the dream, the obsessional idea, or the like, it will be because he permits himself to be critical of them. I've noticed in the course of my psychoanalytic work that the psychological state of a man in an attitude of reflection is entirely different from that of a man who is observing his psychic processes. In reflection, there is a greater play of psychic activity than in the most attentive self-observation. This is shown even by the tense attitude and the wrinkled brow of the man in a state of reflection, as opposed to the mimic tranquillity of the man observing himself. In both cases, there must be concentrated attention, but the reflective man makes use of his critical faculties, with the result that he rejects some of the thoughts which rise into consciousness after he has become aware of them, and abruptly interrupts others, so that he does not follow the lines of thought which they would otherwise open up for him, while in respect of yet other thoughts he is able to behave in such a manner that they do not become conscious at all, that is to say, they are suppressed before they are perceived. In self-observation, on the other hand, he has but one task, that of suppressing criticism. If he succeeds in doing this, an unlimited number of thoughts enter his consciousness which would otherwise have eluded his grasp. With the aid of the material thus obtained, material which is new to the self-observer, it is possible to achieve the interpretation of pathological ideas, and also that of dream formations. As will be seen, the point is to induce a psychic state which is in some degree analogous as regards the distribution of psychic energy, mobile attention, to the state of the mind before falling asleep, and also, of course, to the hypnotic state. On falling asleep, the undesired ideas emerge, owing to the slackening of a certain arbitrary and, of course, also critical action, which is allowed to influence the trend of our ideas. We are accustomed to speak of fatigue as the reason of this slackening. The emerging undesired ideas are changed into visual and auditory images in the condition which it utilized for the analysis of dreams and pathological ideas. This activity is purposely and deliberately renounced, and the psychic energy thus saved, or some part of it, is employed in attentively tracking the undesired thoughts which now come to the surface, thoughts which retain their identity as ideas, in which the condition differs from the state of falling asleep. Undesired ideas are thus changed into desired ones. There are many people who do not seem to find it easy to adopt the required attitude toward the apparently free-rising ideas, and to renounce the criticism which is otherwise applied to them. The undesired ideas habitually evoke the most violent resistance, which seems to prevent them from coming to the surface. But if we may credit our great poet-philosopher Friedrich Schiller, the essential condition of poetical creation includes a very similar attitude. In a certain passage, in his correspondence with Körner, for the tracing of which we are indebted to Otto Rank, Schiller replies in the following words to a friend who complains of his lack of creative power. The reason for your complaint lies, it seems to me, in the constraint which your intellect imposes upon your imagination. Here I will make an observation, and illustrate it by an allegory. Apparently it is not good, and indeed it hinders the creative work of the mind, if the intellect examines too closely the ideas already pouring in, as it were, at the gates. Regarded in isolation, an idea may be quite insignificant, and venturesome in the extreme, but it may acquire importance from an idea which follows it. Perhaps in a certain collocation with other ideas, which may seem equally absurd, it may be capable of furnishing a very serviceable link. The intellect cannot judge all these ideas unless it can retain them until it has considered them in connection with these other ideas. In the case of a creative mind, it seems to me the intellect has withdrawn its watchers from the gates, and the ideas rush in pell-mell, and only then does it review and inspect the multitude. You worthy critics, or whatever you may call yourselves, are ashamed or afraid of the momentary and passing madness which is found in all real creators, the longer or shorter duration of which distinguishes the thinking artist from the dreamer. Hence your complaints of unfruitfulness, for you reject too soon and discriminate too severely. And yet such a withdrawal of the watchers from the gates of the intellect, as Schiller puts it, such a translation into the condition of uncritical self-observation is by no means difficult. Most of my patients accomplish it after my first instructions. I myself can do so very completely if I assist the process by writing down the ideas that flash through my mind. The quantum of psychic energy, by which the critical activity is thus reduced, and by which the intensity of self-observation may be increased, varies considerably according to the subject matter upon which the attention is to be fixed. The first step in the application of this procedure teaches us that one cannot make the dream as a whole the object of one's attention, but only the individual components of its content. If I ask a patient who is as yet unpracticed, "What occurs to you in connection with this dream?" he is unable, as a rule, to fix upon anything in his psychic field of vision. I must first dissect the dream for him. Then, in connection with each fragment, he gives me a number of ideas which may be described as the thoughts behind this part of the dream. In this first and important condition, then, the method of dream interpretation which I employ diverges from the popular, historical, and legendary method of interpretation by symbolism, and approaches more nearly to the second, or cipher method. Like this, it is an interpretation in detail, not en masse. Like this, it conceives the dream from the outset as something built up, as a conglomerate of psychic formations. In the course of my psychoanalysis of neurotics, I have already subjected perhaps more than 1,000 dreams to interpretation, but I do not wish to use this material now as an introduction to the theory and technique of dream interpretation, for quite apart from the fact that I should lay myself open to the objection that these are the dreams of neuropaths, so that the conclusions drawn from them would not apply to the dreams of healthy persons, there is another reason that impels me to reject them. The theme to which these dreams point is, of course, always the history of the malady that is responsible for the neurosis. Hence, every dream would require a very long introduction and an investigation of the nature and the etiological conditions of the psychoneuroses, matters which are in themselves novel and exceedingly strange, and which would therefore distract attention from the dream problem proper. My purpose is rather to prepare the way, by the solution of the dream problem, for the solution of the more difficult problems of the psychology of the neuroses. But if I eliminate the dreams of neurotics, which constitute my principal material, I cannot be too fastidious in my treatment of the rest. Only those dreams are left which have been incidentally related to me by healthy persons of my acquaintance, or which I find given as examples in the literature of dream life. Unfortunately, in all these dreams I am deprived of the analysis without which I cannot find the meaning of the dream. My mode of procedure is, of course, less easy than that of the popular cipher method, which translates the given dream content by reference to an established key. I, on the contrary, hold that the same dream content may conceal a different meaning in the case of different persons, or in different connections. I must therefore resort to my own dreams as a source of abundant and convenient material, furnished by a person who is more or less normal, and containing references to many incidents of everyday life. I shall certainly be confronted with doubts as to the trustworthiness of these self-analyses, and it will be said that arbitrariness is by no means excluded in such analyses. In my own judgment, conditions are more likely to be favorable in self-observation than in the observations of others. In any case, it is permissible to investigate how much can be accomplished in the matter of dream interpretation by means of self-analysis. There are other difficulties which must be overcome in my own inner self. One has a comprehensible aversion to exposing so many intimate details of one's own psychic life, and one does not feel secure against the misinterpretations of strangers. But one must be able to transcend such considerations. Tout psychologiste, writes Delboeuf, every psychologist is obliged to admit even his own weaknesses, if he thinks by that he may throw his light on a difficult problem. And I may assume for the reader that his initial interest in the indiscretions which I must commit will very soon give way to an exclusive engrossment in the psychological problems elucidated by them. I shall therefore select one of my own dreams for the purpose of elucidating my method of interpretation. Every such dream necessitates a preliminary statement, so that I must now beg the reader to make my interests his own for a time, and to become absorbed with me in the most trifling details of my life. For an interest in the hidden significance of dreams imperatively demands just such a transference. End of recording. End of section 10. Recording by Matthew Westra for Librivox. Section 11 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Matthew Westra. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 11. Preliminary statement. In the summer of 1895, I had treated psychoanalytically a young lady who was an intimate friend of mine and of my family. It will be understood that such complicated relations may excite manifold feelings in the physician, and especially the psychotherapist. The personal interest of the physician is greater, but his authority less. If he fails, his friendship with the patient's relatives is in danger of being undermined. In this case, however, the treatment ended in partial success. The patient was cured of her hysterical anxiety, but not all of her somatic symptoms. At that time, I was not yet quite sure of the criteria which denote the final cure of an hysterical case, and I expected her to accept a solution which did not seem acceptable to her. In the midst of this disagreement, we discontinued the treatment for the summer holidays. One day, a younger colleague, one of my most intimate friends, who had visited the patient, Irma, and her family in their country residence, called upon me. I asked him how Irma was, and received the reply, "She is better, but not quite well." I realized that these words of my friend Otto's, or the tone of voice in which they were spoken, annoyed me. I thought I heard a reproach in the words, perhaps to the effect that I had promised the patient too much, and rightly or wrongly, I attributed Otto's apparent taking sides against me to the influence of the patient's relatives, who I assumed had never approved of my treatment. This disagreeable impression, however, did not become clear to me, nor did I speak of it. That same evening I wrote the clinical history of Irma's case, in order to give it, as though to justify myself, to Dr. M., a mutual friend, who was at that time the leading personality in our circle. During the night, or rather in the early morning, I had the following dream, which I recorded immediately after waking. Dream of July 23 to 24, 1895. A great hall, a number of guests whom we are receiving, among them Irma, whom I immediately take aside as though to answer her letter, and reproach her for not yet accepting the solution. I say to her, "If you still have pains, it is really only your own fault." She answers, "If you only knew what pains I have now in the throat, stomach, and abdomen. I am choked by them." I am startled. I look at her. She looks pale and puffy. I think that after all I must be overlooking some organic affection. I take her to the window and look into her throat. She offers some resistance to this, like a woman who has a set of false teeth. I think surely she doesn't need them. The mouth then opens wide, and I find a large white spot on the right, and elsewhere I see extensive grayish-white scabs adhering to curiously curled formations, which are evidently shaped like the turbinal bones of the nose. I quickly call Dr. M., who repeats the examination and confirms it. Dr. M. looks quite unlike his usual self. He is very pale, he limps, and his chin is clean-shaven. Now my friend Otto, too, is standing beside her, and my friend Leopold percusses her covered chest and says, "She has a dullness below, on the left," and also calls attention to an infiltrated portion of skin on the left shoulder, which I can feel in spite of the dress. M. says, "There's no doubt that it's an infection, but it doesn't matter. Dysentery will follow, and the poison will be eliminated." We know, too, precisely how the infection originated. My friend Otto, not long ago, gave her, when she was feeling unwell, an injection of a preparation of propyl's propionic acid, trimethylamine, a formula of which I see before me printed in heavy type. One doesn't give such injections so rashly. Probably, too, the syringe was not clean. This dream has an advantage over many others. It is at once obvious to what ends of the preceding day it is related, and of what subject it treats. The preliminary statement explains these matters. The news of Irma's health, which I had received from Otto, and the clinical history, which I was writing late into the night, had occupied my psychic activities even during sleep. Nevertheless, no one who had read the preliminary report, and had knowledge of the content of the dream, could guess what the dream signified, nor do I myself know. I am puzzled by the morbid symptoms of which Irma complains in the dream, for they are not the symptoms for which I treated her. I smile at the nonsensical idea of an injection of propionic acid, and at Dr. M.'s attempt at consolation. Towards the end of the dream seems more obscure and quicker in tempo than at the beginning. In order to learn the significance of all these details, I resolve to undertake an exhaustive analysis. Analysis. The hall, a number of guests whom we are receiving. We were living that summer at Bellevue, an isolated house on one of the hills adjoining the Kahlenberg. This house was originally built as a place of entertainment, and therefore has unusually lofty hall-like rooms. The dream was dreamed in Bellevue, a few days before my wife's birthday. During the day my wife had mentioned that she expected several friends, and among them Irma, to come to us as guests for her birthday. My dream then anticipates this situation. It is my wife's birthday, and we are receiving a number of people, among them Irma, as guests in the large hall of Bellevue. I reproach Irma for not having accepted the solution. I say, if you still have pains, it is really your own fault. I might even have said this while awake. I may have actually said it. At that time I was of the opinion, recognized later to be incorrect, that my task was limited to informing patients of the hidden meaning of their symptoms. Whether they then accepted or did not accept the solution upon which success depended, for that I was not responsible. I am grateful to this error, which fortunately has now been overcome, since it made life easier for me at a time when, with all my unavoidable ignorance, I was expected to effect successful cures. But I note that, in the speech which I make to Irma in the dream, I am above all anxious that I shall not be blamed for the pains which she still suffers. If it is Irma's own fault, it cannot be mine. Should the purpose of the dream be looked for in this quarter? Irma's complaints: pains in the neck, abdomen, and stomach. She is choked by them. Pains in the stomach belonged to the symptom complex of my patient, but they were not very prominent. She complained rather of qualms and a feeling of nausea. Pains in the neck and abdomen and constriction of the throat played hardly any part in her case. I wonder why I have decided upon this choice of symptoms in the dream. For the moment I cannot discover the reason. She looks pale and puffy. My patient had always a rosy complexion. I suspect that here another person is being substituted for her. I am startled at the idea that I may have overlooked some organic affection. This, as the reader will readily believe, is a constant fear with the specialist who sees neurotics almost exclusively, and who is accustomed to ascribe to hysteria so many manifestations which other physicians treat as organic. On the other hand, I am haunted by a faint doubt. I do not know whence it comes, whether my alarm is altogether honest. If Irma's pains are indeed of organic origin, it is not my duty to cure them. My treatment, of course, removes only hysterical pains. It seems to me, in fact, that I wish to find an error in the diagnosis, for then I could not be reproached with failure to effect a cure. I take her to the window in order to look into her throat. She resists a little, like a woman who has false teeth. I think to myself, she does not need them. I had never had occasion to inspect Irma's oral cavity. The incident in the dream reminds me of an examination made some time before, of a governess who at first produced an impression of youthful beauty, but who, upon opening her mouth, took certain measures to conceal her denture. Other memories of medical examinations, and of petty secrets revealed by them, to the embarrassment of both physician and patient, associate themselves with this case. Surely she does not need them, is perhaps in the first place a compliment to Irma, but I suspect yet another meaning. In a careful analysis one is able to feel whether or not the ariae penses which are to be expected have all been exhausted. The way in which Irma stands at the window suddenly reminds me of another experience. Irma has an intimate woman friend of whom I think very highly. One evening, on paying her a visit, I found her at the window, in the position reproduced in the dream, and her physician, the same Dr. M., declared that she had a diphtheritic membrane. The person of Dr. M. and the membrane return, indeed, in the course of the dream. Now it occurs to me that during the past few months I have had every reason to suppose that this lady, too, is hysterical. Yes, Irma herself betrayed the fact to me. But what do I know of her condition? Only the one thing, that, like Irma in the dream, she suffers from hysterical choking. Thus, in the dream, I have replaced my patient by her friend. Now I remember that I have often played with the supposition that this lady too might ask me to relieve her of her symptoms, but even at the time I thought it improbable, since she is extremely reserved. She resists, as the dream shows. Another explanation might be that she does not need it. In fact, until now she has shown herself strong enough to master her condition without outside help. Now only a few features remain, which I can assign neither to Irma nor to her friend: pale, puffy, false teeth. The false teeth led me to the governess. I now feel inclined to be satisfied with bad teeth. Here another person, to whom these features may allude, occurs to me. She is not my patient, and I do not wish her to be my patient, for I have noticed that she is not at her ease with me, and I do not consider her a docile patient. She is generally pale, and once, when she had not felt particularly well, she was puffy. I have thus compared my patient Irma with two others, who would likewise resist treatment. What is the meaning of the fact that I have exchanged her for her friend in the dream? Perhaps that I wish to exchange her. Either her friend arouses in me stronger sympathies, or I have a higher regard for her intelligence, for I consider Irma foolish because she does not accept my solution. The other woman would be more sensible, and would thus be more likely to yield. The mouth then opens readily. She would tell more than Irma. I suspect that the interpretation of this portion has not been carried far enough to follow every hidden meaning. If I were to continue the comparison of the three women, I should go far afield. Every dream has at least one point at which it is unfathomable, a central point, as it were, connecting it with the unknown. What I see in the throat: a white spot and scabby terminal bones. The white spot recalls diphtheria, and thus Irma's friend, but it also recalls the grave illness of my eldest daughter 2 years earlier, and all the anxiety of that unhappy time. The scab on the terminal bones reminds me of my anxiety concerning my own health. At that time I frequently used cocaine in order to suppress distressing swellings in the nose, and I had heard a few days previously that a lady patient who did likewise had contracted an extensive necrosis of the nasal mucous membrane. In 1885 it was I who had recommended the use of cocaine, and I had been gravely reproached in consequence. A dear friend who had died before the date of this dream had hastened his end by the misuse of this remedy. I quickly called Dr. M., who repeats the examination. This would simply correspond to the position which M. occupied among us. But the word quickly is striking enough to demand a special examination. It reminds me of a sad medical experience. By continually prescribing a drug, sulfonal, which at that time was still considered harmless, I was once responsible for a condition of acute poisoning in the case of a woman patient, and hastily turned for assistance to my older and more experienced colleague. The fact that I really had this case in mind is confirmed by a subsidiary circumstance. The patient, who succumbed to the toxic effects of the drug, bore the same name as my eldest daughter. I had never thought of this until now. but now it seems to me almost like a retribution of fate, as though the substitution of persons had to be continued in another sense, this Matilda for that Matilda, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It is as though I were seeking every opportunity to reproach myself for a lack of medical conscientiousness. Dr. M is pale, his chin is shaven, and he limps. Of this so much is correct, that is, his unhealthy appearance often arouses the concerns of his friends. The other two characteristics must belong to another person. An elder brother living abroad occurs to me, for he too shaves his chin, and if I remember him rightly, the M of the dream bears on the whole a certain resemblance to him. And some days previously the news arrived that he was limping on account of an arthritic affection of the hip. There must be some reason why I fused the two persons into one in my dream. I remember that, in fact, I was on bad terms with both of them for similar reasons. Both had rejected a certain proposal which I had recently made them. My friend Otto is now standing next to the patient, and my friend Leopold examines her and calls attention to a dullness low down on the left side. My friend Leopold also is a physician, and a relative of Otto's. Since the two practice the same specialty, fate has made them competitors, so that they are constantly being compared with one another. Both of them assisted me for years, while I was still directing a public clinic for neurotic children. There, scenes like that reproduced in my dream had often taken place. While I would be discussing the diagnosis of a case with Otto, Leopold would examine the child anew and make an unexpected contribution towards our decision. There was a difference of character between the two men, like that between Inspector Bracig and his friend Karl. Otto was remarkably prompt and alert. Leopold was slow and thoughtful, but thorough. If I contrast Otto and the cautious Leopold in the dream, I do so apparently in order to extol Leopold. The comparison is like that made above between the disobedient patient Irma and a friend, who is believed to be more sensible. I now become aware of one of the tracks along which the association of ideas in the dream proceeds, from the sick child to the children's clinic. Concerning the dullness low on the left side, I have the impression that it corresponds with a certain case of which all the details were similar, a case in which Leopold impressed me by his thoroughness. I thought vaguely, too, of something like a metastatic affection, but it might also be a reference to the patient whom I should have liked to have in Irma's place, for this lady, as far as I can gather, exhibited symptoms which imitated tuberculosis. An infiltrated portion of skin on the left shoulder. I know at once that this is my own rheumatism of the shoulder, which I always feel if I lie awake long at night. The very phrasing of the dream sounds ambiguous. Something which I can feel, as he does, in spite of the dress. Feel on my own body is intended. Further, it occurs to me how unusual the phrase infiltrated portion of skin sounds. We are accustomed to the phrase, an infiltration of the upper posterior left. This would refer to the lungs, and thus, once more, to tuberculosis. In spite of the dress, this, to be sure, is only an interpolation. At the clinic the children were, of course, examined undressed. Here we have some contrast to the manner in which adult female patients have to be examined. The story used to be told of an eminent physician that he always examined his patients through their clothes. The rest is obscure to me. I have, frankly, no inclination to follow the matter further. Dr. M says, "It's an infection, but it doesn't matter. Dysentery will follow, and the poison will be eliminated." This at first seems to me ridiculous. Nevertheless, like everything else, it must be carefully analyzed. More closely observed, it seems, after all, to have a sort of meaning. What I had found in the patient was a local diphtheritis. I remember the discussion about diphtheritis and diphtheria at the time of my daughter's illness. Diphtheria is the general infection which proceeds from local diphtheritis. Leopold demonstrates the existence of such a general infection by the dullness, which also suggests a metastatic focus. I believe, however, that just this kind of metastasis does not occur in the case of diphtheria. It reminds me rather of Paema. It does matter is a consolation. I believe it fits in as follows. The last part of the dream has yielded a content to the effect that the patient's sufferings are the result of a serious organic affection. I begin to suspect that by this I am only trying to shift the blame from myself. Psychic treatment cannot be held responsible for the continued presence of a diphtheritic affection. Now indeed I am distressed by the thought of having invented such a serious illness for Irma for the sole purpose of exculpating myself. It seems so cruel. Accordingly, I need the assurance that the outcome will be benign, and it seems to me that I made a good choice when I put the words that consoled me into the mouth of Dr. M. But here I am placing myself in a position of superiority to the dream, a fact which needs explanation. But why is this consolation so nonsensical? Dysentery. Some sort of far-fetched theoretical notion that the toxins of disease might be eliminated through the intestines. Am I thereby trying to make fun of Dr. M.'s remarkable store of far-fetched explanations, his habit of conceiving curious pathological relations? Dysentery suggests something else. A few months ago, I had in my care a young man who was suffering from remarkable intestinal troubles, a case which had been treated by other colleagues as one of anemia and malnutrition. I realized that it was a case of hysteria. I was unwilling to use my psychotherapy on him and sent him off on a sea voyage. Now, a few days previously, I had received a despairing letter from him. He wrote from Egypt saying that he had had a fresh attack, which the doctor had declared to be dysentery. I suspect that the diagnosis is merely an error on the part of an ignorant colleague who is allowing himself to be fooled by the hysteria. Yet I cannot help reproaching myself for putting the invalid in a position where he might contract some organic affection of the bowels in addition to his hysteria. Furthermore, dysentery sounds not unlike diphtheria, a word which does not occur in the dream. Yes, it must be the case that with the consoling prognosis dysentery will develop, etc. I am making fun of Dr. M., for I recollect that years ago he once jestingly told a very similar story of a colleague. He had been called in to consult with him in the case of a woman who was very seriously ill, and he felt obliged to confront his colleague, who seemed very hopeful, with the fact that he found albumin in the patient's urine. His colleague, however, did not allow this to worry him, but answered calmly, "That does not matter, my dear sir. The albumin will soon be excreted." Thus I can no longer doubt that this part of the dream expresses derision for those of my colleagues who are ignorant of hysteria. And as though in confirmation, the thought enters my mind, does Dr. M. know that the appearances in Irma's friend, his patient, which give him reason to fear tuberculosis, are likewise due to hysteria? Has he recognized this hysteria, or has he allowed himself to be fooled? But what can be my motive in treating this friend so badly? That is simple enough. Dr. M. agrees with my solution as little as does Irma herself. Thus, in this dream, I have already revenged myself in two persons, on Irma in the words, "If you still have pains, it is your own fault," and on Dr. M. in the wording of the nonsensical consolation which has been put into his mouth. We know precisely how the infection originated. This precise knowledge in the dream is remarkable. Only a moment before this we did not yet know of the infection, since it was first demonstrated by Leopold. My friend Otto gave her an injection not long ago, when she was feeling unwell. Otto had actually related during his short visit to Irma's family that he had been called in to a neighboring hotel in order to give an injection to someone who had been suddenly taken ill. Injections remind me once more of the unfortunate friend who poisoned himself with cocaine. I had recommended the remedy for internal use only during the withdrawal of morphia, but he immediately gave himself injections of cocaine. With a preparation of propyl's propionic acid. How on earth did this occur to me? On the evening of the day after I had written the clinical history and dreamed about the case, my wife opened a bottle of liqueur labeled Ananas, which was a present from our friend Otto. He had, as a matter of fact, a habit of making presents on every possible occasion. I hope he will someday be cured of this by a wife. This liqueur smelt so strongly of fusel oil that I refused to drink it. My wife suggested, "We will give the bottle to the servants," and I, more prudent, objected with the philanthropic remark, "They shan't be poisoned either." The smell of fusel oil, amyl, has now apparently awakened my memory of the whole series, propyl, methyl, etc., which furnished the preparation of propyl mentioned in the dream. Here indeed I have effected a substitution. I dreamt of propyl after smelling amyl, but substitutions of this kind are perhaps permissible, especially in organic chemistry. Trimethylamine. In the dream I see the chemical formula of this substance, which at all events is evidence of a great effort on the part of my memory, and the formula is even printed in heavy type, as though to distinguish it from the context as something of particular importance. And where does trimethylamine, thus forced on my attention, lead me? To a conversation with another friend, who for years has been familiar with all my germinating ideas, and I with his. At that time he had just informed me of certain ideas concerning asexual chemistry, and had mentioned, among others, that he thought he had found in trimethylamine one of the products of sexual metabolism. This substance thus leads me to sexuality, a factor to which I attribute the greatest significance in respect of the origin of these nervous affections which I am trying to cure. My patient Irma is a young widow. If I am required to excuse my failure to cure her, I shall perhaps do best to refer to this condition, which her admirers would be glad to terminate. But in what a singular fashion such a dream is fitted together! The friend who in my dream becomes my patient in Irma's place is likewise a young widow. I surmise why it is that the formula of trimethylamine is so insistent in the dream. So many important things are centered around this one word. Trimethylamine is an allusion not merely to the all-important factor of sexuality, but also to a friend whose sympathy I remember with satisfaction whenever I feel isolated in my opinions. And this friend, who plays such a large part in my life, will he not appear yet again in the concatenation of ideas peculiar to this dream? Of course, he has a special knowledge of the results of affections of the nose and the sinuses, and has revealed to science several highly remarkable relations between the turbinal bones and the female sexual organs, the three curly formations in Irma's throat. I got him to examine Irma in order to determine whether her gastric pains were of nasal origin, but he himself suffers from suppurative rhinitis, which gives me concern, and to this perhaps there is an allusion in pyemia, which hovers before me in the metastasis of the dream. One doesn't give such injections so rashly. Here the reproach of rashness is hurled directly at my friend Otto. I believe I had some such thought in the afternoon, when he seemed to indicate, by word and look, that he had taken sides against me. It was perhaps how easily he is influenced, how irresponsibly he pronounces judgment. Further, the above sentence points once more to my deceased friend, who so irresponsibly resorted to cocaine injections. As I have said, I had not intended that injections of the drug should be taken. I note that in reproaching Otto, I once more touch upon the story of the unfortunate Matilda, which was the pretext for the same reproach against me. Here, obviously, I am collecting examples of my conscientiousness, and also of the reverse. Probably, too, the syringe was not clean. Another reproach directed at Otto, but originating elsewhere. On the previous day I happened to meet the son of an old lady of 82, to whom I am obliged to give 2 injections of morphia daily. At present she is in the country, and I have heard that she is suffering from phlebitis. I immediately thought that this might be a case of infiltration caused by a dirty syringe. It is my pride that in 2 years I have not given her a single infiltration. I am always careful, of course, to see that the syringe is perfectly clean, for I am conscientious. From the phlebitis I return to my wife, who once suffered from thrombosis during a period of pregnancy. And now 3 related situations come to the surface in my memory, involving my wife, Irma, and the dead Matilda, whose identity has apparently justified my putting these 3 persons in one another's places. I have now completed the interpretation of the dream. In the course of this interpretation I have taken great pains to avoid all those notions which must have been suggested by a comparison of the dream content with the dream thoughts hidden behind this content. Meanwhile, the meaning of the dream has dawned upon me. I have noted an intention which is realized through the dream, and which must have been my motive in dreaming. The dream fulfills several wishes, which were awakened within me by the events of the previous evening, Otto's news, and the writing of the clinical history. For the result of the dream is that it is not I who am to blame for the pain which Irma is still suffering, but that Otto is to blame for it. Now Otto has annoyed me by his remark about Irma's imperfect cure. The dream avenges me upon him. In that it turns the reproach upon himself. The dream acquits me of responsibility for Irma's condition, as it refers this condition to other causes, which do, indeed, furnish quite a number of explanations. The dream represents a certain state of affairs, such as I might wish to exist. The content of the dream is thus the fulfillment of a wish. Its motive is a wish. This much is apparent at first sight, but many other details of the dream become intelligible when regarded from the standpoint of wish fulfillment. I take my revenge on Otto, not merely for too readily taking sides against me, in that I accuse him of careless medical treatment, the injection, but I revenge myself also for the bad liqueur which smells of fusel oil, and I find an expression in the dream which unites both these reproaches, the injection of a preparation of propyl. Still I am not satisfied, but continue to avenge myself by comparing him with his more reliable colleague. Thereby I seem to say, I like him better than you. But Otto is not the only person who must be made to feel the weight of my anger. I take my revenge on the disobedient patient by exchanging her for a more sensible and more docile one. Nor do I pass over Dr. M.'s contradiction, for I express, in an obvious allusion, my opinion of him, namely, that his attitude in this case is that of an ignoramus, dysentery will develop, etc. Indeed, it seems as though I were appealing from him to someone better informed, my friend who told me about trimethylamine, just as I have turned from Irma to her friend, and from Otto to Leopold. It is as though I were to say, rid me of these 3 persons, replace them by 3 others of my own choice, and I shall be rid of the reproaches which I am not willing to admit that I deserve. In my dream, the unreasonableness of these reproaches is demonstrated for me in the most elaborate manner. Irma's pains are not attributable to me, since she herself is to blame for them, in that she refuses to accept my solution. They do not concern me, for being as they are of an organic nature, they cannot possibly be cured by psychic treatment. Irma's sufferings are satisfactorily explained by her widowhood, trimethylamine, a state which I cannot alter. Irma's illness has been caused by an incautious injection administered by Otto, an injection of an unsuitable drug, such as I should never have administered. Irma's complaint is the result of an injection made with an unclean syringe, like the phlebitis of my old lady patient, whereas my injections have never caused any ill effects. I am aware that these explanations of Irma's illness, which unite in acquitting me, do not agree with one another, that they even exclude one another. The whole plea for this dream is nothing else, recalls vividly the defense offered by a man who was accused by his neighbor of having returned a kettle in a damaged condition. In the first place, he had returned the kettle undamaged. In the second place, it already had holes in it when he borrowed it, and in the third place, he had never borrowed it at all. The complicated defense, but so much the better. If only one of these three lines of defense is recognized as valid, the man must be acquitted. Still other themes play a part in the dream, and their relation to my non-responsibility for Irma's illness is not so apparent. My daughter's illness, and that of a patient with the same name, the harmfulness of cocaine, the affection of my patient who was traveling in Egypt, concern about the health of my wife, my brother, and Dr. M., my own physical troubles, and anxiety concerning my absent friend, who is suffering from suppurative rhinitis. But if I keep all these things in view, they combine into a single train of thought, which might be labeled concern for the health of myself and others, professional conscientiousness. I recall a vaguely disagreeable feeling when Otto gave me the news of Irma's condition. Lastly, I am inclined, after the event, to find an expression of this fleeting sensation in the train of thoughts which forms part of the dream. It is as though Otto had said to me, "You do not take your medical duties seriously enough. You are not conscientious. You do not perform what you promise." Thereupon this train of thought placed itself at my service, in order that I might give proof of my extreme conscientiousness, of my intimate concern about the health of my relatives, friends, and patients. Curiously enough, there are also some painful memories in this material, which confirm the blame attached to Otto, rather than my own exculpation. The material is apparently impartial, but the connection between this broader material, on which the dream is based, and the more limited theme from which emerges the wish to be innocent of Irma's illness, is nevertheless unmistakable. I do not wish to assert that I have entirely revealed the meaning of the dream, or that my interpretation is flawless. I could still spend much time upon it. I could draw further explanations from it, and discuss further problems which it seems to propound. I can even perceive the points from which further mental associations might be traced. But such considerations, as are always involved in every dream of one's own, prevent me from interpreting it farther. Those who are over ready to condemn such reserve should make the experiment of trying to be more straightforward. For the present, I am content with the one fresh discovery which has just been made. If the method of dream interpretation here indicated is followed, it will be found that dreams do really possess a meaning, and are by no means the expression of a disintegrated cerebral activity, as the writers on the subject would have us believe. When the work of interpretation has been completed, the dream can be recognized as a wish fulfillment. End of recording. End of section 11. Recording by Matthew Westra.
Section 12 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 12. The Dream as Wish Fulfillment. When, after passing through a narrow defile, one suddenly reaches a height beyond which the ways part, and a rich prospect lies outspread in different directions, it is well to stop for a moment and consider whither one shall turn next. We are in somewhat the same position after we have mastered this first interpretation of a dream. We find ourselves standing in the light of a sudden discovery. The dream is not comparable to the irregular sounds of a musical instrument which, instead of being played by the hand of a musician, is struck by some external force. The dream is not meaningless, not absurd, does not presuppose that one part of our store of ideas is dormant while another part begins to awake. It is a perfectly valid psychic phenomenon, actually a wish fulfillment. It may be enrolled in the continuity of the intelligible psychic activities of the waking state. It is built up by a highly complicated intellectual activity. But at the very moment when we are about to rejoice in this discovery, a host of problems besets us. If the dream, as this theory defines it, represents a fulfilled wish, what is the cause of the striking and unfamiliar manner in which this fulfillment is expressed? What transformation has occurred in our dream thoughts before the manifest dream, as we remember it on waking, shapes itself out of them? How has this transformation taken place? Whence comes the material that is worked up into the dream? What causes many of the peculiarities which are to be observed in our dream thoughts? For example, how is it that they are able to contradict one another? Is the dream capable of teaching us something new concerning our internal psychic processes, and can its content correct opinions which we have held during the day? I suggest that for the present all these problems be laid aside, and that a single path be pursued. We have found that the dream represents a wish as fulfilled. Our next purpose should be to ascertain whether this is a general characteristic of dreams, or whether it is only the accidental content of the particular dream, the dream about Irma's injection, with which we have begun our analysis. For even if we conclude that every dream has a meaning and psychic value, we must nevertheless allow for the possibility that this meaning may not be the same in every dream. The first dream which we have considered was the fulfillment of a wish. Another may turn out to be the realization of an apprehension. A third may have a reflection as its content. A fourth may simply reproduce a reminiscence. Are there, then, dreams other than wish dreams, or are there none but wish dreams? It is easy to show that the wish fulfillment in dreams is often undisguised and easy to recognize, so that one may wonder why the language of dreams has not long since been understood. There is, for example, a dream which I can evoke as often as I please, experimentally as it were. If in the evening I eat anchovies, olives, or other strongly salted foods, I am thirsty at night, and therefore I wake. The waking, however, is preceded by a dream which has always the same content, namely, that I am drinking. I am drinking long draughts of water. It tastes as delicious as only a cool drink can taste when one's throat is parched. And then I wake and find that I have an actual desire to drink. The cause of this dream is thirst, which I perceive when I wake. From this sensation arises the wish to drink, and the dream shows me this wish as fulfilled. It thereby serves a function, the nature of which I soon surmise. I sleep well, and am not accustomed to being waked by a bodily need. If I succeed in appeasing my thirst by means of the dream that I am drinking, I need not wake up in order to satisfy that thirst. It is thus a dream of convenience. The dream takes the place of action, as elsewhere in life. Unfortunately, the need of water to quench the thirst cannot be satisfied by a dream, as can my thirst for revenge upon Otto and Dr. M, but the intention is the same. Not long ago I had the same dream in a somewhat modified form. On this occasion I felt thirsty before going to bed, and emptied the glass of water which stood on the little chest beside my bed. Some hours later, during the night, my thirst returned, with the consequent discomfort. In order to obtain water, I should have had to get up and fetch the glass which stood on my wife's bed table. I thus quite appropriately dreamt that my wife was giving me a drink from a vase. This vase was an Etruscan cinerary urn, which I had brought home from Italy, and had since given away. But the water in it tasted so salt, apparently on account of the ashes, that I was forced to wake. It may be observed how conveniently the dream is capable of arranging matters. Since the fulfilment of a wish is its only purpose, it may be perfectly egoistic. Love of comfort is really not compatible with consideration for others. The introduction of the cinerary urn is probably once again the fulfilment of a wish. I regret that I no longer possess this vase. It, like the glass of water at my wife's side, is inaccessible to me. The cinerary urn is appropriate also in connection with the sensation of an increasingly salty taste, which I know will compel me to wake. Such convenience dreams came very frequently to me in my youth. Accustomed as I had always been to working until late at night, early waking was always a matter of difficulty. I used then to dream that I was out of bed and standing at the washstand. After a while I could no longer shut out the knowledge that I was not yet up, but in the meantime I had continued to sleep. The same sort of lethargy dream was dreamed by a young colleague of mine, who appears to share my propensity for sleep. With him it assumed a particularly amusing form. The landlady with whom he was lodging in the neighbourhood of the hospital had strict orders to wake him every morning at a given hour, but she found it by no means easy to carry out his orders. One morning sleep was especially sweet to him. The woman called into his room, "Herr Pepi, get up, you've got to go to the hospital." Whereupon the sleeper dreamt of a room in the hospital, of a bed in which he was lying, and of a chart pinned over his head, which read as follows: Pepi M., medical student, 22 years of age. He told himself in the dream, "If I am already at the hospital, I don't have to go there," turned over, and slept on. He had thus frankly admitted to himself his motive for dreaming. Here is yet another dream of which the stimulus was active during sleep. One of my women patients, who had been obliged to undergo an unsuccessful operation on the jaw, was instructed by her physicians to wear by day and night a cooling apparatus on the affected cheek. But she was in the habit of throwing it off as soon as she had fallen asleep. One day I was asked to reprove her for doing so. She had again thrown the apparatus on the floor. The patient defended herself as follows: "This time I really couldn't help it. It was the result of a dream which I had during the night. In the dream I was in a box at the opera, and was taking a lively interest in the performance. But Herr Karl Mayer was lying in the sanatorium and complaining pitifully on account of pains in his jaw. I said to myself, since I haven't the pains, I don't need the apparatus either. That's why I threw it away. The dream of this poor sufferer reminds me of an expression which comes to our lips when we are in a disagreeable situation. Well, I can imagine more amusing things. The dream presents these more amusing things. Herr Karl Mayer, to whom the dreamer attributed her pains, was the most casual acquaintance of whom she could think. It is quite as simple a matter to discover the wish fulfillment in several other dreams which I have collected from healthy persons. A friend who was acquainted with my theory of dreams, and had explained it to his wife, said to me one day, "My wife asked me to tell you that she dreamt yesterday that she was having her menses. You will know what that means." Of course I know. If the young wife dreams that she is having her menses, the menses have stopped. I can well imagine that she would have liked to enjoy her freedom a little longer before the discomforts of maternity began. It was a clever way of giving notice of her first pregnancy. Another friend writes that his wife had dreamt not long ago that she noticed milk stains on the front of her blouse. This also is an indication of pregnancy, but not of the first one. The young mother hoped she would have more nourishment for the second child than she had for the first. A young woman who for weeks had been cut off from all society because she was nursing a child who was suffering from an infectious disease, dreamt, after the child had recovered, of a company of people in which Alphonse Daudet, Paul Bourget, Marcel Prévost, and others were present. They were all very pleasant to her and amused her enormously. In her dream these different authors had the features which their portraits give them. Monsieur Prévost, with whose portrait she is not familiar, looked like the man who had disinfected the sick room the day before, the first outsider to enter it for a long time. Obviously the dream is to be translated thus: "It is about time now for something more entertaining than this eternal nursing." Perhaps this collection will suffice to prove that frequently, and under the most complex conditions, dreams may be noted which can be understood only as wish fulfillments, and which present their content without concealment. In most cases these are short and simple dreams, and they stand in pleasant contrast to the confused and overloaded dream compositions which have almost exclusively attracted the attention of the writers on the subject. But it will repay us if we give some time to the examination of these simple dreams. The simplest dreams of all are, I suppose, to be expected in the case of children, whose psychic activities are certainly less complicated than those of adults. Child psychology, in my opinion, is destined to render the same services to the psychology of adults as a study of the structure or development of the lower animals renders to the investigation of the structure of the higher orders of animals. Hitherto but few deliberate efforts have been made to make use of the psychology of the child for such a purpose. The dreams of little children are often simple fulfillments of wishes, and for this reason are, as compared with the dreams of adults, by no means interesting. They present no problem to be solved, but they are invaluable as affording proof that the dream, in its inmost essence, is the fulfillment of a wish. I have been able to collect several examples of such dreams from the material furnished by my own children. for two dreams, one that of a daughter of mine, at that time 8½ years of age, and the other that of a boy of 5¼ I am indebted to an excursion to Hallstatt in the summer of 1806. I must first explain that we were living that summer on a hill near Aussee, from which, when the weather was fine, we enjoyed a splendid view of the Dachstein. With a telescope we could easily distinguish the Stimuli hut. The children often tried to see it through the telescope, I do not know with what success. Before the excursion I had told the children that Hallstatt lay at the foot of the Dachstein. They looked forward to the outing with the greatest delight. From Hallstatt we entered the valley of Eschern, which enchanted the children with its constantly changing scenery. One of them, however, the boy of 5, gradually became discontented. As often as a mountain came into view, he would ask, "Is that the Dachstein?" Whereupon I had to reply, "No, only a foothill." After this question had been repeated several times, he fell quite silent, and did not wish to accompany us up the steps leading to the waterfall. I thought he was tired, but the next morning he came to me perfectly happy, and said, "Last night I dreamt that we went to the Stimuli hut." I understood him now. He had expected, when I spoke of the Dachstein, that on our excursion to Hallstatt he would climb the mountain and would see at close quarters the hut which had been so often mentioned when the telescope was used. When he learned that he was expected to content himself with foothills and a waterfall, he was disappointed and became discontented. But the dream compensated him for all this. I tried to learn some details of the dream. They were scanty. You go up steps for 6 hours, as he had been told. On this excursion, the girl of 8½ had likewise cherished wishes which had to be satisfied by a dream. We had taken with us to Hallstatt our neighbor's 12-year-old boy, quite a polished little gentleman, who, it seemed to me, had already won the little woman's sympathies. Next morning she related the following dream. "Just think, I dreamt that Emil was one of the family, that he said papa and mamma to you, and slept at our house, in the big room, like one of the boys. Then mamma came into the room and threw a handful of big bars of chocolate, wrapped in blue and green paper, under our beds." The girl's brothers, who evidently had not inherited an understanding of dream interpretation, declared, just as the writers we have quoted would have done, "That dream is nonsense." The girl defended at least one part of the dream, and from the standpoint of the theory of the neuroses, it is interesting to learn which part it was that she defended. That Emil was one of the family was nonsense, but that about the bars of chocolate wasn't. It was just this latter part that was obscure to me until my wife furnished the explanation. On the way home from the railway station, the children had stopped in front of a slot machine, and had wanted exactly such bars of chocolate, wrapped in paper with a metallic lustre, such as the machine, in their experience, provided. But the mother thought, and rightly so, that the day had brought them enough wish fulfillments, and therefore left this wish to be satisfied in the dream. This little scene had escaped me. That portion of the dream which had been condemned by my daughter I understood without any difficulty. I myself had heard the well-behaved little guest enjoining the children, as they were walking ahead of us, to wait until papa or mamma had come up. For the little girl, the dream turned this temporary relationship into a permanent adoption. Her affection could not as yet conceive of any other way of enjoying her friend's company permanently than the adoption pictured in her dream, which was suggested by her brothers. Why the bars of chocolate were thrown under the bed could not, of course, be explained without questioning the child. From a friend I have learned of a dream very much like that of my little boy. It was dreamed by a little girl of 8. Her father, accompanied by several children, had started on a walk to Dornbach with the intention of visiting the Rohrer hut, but had turned back, as it was growing late, promising the children to take them some other time. On the way back they passed a sign-post which pointed to the hameau. The children now asked him to take them to the hameau, but once more, and for the same reason, they had to be content with the promise that they should go there some other day. Next morning the little girl went to her father and told him, with a satisfied air, "Papa, I dreamed last night that you were with us at the Rohrer hut and on the hameau." Thus in the dream her impatience had anticipated the fulfilment of the promise made by her father. Another dream, with which the picturesque beauty of the Aussee inspired my daughter, at that time 3¼ years of age, is equally straightforward. The little girl had crossed the lake for the first time, and the trip had passed too quickly for her. She did not want to leave the boat at the landing, and cried bitterly. The next morning she told us, "Last night I was sailing on the lake." Let us hope that the duration of this dream voyage was more satisfactory to her. My eldest boy, at that time 8 years of age, was already dreaming of the realization of his fancies. He had ridden in a chariot with Achilles, with Diomedes as charioteer. On the previous day he had shown a lively interest in a book on the myths of Greece which had been given to his elder sister. If it can be admitted that the talking of children in their sleep belongs to the sphere of dreams, I can relate the following as one of the earliest dreams in my collection. My youngest daughter, at that time 19 months old, vomited one morning, and was therefore kept without food all day. During the night she was heard to call excitedly in her sleep, "Anna, Freud, strawberry, wild strawberry, omelette, pop." She used her name in this way in order to express the act of appropriation. The menu presumably included everything that would seem to her a desirable meal. The fact that 2 varieties of strawberry appeared in it was demonstration against the sanitary regulations of the household, and was based on the circumstance, which she had by no means overlooked, that the nurse had ascribed her indisposition to an over plentiful consumption of strawberries. So, in her dream, she avenged herself for this opinion which met with her disapproval. When we call childhood happy because it does not yet know sexual desire, we must not forget what a fruitful source of disappointment and renunciation, and therefore of dream stimulation, the other great vital impulse may be for the child. Here is a second example. My nephew, 22 months of age, had been instructed to congratulate me on my birthday, and to give me a present of a small basket of cherries, which at that time of the year were scarce, being hardly in season. He seemed to find the task a difficult one, for he repeated again and again, "Cherries in it," and could not be induced to let the little basket go out of his hands. But he knew how to indemnify himself. He had, until then, been in the habit of telling his mother every morning that he had dreamt of the white soldier, an officer of the guard in a white cloak, whom he had once admired in the street. On the day after the sacrifice on my birthday, he woke up joyfully with the announcement, which could have referred only to a dream: "Hermann eaten all the cherries." What animals dream of, I do not know. A proverb, for which I am indebted to one of my pupils, professes to tell us, for it asks the question, "What does the goose dream of?" and answers, "Of maize." The whole theory that the dream is the fulfillment of a wish is contained in these two sentences. We now perceive that we should have reached our theory of the hidden meaning of dreams by the shortest route had we merely consulted the vernacular. Proverbial wisdom, it is true, often speaks contemptuously enough of dreams. It apparently seeks to justify the scientists when it says that dreams are bubbles. But in colloquial language, the dream is predominantly the gracious fulfiller of wishes. I should never have imagined that in my wildest dreams we exclaim in delight if we find that the reality surpasses our expectations. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 13. Distortion in Dreams. Preliminary Statement. If I now declare that wish fulfillment is the meaning of every dream, so that there cannot be any dreams other than wish dreams, I know beforehand that I shall meet with the most emphatic contradiction. My critics will object. The fact that there are dreams which are to be understood as fulfillments of wishes is not new, but has long since been recognized by such writers as Radistock, Volkelt, Purkinje, Grissinger, and others. That there can be no other dreams than those of wish fulfillments is yet one more unjustified generalization, which fortunately can be easily refuted. Dreams which present the most painful content, and not the least trace of wish fulfillment, occur frequently enough. The pessimistic philosopher, Edward von Hartmann, is perhaps most completely opposed to the theory of wish fulfillment. In his Philosophy of the Unconscious, Part 2, he says, "As regards the dream, with it all the troubles of waking life pass over into the sleeping state, all save the one thing which may in some degree reconcile the cultured person with life, scientific and artistic enjoyment." But even less pessimistic observers have emphasized the fact that in our dreams pain and disgust are more frequent than pleasure. Two ladies, Sarah Weed and Florence Hallam, have even worked out, on the basis of their dreams, a numerical value for the preponderance of distress and discomfort in dreams. They find that 58% of dreams are disagreeable, and only 28.6 positively pleasant. Besides those dreams that convey into our sleep the many painful emotions of life, there are also anxiety dreams, in which this most terrible of all the painful emotions torments us until we wake. Now it is precisely by these anxiety dreams that children are so often haunted. And yet it was in children that you found the wish-fulfillment dream in its most obvious form. Already Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, said, "When desire bestirs itself, then comes fantasy, and presents to us as it were the object of desire." The anxiety dream does really seem to preclude a generalization of the thesis deduced from the examples given in the last chapter, that dreams are wish fulfillments, and even to condemn it as an absurdity. Nevertheless, it is not difficult to parry these apparently invincible objections. It is merely necessary to observe that our doctrine is not based upon the estimates of the obvious dream content, but relates to the thought content, which in the course of interpretation is found to lie behind the dream. Let us compare and contrast the manifest and the latent dream content. It is true that there are dreams the manifest content of which is of the most painful nature. But has anyone ever tried to interpret these dreams to discover their latent thought content? If not, the two objections to our doctrine are no longer valid, for there is always the possibility that even our painful and terrifying dreams may, upon interpretation, prove to be wish fulfillments. It is quite incredible with what obstinacy readers and critics have excluded this consideration and disregarded the fundamental differentiation between the manifest and the latent dream content. Nothing in the literature of the subject approaches so closely to my own conception of dreams as a passage in J. Sully's essay, Dreams as a Revelation. It would seem then, after all, that dreams are not the utter nonsense they have been said to be by such authorities as Chaucer, Shakespeare, and Milton. The chaotic aggregations of our night fancy have a significance and communicate new knowledge. Like some letter in cipher, the dream inscription, when scrutinized, closely loses its first look of balderdash and takes on the aspect of a serious, intelligible message. Or, to vary the figure slightly, we may say that, like some palimpsest, the dream discloses beneath its worthless surface characters, traces of an old and precious communication. In scientific research, it is often advantageous, if the solution of one problem presents difficulties, to add it to a second problem, just as it is easier to crack two nuts together instead of separately. Thus, we are confronted not only with the problem, how can painful and terrifying dreams be the fulfillment of wishes? But we may add to this a second problem which arises from the foregoing discussion of the general problem of the dream. Why do not the dreams that show an indifferent content and yet turn out to be wish fulfillments reveal their meaning without disguise? Take the exhaustively treated dream of Irma's injection. It is by no means of a painful character, and it may be recognized upon interpretation as a striking wish fulfillment. But why is an interpretation necessary at all? Why does not the dream say directly what it means? As a matter of fact, the dream of Irma's injection does not at first produce the impression that it represents a wish of the dreamer's as fulfilled. The reader will not have received this impression, and even I myself was not aware of the fact until I had undertaken the analysis. If we call this peculiarity of dreams, namely, that they need elucidation, the phenomenon of distortion in dreams, a second question then arises. What is the origin of this distortion in dreams? If one's first thoughts on this subject were consulted, several possible solutions might suggest themselves. For example, that during sleep one is incapable of finding an adequate expression for one's dream thoughts. The analysis of certain dreams, however, compels us to offer another explanation. I shall demonstrate this by means of a second dream of my own, which again involves numerous indiscretions, but which compensates for this personal sacrifice by affording a thorough elucidation of the problem. Preliminary statement. In the spring of 1897 I learnt that two professors of our university had proposed me for the title of Professor Extraordinarius, assistant professor. The news came as a surprise to me, and pleased me considerably as an expression of appreciation on the part of two eminent men which could not be explained by personal interest. But I told myself immediately that I must not expect anything to come of their proposal. For some years past the ministry had disregarded such proposals, and several colleagues of mine, who were my seniors and at least my equals in desert, had been waiting in vain all this time for the appointment. I had no reason to suppose that I should fare any better. I resolved, therefore, to resign myself to disappointment. I am not, so far as I know, ambitious, and I was following my profession with gratifying success, even without the recommendation of a professorial title. Whether I considered the grapes to be sweet or sour did not matter, since they undoubtedly hung too high for me. One evening a friend of mine called to see me, one of those colleagues whose fate I had regarded as a warning. As he had long been a candidate for promotion to the professoriate, which in our society makes the doctor a demigod to his patients, and as he was less resigned than I, he was accustomed from time to time to remind the authorities of his claims in the hope of advancing his interests. It was after one of these visits that he called on me. He said that this time he had driven the exalted gentleman into a corner, and had asked him frankly whether considerations of religious denomination were not really responsible for the postponement of his appointment. The answer was, His Excellency had to admit that in the present state of public opinion he was not in a position, etc. Now at least I know where I stand, my friend concluded his narrative, which told me nothing new, but which was calculated to confirm me in resignation. For the same denominational considerations would apply to my own case. On the morning after my friend's visit I had the following dream, which was notable also on account of its form. It consisted of 2 thoughts and 2 images, so that a thought and an image emerged alternately. But here I shall record only the first half of the dream, since the second half has no relation to the purpose for which I cite the dream. 1. My friend R is my uncle. I have a great affection for him. 2. I see before me his face, somewhat altered. It seems to be elongated. A yellow beard which surrounds it is seen with peculiar distinctness. Then follow the other 2 portions of the dream, again a thought and an image, which I omit. The interpretation of this dream was arrived at in the following manner. When I recollected the dream in the course of the morning, I laughed outright and said, "The dream is nonsense!" But I could not get it out of my mind, and I was pursued by it all day, until at last, in the evening, I reproached myself in these words: If in the course of a dream interpretation one of your patients could find nothing better to say than, "That is nonsense," you would reprove him, and you would suspect that behind the dream there was hidden some disagreeable affair, the exposure of which he wanted to spare himself. Apply the same thing to your own case. Your opinion that the dream is nonsense probably signifies merely an inner resistance to its interpretation. Don't let yourself be put off. I then proceeded with the interpretation. R is my uncle. What can that mean? I had only one uncle, my Uncle Joseph. His story, to be sure, was a sad one. Once, more than 30 years ago, hoping to make money, he allowed himself to be involved in transactions of a kind which the law punishes severely, and paid the penalty. My father, whose hair turned gray with grief within a few days, used always to say that Uncle Joseph had never been a bad man, but, after all, he was a simpleton. If, then, my friend R is my Uncle Joseph, that is equivalent to saying R is a simpleton. Hardly credible, and very disagreeable. But there is the face that I saw in the dream, with its elongated features and its yellow beard. My uncle actually had such a face, long and framed in a handsome yellow beard. My friend R was extremely swarthy, but when black-haired people begin to grow gray, they pay for the glory of their youth. Their black beards undergo an unpleasant change of color, hair by hair. First they turn a reddish-brown, then a yellowish-brown, and then definitely gray. My friend R's beard is now in this stage. So, for that matter, is my own, a fact which I note with regret. The face that I see in my dream is at once that of my friend R and that of my uncle. It is like one of those composite photographs of Galton's. In order to emphasize family resemblances, Galton had several faces photographed on the same plate. No doubt is now possible. It is really my opinion that my friend R is a simpleton, like my Uncle Joseph. It is astonishing to see how my memory here restricts itself, in the waking state, for the purposes of analysis. I have known 5 of my uncles, and I loved and honored one of them. But at the moment when I overcame my resistance to the interpretation of the dream, I said to myself, I have only one uncle, the one who was intended in the dream. I have still no idea for what purpose I have worked out this relationship. It is certainly one to which I must unreservedly object. Yet it is not very profound, for my uncle was a criminal, and my friend R is not, except in so far as he was once fined for knocking down an apprentice with his bicycle. Can I be thinking of this offense? That would make the comparison ridiculous. Here I recollect another conversation, which I had some days ago with another colleague, N. As a matter of fact, on the same subject. I met N in the street. He, too, has been nominated for a professorship, and having heard that I had been similarly honored, he congratulated me. I refused his congratulations, saying, "You are the last man to jest about the matter, for you know from your own experience what the nomination is worth." Thereupon he said, though probably not in earnest, "You can't be sure of that. There is a special objection in my case. Don't you know that a woman once brought a criminal accusation against me? I need hardly assure you that the matter was put right. It was a mean attempt at blackmail, and it was all I could do to save the plaintiff from punishment. But it may be that the affair is remembered against me at the ministry. You, on the other hand, are above reproach. Here, then, I have the criminal, and at the same time the interpretation and tendency of my dream. My Uncle Joseph represents both of my colleagues who have not been appointed to the professorship, the one as a simpleton, the other as a criminal. Now, too, I know for what purpose I need this representation. if denominational considerations are a determining factor in the postponement of my two friends' appointment, then my own appointment is likewise in jeopardy. But if I can refer the rejection of my two friends to other causes, which do not apply to my own case, my hopes are unaffected. This is the procedure followed by my dream. It makes the one friend R a simpleton, and the other N a criminal. But since I am neither one nor the other, there is nothing in common between us. I have a right to enjoy my appointment to the title of professor, and have avoided the distressing application to my own case of the information which the official gave to my friend R. I must pursue the interpretation of this dream still farther, for I have a feeling that it is not yet satisfactorily elucidated. I still feel disquieted by the ease with which I have degraded two respected colleagues in order to clear my own way to the professorship. My dissatisfaction with this procedure has, of course, been mitigated since I have learned to estimate the testimony of dreams at its true value. I should contradict anyone who suggested that I really considered R a simpleton, or that I did not believe N's account of the blackmailing incident. And of course I do not believe that Irma has been made seriously ill by an injection of a preparation of propyl administered by Otto. Here, as before, what the dream expresses is only my wish that things might be so. The statement in which my wish is realized sounds less absurd in the second dream than in the first. It is here made with a skilful use of actual points of support in establishing something like a plausible slander, one of which could say that there is something in it. For at that time my friend R had to contend with the adverse vote of a university professor of his own department, and my friend N had himself, all unsuspectingly, provided me with material for the calumny. Nevertheless, I repeat, it still seems to me that the dream requires further elucidation. I remember now that the dream contained yet another portion which has hitherto been ignored by the interpretation. After it occurred to me that my friend R was my uncle, I felt in the dream a great affection for him. To whom is this feeling directed? For my uncle Joseph, of course, I have never had any feelings of affection. R has for many years been a dearly loved friend. But if I were to go to him and express my affection for him in terms approaching the degree of affection which I felt in the dream, he would undoubtedly be surprised. My affection, if it was for him, seems false and exaggerated, as does my judgment of his intellectual qualities, which I express by merging his personality in that of my uncle, but exaggerated in the opposite direction. Now, however, a new state of affairs dawns upon me. The affection in the dream does not belong to the latent content, to the thoughts behind the dream. It stands in opposition to this content. It is calculated to conceal the knowledge conveyed by the interpretation. Probably this is precisely its function. I remember with what reluctance I undertook the interpretation, how long I tried to postpone it, and how I declared the dream to be sheer nonsense. I know from my psychoanalytic practice how such a condemnation is to be interpreted. It has no informative value, but merely expresses an effect. If my little daughter does not like an apple which is offered her, she asserts that the apple is bitter, without even tasting it. If my patient behaves thus, I know that we are dealing with an idea which they are trying to repress. The same thing applies to my dream. I do not want to interpret it because there is something in the interpretation to which I object. After the interpretation of the dream is completed, I discover what it was to which I objected. It was the assertion that R is a simpleton. I can refer the affection which I feel for R not to the latent dream thoughts, but rather to this unwillingness of mine. If my dream, as compared with its latent content, is disguised at this point, and actually misrepresents things by producing their opposites, then the manifest affection in the dream serves the purpose of the misrepresentation. In other words, the distortion is here shown to be intentional. It is a means of disguise. My dream thoughts of R are derogatory, and so that I may not become aware of this very opposite of defamation, a tender affection for him enters into the dream. This discovery may prove to be generally valid. As the examples in Chapter 3 have demonstrated, there are, of course, dreams which are undisguised wish fulfillments. Wherever a wish fulfillment is unrecognizable and disguised, there must be present a tendency to defend oneself against this wish, and in consequence of this defense, the wish is unable to express itself save in a distorted form. I will try to find a parallel in social life to this occurrence in the inner psychic life. Where in social life can a similar misrepresentation be found? only where two persons are concerned, one of whom possesses a certain power, while the other has to act with a certain consideration on account of this power. The second person will then distort his psychic actions, or as we say, he will mask himself. The politeness which I practice every day is largely a disguise of this kind. If I interpret my dreams for the benefit of my readers, I am forced to make misrepresentations of this kind. The poet even complains of the necessity of such misrepresentation. Das Best, was du wissen kannst, darfst du den Buben doch nicht sagen. The best that thou canst know, thou mayst not tell to boys. The political writer who has unpleasant truths to tell those in power finds himself in a like position. If he tells everything without reserve, the government will suppress them, retrospectively in the case of verbal expression of opinion, preventively if they are to be published in the press. The writer stands in fear of the censorship. He therefore moderates and disguises the expression of his opinions. He finds himself compelled, in accordance with the sensibilities of the censor, either to refrain altogether from certain forms of attack, or to express himself in allusions instead of by direct assertions. He may, for instance, tell of a contretemps between two Chinese mandarins, while he really has in mind officials of his own country. The stricter the domination of the censorship, the more thorough becomes the disguise, and often enough the more ingenious the means employed to put the reader on the track of the actual meaning. The detailed correspondence between the phenomena of censorship and the phenomena of dream distortion justifies us in presupposing similar conditions for both. We should then assume that in every human being there exist, as the primary cause of dream formation, two psychic forces, tendencies or systems, one of which forms the wish expressed by the dream, while the other exercises a censorship over the dream wish, thereby enforcing on it a distortion. The question is, what is the nature of the authority of this second agency, by virtue of which it is able to exercise its censorship? If we remember that the latent dream thoughts are not conscious before analysis, but that the manifest dream content emerging from them is consciously remembered, it is not a far-fetched assumption that admittance to the consciousness is the prerogative of the second agency. Nothing can reach the consciousness from the first system which has not previously passed the second instance, and the second instance lets nothing pass without exercising its rights, enforcing such modifications as are pleasing to itself upon the candidates for admission to consciousness. Here we arrive at a very definite conception of the essence of consciousness. For us, the state of becoming conscious is a special psychic act, different from and independent of the process of becoming fixed or represented, and consciousness appears to us as a sensory organ which perceives a content proceeding from another source. It may be shown that psychopathology simply cannot dispense with these fundamental assumptions, but we shall reserve for another time a more exhaustive examination of the subject. If I bear in mind the notion of the two psychic instances and their relation to the consciousness, I find in the sphere of politics a perfectly appropriate analogy to the extraordinary affection which I feel for my friend R, who is so disparaged in the dream interpretation. I refer to the political life of a state in which the ruler, jealous of his rights, and an active public opinion are in mutual conflict. The people, protesting against the actions of an unpopular official, demand his dismissal. The autocrat, on the other hand, in order to show his contempt for the popular will, may then deliberately confer upon the official some exceptional distinction which otherwise would not have been conferred. Similarly, my second instance, controlling the access to my consciousness, distinguishes my friend R with a brush of extraordinary affection, because the wish tendencies of the first system, in view of a particular interest in which they are just then intent, would like to disparage him as a simpleton. We may now perhaps begin to suspect that dream interpretation is capable of yielding information concerning the structure of our psychic apparatus, which we have hitherto vainly expected from philosophy. We shall not, however, follow up this trail, but shall return to our original problem as soon as we have elucidated the problem of dream distortion. The question arose how dreams with a disagreeable content can be analyzed as wish fulfillments. We see now that this is possible where a dream distortion has occurred, when the disagreeable content serves only to disguise the thing wished for. With regard to our assumptions respecting the two psychic instances, we can now also say that disagreeable dreams contain as a matter of fact something which is disagreeable to the second instance, but which at the same time fulfills a wish of the first instance. They are wish dreams in so far as every dream emanates from the first instance, while the second instance behaves towards the dream only in a defensive, not in a constructive manner. Were we to limit ourselves to a consideration of what the second instance contributes to the dream, we should never understand the dream, and all the problems which the writers on the subject have discovered in the dream would have to remain unsolved. That the dream actually has a secret meaning, which proves to be wish fulfillment, must be proved afresh in every case by analysis. I will therefore select a few dreams which have painful contents, and endeavor to analyze them. Some of them are dreams of hysterical subjects, which therefore call for a long preliminary statement, and in some passages an examination of the psychic processes occurring in hysteria. This, though it will complicate the presentation, is unavoidable. When I treat a psychoneurotic patient analytically, his dreams regularly, as I have said, become a theme of our conversations. I must therefore give him all the psychological explanations with whose aid I myself have succeeded in understanding his symptoms. And here I encounter unsparing criticism, which is perhaps no less shrewd than that which I have to expect from my colleagues. With perfect uniformity, my patients contradict the doctrine that dreams are fulfillments of wishes. Here are several attempts of the sort of dream material which is adduced in refutation of my theory. You were always saying that a dream is a wish fulfilled, begins an intelligent lady patient. Now I shall tell you a dream in which the content is quite the opposite, in which a wish of mine is not fulfilled. How do you reconcile that with your theory? The dream was as follows. I want to give a supper, but I have nothing available except smoked salmon. I think I will go shopping, but I remember that it is Sunday afternoon, when all the shops are closed. I then try to ring up a few caterers, but the telephone is out of order. Accordingly, I have to renounce my desire to give a supper. I reply, of course, that only the analysis can decide the meaning of this dream, although I admit that at first sight it seems sensible and coherent and looks like the opposite of a wish fulfillment. But what occurrence gave rise to this dream? I ask. You know that the stimulus of a dream always lies among the experiences of the preceding day. End of section 13. Recording by Alicia in Philadelphia.
Section 14 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by J. Anderson. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 14. Distortion in Dreams. Analysis. The patient's husband, an honest and capable meat salesman, had told her the day before that he was growing too fat and that he meant to undergo treatment for obesity. He would rise early, take physical exercise, keep to a strict diet, and above all, accept no more invitations to supper. She proceeds jestingly to relate how her husband, at a table d'hôte, had made the acquaintance of an artist who insisted upon painting his portrait, because he, the painter, had never seen such an expressive head. But her husband had answered in his downright fashion that while he was much obliged, he would rather not be painted, and he was quite convinced that a bit of a pretty girl's posterior would please the artist better than his whole face. She is very much in love with her husband, and teases him a good deal. She has asked him not to give her any more caviar. What can that mean? Goethe. And if he has no backside, how can the nobleman sit? As a matter of fact, she had wanted for a long time to eat a caviar sandwich every morning, but had grudged the expense. Of course she could get the caviar from her husband at once if she asked for it, but she has, on the contrary, begged him not to give her any caviar so that she might tease him about it a little longer. To me, this explanation seems thin. Unconfessed motives are wont to conceal themselves behind just such unsatisfying explanations. We are reminded of the subjects hypnotized by Bernheim, who carried out post-hypnotic order, and who, on being questioned as to their motives, instead of answering, "I do not know why I did that," had to invent a reason that was obviously inadequate. There is probably something similar to this in the case of my patient's caviar. I see that in waking life she is compelled to invent an unfulfilled wish. Her dream also shows her the non-fulfillment of her wish. But why does she need an unfulfilled wish? The ideas elicited so far are insufficient for the interpretation of the dream. I press for more. After a short pause, which corresponds to the overcoming of a resistance, she reports that the day before she had paid a visit to a friend of whom she is really jealous, because her husband is always praising this lady so highly. Fortunately, this friend is very thin and lanky, and her husband likes full figures. Now, of what did this thin friend speak? Of course, of her wish to become rather plumper. She also asked my patient, "When are you going to invite us again? You always have such good food." Now the meaning of the dream is clear. I am able to tell the patient, it is just as though you had thought at the moment of her asking you that, of course, I'm to invite you so that you can eat at my house and get fat and become still more pleasing to my husband. I would rather give no more suppers. The dream then tells you that you cannot give a supper, thereby fulfilling your wish not to contribute anything to the rounding out of your friend's figure. Your husband's resolution to accept no more invitations to supper in order that he may grow thin teaches you that one grows fat on food eaten at other people's tables. Nothing is lacking now but some sort of coincidence which will confirm the solution. The smoked salmon in the dream has not yet been traced. How did you come to think of salmon in your dream? Smoked salmon is my friend's favorite dish, she replied. It happens that I know the lady, and am able to affirm that she grudges herself salmon, just as my patient grudges herself caviar. This dream admits of yet another and more exact interpretation, one which is actually necessitated only by a subsidiary circumstance. The two interpretations do not contradict one another, but rather dovetail into one another, and furnish an excellent example of the usual ambiguity of dreams, as of all other psychopathological formations. We have heard that at the time of her dream of a denied wish, the patient was impelled to deny herself a real wish, the wish to eat caviar sandwiches. Her friend, too, had expressed a wish, namely, to get fatter, and it would not surprise us if our patient had dreamt that this wish of her friend's, the wish to increase in weight, was not to be fulfilled. Instead of this, however, she dreamt that one of her own wishes was not fulfilled. The dream becomes capable of a new interpretation, if in the dream she does not mean herself, but her friend. If she has put herself in the place of her friend, or, as we may say, has identified herself with her friend. I think she has actually done this, and as a sign of this identification she has created for herself in real life an unfulfilled wish. But what is the meaning of this hysterical identification? To elucidate this, a more exhaustive exposition is necessary. Identification is a highly important motive in the mechanism of hysterical symptoms. By this means, patients are enabled to express in their symptoms not merely their own experiences, but the experiences of quite a number of other persons. They can suffer, as it were, for a whole mass of people, and fill all the parts of a drama with their own personalities. It will here be objected that this is the well-known hysterical imitation, the ability of hysterical subjects to imitate all the symptoms which impress them when they occur in others, as though pity were aroused to the point of reproduction. This, however, only indicates the path which the psychic process follows in hysterical imitation. But the path itself and the psychic act which follows this path are two different matters. The act itself is slightly more complicated than we are prone to believe the imitation of the hysterical to be. It corresponds to an unconscious end process, as an example will show. The physician who has, in the same ward with other patients, a female patient suffering from a particular kind of twitching, is not surprised if one morning he learns that this peculiar hysterical affection has found imitators. He merely tells himself, the others have seen her, and have imitated her. This is psychic infection. Yes, but psychic infection occurs somewhat in the following manner. As a rule, patients know more about one another than the physician knows about any one of them, and they are concerned about one another when the doctor's visit is over. One of them has an attack today. At once it is known to the rest that a letter from home, a recrudescence of love-sickness, or the like, is the cause. Their sympathy is aroused, and although it does not emerge into consciousness, they form the following conclusion. If it is possible to suffer such an attack from such a cause, I too may suffer this sort of an attack, for I have the same occasion for it. If this were a conclusion capable of becoming conscious, it would perhaps express itself in dread of suffering a like attack, but it is formed in another psychic region and consequently ends in the realization of the dreaded symptoms. Thus, identification is not mere imitation, but an assimilation based upon the same etological claim. It expresses a just like and refers to some common condition which has remained in the unconscious. In hysteria, identification is most frequently employed to express a sexual community. The hysterical woman identifies herself by her symptoms most readily, though not exclusively, with persons with whom she has had sexual relations, or who have had sexual intercourse with the same persons as herself. Language takes cognizance of this tendency. Two lovers are said to be one. In hysterical fantasy, as well as in dreams, identification may ensue if one simply thinks of sexual relations. They need not necessarily become actual. The patient is merely following the rules of the hysterical processes of thought when she expresses her jealousy of her friend, which, for that matter, she herself admits to be unjustified. By putting herself in her friend's place in her dream and identifying herself with her by fabricating a symptom, the denied wish. One might further elucidate the process by saying, in the dream she puts herself in the place of her friend, because her friend has taken her own place in relation to her husband, and because she would like to take her friend's place in her husband's esteem. I myself regret the inclusion of such passages from the psychopathology of hysteria, which, because of their fragmentary presentation, and because they are torn out of their context, cannot prove to be very illuminating. If these passages are capable of throwing any light upon the intimate relations between dream and psychoneurosis, they have served the intention with which I have included them. The contradiction of my theory of dreams on the part of another female patient, the most intelligent of all my dreamers, was solved in a simpler fashion, though still in accordance with the principle that the non-fulfillment of one wish signified the fulfillment of another. I had one day explained to her that a dream is a wish fulfillment. On the following day, she related a dream to the effect that she was traveling with her mother-in-law to the place in which they were both to spend the summer. Now I knew that she had violently protested against spending the summer in the neighborhood of her mother-in-law. I also knew that she had fortunately been able to avoid doing so, since she had recently succeeded in renting a house in a place quite remote from that to which her mother-in-law was going. And now the dream reversed this desired solution. Was not this a flat contradiction of my theory of wish fulfillment? One had only to draw the inferences from this dream in order to arrive at its interpretation. According to this dream, I was wrong, but it was her wish that I should be wrong, and this wish the dream showed her as fulfilled. But the wish that I should be wrong, which was fulfilled in the theme of the country house, referred in reality to another and more serious matter. At that time I had inferred, from the material furnished by her analysis, that something of significance in respect to her illness must have occurred at a certain time in her life. She had denied this because it was not present in her memory. We soon came to see that I was right. Thus her wish that I should prove to be wrong, which was transformed into the dream that she was going into the country with her mother-in-law, corresponded with the justifiable wish that those things, which were then only suspected, had never occurred. Without an analysis, and merely by means of an assumption, I took the liberty of interpreting a little incident in the life of a friend who had been my companion through 8 classes at school. He once heard a lecture of mine, delivered to a small audience, on the novel idea that dreams are wish fulfillments. He went home, dreamt that he had lost all his lawsuits, he was a lawyer, and then complained to me about it. I took refuge in the evasion. One can't win all one's cases, but I thought to myself, if, for 8 years, I sat as primus on the first bench, while he moved up and down somewhere in the middle of the class, may he not naturally have had the wish, ever since his boyhood, that I too might for once make a fool of myself? Yet another dream of a more gloomy character was offered me by a female patient in contradiction of my theory of the wish dream. This patient, a young girl, began as follows. You remember that my sister has now only one boy, Charles. She lost the elder one, Otto, while I was still living with her. Otto was my favorite. It was I who really brought him up. Like the other little fellow, too, but of course not nearly as much as his dead brother. Now I dreamt last night that I saw Charles lying dead before me. He was lying in his little coffin, his hands folded. There were candles all about. And, in short, it was just as it was at the time of little Otto's death, which gave me such a shock. Now tell me, what does this mean? You know me. Am I really so bad as to wish that my sister should lose the only child she has left? Or does the dream mean that I wish that Charles had died rather than Otto, whom I liked so much better? I assured her that this latter interpretation was impossible. After some reflection, I was able to give her the interpretation of the dream, which she subsequently confirmed. I was able to do so because the whole previous history of the dreamer was known to me. Having become an orphan at an early age, the girl had been brought up in the home of a much older sister, and had met, among the friends and visitors who frequented the house, a man who made a lasting impression upon her affections. It looked for a time as though these barely explicit relations would end in marriage, but this happy culmination was frustrated by the sister, whose motives were never completely explained. After the rupture, the man whom my patient loved avoided the house. She herself attained her independence some time after the death of little Otto, to whom, meanwhile, her affections had turned. But she did not succeed in freeing herself from the dependence due to her affection for her sister's friend. Her pride bade her avoid him, but she found it impossible to transfer her love to the other suitors who successively presented themselves. Whenever the man she loved, who was a member of the literary profession, announced a lecture anywhere, she was certain to be found among the audience, and she seized every other opportunity of seeing him unobserved. I remembered that on the previous day she had told me that the professor was going to a certain concert, and that she too was going, in order to enjoy the sight of him. This was on the day before the dream, and the concert was to be given on the day on which she told me the dream. I could now easily see the correct interpretation, and I asked her whether she could think of any particular event which had occurred after Otto's death. She replied immediately, "Of course. The professor returned then after a long absence, and I saw him once more beside little Otto's coffin. It was just as I had expected. I interpreted the dream as follows. If now the other boy were to die, the same thing would happen again. You would spend the day with your sister, the professor would certainly come to offer his condolences, and you would see him once more under the same circumstances as before. The dream signifies nothing more than this wish of yours to see him again, a wish against which you are fighting inwardly. I know that you have the ticket for today's concert in your bag. Your dream is a dream of impatience. It has anticipated by several hours the meeting which is to take place today." In order to disguise her wish, she had obviously selected a situation in which wishes of the sort are commonly suppressed, a situation so sorrowful that love is not even thought of. And yet it is entirely possible that even in the actual situation beside the coffin of the elder, more dearly loved boy, she had not been able to suppress her tender affection for the visitor whom she had missed for so long. A different explanation was found in the case of a similar dream of another patient, who in earlier life had been distinguished for her quick wit and her cheerful disposition, and who still displayed these qualities, at all events in the free associations which occurred to her during treatment. In the course of a longer dream, it seemed to this lady that she saw her 15-year-old daughter lying dead before her in a box. She was strongly inclined to use this dream image as an objection to the theory of wish fulfillment, although she herself suspected that the detail of the box must lead to a different conception of the dream. For in the course of the analysis, it occurred to her that on the previous evening the conversation of the people in whose company she found herself had turned on the English word box, and upon the numerous translations of it into German, such as Schachtel, Loge, Kasten, Orfiege, etc. From other components of the same dream, it was now possible to add the fact that the lady had guessed at the relationship between the English word box and the German Buchse, and had then been haunted by the recollection that Buchse is used in vulgar parlance to denote the female genitals. It was therefore possible, treating her knowledge of topographical anatomy with a certain indulgence, to assume that the child in the box signified a child in the mother's womb. At this stage of the explanation, she no longer denied that the picture in the dream actually corresponded with a wish of hers. Like so many other young women, she was by no means happy on finding that she was pregnant, and she had confessed to me more than once the wish that her child might die before its birth. In a fit of anger, following a violent scene with her husband, she had even struck her abdomen with her fists in order to injure the child within. The dead child was therefore really the fulfillment of a wish, but a wish which had been put aside for 15 years, and it is not surprising that the fulfillment of the wish was no longer recognized after so long an interval, for there had been many changes in the meantime. The group of dreams, having as content the death of beloved relatives, to which belong the last two mentioned, will be considered again under the head of typical dreams. I shall then be able to show, by new examples, that in spite of their undesirable content, all these dreams must be interpreted as wish fulfillments. For the following dream, which again was told to me in order to deter me from a hasty generalization of my theory, I am indebted, not to a patient, but to an intelligent jurist of my acquaintance. I dream, my informant tells me, that I am walking in front of my house with a lady on my arm. Here a closed carriage is waiting. A man steps up to me, shows me his authorization as a police officer, and requests me to follow him. I ask only for time in which to arrange my affairs. The jurist then asks me, "Can you possibly suppose that it is my wish to be arrested?" Of course not, I have to admit. Do you happen to know upon what charge you were arrested? Yes, I believe for infanticide. Infanticide? But you know that only a mother can commit this crime upon her newborn child. That is true. And under what circumstances did you dream this? What happened on the evening before? I would rather not tell you. It is a delicate matter. But I need it. Otherwise we must forego the interpretation of the dream. Well then, I will tell you. I spent the night, not at home, but in the house of a lady who means a great deal to me. When we awoke in the morning, something again passed between us. Then I went to sleep again, and dreamt what I have told you. The woman is married? Yes. And you do not wish her to conceive? No, that might betray us. Then you do not practice normal coitus? I take the precaution to withdraw before ejaculation. Am I to assume that you took this precaution several times during the night, and that in the morning you were not quite sure whether you had succeeded? That might be so. Then your dream is the fulfillment of a wish. By the dream you are assured that you have not begotten a child, or, what amounts to the same thing, that you have killed the child. I can easily demonstrate the connecting links. Do you remember, a few days ago we were talking about the troubles of matrimony, and about the inconsistency of permitting coitus so long as no impregnation takes place, while at the same time any preventive act committed after the ovum and the semen meet and a fetus is formed is punished as a crime? In this connection we recalled the medieval controversy about the moment of time at which the soul actually enters into the fetus, since the concept of murder becomes admissible only from that point onwards. Of course, too, you know the gruesome poem by Lanau, which puts infanticide and birth control on the same plane. Strangely enough, I happened, as though by chance, to think of Lanau this morning. Another echo of your dream, and I shall now show you yet another incidental wish fulfillment in your dream. You walk up to your house with the lady on your arm, so you take her home, instead of spending the night at her house, as you did in reality. The fact that the wish fulfillment, which is the essence of the dream, disguises itself in such an unpleasant form, has perhaps more than one explanation. From my essay on the etiology of anxiety neurosis, you will see that I note coitus interruptus as one of the factors responsible for the development of neurotic fear. It would be consistent with this if, after repeated coitus of this kind, you were left in an uncomfortable frame of mind, which now becomes an element of the composition of your dream. You even make use of this uncomfortable state of mind to conceal the wish fulfillment. At the same time, the mention of infanticide has not yet been explained. Why does this crime, which is peculiar to females, occur to you? I will confess to you that I was involved in such an affair years ago. I was responsible for the fact that a girl tried to protect herself from the consequences of a liaison with me by procuring an abortion. I had nothing to do with the carrying out of her plan, but for a long time I was naturally worried in case the affair might be discovered. I understand. This recollection furnished a second reason why the supposition that you had performed coitus interruptus clumsily might have been painful to you. It often happens that a dream is told incompletely, and that a recollection of the omitted portions appears only in the course of the analysis. These portions, when subsequently fitted in, invariably furnish the key to the interpretation. Cf. Chapter 7, On Forgetting of Dreams. A young physician who heard this dream related in my lecture room must have felt that it fitted him, for he hastened to imitate it by a dream of his own, applying its mode of thinking to another theme. On the previous day he had furnished a statement of his income, a quite straightforward statement, because he had little to state. He dreamt that an acquaintance of his came from a meeting of the tax commission and informed him that all the other statements had passed unquestioned, but that his own had aroused a general suspicion, with the result that he would be punished with a heavy fine. This dream is a poorly disguised fulfillment of the wish to be known as a physician with a large income. It also calls to mind the story of the young girl who was advised against accepting her suitor because he was a man of quick temper, who would assuredly beat her after their marriage. Her answer was, "I wish he would strike me." Her wish to be married was so intense that she had taken into consideration the discomforts predicted for this marriage. She had even raised them to the plane of a wish. If I group together the very frequent dreams of this sort, which seem flatly to contradict my theory, in that they embody the denial of a wish, or some occurrence obviously undesired, under the head of counter-wish dreams, I find that they may all be referred to two principles, one of which has not yet been mentioned, though it plays a large part in waking as well as dream life. One of the motives inspiring these dreams is the wish that I should appear in the wrong. These dreams occur regularly in the course of treatment whenever the patient is in a state of resistance. Indeed, I can with a great degree of certainty count on evoking such a dream once I have explained to the patient my theory that the dream is a wish fulfillment. Indeed, I have reason to expect that many of my readers will have such dreams, merely to fulfill the wish that I may prove to be wrong. The last dream which I shall recount, from among those occurring in the course of treatment once more, demonstrates this very thing. A young girl who had struggled hard to continue my treatment, against the will of her relatives and the authorities whom they had consulted, dreamt the following dream. At home she is forbidden to come to me any more. She then reminds me of the promise I made her to treat her for nothing if necessary, and I tell her, I can show no consideration in money matters. It is not at all easy in this case to demonstrate the fulfillment of a wish, but in all cases of this kind there is a second problem, the solution of which helps also to solve the first. Where does she get the words which she puts into my mouth? Of course, I have never told her anything of the kind, but one of her brothers, the one who has the greatest influence over her, has been kind enough to make this remark about me. It is then the purpose of the dream to show that her brother is right, and she does not try to justify this brother merely in the dream. It is her purpose in life and the motive of her illness. A dream, which at first sight presents peculiar difficulties for the theory of wish fulfillment, was dreamed by a physician and interpreted by him. I have and see on the last phalange of my left forefinger a primary syphilitic infection. One may perhaps be inclined to refrain from analyzing this dream, since it seems clear and coherent, except for its unwished-for content. However, if one takes the trouble to make an analysis, one learns that primary affection reduces itself to prima affectio, first love, and that the repulsive sore, in the words of Starkey, proves to be the representative of wish fulfillments charged with intense emotion. The other motive for counter-wish dreams is so clear that there is a danger of overlooking it, as happened in my own case for such a long time. In the sexual constitution of many persons there is a masochistic component, which has arisen through the conversion of the aggressive, sadistic component into its opposite. Such people are called ideal masochists if they seek pleasure not in the bodily pain which may be inflicted upon them, but in humiliation and psychic chastisement. It is obvious that such persons may have counter-wish dreams and disagreeable dreams, yet these are for them nothing more than wish fulfillments, which satisfy their masochistic inclinations. Here is such a dream. A young man, who in earlier youth greatly tormented his elder brother, toward whom he was homosexually inclined, but who has since undergone a complete change of character, has the following dream, which consists of 3 parts. 1. He is teased by his brother. 2. 2 adults are caressing each other with homosexual intentions. 3. His brother has sold the business, the management of which the young man had reserved for his own future. From this last dream he awakens with the most unpleasant feelings, and yet it is a masochistic wish dream, which might be translated: "It would serve me right if my brother were to make that sale against my interests. It would be punishment for all the torments he has suffered at my hands." I hope that the examples given above will suffice, until some further objection appears, to make it seem credible that even dreams with painful content are to be analyzed as wish fulfillments. Nor should it be considered a mere matter of chance that, in the course of interpretation, one always happens upon subjects about which one does not like to speak or think. The disagreeable sensation which such dreams arouse is of course precisely identical with the antipathy which would, and usually does, restrain us from treating or discussing such subjects, an antipathy which must be overcome by all of us if we find ourselves obliged to attack the problem of such dreams. But this disagreeable feeling which recurs in our dreams does not preclude the existence of a wish. Everyone has wishes which he would not like to confess to others, which he does not care to admit even to himself. On the other hand, we feel justified in connecting the unpleasant character of all these dreams with the fact of a dream distortion, and in concluding that these dreams are distorted, and that their wish fulfillment is disguised beyond recognition, precisely because there is a strong revulsion against, a will to repress, the subject matter of the dream, or the wish created by it. Dream distortion, then, proves in reality to be an act of censorship. We shall have included everything which the analysis of disagreeable dreams has brought to light if we reword our formula thus: the dream is the disguised fulfillment of a suppressed, repressed wish. I will here anticipate by citing the amplification and modification of this fundamental formula propounded by Otto Rank. On the basis of, and with the aid of, repressed infantile sexual material, dreams regularly represent as fulfilled current, and as a rule also erotic, wishes in a disguised and symbolic form. Nowhere have I said that I have accepted this formula of Rank's. The shorter version contained in the text seems to me sufficient. But the fact that I merely mentioned Rank's modification was enough to expose psychoanalysis to the oft-repeated reproach that it asserts that all dreams have sexual content. If one understands this sentence as it is intended to be understood, it only proves how little conscientiousness our critics are wont to display, and how ready our opponents are to overlook statements if they do not accord with their aggressive inclinations. Only a few pages back I mentioned the manifold wish fulfillments of children's dreams, to make an excursion on land and or water, to make up for an omitted meal, etc. Elsewhere, I have mentioned dreams excited by thirst and the desire to evacuate, and mere comfort or convenience dreams. Even Rank does not make an absolute assertion. He says, as a rule, also erotic wishes, and this can be completely confirmed in the case of most dreams of adults. The matter has, however, a different aspect if we employ the word sexual in the sense of eros, as the word is understood by psychoanalysts. But the interesting problem of whether all dreams are not produced by libidinal motives, in opposition to destructive ones, has hardly been considered by our opponents. Now there still remain to be considered, as a particular suborder of dreams with painful content, the anxiety dreams, the inclusion of which among the wish dreams will still be less acceptable to the uninitiated. But I can here deal very cursorily with the problem of anxiety dreams. What they have to reveal is not a new aspect of the dream problem. Here the problem is that of understanding neurotic anxiety in general. The anxiety which we experience in dreams is only apparently explained by the dream content. If we subject that content to analysis, we become aware that the dream anxiety is no more justified by the dream content than the anxiety in a phobia is justified by the idea to which the phobia is attached. For example, it is true that it is possible to fall out of a window, and that a certain care must be exercised when one is at a window, but it is not obvious why the anxiety in the corresponding phobia is so great, and why it torments its victims more than its cause would warrant. The same explanation which applies to the phobia applies to the anxiety dream. In either case, the anxiety is only fastened onto the idea which accompanies it, and is derived from another source. On account of this intimate relation of dream anxiety to neurotic anxiety, the discussion of the former obliges me to refer to the latter. In a little essay on anxiety neurosis, written in 1895, I maintain that neurotic anxiety has its origin in the sexual life, and corresponds to a libido which has been deflected from its object and has found no employment. The accuracy of this formula has since then been demonstrated with ever-increasing certainty. From it, we may deduce the doctrine that anxiety dreams are dreams of sexual content, and that the libido appertaining to this content has been transformed into anxiety. Later on, I shall have an opportunity of confirming this assertion by the analysis of several dreams of neurotics. In my further attempts to arrive at a theory of dreams, I shall again have occasion to revert to the conditions of anxiety dreams and their compatibility with the theory of wish fulfillment. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Teal Robin. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 15. The material and resources of dreams. Recent and indifferent impressions in the dream. Having realized, as a result of analyzing the dream of Irma's injection, that the dream was the fulfillment of a wish, we were immediately interested to ascertain whether we had thereby discovered a general characteristic of dreams, and for the time being we put aside every other scientific problem which may have suggested itself in the course of the interpretation. Now that we have reached the goal on this one path, we may turn back and select a new point of departure for exploring dream problems. Even though we may for a time lose sight of the theme of wish fulfillment, which had still to be further considered. Now that we are able, by applying our processes of interpretation, to detect a latent dream content whose significance far surpasses that of the manifest dream content, we are naturally impelled to return to the individual dream problems, in order to see whether the riddles and contradictions which seemed to elude us when we had only the manifest content to work upon, may not now be satisfactorily resolved. The opinions of previous writers on the relation of dreams to waking life, and the origin of the material of dreams, have not been given here. We may recall, however, 3 peculiarities of the memory in dreams, which have often been noted but never explained. 1. That the dream clearly prefers the impressions of the last few days. Robert Strumpel, Hildebrandt, also Weed Hallam. 2. That it makes a selection in accordance with the principles other than those governing our waking memory, in that it recalls not essential and important, but subordinate and disregarded things. 3. That it has at its disposal the earliest impressions of our childhood, and brings to light again details from this period of life, which, again, seem trivial to us, and which in waking life were believed to have been long since forgotten. It is evident that Robert's idea that the dream is intended to rid our memory of the useless impressions which it has received during the day is no longer tenable, if indifferent memories from our childhood appear in our dreams with some degree of frequency. We should be obliged to conclude that our dreams generally perform their prescribed task very inadequately. These peculiarities in the dream's choice of material have, of course, been observed by previous writers in the manifest dream content. A. Recent and indifferent impressions in the dream. If I now consult my own experience with regard to the origin of the elements appearing in the dream content, I must in the first place express the opinion that in every dream we may find some reference to the experiences of the preceding day. Whatever dream I turn to, whether my own or someone else's, this experience is always confirmed. Knowing this, I may perhaps begin the work of interpretation by looking for the experience of the preceding day which has stimulated the dream. In many cases this is indeed the quickest way. With the two dreams that I subjected to a close analysis in the last chapter, the dream of Irma's injection and of the uncle with the yellow beard, the reference to the preceding day is so evident that it needs no further elucidation. But in order to show how constantly this reference may be demonstrated, I shall examine a portion of my own dream, chronicle. I shall relate only so much of the dream as is necessary for the detection of the dream source in question. 1. I pay a call at a house to which I gain admittance only with difficulty, etc., and meanwhile I am keeping a woman waiting for me. Source: a conversation during the evening with a female relative to the effect that she would have to wait for a remittance from which she had asked until, etc. 2. I have written a monograph on a species, uncertain, of plant. Source: in the morning I had seen in a bookseller's window a monograph on the genus Cyclamen. 3. I see two women in the street, mother and daughter, the latter being a patient. Source: a female patient who is under treatment had told me in the evening what difficulties her mother puts in the way of her continuing the treatment. 4. At S&R's bookshop I subscribe to a periodical which costs 20 florins annually. Source: during the day my wife had reminded me that I still owe her 20 florins of her weekly allowance. 5. I receive a communication from the Social Democratic Committee, in which I am addressed as a member. Source: I have received simultaneous communications from the Liberal Committee on Elections and from the President of the Humanitarian Society, of which latter I am actually a member. 6. A man on a steep rock rising from the sea, in the manner of Bocklin. The question might be raised whether a dream invariably refers to the events of the preceding day only, or whether the reference may be extended to include impressions from a longer period of time in the immediate past. This question is probably not of the first importance, but I am inclined to decide in favour of the exclusive priority of the day before the dream day. Whenever I thought I had found a case where an impression 2 or 3 days old was the source of the dream, I was able to convince myself after careful investigation that this impression had been remembered the day before, that is, that a demonstrable reproduction on the day before had been interpolated between the day of the event and the time of the dream. And further, I was able to point to the recent occasion which might have given rise to the recollection of the older impression. On the other hand, I was unable to convince myself that a regular interval of biological significance (H. Swoboda gives the first interval of this kind as 18 hours) elapses between the dream-exciting daytime impression and its recurrence in the dream. I believe, therefore, that for every dream a dream stimulus may be found among these experiences on which one has not yet slept. Havelock Ellis, who has likewise given attention to this problem, states that he has not been able to find any such periodicity of reproduction in his dreams, although he has looked for it. He relates a dream in which he found himself in Spain. He wanted to travel to a place called Daraus, Varaus, or Zaraus. On awaking, he was unable to recall any such place names, and thought no more of the matter. A few months later he actually found the name Zaraus. It was that of a railway station between San Sebastian and Bilbao, through which he had passed in the train 8 months, 250 days, before the date of the dream. Thus the impression of the immediate past, with the exception of the day before the night of the dream, stand in the same relation to the dream content as those of periods indefinitely remote. The dream may select its material from any period of life, provided only that a chain of thought leads back from the experiences of the day of the dream, the recent impressions, of that earlier period. But why this preference for recent impressions? We shall arrive at some conjectures on this point if we subject one of the dreams already mentioned to a more precise analysis. I select the dream of the botanical monograph. I have written a monograph on a certain plant. The book lies before me. I am just turning over a folded colour plate. A dried specimen of the plant, as though from a herbarium, is bound up with every copy. End of section 15. Recording by Teal Robin.
Section 16 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 16. The Material and Sources of Dreams. Recent and indifferent impressions in the dream. Analysis. In the morning, I saw in a bookseller's window a volume entitled The Genus Cyclamen, apparently a monograph on this plant. The cyclamen is my wife's favorite flower. I reproach myself for remembering so seldom to bring her flowers, as she would like me to do. In connection with the theme of giving her flowers, I am reminded of a story which I recently told some friends of mine in proof of my assertion that we often forget in obedience to a purpose of the unconscious, and that forgetfulness always enables us to form a deduction about the secret disposition of the forgetful person. A young woman who has been accustomed to receive a bouquet of flowers from her husband on her birthday misses his token of affection on one of her birthdays, and bursts into tears. The husband comes in, and cannot understand why she is crying until she tells him, "Today is my birthday." He claps his hand to his forehead, and exclaims, "Oh, forgive me, I had completely forgotten it," and proposes to go out immediately in order to get her flowers. But she refuses to be consoled, for she sees in her husband's forgetfulness a proof that she no longer plays the same part in his thoughts as she formerly did. This Frau L. met my wife 2 days ago, and told her that she was feeling well, and asked after me. Some years ago she was a patient of mine. Supplementary facts. I did once actually write something like a monograph on a plant, namely an essay on the coca plant, which attracted the attention of K. Kohler to the anesthetic properties of cocaine. I hinted that the alkaloid might be employed as an anesthetic, but I was not thorough enough to pursue the matter further. It occurs to me, too, that on the morning of the day following the dream, for the interpretation of which I did not find time till the evening, I had thought of cocaine in a kind of a daydream. If I were afflicted with glaucoma, I would go to Berlin and there undergo an operation incognito in the house of my Berlin friend, at the hands of a surgeon whom he would recommend. This surgeon, who would not know the name of his patient, would boast, as usual, how easy these operations had become since the introduction of cocaine, and I should not betray the fact that I myself had a share in this discovery. With this fantasy were connected thoughts of how awkwardly it really is for a physician to claim the professional services of a colleague. I should be able to pay the Berlin eye specialist, who did not know me like anyone else. Only after recalling this daydream too, I realize that there is concealed behind it the memory of a definite event. Shortly after Kohler's discovery, my father contracted glaucoma. He was operated on by my friend Dr. Koenigstein, the eye specialist. Dr. Kohler was in charge of the cocaine anesthetization, and he made the remark that on this occasion all the three persons who had been responsible for the introduction of cocaine had been brought together. My thoughts now pass on the time when I was last reminded of the history of cocaine. This was a few days earlier, when I received a Verschrift, a publication in which grateful pupils had commemorated the jubilee of their teacher and laboratory director. Among the titles to the fame of persons connected with the laboratory, I found a note to the effect that the discovery of the anesthetic properties of cocaine had been due to K. Kohler. Now I suddenly become aware that the dream is connected with an experience of the previous evening. I had just accompanied Dr. Koenigstein to his home, and had entered into a discussion of a subject which excites me greatly whenever it is mentioned. While I was walking with him in the entrance hall, Professor Gartner and his wife came up. I could not refrain from congratulating them both upon their blooming appearance. Now Professor Gartner is one of the authors of the Verschrift of which I have just spoken, and he may well have reminded me of it. And Frau L. of whose birthday disappointment I spoke a little way back, had been mentioned, though of course in another connection, in my conversation with Dr. Konigstein. I shall now try to elucidate the other determinants of the dream content. A dried specimen of the plant accompanies the monograph, as though it were a herbarium, and herbarium reminds me of the gymnasium. The director of our gymnasium once called the pupils of upper classes together, in order that they might examine and clean the gymnasium herbarium. Small insects had been found, bookworms. The director seemed to have little confidence in my ability to assist, for he entrusted me with only a few of the pages. I know to this day that there were crucifiers on them. My interest in botany was never very great. At my preliminary examination in botany, I was required to identify a crucifer, and failed to recognize it. Had not my theoretical knowledge come to my aid, I should have fared badly indeed. Crucifers suggest composites. The artichoke is really a composite, and in actual fact one which I might call my favourite flower. My wife, more thoughtful than I, often brings this favourite flower of mine home from the market. I see the monograph which I have written lying before me. Here again there is an association. My friend wrote to me yesterday from Berlin. I am thinking a great deal about your dream book. I see it lying before me completed, and I turn the pages. How I envied him this power of vision! If only I could see it lying before me already completed. The folded colour plate. When I was a medical student, I suffered a sort of craze for studying monographs exclusively. In spite of my limited means, I subscribed to a number of medical periodicals, whose coloured plates offered me much delight. I was rather proud of this inclination to thoroughness. When I subsequently began to publish books myself, I had to draw the plates for my own treatises, and I remember one of them turned out so badly that a well-meaning colleague ridiculed me for it. With this is associated, I do not exactly know how, a very early memory of my childhood. My father, by the way of a jest, once gave my elder sister and myself a book containing coloured plates. The book was a narrative of a journey through Persia, in order that we might destroy it. From an educational point of view, this was hardly to be commended. I was at the time 5 years old, and my sister less than 3, and the picture of us two children blissfully tearing the book to pieces, I should add, like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, is almost the only one from this period of my life which has remained vivid in my memory. When I afterwards became a student, I developed a conspicuous fondness for collecting and processing books, an analogy to the inclination for studying from monographs, a hobby alluded in my dream thoughts in connection with cyclamen and artichoke. I became bookworm. Ever since I have been engaged in introspection, I have always traced this earliest passion of my life to this impression of my childhood, or rather, I have recognized in this childish scene a screen or concealing memory of my subsequent bibliophilia. And of course, I learned at an early age that our passions often become our misfortunes. When I was 17, I ran up a very considerable account at a bookseller's, with no means with which to settle it, and my father would hardly accept it as an excuse that my passion was at least a respectable one. But the mention of this experience of my youth brings me back to my conversation with my friend Dr. Konigstein on the evening preceding the dream, for one of the themes of this conversation was the same old reproach, that I am much too absorbed in my hobbies. For reasons which are not relevant here, I shall not continue the interpretation of this dream, but will merely indicate the path which leads to it. In the course of the interpretation, I was reminded of my conversation with Dr. Konigstein, and, indeed, of more than one portion of it. When I consider the subjects touched upon in this conversation, the meaning of the dream immediately becomes clear to me. All the train of thought which have been started by my own inclinations and those of my wife, the cocaine, the awkwardness of securing medical treatment from one's own colleagues, my preference for monographical studies, and my neglect of certain subjects, such as botany, all these are continued in, and lead up to one branch or another of this widely ramified conversation. The dream once more assumes the character of a justification, of a plea for my rights, like the dream of Irma's injection, the first to be analyzed. It even continues the theme which the dream introduced and discusses it in association with new subject matter, which has been added in the interval between the two dreams. Even the dream's apparently indifferent form of expression at once acquires a meaning. Now it means, I am indeed the man who has written that valuable and successful treatise on cocaine. Just as previously I declared in self justification, I am after all a thorough and industrious student. And in both instances I find the meaning. I can allow myself this. But I may dispense with a further interpretation of the dream, because my only purpose in recording it was to examine the relation of the dream content to the experience of the previous day, which arouses it. As long as I know only the manifest content of this dream, only one relation to any impression of the day is obvious. But after I have completed the interpretation, a second source of the dream becomes apparent in another experience of the same day. The first of these impressions to which the dream refers is an indifferent one, a subordinate circumstance. I see a book in a shop window, whose title holds me for a moment, but whose contents could hardly interest me. The second experience was of great psychic value. I talked earnestly with my friend, the eye specialist, for about an hour. I made allusions in this conversation which must have ruffled the feelings of both of us, and which in me awakened memories in connection with which I was aware of a great variety of inner stimuli. Further, this conversation was broken off unfinished, because some acquaintances joined us. What now is the relation of these two impressions of the day to one another, and to the dream which followed during the night? In the manifestation dream content, I find merely an allusion to the indifferent impression, and I am thus able to reaffirm that the dream prefers to take up into its content experiences of a non essential character. In the dream interpretation, on the contrary, everything converges upon an important and justifiably disturbing event. If I judge the sensation of the dream in the only correct way, according to the latent content which is brought up to light in the analysis, I find that I have unwittingly lighted upon a new and important discovery. I see that the puzzling theory that the dream deals only with worthless odds and ends of the day's experiences has no justification. I am also compelled to contradict the assertion that the psychic life of the waking state is not continued in the dream, and that hence the dream wastes our psychic energy on trivial material. The very opposite is true. What has claimed our attention during the day dominates our dream thoughts also, and we take pains to dream only in connection with such matters as have given us food for thought during the day. Perhaps the most immediate explanation of the fact that I dream of the indifferent impression of the day, while the impression which has with good reason excited me causes me to dream, is that here again we are dealing with the phenomenon of dream distortion, which we have referred to as psychic force playing the part of a censorship. The recollection of the monograph on the genus cyclamen is utilized as though it were an allusion to the conversation with my friend, just as the mention of my patient's friend in the dream of the deferred supper is represented by the allusion smoked salmon. The only question is, by what intermediate links can the impression of the monograph come to assume the relation of the allusion to the conversation with the eye specialist, since such a relation is not at first perceptible? In the example of the deferred supper, the relation is evident at the outset. Smoked salmon, as the favorite dish of the patient's friend, belongs to the circle of ideas which the friend's personality would naturally evoke in the mind of the dreamer. In our new example, we are dealing with two entirely separate impressions, which at first glance seem to have nothing in common, except, indeed, that they occur on the same day. The monograph attracts my attention in the morning. In the evening I take part in the conversation. The answer furnished by the analysis is as follows. Such relations between the two impressions as do not exist from the first are established subsequently between the idea content of one impression and the idea content of the other. I have already picked out the intermediate links emphasized in the course of writing the analysis, only under some outside influence. Perhaps the recollection of the flowers missed by Frau L. would the idea of the monograph on the cyclamen have attached itself to the idea that cyclamen is my wife's favorite flower. I do not believe that these inconspicuous thoughts would have sufficed to evoke a dream. There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave, to tell us as this, we read in Hamlet. But behold, in the analysis, I am reminded that the name of the man who interrupted our conversation was Gardner, and that I thought his wife looked blooming. Indeed, now I even remember that one of my female patients, who bears the pretty name of Flora, was for a time the main subject of our conversation. It must have happened that by means of these intermediate links from the sphere of botanical ideas the association was effected between the two events of the day, the indifferent one and the stimulating one. Other relations were then established, that of cocaine for example, which can with perfect appropriateness form a link between the person of Dr. Königstein and the botanical monograph which I have written, and thus secure the fusion of the two circles of ideas, so that now a portion of the first experience may be used as an allusion to the second. I am prepared to find this explanation attacked as either arbitrary or artificial. What would have happened if Professor Gardner and his blooming wife had not appeared, and if the patient who was under discussion had been called not Flora but Anna? And yet the answer is not hard to find. If these thought relations had not been available, others would have probably have been selected. It is easy to establish relations of this sort, as the jocular questions and conundrums with which we amuse ourselves suffice to show. The range of wit is unlimited. To go a step farther, if no sufficiently fertile associations between the two impressions of the day could have been established, the dream would simply have followed a different course. Another of the different impressions of the day, such as to come in multitudes and are forgotten, would have taken the place of the monograph in the dream, would have formed an association with the content of the conversation, and would have represented this in the dream. Since it was the impression of the monograph, and no other that was fated to perform this function, this impression was probably that most suitable for the purpose. One need not, like Lessing's Hans and Schalu, be astonished that only rich people of the world possess the most money. Still, the psychological process by which, according to our exposition, the indifferent experience substitutes itself for the psychologically important one seems to us odd and open to question. In a later chapter, we shall undertake the task of making the peculiarities of this seemingly incorrect operation more intelligible. Here we are concerned only with the result of this process, which we are compelled to accept by constantly recurring experiences in the analysis of dreams. In this process, it is as though, in the course of the intermediate steps, a displacement occurs, let us say, of psychic ascent until ideas of feeble potential, by taking over the charge from the ideas which have a stronger initial potential, reach a degree of intensity which enables them to force their way to consciousness. Such displacements do not in the least surprise us when it is a question of the transference of affective magnitudes or of motor activities. That the lonely spinster transfers her affection to animals, that the bachelor becomes a passionate collector, that the soldier defends a scrap of coloured cloth, his flag, with his life blood, that in a love affair a clasp of hands a moment longer than usual evokes a sensation of bliss, or that in Othello a lost handkerchief causes an outburst of rage. All these are examples of psychic displacements which to us seem incontestable. But if, by the same means, In accordance with the same fundamental principles, a decision is made as to what is to reach our consciousness and what is to be withheld from it, that is to say, what we are to think. This gives us the impression of morbidity, and if it occurs in waking life, we call it an error of thought. We may here anticipate the result of a discussion which will be undertaken later, namely, that the psychic process which we recognized in dream displacement proves to be not a morbidly deranged process, but one merely differing from the normal, one of a more primary nature. Thus we interpret the fact that the dream content takes up remnants of trivial experiences as a manifestation of dream distortion by displacement, and we thereupon remember that we have recognized this dream distortion as the work of a censorship operating between the two psychic instances. We may therefore expect that dream analysis will constantly show us the real and psychically significant source of the dream in the events of the day, the memory of which has been transferred its accentuation to indifferent memory. This conception is in complete opposition to Robert's theory, which consequently has no further value for us. The fact which Robert was trying to explain simply does not exist. Its assumption is based on a misunderstanding, on a failure to substitute the real meaning of the dream for its apparent meaning. A further objection to Robert's doctrine is as follows. If the task of the dream were really to rid our memory, by means of a special psychic activity, of the slag of the day's recollections, our sleep would perforce be more troubled, engaged in more strenuous work, than we can suppose it to be, judging by our waking thoughts. For the number of indifferent impressions of the day, against which we should have to protect our memory, is obviously immeasurably large. The whole night would not be long enough to dispose of them all. It is far more probable that the forgetting of the indifferent impressions takes place without any active interference on the part of our psychic powers. Still, something cautions us against leaving off Robert's theory without further consideration. We have left unexplained the fact that one of the indifferent impressions of the day, indeed, even of the previous day, constantly makes a contribution to the dream content. The relations between this impression and the real source of the dream in the unconscious do not always exist from the outset. As we have seen, they are established subsequently, while the dream is actually at work, as though to serve the purpose of the intended displacement. Something, therefore, must necessitate the opening up of connections in the direction of the recent but indifferent impression. This impression must possess some quality that gives it a special fitness, otherwise it would be as easy for the dream thoughts to shift their accentuation to some inessential component of their own sphere of ideas. Experiences such as the following show us the way to an explanation. If the day has brought us two or more experiences which are worthy to evoke a dream, the dream will blend the allusions of both into a single whole. It obeys the compulsion to make them into a single whole. For example, one summer afternoon I entered a railway carriage in which I found two acquaintances of mine who were unknown to one another. One of them was an influential colleague, the other a member of a distinguished family, which I had been attending in my professional capacity. I introduced the two gentlemen to each other, but during the long journey they conversed with each other through me, so that I had to discuss this or that topic, now with one, now with the other. I asked my colleague to recommend a mutual acquaintance who had just begun to practice as a physician. He replied that he was convinced of the young man's ability, but that his undistinguished appearance would make it difficult for him to obtain patients in the upper ranks of society. To this I rejoined, that is precisely why he needs recommendation. A little later, turning to my other fellow traveller, I inquired about the health of his aunt, the mother of one of my patients, who was at this time prostrated by serious illness. On the night following this journey, I dreamt that the young friend whom I had asked one of my companions to recommend was in a fashionable drawing room, and with all the bearing of a man of the world, was making before a distinguished company, in which I recognized all the rich and aristocratic persons of my acquaintance, a funeral oration over the old lady, who in my dream had already died, who was the aunt of my second fellow traveller. I confess frankly that I had not been on good terms with this lady. Thus my dream had once more found the connection between the two impressions of the day, and by means of the two had constructed a unified situation. In view of many similar experiences, I am persuaded to advance the proposition that a dream, of dream simulation, which I offered to it in a subsequent chapter on the function of dreams, we shall consider this impulse of combination as a part of process of condensation, another primary psychic process. I shall now consider the question whether the dream exciting source to which our analysis leads us must always be a recent and significant event, or whether a subjective experience, that is to say, the recollection of a psychologically significant event, a train of thought, may assume the role of a dream stimulus. The very definite answer derived from numerous analyses is as follows. The stimulus of the dream may be a subjective transaction which has been made recent, as it were, by the mental activity of the day. And this is perhaps the best time to summarize, in schematic form, the different conditions under which the dream sources are operative. The source of a dream may be a recent and psychologically significant event which is directly represented in the dream. The dream of Irma's injection, the dream of the friend who is my uncle. B. Several recent and significant events which are combined by the dream in a single whole. The dream of the funeral oration delivered by the young physician. C. One or more recent and significant events which are represented in the dream content by allusion to a contemporary but indifferent event. The dream of botanical monographs. A subjectively significant experience, recollection, train of thought, which is constantly represented in the dream by allusion to a recent but indifferent impression. The dream of my patients during analysis are mostly of this kind. As may be seen, in dream interpretation, the condition is always fulfilled that one component of dream content repeats a recent impression of the day of the dream. The component which is destined to be represented in the dream may either belong to the same circle of ideas, or, as the dream stimulus itself, as an essential or even an inessential element of the same, or it may originate in the neighborhood of an indifferent impression, which has been brought by more or less abandoned associations into relation with the sphere of the dream stimulus. The apparent multiplicity of these conditions results merely from the alternative that a displacement has or has not occurred, and it may here be noted that this alternative enables us to explain the contrasts of the dream quite as readily as the medical theory of the dream explains the series of states from the partial to the complete waking of the brain cells. In considering this series of sources, we note further that psychologically significant but not recent element, a train of thought, a recollection, may be replaced for the purposes of the dream formation by a recent but psychologically indifferent element, provided the following conditions are fulfilled. 1. The dream content preserves a connection with things recently experienced. 2. The dream stimulus is still a psychologically significant event. In one single case, A, both these conditions are fulfilled by the same impression. If we now consider that these same indifferent impressions, which are utilized for the dream, as long as they are recent, lose this qualification as soon as they are a day, or at most several days, older, we are obliged to assume that the very freshness of an impression gives it a certain psychological value for dream formation, somewhat equivalent to the value of emotionally accentuated memories or train of thoughts. Later on, in the light of certain psychological considerations, we shall be able to divine the explanation of this importance of recent impressions in dream formation. Incidentally, our attention here is called to the fact that at night, and unnoticed by our consciousness, important changes may occur in the material comprised by our ideas and memories. The injunction that before making a final decision in any matter, one should sleep on it for a night is obviously fully justified. At this point, we find that we have passed from the psychology of dreaming to the psychology of sleep, a step which there will often be occasion to take. At this point, there arises an objection which threatens to invalidate the conclusions at which we have just arrived. If indifferent impressions can find their way into the dream only so long as they are of recent origin, how does it happen that in the dream content we find elements also from earlier periods of our lives, which, at the time when they were still recent, possessed, as Strumpel puts it, no psychic value, and which, therefore, ought to have been forgotten long ago? Elements, that is, which are neither fresh nor psychologically significant. The objection can be disposed of completely if we have recourse to the results of the psychoanalysis of neurotics. The solution is as follows. The process of shifting and rearrangement, which replaces material of psychic significance by material which is indifferent whether one is dreaming or thinking, has already taken place in these earlier periods of life, and has since become fixed in memory. Those elements which were originally indifferent are in fact no longer so, since they have acquired the value of psychologically significant material. That which has actually remained indifferent can never be reproduced in the dream. From the foregoing exposition, the reader may rightly conclude that I assert that there are no indifferent dream stimuli, and therefore no guileless dreams. This I absolutely and unconditionally believe to be the case, apart from the dreams of children, and perhaps the brief dream reactions to nocturnal sensations. Apart from these exceptions, whatever one dreams is either plainly recognizable as being psychically significant, or it is distorted and can be judged correctly only after complete interpretation, when it proves, after all, to be of psychic significance. The dream never concerns itself with the trifles. We do not sleep to be disturbed by trivialities. Dreams, which are apparently guileless, turn out to be the reverse of innocent, if one takes the trouble to interpret them. If I may be permitted the expression, they ill show the mark of the beast. Since this is another point on which I may expect contradiction, and since I am glad of an opportunity to show dream distortion at work, I shall here subject to analysis a number of guileless dreams from my collection. 1. An intelligent and refined young woman, who in real life is distinctly reserved, one of those people of whom one says that still water runs deep, relates the following dream. I dreamt that I arrived at the market too late, and could get nothing from either the butcher or the greengrocer woman. Surely a guileless dream, but as it has not the appearance of a real dream, I induced her to relate it in detail. Her report then runs as follows. She goes to the market with her cook, who carries the basket. The butcher tells her, after she was asking him for something that is no longer to be obtained, and waits to give her something else with the remark, "That is good too." She refuses, and goes to the greengrocer woman. The latter tries to sell her a peculiar vegetable, which is bound up in bundles, and is black in color. She says, "I don't know that, I won't take it." The connection of the dream with the preceding day is simple enough. She had really gone to the market too late, and had been unable to buy anything. The meat shop was already closed, comes into one's mind as a description of the experience. But wait, it is not that a very vulgar phrase, which, or rather, the opposite of which, denotes a certain neglect With regards to man's clothing, the dreamer has not used these words. She has perhaps avoided them. But let us look for the interpretation of the details contained in the dream. When in a dream something has the character of a spoken utterance, that is, when it is said or heard, not merely thought, and the distinction can be usually made with certainty, then it originates in the utterances of waking life, which have of course been treated as raw material, dismembered and slightly altered, and above all, removed from their context. In the work of interpretation, we may take such utterances as our starting point. Where then does the butcher's statement, "that is no longer to be obtained," come from? From myself. I had explained to her some days previously that the oldest experiences of childhood are no longer to be obtained as such, but will be replaced in the analysis by transferences and dreams. Thus I am the butcher, and she refuses to accept these transferences to the present of old ways of thinking and feeling. Where does a dream utterance, "I don't know that, I won't take it," come from? For the purposes of the analysis, this has to be dissected. "I don't know that," she herself had said to her cook, with whom she had a dispute on the previous day, but she had then added, "Behave yourself decently." Here a displacement is palpable. Of the two sentences which she spoke to her cook, she included the insignificant one in her dream, but suppressed the other. But the suppressed sentence, "Behave yourself decently," alone fits in with the rest of the dream content. One might use the words to a man who was making indecent overtures, and had neglected to close his meat shop. That we have really hit upon the trail of interpretation is proved by its agreement with the allusion made by the incident with the greengrocer woman. A vegetable which is sold tied up in bundles, a longish vegetable, as she subsequently adds, and is also black. What can this be but a dream combination of asparagus and black radish? I need not interpret asparagus to the initiated, and the other vegetable too. Think of the exclamation, "Blackie, save yourself!" Seems to me to point to the sexual theme at which we guessed in the beginning, when we wanted to replace the story of the dream by "the meat shop is closed." We are not here concerned with the full meaning of the dream. So much is certain, that it is full of meaning and by no means guileless. 2. Another guileless dream of the same patient, which in some respects is a pendant to the above. Her husband asks her, "Ought not we to have the piano tuned?" She replies, "It's not worth while. The hammers would have to be rebuffed as well." Again, we have the reproduction of an actual event of the preceding day. Her husband had asked her such a question, and she had answered it in such words. But what is the meaning of her dreaming it? She says of the piano, "That is a disgusting old box which has a bad tone. It belonged to her husband before they were married," etc. But the key to the true solution lies in the phrase, "It isn't worth while." This has its origin in a call paid yesterday to a woman friend. She was asked to take off her coat, but declined, saying, "Thanks, it isn't worth while, I must go in a moment." At this point, I recall that yesterday, during the analysis, she suddenly took hold of her coat, of which a button had come undone. It was as though she meant to say, "Please don't look in, it isn't worth while." Thus box becomes chest, and the interpretation of the dream leads to the years when she was growing out of her childhood, when she began to be dissatisfied with her figure. It leads us back, indeed, to earlier periods. If we take into consideration the disgusting and the bad tone, and remember how often in allusions and in dreams the two small hemispheres of the female body take the place as a substitute and antithesis of the large ones. 3. I will interrupt the analysis of this dreamer in order to insert a short, innocent dream which was dreamed by a young man. He dreamed he was pulling on his winter coat again. This was terrible. The occasion for this dream is apparently the sudden advent of cold weather. On more careful examination, we note that the two brief fragments of the dream do not fit together very well. For what could be terrible about wearing a thick or a heavy coat in cold weather? Unfortunately for the innocency of this dream, the first association, under analysis, yields the recollection that yesterday a lady had confidentially confessed to him that her last child owed its existence to the splitting of a condom. He now reconstructs his thoughts in accordance with this suggestion. A thin condom is dangerous, a thick one is bad. A condom is a pullover, Überzieher, literally pullover, for it is pulled over something. An Überzieher, in German, is a term for a light overcoat. An experience like that related by a lady would indeed be terrible for an unmarried man. We will now return to our other innocent dreamer. 4. She puts a candle into a candlestick, but the candle is broken, so that it does not stand up. The girls at school say she is clumsy, but she replies that it is not her fault. Here, too, there is an actual occasion for the dream, the day before she had actually put a candle into a candlestick. But this one was not broken. An obvious symbolism has here been employed. The candle is an object which excites the female genitals. Its being broken, so that it does not stand upright, signifies impotence on the man's part. It's not her fault. But does this young woman, carefully brought up, and a stranger to all obscenity, know of such an application of the candle? By chance, she was able to tell how she came by this information. While paddling a canoe on the Rhine, a boat passed her which contained some students who were singing rapturously, or rather yelling, "When the Queen of Sweden, behind closed shutters, with the candles of Apollo." She does not hear, or else understand the last word. Her husband was asked to give her the required explanation. These verses are then replaced in the dream content by the innocent recollection of a task which she once performed clumsily at her boarding school, because of the closed shutters. The connection between the theme of masturbation and that of impotence is clear enough. Apollo, in the latent dream content, connects this dream with an earlier one in which the virgin Pallas figured. All this is obviously not innocent. 5. Lest it may seem too easy a matter to draw conclusions from dreams concerning the dreamer's real circumstances, I add another dream originating with the same person, which once more appears innocent. I dreamt of doing something, she relates, which I actually did during the day. That is to say, I felt a little trunk so full of books that I had difficulty in closing it. My dream was just like the actual occurrence. Here the dreamer herself emphasizes the correspondence between the dream and the reality. All such criticisms of the dream and comments of the dream, although they have found a place in the waking thoughts, properly belong to the latent dream content, as further examples will confirm. We are told, then, that what the dream relates was actually occurred during the day. It would take us too far afield to show how we arrive at the idea of making use of the English language to help us in the interpretation of this dream. Suffice it to say, what it is again a question of a little box. Compare Chapter 4, The Dream of the Dead Child in the Box, which has been filled so full that nothing can go into it. In all these innocent dreams, the sexual factor as the motive of censorship is very prominent. But this is a subject of primary significance which we must consider later. End of section 16. Recording by Lambda.
Section 17 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lee Smalley. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translation by A. Brill. Section 17. Infantile Material as Source of Dream, Part 1. As the third of the peculiarities of the dream content, we have adduced the fact, in agreement with all other writers on the subject, excepting Robert, that impressions from our childhood may appear in dreams, which do not seem to be at the disposal of the waking memory. It is, of course, difficult to decide how seldom or how frequently this occurs, because after waking the origin of the respective elements of the dream is not recognized. The proof that we are dealing with impressions of our childhood must thus be adduced objectively, and only in rare instances do the conditions favor such proof. The story is told by A. Maury, as being particularly conclusive, of a man who decides to visit his birthplace after an absence of 20 years. On the night before his departure, he dreams that he is in a totally unfamiliar locality, and that he there meets a strange man, with whom he holds a conversation. Subsequently, upon his return home, he is able to convince himself that this strange locality really exists in the vicinity of his home, and the strange man in the dream turns out to be a friend of his dead father's who is living in the town. This is, of course, a conclusive proof that in his childhood he had seen both the man and the locality. The dream, moreover, is to be interpreted as a dream of impatience, like the dream of the girl who carries in her pocket the ticket for a concert, the dream of the child whose father has promised him an excursion to the Hameau, Chapter 3, and so forth. The motives which reproduce just these impressions of childhood for the dreamer cannot, of course, be discovered without analysis. One of my colleagues who attended my lectures, and who boasted that his dreams were very rarely subject to distortion, told me that he had some time previously seen, in a dream, his former tutor in bed with his nurse, who had remained in the household until his 11th year. The actual location of this scene was realized even in the dream. As he was greatly interested, he related the dream to his elder brother, who laughingly confirmed its reality. The brother said that he remembered the affair very distinctly, for he was 6 years old at the time. The lovers were in the habit of making him, the elder boy, drunk with beer whenever circumstances were favorable to their nocturnal intercourse. The younger child, our dreamer, at that time 3 years of age, slept in the same room as the nurse, but was not regarded as an obstacle. In yet another case, it may be definitely established, without the aid of dream interpretation, that the dream contains elements from childhood, namely, if the dream is a so-called perennial dream, one which, being first dreamt in childhood, recurs again and again in adult years. I may add a few examples of this sort to those already known, although I have no personal knowledge of perennial dreams. A physician in his 30s tells me that a yellow lion, concerning which he is able to give the precisest information, has often appeared in his dream life, from his earliest childhood up to the present day. This lion, known to him from his dreams, was one day discovered in natura as a long-forgotten China animal. The young man then learned from his mother that the lion had been his favorite toy in early childhood, a fact which he himself could no longer remember. If we now turn from the manifest dream content to the dream thoughts which are revealed only on analysis, the experiences of childhood may be found to recur even in dreams whose content would not have led us to suspect anything of the sort. I owe a particularly delightful and instructive example of such a dream to my esteemed colleague of the Yellow Lion. After reading Nansen's account of his polar expedition, he dreamt that he was giving the intrepid explorer electrical treatment on an ice floe for the sciatica of which the latter complained. During the analysis of this dream he remembered an incident of his childhood, without which the dream would be wholly unintelligible. When he was 3 or 4 years of age, he was one day listening attentively to the conversation of his elders. They were talking of exploration, and he presently asked his father whether exploration was a bad illness. He had apparently confounded racin (journey, trips) with racin (gripes, tearing pains), and the derision of his brothers and sisters prevented his ever forgetting the humiliating experience. We have a precisely similar case when, in the analysis of the dream of the monograph on the genus Cyclamen, I stumbled upon a memory, retained from childhood, to the effect that when I was 5 years old my father allowed me to destroy a book embellished with colored plates. It will perhaps be doubted whether this recollection really entered into the composition of the dream content, and it may be suggested that the connection was established subsequently by the analysis. But the abundance and intricacy of the associative connections vouch for the truth of my explanation. Cyclamen, favorite flower, favorite dish, artichoke. To pick to pieces like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, a phrase which at that time one heard daily, apropos of the dividing up of the Chinese Empire. Herbarium, bookworm, whose favorite food is books. I can further assure the reader that the ultimate meaning of the dream, which I have not given here, is most intimately connected with the content of the scene of childhood destruction. In another series of dreams we learn from analysis that the very wish which has given rise to the dream, and whose fulfillment the dream proves to be, has itself originated in childhood, so that one is astonished to find that the child with all his impulses survives in the dream. I shall now continue the interpretation of a dream which has already proved instructive. I refer to the dream in which my friend R. is my uncle. We have carried its interpretation far enough for the wish motive, the wish to be appointed professor, to assert itself palpably, and we have explained the affection felt for my friend R. in the dream as the outcome of opposition to, and defiance of, the two colleagues who appear in the dream thoughts. The dream was my own. I may, therefore, continue the analysis by stating that I did not feel quite satisfied with the solution arrived at. I knew that my opinion of these colleagues, who were so badly treated in my dream thoughts, would have been expressed in very different language in my waking life. The intensity of the wish that I might not share their fate as regards the appointment seemed to me too slight fully to account for the discrepancy between my dream opinion and my waking opinion. If the desire to be addressed by another title were really so intense, it would be proof of a morbid ambition, which I do not think I cherish, and which I believe I was far from entertaining. I do not know how others who think they know me would judge me. Perhaps I really was ambitious, but if I was, my ambition has long since been transferred to objects other than the rank and title of Professor Extraordinarius. Whence, then, the ambition which the dream has ascribed to me? Here I am reminded of a story which I heard often in my childhood, that at my birth an old peasant woman had prophesied to my happy mother, whose firstborn I was, that she had brought a great man into the world. Such prophecies must be made very frequently. There are so many happy and expectant mothers, and so many old peasant women, and other old women who, since their mundane powers have deserted them, turn their eyes toward the future, and the prophetess is not likely to suffer for her prophecies. Is it possible that my thirst for greatness has originated from this source? But here I recollect an impression from the later years of my childhood, which might serve even better as an explanation. One evening, at a restaurant on the Prater, where my parents were accustomed to take me when I was 11 or 12 years of age, we noticed a man who was going from table to table and, for a small sum, improvising verses upon any subject that was given to him. I was sent to bring the poet to our table, and he showed his gratitude. Before asking for a subject, he threw off a few rhymes about himself, and told us that if he could trust his inspiration, I should probably one day become a minister. I can still distinctly remember the impression produced by this second prophecy. It was in the days of the bourgeois ministry. My father had recently brought home the portraits of the bourgeois university graduates, Herbst, Gigstra, Unger, Berger, and others, and we illuminated the house in their honor. There were even Jews among them, so that every diligent Jewish schoolboy carried a ministerial portfolio in his satchel. The impression of that time must be responsible for the fact that, until shortly before I went to the university, I wanted to study jurisprudence, and changed my mind only at the last moment. A medical man has no chance of becoming a minister. And now for my dream. It is only now that I begin to see that it translates me from the somber present to the hopeful days of the bourgeois ministry, and completely fulfills what was then my youthful ambition. In treating my two estimable and learned colleagues, merely because they are Jews, so badly, one as though he were a simpleton and the other as though he were a criminal, I am acting as though I were the minister. I have put myself in his place. What a revenge I take upon his Excellency! He refuses to appoint me Professor Extraordinarius, and so, in my dream, I put myself in his place. In another case, I note the fact that although the wish that excites the dream is a contemporary wish, it is nevertheless greatly reinforced by memories of childhood. I refer to a series of dreams which are based on the longing to go to Rome. For a long time to come I shall probably have to satisfy this longing by means of dreams, since, at the season of the year when I should be able to travel, Rome is to be avoided for reasons of health. Thus I once dreamt that I saw the Tiber and the bridge of Sant' Angelo from the window of a railway carriage. Presently the train started, and I realized that I had never entered the city at all. The view that appeared in the dream was modeled after a well-known engraving which I had casually noticed the day before in the drawing-room of one of my patients. In another dream someone took me up a hill and showed me Rome half shrouded in mist, and so distant that I was astonished at the distinctness of the view. The content of this dream is too rich to be fully reported here. The motive, to see the promised land afar, is here easily recognizable. The city which I thus saw in the mist is Lübeck. The original of the hill is the Gleichenberg. In a third dream I am at last in Rome. To my disappointment the scenery is anything but urban. It consists of a little stream of black water, on one side of which are black rocks, while on the other are meadows with large white flowers. I notice a certain Herr Zucker, with whom I am superficially acquainted, and resolve to ask him to show me the way into the city. It is obvious that I am trying in vain to see in my dreams city, which I have never seen in my waking life. If I resolve the landscape into its elements, the white flowers point to Ravenna, which is known to me, and which once, for a time, replaced Rome as the capital of Italy. In the marshes around Ravenna we had found the most beautiful water lilies in the midst of black pools of water. The dream makes them grow in the meadows, like the narcissi of our own Aussee, because we found it so troublesome to cull them from the water. The black rock so close to the water vividly recalls the valley of the Teppel at Carlsbad. Carlsbad now enables me to account for the peculiar circumstance that I asked Herr Zucker to show me the way. In the material of which the dream is woven, I am able to recognize two of those amusing Jewish anecdotes which conceal such profound and, at times, such bitter worldly wisdom, and which we are so fond of quoting in our letters and conversation. One is the story of the Constitution. It tells how a poor Jew sneaks into the Carlsbad express without a ticket, how he is detected, and is treated more and more harshly by the conductor at each succeeding call for tickets, and how, when a friend whom he meets at one of the stations during his miserable journey asks him where he is going, he answers, "To Carlsbad, if my Constitution holds out." Associated in memory with this is another story about a Jew who is ignorant of French, and who has express instructions to ask in Paris for the Rue Richelieu. Paris was for many years the goal of my own longing, and I regarded the satisfaction with which I first set foot on the pavements of Paris as a warrant that I should attain to the fulfillment of other wishes also. Moreover, asking the way is a direct allusion to Rome, for, as we know, all roads lead to Rome. And further, the name Zucker, sugar, again points to Carlsbad, whither we send persons afflicted with the constitutional disease diabetes, Zuckerkrankheit, sugar disease. The occasion for this dream was the proposal of my Berlin friend that we should meet in Prague at Easter. A further association with sugar and diabetes might be found in the matters which I had to discuss with him. I long ago learned that the fulfillment of such wishes only called for a little courage, and I then became a zealous pilgrim to Rome. A fourth dream, occurring shortly after the last mentioned, brings me back to Rome. I see a street corner before me, and am astonished that so many German placards should be posted there. On the previous day, when writing to my friend, I had told him, with truly prophetic vision, that Prague would probably not be a comfortable place for German travelers. The dream, therefore, expressed simultaneously the wish to meet him in Rome instead of in the Bohemian capital, and the desire, which probably originated during my student days, that the German language might be accorded more tolerance in Prague. As a matter of fact, I must have understood the Czech language in the first years of my childhood, for I was born in a small village in Moravia, amidst a Slav population. A Czech nursery rhyme, which I heard in my 17th year, became, without effort on my part, so imprinted upon my memory that I can repeat it to this day, although I have no idea of its meaning. Thus in these dreams also there is no lack of manifold relations to the impressions of my early childhood. During my last Italian journey, which took me past Lake Trasimenus, I at length discovered, after I had seen the Tiber, and had reluctantly turned back some 50 miles from Rome, what a reinforcement my longing for the eternal city had received from the impressions of my childhood. I had just conceived a plan of traveling to Naples via Rome the following year, when this sentence, which I must have read in one of our German classics, occurred to me. It is a question which of the two paced to and fro in his room the more impatiently after he had conceived the plan of going to Rome, assistant headmaster Winkelmann or the great General Hannibal. I myself had walked in Hannibal's footsteps. Like him, I was destined never to see Rome, and he too had gone to Campania when all were expecting him in Rome. Hannibal, with whom I had achieved this point of similarity, had been my favorite hero during my years in the gymnasium. Like so many boys of my age, I bestowed my sympathies in the Punic War not on the Romans, but on the Carthaginians. Moreover, when I finally came to realize the consequences of belonging to an alien race, and was forced by the anti-Semitic feeling among my classmates to take a definite stand, the figure of the Semitic commander assumed still greater proportions in my imagination. Hannibal and Rome symbolized, in my youthful eyes, the struggle between the tenacity of the Jews and the organization of the Catholic Church. The significance of our emotional life, which the anti-Semitic movement has since assumed, helped to fix the thoughts and impressions of those earlier days. Thus the desire to go to Rome has in my dream life become the mask and symbol for a number of warmly cherished wishes, for whose realization one had to work with the tenacity and single-mindedness of the Punic general, though their fulfillment at times seemed as remote as Hannibal's lifelong wish to enter Rome. The writer in whose works I found this passage was probably Jean-Paul Richter. And now, for the first time, I happened upon the youthful experience which even to-day still expresses its power in all these emotions and dreams. I might have been 10 or 12 years old when my father began to take me with him on his walks, and in his conversation to reveal his views on the things of this world. Thus it was he once told me the following incident, in order to show me that I had been born into happier times than he. When I was a young man, I was walking one Saturday along the street in the village where you were born. I was well dressed, with a new fur cap on my head. Up comes a Christian, who knocks my cap into the mud and shouts, "Jew, get off the pavement!" "And what did you do?" "I went into the street and picked up the cap," he calmly replied. That did not seem heroic on the part of the big strong man who was leading me, a little fellow, by the hand. I contrasted this situation, which did not please me, with another, more in harmony with my sentiments, the scene in which Hannibal's father, Hamilcar Barcas, made his son swear before the household altar to take vengeance on the Romans. Ever since then Hannibal has had a place in my fantasies. In the first edition of this book I gave here the name Hasdrubal, an amazing error which I explained in my psychopathology of everyday life. I think I can trace my enthusiasm for the Carthaginian general still further back into my childhood, so that it is probably only an instance of an already established emotional relation being transferred to a new vehicle. One of the first books which fell into my childish hands after I learned to read was Thier's Consulate and Empire. I remember that I pasted on the flat backs of my wooden soldiers little labels bearing the names of the imperial marshals, and that at that time Massena, as a Jew Manasseh, was already my avowed favorite. This preference is doubtless also to be explained by the fact of my having been born, 100 years later, on the same date. Napoleon himself is associated with Hannibal through the crossing of the Alps. And perhaps the development of this martial ideal may be traced yet farther back, to the first 3 years of my childhood, to wishes which my alternately friendly and hostile relations with a boy a year older than myself must have evoked in the weaker of the two playmates. The Jewish descent of the marshal is somewhat doubtful. The deeper we go into the analysis of dreams, the more often are we put on the track of childish experiences which play the part of dream sources in the latent dream content. We have learned that dreams very rarely reproduce memories in such a manner as to constitute, unchanged and unabridged, the sole manifest dream content. Nevertheless, a few authentic examples which show such reproduction have been recorded, and I can add a few new ones, which once more refer to scenes of childhood. In the case of one of my patients, a dream once gave a barely distorted reproduction of a sexual incident, which was immediately recognized as an accurate recollection. The memory of it had never been completely lost in the waking life, but it had been greatly obscured, and it was revivified by the previous work of analysis. The dreamer had, at the age of 12, visited a bedridden schoolmate, who had exposed himself, probably only by a chance movement in bed. At the sight of the boy's genitals he was seized by a kind of compulsion, exposed himself, and took hold of the member of the other boy, who, however, looked at him in surprise and indignation, whereupon he became embarrassed and let it go. A dream repeated this scene 23 years later, with all the details of the accompanying emotions, changing it, however, in this respect, that the dreamer played the passive instead of the active role, while the person of the schoolmate was replaced by a contemporary. As a rule, of course, a scene from childhood is represented in the manifest dream content only by an allusion, and must be disentangled from the dream by interpretation. The citation of examples of this kind cannot be very convincing, because any guarantee that they are really experiences of childhood is lacking. If they belong to an earlier period of life, they are no longer recognized by our memory. The conclusion that such childhood experiences recur at all in dreams is justified in psychoanalytic work by a great number of factors, which in their combined results appear to be sufficiently reliable. But when, for the purposes of dream interpretation, such references to childish experiences are torn out of their context, they may not perhaps seem very impressive, especially where I do not even give all the material upon which the interpretation is based. However, I shall not let this deter me from giving a few examples. With one of my female patients all dreams have the character of hurry. She is hurrying so as to be in time, so as not to miss her train, and so on. In one dream she has to visit a girl friend. Her mother had told her to ride and not walk. She runs, however, and keeps on calling. The material that emerged in the analysis allowed one to recognize a memory of childish romping, and, especially for one dream, went back to the popular childish game of rapidly repeating the words of a sentence as though it was all one word. All these harmless jokes with little friends were remembered, because they replaced other less harmless ones. In the original this paragraph contains many plays on the word hetz, hurry, chase, scurry, game, etc. 2. The following dream was dreamed by another female patient. She is in a large room in which there are all sorts of machines. It is rather like what she would imagine an orthopedic institute to be. She hears that I am pressed for time, and that she must undergo treatment along with 5 others. But she resists, and is unwilling to lie down on the bed, or whatever it is, which is intended for her. She stands in a corner and waits for me to say, "It is not true." The others meanwhile laugh at her, saying it is all foolishness on her part. At the same time it is as though she were called upon to make a number of little squares. The first part of the content of this dream is an allusion to the treatment and to the transference to myself. The second contains an allusion to a scene of childhood. The two portions are connected by the mention of a bed. The Orthopedic Institute is an allusion to one of my talks, in which I compared the treatment, with regard to its duration and its nature, to an orthopedic treatment. At the beginning of the treatment I had to tell her that for the present I had little time to give her, but that later on I would devote a whole hour to her daily. This aroused in her the old sensitiveness, which is a leading characteristic of children who are destined to become hysterical. Their desire for love is insatiable. My patient was the youngest of 6 brothers and sisters, hence with 5 others, and as such her father's favorite, but in spite of this she seems to have felt that her beloved father devoted far too little time and attention to her. Her waiting for me to say, "It is not trite," was derived as follows. A little tailor's apprentice had brought her a dress, and she had given him the money for it. Then she asked her husband whether she would have to pay the money again if the boy were to lose it. To tease her, her husband answered yes, the teasing in the dream, and she asked again and again, and waited for him to say, "It is not true." The thought of the latent dream content may now be construed as follows: Will she have to pay me double the amount when I devote twice as much time to her? A thought which is stingy or filthy, the uncleanliness of childhood, is often replaced in dreams by greed for money. The word "filthy" here supplies the bridge. If all the passage referring to her waiting until I say "it is not true" is intended in the dream as a circumlocution for the word "dirty," the standing in the corner and not lying down on the bed are in keeping with this word, as component parts of a scene of her childhood, in which she had soiled her bed, in punishment for which she was put into the corner, with a warning that papa would not love her any more, whereupon her brothers and sisters laughed at her, etc. The little squares refer to her young niece, who showed her the arithmetical trick of writing figures in 9 squares, I think, in such a way that, on being added together in any direction, they make 15. 3. Here is a man's dream. He sees 2 boys tussling with each other. They are Cooper's boys, as he concludes from the tools which are lying about. One of the boys has thrown the other down. The prostrate boy is wearing earrings with blue stones. He runs towards the assailant with lifted cane, in order to chastise him. The boy takes refuge behind a woman, as though she were his mother, who is standing against a wooden fence. She is the wife of a day laborer, and she turns her back to the man who is dreaming. Finally she turns about and stares at him with a horrible look, so that he runs away in terror. The red flesh of the lower lid seems to stand out from her eyes. This dream has made abundant use of trivial occurrences from the previous day, in the course of which he actually saw 2 boys in the street, one of whom threw the other down. When he walked up to them in order to settle the quarrel, both of them took to their heels. Cooper's boys. This is explained only by a subsequent dream, in the analysis of which he used the proverbial expression, "to knock the bottom out of the barrel." Earrings with blue stones, according to his observation, are worn chiefly by prostitutes. This suggests a familiar doggerel rhyme about 2 boys. The other boy was called Marie, that is, he was a girl. The woman standing by the fence. After the scene with the 2 boys, he went for a walk along the bank of the Danube, and, taking advantage of being alone, urinated against a wooden fence. A little farther on a respectably dressed elderly lady smiled at him very pleasantly, and wanted to hand him her card with her address. Since in the dream the woman stood as he had stood while urinating, there is an allusion to a woman urinating, and this explains the horrible look and the prominence of the red flesh, which can only refer to the genitals gaping in a squatting posture. Seen in childhood, they had appeared in later recollection as proud flesh, as a wound. The dream unites 2 occasions upon which, as a little boy, the dreamer was enabled to see the genitals of little girls, once by throwing the little girl down, and once while the child was urinating, and, as is shown by another association, he had retained in his memory the punishment administered or threatened by his father on account of these manifestations of sexual curiosity. 4. A great mass of childish memories, which have been hastily combined into a fantasy, may be found behind the following dream of an elderly lady. On the Graben she sinks to her knees as though she had broken down. A number of people collect around her, especially cab drivers, but no one helps her to get up. She makes many vain attempts. Finally she must have succeeded, for she is put into a cab which is to take her home. A large, heavily laden basket, something like a market basket, is thrown after her through the window. This is the woman who is always harassed in her dreams, just as she used to be harassed when a child. The first situation of the dream is apparently taken from the sight of a fallen horse, just as broken down points to horse racing. In her youth she was a rider, still earlier she was probably also a horse. With the idea of falling down is connected her first childish reminiscence of the 17-year-old son of the hall porter, who had an epileptic seizure in the street and was brought home in a cab. Of this, of course, she had only heard, but the idea of epileptic fits, of falling down, acquired a great influence over her fantasies, and later on influenced the form of her own hysterical attacks. When a person of the female sex dreams of falling, this almost always has a sexual significance. She becomes a fallen woman, and for the purpose of the dream under consideration, this interpretation is probably the least doubtful, for she falls on the Graben, the street in Vienna which is known as the concourse of prostitutes. The market basket admits of more than one interpretation. In the sense of refusal, German Korb = basket = snub, refusal, it reminds her of the many snubs which she at first administered to her suitors and which, she thinks, she herself received later. This agrees with the detail. No one will help her up, which she herself interprets as being disdained. Further, the market basket recalls fantasies which have already appeared in the course of analysis, in which she imagines that she has married far beneath her station, and now goes to the market as a market woman. Lastly, the market basket might be interpreted as the mark of a servant. This suggests further memories of her childhood of a cook who was discharged because she stole. She too sank to her knees and begged for mercy. The dreamer was at that time 12 years of age. Then emerges a recollection of a chambermaid who was dismissed because she had an affair with the coachman of the household, who incidentally married her afterwards. This recollection, therefore, gives us a clue to the cab drivers in the dream, who, in opposition to the reality, do not stand by the fallen woman. But there still remains to be explained the throwing of the basket, in particular, why it is thrown through the window. This reminds her of the forwarding of luggage by rail, to the custom of Fenstern in the country, and to trivial impressions of a summer resort, of a gentleman who threw some blue plums into the window of a lady's room, and of her little sister, who was frightened because an idiot who was passing looked in at the window. And now, from behind all this emerges an obscure recollection from her 10th year of a nurse in the country, to whom one of the men servants made love, and whose conduct the child may have noticed, and who was sent packing, thrown out, together with her lover. In the dream we have the expression "thrown into," an incident which we have been approaching by several other paths. The luggage or box of a servant is disparagingly described in Vienna as 7 plums. Pack up your 7 plums and get out. Fenstern is the custom, now falling into disuse, found in rural districts of the German Schwarzwald, of lovers who woo their sweethearts at the bedroom windows, to which they ascend by means of a ladder, enjoying such intimacy that the relation practically amounts to a trial marriage. The reputation of the young woman never suffers on account of Fenstern, unless she becomes intimate with too many suitors. Tr. My collection, of course, contains a plethora of such patients' dreams, the analysis of which leads back to impressions of childhood, often dating back to the first 3 years of life, which are remembered obscurely or not at all. But it is a questionable proceeding to draw conclusions from these and apply them to dreams in general, for they are mostly dreams of neurotic, and especially hysterical, persons. And the part played in these dreams by childish scenes might be conditioned by the nature of the neurosis, and not by the nature of dreams in general. In the interpretation of my own dreams, however, which is assuredly not undertaken on account of grave symptoms of illness, it happens just as frequently that in the latent dream content I am unexpectedly confronted with a scene of my childhood, and that a whole series of my dreams will suddenly converge upon the paths proceeding from a single childish experience. I have already given examples of this, and I shall give yet more in different connections. Perhaps I cannot close this chapter more fittingly than by citing several dreams of my own, in which recent events and long forgotten experiences of my childhood appear together as dream sources. End of section 17. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Section 18 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill. Section 18. Infantile Material as Source of Dream, Part 2. 1. After I have been traveling and have gone to bed hungry and tired, the prime necessities of life begin to assert their claims in sleep, and I dream as follows. I go into a kitchen in order to ask for some pudding. There 3 women are standing, one of whom is the hostess. She is rolling something in her hands as though she were making dumplings. She replies that I must wait until she has finished, not distinctly as a speech. I become impatient and go away affronted. I want to put on an overcoat, but the first I try on is too long. I take it off, and am somewhat astonished to find that it is trimmed with fur. A second coat has a long strip of cloth with a Turkish design sewn into it. A stranger with a long face and a short pointed beard comes up and prevents me from putting it on, declaring that it belongs to him. I now show him that it is covered all over with Turkish embroideries. He asks, "How do the Turkish drawings, strips of cloth, concern you?" But soon we become quite friendly. In the analysis of this dream I remember, quite unexpectedly, the first novel which I ever read, or rather which I began to read, from the end of the first volume, when I was perhaps 13 years of age. I have never learned the name of the novel, or that of its author, but the end remains vividly in my memory. The hero becomes insane and continually calls out the names of the 3 women who have brought the greatest happiness and the greatest misfortune into his life. Pelagie is one of these names. I still do not know what to make of this recollection during the analysis. Together with the 3 women there now emerge the 3 Parcæ who spin the fates of men, and I know that one of the 3 women, the hostess in the dream, is the mother who gives life, and who, moreover, as in my own case, gives the child its first nourishment. Love and hunger meet at the mother's breast. A young man, so runs an anecdote, who became a great admirer of womanly beauty, once observed, when the conversation turned upon the handsome wet nurse who had suckled him as a child, that he was sorry that he had not taken better advantage of his opportunities. I am in the habit of using the anecdote to elucidate the factor of retrospective tendencies in the mechanism of the psychoneuroses. One of the Parcæ, then, is rubbing the palms of her hands together as though she were making dumplings. A strange occupation for one of the Fates, and urgently in need of explanation. This explanation is furnished by another and earlier memory of my childhood. When I was 6 years old, and receiving my first lessons from my mother, I was expected to believe that we are made of dust, and must therefore return to dust. But this did not please me, and I questioned the doctrine. Thereupon my mother rubbed the palms of her hands together, just as in making dumplings, except that there was no dough between them, and showed me the blackish scales of epidermis which were thus rubbed off, as a proof that it is of dust that we are made. Great was my astonishment at this demonstration ad oculos, and I acquiesced in the idea which I was later to hear expressed in the words, "Thou owest nature a death." Thus the women to whom I go in the kitchen, as I so often did in my childhood when I was hungry and my mother sitting by the fire admonished me to wait until lunch was ready, are really the Parcæ. And now for the dumplings. At least one of my teachers at the university, the very one to whom I am indebted for my histological knowledge (epidermis), would be reminded by the name Knödel (Knödel means dumpling) of a person whom he had to prosecute for plagiarizing his writings. Committing a plagiarism, taking anything one can lay hands on, even though it belongs to another, obviously leads to the second part of the dream, in which I am treated like the overcoat thief who for some time plied his trade in the lecture halls. I have written the word plagiarism without definite intention, because it occurred to me, and now I see that it must belong to the latent dream content, and that it will serve as a bridge between the different parts of the manifest dream content. The chain of associations, pelagy, plagiarism, pelagiostomy, sharks, fish bladder, connects the old novel with the affair of Knödel and the overcoats. German, Überzieher equals pullover, overcoat, or condom, which obviously refer to an appliance appertaining to the technique of sex. This, it is true, is a very forced and irrational connection, but it is nevertheless one which I could not have established in waking life if it had not already been established by the dream work. Indeed, as though nothing were sacred to this impulse to enforce associations, the beloved name Bruck (Bridge of Words, see above) now serves to remind me of the very institute in which I spent my happiest hours as a student, wanting for nothing. So will you at the breasts of wisdom every day more pleasure find. In the most complete contrast to the desires which plague me (German, plagen) while I dream. And finally there emerges the recollection of another dear teacher, whose name once more sounds like something edible (Fleischl, Fleisch equals meat, like Knödel equals dumplings), and of a pathetic scene in which the scales of epidermis play a part (Mother Hostess), and mental derangement (the novel), and a remedy from the Latin pharmacopoeia (Cuce equals kitchen), which numbs the sensation of hunger. In this manner I could follow the intricate trains of thought still farther, and could fully elucidate that part of the dream which is lacking in the analysis, but I must refrain, because the personal sacrifice which this would involve is too great. I shall take up only one of the threads, which will serve to lead us directly to one of the dream thoughts that lie at the bottom of the medley. The stranger with the long face and pointed beard, who wants to prevent me from putting on the overcoat, has the features of a tradesman of Spalato, of whom my wife bought a great deal of Turkish cloth. His name was Popovic, a suspicious name, which even gave the humorous Stettenheim a pretext for a suggestive remark. He told me his name, and blushingly shook my hand. For the rest, I find the same misuse of names as above in the case of Pelagie, Knödel, Bruck, Fleischl. No one will deny that such playing with names is a childish trick. If I indulge in it the practice amounts to an act of retribution, for my own name has often enough been the subject of such feeble attempts at wit. Goethe once remarked how sensitive a man is in respect to his name, which he feels that he fills even as he fills his skin, Herder having written the following lines on his own name: Der du von Göttern abstammt, von Gothen oder vom Kot, so seid ihr Götterbilder auch du Staub. Thou who art born of the gods, of the Goths, or of the mud, thus are thy godlike images even dust. I realize that this digression on the misuse of names was intended merely to justify this complaint. But here let us stop. The purchase at Spilato reminds me of another purchase at Cattaro, where I was too cautious, and missed the opportunity of making an excellent bargain. Missing an opportunity at the breast of the wet nurse, see above. One of the dream thoughts occasioned by the sensation of hunger really amounts to this: we should let nothing escape. We should take what we can get, even if we do a little wrong. We should never let an opportunity go by. Life is so short, and death inevitable. Because this is meant even sexually, and because desire is unwilling to check itself before the thought of doing wrong, this philosophy of carpe diem has reason to fear the censorship, and must conceal itself behind a dream. And so all sorts of counter thoughts find expression, with recollections of the time when spiritual nourishment alone was sufficient for the dreamer, with hindrances of every kind, and even threats of disgusting sexual punishments. 2. A second dream requires a longer preliminary statement. I had driven to the Western Station in order to start on a holiday trip to the Aussee, but I went on to the platform in time for the Ischl train, which leaves earlier. There I saw Count Thun, who was again going to see the Emperor at Ischl. In spite of the rain, he arrived in an open carriage, came straight through the entrance gate for the local trains, and with a curt gesture, and not a word of explanation, he waved back to the gatekeeper, who did not know him and wanted to take his ticket. After he had left in the Ischl train, I was asked to leave the platform and return to the waiting room, but after some difficulty I obtained permission to remain. I passed the time noting how many people bribed the officials to secure a compartment. I fully intended to make a complaint, that is, to demand the same privilege. Meanwhile I sang something to myself, which I afterwards recognized as the aria from the Marriage of Figaro. If my Lord Count would tread a measure, let him but say his pleasure, and I will play the tune. Possibly another person would not have recognized the tune. The whole evening I was in a high-spirited, pugnacious mood. I chaffed the waiter and the cab driver, I hope without hurting their feelings, and now all kinds of bold and revolutionary thoughts came into my mind, such as would fit themselves to the words of Figaro, and the memories of Beaumarchais' comedy, of which I had seen a performance at the Comédie Française. The speech about the great men who have taken the trouble to be born, the seigneurial right which Count Almaviva wishes to exercise with regard to Suzanne, the jokes which our malicious opposition journalists make on the name of Count Thun (German, Thun = do), calling him Graf Nix Thun, Count Do Nothing. I really do not envy him. He now has a difficult audience with the Emperor before him, and it is I who am the real Count Do Nothing, for I am going off for a holiday. I make all sorts of amusing plans for the vacation. Now a gentleman arrives whom I know is a government representative at the medical examinations, and who has won the flattering nickname of the governmental bedfellow, literally by-sleeper, by his activities in this capacity. By insisting on his official status, he secured half a first-class compartment, and I heard one guard say to another, "Where are we going to put the gentleman with the first-class half compartment?" A pretty sort of favoritism. I am paying for a whole first-class compartment. I did actually get a whole compartment to myself, but not in a through carriage, so there was no lavatory at my disposal during the night. My complaints to the guard were fruitless. I revenged myself by suggesting that at least a hole be made in the floor of this compartment to serve the possible needs of passengers. At 2:45 in the morning I wake, with an urgent desire to urinate, from the following dream. A crowd, a students' meeting. A certain Count, Thun or Taffe, is making a speech. Being asked to say something about the Germans, he declares, with a contemptuous gesture, that their favorite flower is colt's foot, and he then puts into his buttonhole something like a torn leaf, really the crumpled skeleton of a leaf. I jump up, but I am surprised at my implied attitude. Then, more indistinctly, It seems as though this were the vestibule, aula. The exits are thronged, and one must escape. I make my way through a suite of handsomely appointed rooms, evidently ministerial apartments, with furniture of a color between brown and violet, and at last I come to a corridor in which the housekeeper, a fat, elderly woman, is seated. I try to avoid speaking to her, but she apparently thinks I have a right to pass this way, because she asks whether she shall accompany me with the lamp. I indicate with a gesture, or tell her, that she is to remain standing on the stairs, and it seems to me that I am very clever, for after all I am evading detection. Now I am downstairs, and I find a narrow, steeply rising path, which I follow. Again indistinctly, it is as though my second task were to get away from the city, just as my first was to get out of the building. I am riding in a one-horse cab, and I tell the driver to take me to a railway station. I can't drive with you on the railway line itself, I say when he reproaches me as though I had tired him out. Here it seems as though I had already made a journey in his cab, which is usually made by rail. The stations are crowded. I am wondering whether to go to Krems or to Znaim, but I reflect that the court will be there, and I decide in favor of Graz or some such place. Now I am seated in the railway carriage, which is rather like a tram, and I have in my buttonhole a peculiar long braided thing on which are violet brown violets of stiff material, which makes a great impression on people. Here the scene breaks off. I am once more in front of the railway station, but I am in the company of an elderly gentleman. I think out a scheme for remaining unrecognized, but I see this plan already being carried out. Thinking and experiencing are here, as it were, the same thing. He pretends to be blind, at least in one eye, and I hold before him a male glass urinal, which we have to buy in the city, or have bought. I am thus a sick nurse, and have to give him the urinal because he is blind. If the conductor sees us in this position, he must pass by without drawing attention to us. At the same time, the position of the elderly man and his urinating organ is plastically perceived. Then I awake with a desire to urinate. The whole dream seems a sort of fantasy, which takes the dreamer back to the year of Revolution, 1848, the memory of which had been revived by the Jubilee of 1898, as well as by a little excursion to Wachau, on which I visited Emmersdorf, the refuge of the student leader Fischoff, to whom several features of the manifest dream content might refer. The association of ideas then leads me to England, to the house of my brother, who used in jest to twit his wife with the title of Tennyson's poem 50 years ago, whereupon the children were used to correct him 15 years ago. This fantasy, however, which attaches itself to the thoughts evoked by the sight of Count Thun, is, like the facade of an Italian church, without organic connection with the structure behind it, but unlike such a facade it is full of gaps and confused, and in many places portions of the interior break through. The first situation of the dream is made up of a number of scenes into which I am able to dissect it. The arrogant attitude of the Count in the dream is copied from a scene at my school which occurred in my 15th year. We had hatched a conspiracy against an unpopular and ignorant teacher. The leading spirit in this conspiracy was a schoolmate who since that time seems to have taken Henry VIII of England as his model. It fell to me to carry out the coup d'état, and a discussion of the importance of the Danube (German Donau) to Austria (Wachau) was the occasion of an open revolt. One of our fellow conspirators was our only aristocratic schoolmate. He was called the Giraffe on account of his conspicuous height, and while he was being reprimanded by the tyrant of the school, the professor of German language, he stood just as the Count stood in the dream. The explanation of the favorite flower, and in putting it into a buttonhole of something that must have been a flower, which recalls the orchids which I had given that day to a friend, and also a rose of Jericho, prominently recalls the incident in Shakespeare's historical play which opens the civil wars of the red and the white roses. The mention of Henry VIII has paved the way to this reminiscence. Now, it is not very far from roses to red and white carnations. Meanwhile, two little rhymes, one in German, the other in Spanish, insinuate themselves into the analysis. Rosen, Tulpen, Nelken, Aie, Blumen, Welken, and Isabelita, no llores, que se marchitan las flores. The Spanish line occurs in Figaro. Here in Vienna, white carnations have become the badge of the anti-Semites, red ones of the Social Democrats. Behind this is the recollection of an anti-Semitic challenge during a railway journey in beautiful Saxony, Anglo-Saxon. The third scene contributing to the formation of the first situation in the dream dates from my early student days. There was a debate in a German students' club about the relation of philosophy to the general sciences. Being a green youth full of materialistic doctrines, I thrust myself forward in order to defend an extremely one-sided position. Thereupon a sagacious older fellow student, who has since then shown his capacity for leading men and organizing the masses, and who, moreover, bears a name belonging to the animal kingdom, rose and gave us a thorough dressing down. He too, he said, had herded swine in his youth, and had then returned repentant to his father's house. I jumped up, as in the dream, became piggishly rude, and retorted that, since I knew he had herded swine, I was not surprised at the tone of his discourse. In the dream, I am surprised at my German nationalistic feelings. There was a great commotion, and an almost general demand that I should retract my words, but I stood my ground. The insulted student was too sensible to take the advice which was offered him, that he should send me a challenge, and let the matter drop. The remaining elements of this scene of the dream are of more remote origin. What does it mean that the Count should make a scornful reference to Coltsfoot? Here I must question my train of associations. Coltsfoot, German Huflatich, Lattice, lettuce, Salathund, the dog that grudges others what he cannot eat himself. Here plenty of opprobrious epithets may be discerned. Giraffe, German Aff equals monkey, ape, pig, sow, dog. I might even arrive by way of the name at donkey, and thereby pour contempt upon an academic professor. Furthermore, I translate Coltsfoot, Huflatich, I do not know whether I do so correctly, by Piesenlied. I get this idea from Zola's Germinal, in which some children are told to bring some dandelion salad with them. The dog, Chien, has a name sounding not unlike the verb for the major function, chier, as pisser stands for in the minor one. Now we shall soon have the indecent in all its three physical categories, for in the same Germinal, which deals with the future revolution, there is a description of a very peculiar contest, which relates to the production of the gaseous excretion known as flatus. And now I cannot but observe how the way to this flatus has been prepared a long while since, beginning with the flowers, and proceeding to the Spanish rhyme of Isabelita, and to Ferdinand and Isabella, and by way of Henry VIII. To English history at the time of the Armada, after the victorious termination of which the English struck a medal with the inscription Flavit et dissipati sunt, for the storm had scattered the Spanish fleet. I had thought of using this phrase, half jestingly, as the title of a chapter on therapy, if I should ever succeed in giving a detailed account of my conception and treatment of hysteria. I cannot give so detailed an interpretation of the second scene of the dream out of the sheer regard for the censorship. For at this point I put myself in the place of a certain eminent gentleman of the Revolutionary period, who had an adventure with an eagle, German Adler, who is said to have suffered from incontinence of the bowels, incontinentia, and etc. And here I believe I should not be justified in passing the censorship, even though it was an aulic counselor, aula counselaris alicus, who told me the greater part of this history. The suite of rooms in the dream is suggested by His Excellency's private saloon carriage, into which I was able to glance, but it means, as it so often does in dreams, a woman. The personality of the housekeeper is an ungrateful allusion to a witty old lady which ill repays her for the good times and the many good stories which I have enjoyed in her house. The incident of the lamp goes back to Grillparzer, who notes a charming experience of a similar nature, of which he afterwards made use in Hero and Leander, the waves of the sea and of love, the Armada and the storm. I must forego a detailed analysis of the two remaining portions of the dream. I shall single out only those elements which lead me back to the two scenes of my childhood, for the sake of which alone I have selected the dream. The reader will rightly assume that it is sexual material which necessitates the suppression, but he may not be content with this explanation. There are many things of which one makes no secret to oneself, but which must be treated as secrets in addressing others, and here we are concerned not with the reasons which induce me to conceal the solution, but with the motive of the inner censorship which conceals the real content of the dream even from myself. Concerning this, I will confess that the analysis reveals these three portions of the dream as impertinent boasting, the exuberance of an absurd megalomania, long ago suppressed in my waking life, which however dares to show itself with individual ramifications even in the manifest dream content. It seems to me that I am a cunning fellow, making the high-spirited mood of the evening before the dream perfectly intelligible. Boasting of every kind, indeed thus, the mention of gras points to the phrase, what price gras, which one is wont to use when one feels unusually wealthy. Readers who recall Master Rabelais' inimitable description of the life and deeds of Gargantua and his son Pantagruel will be able to enroll even the suggested content of the first portion of the dream among the boasts to which I have alluded. But the following belongs to the two scenes of childhood of which I have spoken. I had bought a new trunk for this journey, the color of which, a brownish violet, appears in the dream several times. Violet brown violets of a stiff cloth on an object which is known as a girl catcher, the furniture in the ministerial chambers. Children, we know, believe that one attracts people's attention with anything new. Now I have been told of the following incident of my childhood. My recollection of the occurrence itself has been replaced by my recollection of the story. I am told that at the age of 2 I still used occasionally to wet my bed, and that when I was reproved for doing so I consoled my father by promising to buy him a new red bed in N, the nearest large town. Hence the interpolation in the dream that we had bought the urinal in the city, or had to buy it. One must keep one's promises. One should note, moreover, the association of the male urinal and the woman's trunk box. All the megalomania of the child is contained in this promise. The significance of dreams of urinary difficulties in the case of children has already been considered in the interpretation of an earlier dream. Cross-reference the dream in Chapter 5a. The psychoanalysis of neurotics has taught us to recognize the intimate connection between wetting the bed and the character trait of ambition. Then, when I was 7 or 8 years of age, another domestic incident occurred which I remember very well. One evening before going to bed I had disregarded the dictates of discretion and had satisfied my needs in my parents' bedroom and in their presence. Reprimanding me for this delinquency, my father remarked, "That boy will never amount to anything." This must have been a terrible affront to my ambition, for allusions to this scene recur again and again in my dreams, and are constantly coupled with enumerations of my accomplishments and successes, as though I wanted to say, "You see, I have amounted to something after all." This childish scene furnishes the elements for the last image of the dream, in which the roles are interchanged, of course for the purpose of revenge. The elderly man, obviously my father, for the blindness in one eye signifies his one-sided glaucoma, is now urinating before me as I once urinated before him. By means of the glaucoma I remind my father of cocaine, which stood him in good stead during his operations, as though I had thereby fulfilled my promise. Besides, I make sport of him, since he is blind. I must hold the glass in front of him, and I delight in allusions to my knowledge of the theory of hysteria, of which I am proud. If the two childish scenes of urination are, according to my theory, closely associated with the desire for greatness, their resuscitation on the journey to Aussy was further favored by the accidental circumstance that my compartment had no lavatory, and that I must be prepared to postpone relief during the journey, as actually happened in the morning when I woke with the sensation of a bodily need. I suppose one might be inclined to credit this sensation with being the actual stimulus of the dream. I should, however, prefer a different explanation, namely, that the dream thoughts first gave rise to the desire to urinate. It is quite unusual for me to be disturbed in sleep by any physical need, least of all at the time when I woke on this occasion, 3:45 in the morning. I would forestall a further objection by remarking that I have hardly ever felt a desire to urinate after waking early on other journeys made under more comfortable circumstances. However, I can leave this point undecided without weakening my argument. Further, since experience in dream analysis has drawn my attention to the fact that even from dreams, the interpretation of which seems at first sight complete, because the dream sources and the wish stimuli are easily demonstrable, important trains of thought proceed which reach back into the earliest years of childhood. I had to ask myself whether this characteristic does not even constitute an essential condition of dreaming. If it were permissible to generalize this notion, I should say that every dream is connected through its manifest content with recent experiences, while through its latent content it is connected with the most remote experiences, and I can actually show in the analysis of hysteria that these remote experiences have in a very real sense remained recent right up to the present. But I still find it very difficult to prove this conjecture. I shall have to return to the probable role in dream formation of the earliest experiences of our childhood in another connection. Chapter 7. Of the three peculiarities of the dream memory considered above, one, the preference for the unimportant in the dream content, has been satisfactorily explained by tracing it back to dream distortion. We have succeeded in establishing the existence of the other two peculiarities, the preferential selection of recent and also of infantile material, but we have found it impossible to derive them from the motives of the dream. Let us keep in mind these two characteristics which we still have to explain or evaluate. A place will have to be found for them elsewhere, either in the discussion of the psychology of the sleeping state or in the consideration of the structure of the psychic apparatus, which we shall undertake later after we have seen that by means of dream interpretation we are able to glance as through an inspection hole into the interior of this apparatus. But here and now I will emphasize another result of the last few dream analyses. The dream often appears to have several meanings. Not only may several wish fulfillments be combined in it, as our examples show, but one meaning or one wish fulfillment may conceal another, until in the lowest stratum one comes upon the fulfillment of a wish from the earliest period of childhood. And here again it may be questioned whether the word often at the beginning of this sentence may not more correctly be replaced by constantly. End section 18.
Section 19 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Judith Parker. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill, Section 19. The somatic sources of dreams. If we attempt to interest a cultured layman in the problems of dreams, and if, with this end in view, we ask him what he believes to be the source of dreams, we shall generally find that he feels quite sure he knows at least this part of the solution. He thinks immediately of the influence exercised on the formation of dreams by a disturbed or impeded digestion. In parentheses, quote, dreams come from the stomach, end quote, end parentheses. An accidental position of the body, a trifling occurrence during sleep. He does not seem to suspect that even after all these factors have been duly considered, something still remains to be explained. In the introductory chapter, we examined at length the opinion of scientific writers on the role of somatic stimuli in the formation of dreams, so that here we need only recall the results of this inquiry. We have seen that three kinds of somatic stimuli will be distinguished. The objective sensory stimuli, which proceed from external objects, the inner states of excitation of the sensory organs, having only a subjective reality, and the bodily stimuli arising within the body. And we have also noticed that the writers on dreams are inclined to thrust into the background any psychic sources of dreams which may operate simultaneously with the somatic stimuli, or to exclude them altogether. In testing the claims made on behalf of these somatic stimuli, we have learned that the significance of the objective excitation of the sensory organs, whether accidental stimuli operating during sleep, or such as cannot be excluded from the dormant relation of these dream images and ideas to the internal bodily stimuli, and confirmed by experiment, that the part played by the subjective sensory stimuli appears to be demonstrated by the recurrence of hypnagogic sensory images in dreams, and that although the broadly accepted relation of these dream images and ideas to the internal bodily stimuli cannot be exhaustively demonstrated, it is at all events confirmed by the well-known influence which an excited state of the digestive, urinary, and sexual organs exercises upon the content of our dreams. Nerve stimulus and bodily stimulus would thus be the anatomical sources of dreams. That is, according to many writers, the sole and exclusive sources of dreams. But we have already considered a number of doubtful points, which seem to question not so much the correctness of the somatic theory as its adequacy. However confident the representatives of this theory may be of its factual basis, especially in respect of the accidental and external nerve stimuli, which may without difficulty be recognized in the dream content, nevertheless they have all come near to admitting that the rich content of ideas found in dreams cannot be derived from the external nerve stimuli alone. In this connection, Miss Mary Whitten Calkins tested her own dreams and those of a second person for a period of 6 weeks, and found that the element of external sensory perception was demonstrable in only 13.2% and 6.7% of these dreams, respectively. Only 2 dreams in the whole collection could be referred to organic sensations. These statistics confirm what a cursory survey of our own experience would already have led us to suspect. A distinction has often been made between nerve stimulus dreams, which have already been thoroughly investigated, and other forms of dreams. Spitta, for example, divided dreams into nerve stimulus dreams and association dreams. But it was obvious that this solution remained unsatisfactory unless the link between the somatic sources of dreams and their ideational content could be indicated. In addition to the first objection, that of the insufficient frequency of the external sources of stimulus, a second objection presents itself, namely the inadequacy of the explanations of dreams afforded by this category of dream sources. There are 2 things which the representatives of this theory have failed to explain. Firstly, why the true nature of the external stimulus is not recognized in the dream, but is constantly mistaken for something else. And secondly, why the result of the reaction of the perceiving mind to this misconceived stimulus should be so indeterminate and variable. We have seen that Strumpel, in answer to these questions, asserts that the mind, since it turns away from the outer world during sleep, is not in a position to give the correct interpretation of the objective sensory stimulus, but is forced to construct illusions on the basis of the indefinite stimulation arriving from many directions. Quote, When by an external or internal nerve stimulus during sleep, a feeling or a complex of feelings, or any sort of psychic process arises in the mind and is perceived by the mind, this process calls up from the mind perceptual images belonging to the sphere of the waking experiences. That is to say, earlier perceptions, either unembellished or with psychic values appertaining to them. It collects about itself, as it were, a greater or lesser number of such images, from which the impression resulting from the nerve stimulus receives its psychic value. In this connection, it is commonly said, as in ordinary language we say of the waking procedure, that the mind interprets in sleep the impressions of nervous stimuli. The result of this interpretation is the so-called nerve stimulus dream. That is, a dream the components of which are conditioned by the fact that a nerve stimulus produces its psychical effect in the life of the mind in accordance with the laws of reproduction. End quote. In all essential points, identical with this doctrine, is Wundt's statement that the concepts of dreams proceed, at all events for the most part, from sensory stimuli, and especially from the stimuli of general sensation, and are therefore mostly fantastic illusions, probably only to a small extent pure memory conceptions raised to the condition of hallucination. To illustrate the relation between dream content and dream stimuli, which follows from this theory, Strumpel makes use of an excellent simile. It is, quote, as though 10 fingers of a person ignorant of music were to stray over the keyboard of an instrument, end quote. The implication is that the dream is not a psychic phenomenon originating from psychic motives, but the result of a physiological stimulus, which expresses itself in psychic symptomatology, because the apparatus affected by the stimulus is not capable of any other mode of expression. Upon a similar assumption is based the explanation of obsessions, which Maynard attempted in his famous simile of the dial on which individual figures are most deeply embossed. Popular though this theory of the somatic dream stimuli has become, and seductive though it may seem, it is none the less easy to detect its weak point. Every somatic dream stimulus which provokes the psychic apparatus in sleep to interpretation by the formation of illusions may evoke an incalculable number of such attempts at interpretation. It may consequently be represented in the dream content by an extraordinary number of different concepts. But the theory of Strumpel and Wundt cannot point to any sort of motive which controls the relation between the external stimulus and the dream concept chosen to interpret it, and therefore it cannot explain the peculiar choice which the stimuli often enough make in the course of their productive activity. Other objections may be raised against the fundamental assumption behind the theory of illusions. The assumption that during sleep the mind is not in a condition to recognize the real nature of the objective sensory stimuli. The old physiologist Burdach shows us that the mind is quite capable, even during sleep, of a correct interpretation of the sensory impressions which reach it, and of reacting in accordance with this correct interpretation, inasmuch as he demonstrates that certain sensory impressions which seem important to the individual may be accepted from the general neglect of the sleeping mind, as in the example of nurse and child, and that one is more surely awakened by one's own name than by an indifferent auditory impression. all of which presupposes, of course, that the mind discriminates between sensations even in sleep. Burdock infers from these observations that we must not assume that the mind is incapable of interpreting sensory stimuli in the sleeping state, but rather that it is not sufficiently interested in them. The arguments which Burdock employed in 1830 reappear unchanged in the works of Lipps, in the year 1883, where they are employed for the purpose of attacking the theory of somatic stimuli. According to these arguments, the mind seems to be like the sleeper in the anecdote, who, on being asked, "Are you asleep?" answers no, and on being again addressed with the words, "Then lend me 10 florins," takes refuge in the excuse, "I am asleep." Footnote: I would advise everyone to read the exact and detailed records, collected in 2 volumes, of the dreams experimentally produced by Morley-Vold, in order to convince himself how little the conditions of the experiments help to explain the content of the individual dream, and how little such experiments help us towards an understanding of the problems of dreams. The inadequacy of the theory of somatic dream stimuli may be further demonstrated in another way. Observation shows that external stimuli do not oblige me to dream, even though these stimuli appear in the dream content as soon as I begin to dream, supposing that I do dream. In response to a touch or pressure stimulus experienced while I am asleep, a variety of reactions are at my disposal. I may overlook it and find on waking that my leg has become uncovered, or that I have been lying on an arm. Indeed, pathology offers me a host of examples of powerfully exciting sensory and motor stimuli of different kinds which remain ineffective during sleep. I may perceive the sensation during sleep, and though my sleep, as it were, as constantly happens in the case of pain stimuli, but without weaving the pain into the texture of a dream. And thirdly, I may wake up in response to the stimulus simply in order to avoid it. Still another, 4th reaction is possible, namely that the nerve stimulus may cause me to dream. But the other possible reactions occur quite as frequently as the reaction of dream formation. This, however, would not be the case if the incentive to dreaming did not lie outside the somatic dream sources. End of footnote. Appreciating the importance of the above-mentioned lacunae in the explanation of dreams by somatic stimuli, other writers, Scherner, for example, and, following him, the philosopher Volkheit, endeavored to determine more precisely the nature of the psychic activities which cause the many-colored images of our dreams to proceed from the somatic stimuli. And in so doing, they approached the problem of the essential nature of dreams as a problem of psychology, and regarded dreaming as a psychic activity. Scherner not only gave a poetical, vivid, and glowing description of the psychic peculiarities which unfold themselves in the course of dream formation, but he also believed that he had hit upon the principle of the method the mind employs in dealing with the stimuli which are offered to it. The dream, according to Scherner, in the free activity of the fantasy which has been released from the shackles imposed upon it during the day, strives to represent symbolically the nature of the organ from which the stimulus proceeds. Thus there exists a sort of dream book, a guide to the interpretation of dreams, by means of which bodily sensations, the conditions of the organs, and states of stimulation may be inferred from the dream images. Quote, "Thus the image of a cat expressed extreme ill temper, the image of pale smooth pastry, the nudity of the body. The human body as a whole is pictured by the fantasy of the dream as a house, and the individual organs of the body as parts of the house. In toothache dreams, a vaulted vestibule corresponds to the mouth, and a staircase to the descent from the pharynx to the esophagus. In the headache dream, a ceiling covered with disgusting toad-like spiders is chosen to denote the upper part of the head." End quote. Quote, "Many different symbols are employed by our dreams for the same organ. Thus the breathing lung finds its symbol in a roaring stove filled with flames, the heart in empty boxes and baskets, and the bladder in round bag-shaped or merely hollow objects. It is of particular significance that at the close of the dream, the stimulating organ or its function is often represented without disguise, and usually on the dreamer's own body. Thus, the toothache dream commonly ends by the dreamer drawing a tooth out of his mouth." End quote. It cannot be said that this theory of dream interpretation has found much favor with other writers. It seems above all extravagant, and so Scherner's readers have hesitated to give it even the small amount of credit to which it is, in my opinion, entitled. As will be seen, it tends to a revival of dream interpretation by means of symbolism, a method employed by the ancients. Only the province from which the interpretation is to be derived is restricted to the human body. The lack of a scientifically comprehensible technique of interpretation must seriously limit the applicability of Scherner's theory. Arbitrariness in the interpretation of dreams would appear to be by no means excluded, especially since in this case also a stimulus may be expressed in the dream content by several representative symbols. Thus, even Scherner's follower Volkite was unable to confirm the representation of the body as a house. Another objection is that here again the dream activity is regarded as a useless and aimless activity of the mind, since according to this theory, the mind is content with merely forming fantasies around the stimulus with which it is dealing, without even remotely attempting to abolish the stimulus. Scherner's theory of the symbolization of bodily stimuli by the dream is seriously damaged by yet another objection. These bodily stimuli are present at all times, and it is generally assumed that the mind is more accessible to them during sleep than in the waking state. It is therefore impossible to understand why the mind does not dream continuously all night long, and why it does not dream every night about all the organs. If one attempts to evade this objection by positing the condition that special excitations must proceed from the eye, the ear, the teeth, the bowels, etc., in order to arouse the dream activity, one is confronted with the difficulty of proving that this increase of stimulation is objective, and proof is possible only in a very few cases. If the dream of flying is a symbolization of the upward and downward motion of the pulmonary lobes, either this dream, as has already been remarked by Strumpel, should be dreamt much oftener, or it should be possible to show that respiration is more active during this dream. Yet a third alternative is possible, and it is the most probable of all, namely that now and again special motives are operative to direct the attention to the visceral sensations which are constantly present. But this would take us far beyond the scope of Scherner's theory. The value of Schirner's and Volkite's disquisitions resides in their calling our attention to a number of characteristics of the dream content which are in need of explanation, and which seem to promise fresh discoveries. It is quite true that symbolizations of the bodily organs and functions do occur in dreams. For example, that water in a dream often signifies a desire to urinate, that the male genital organ may be represented by an upright staff or a pillar, etc. With dreams which exhibit a very animated field of vision and brilliant colors, in contrast to the dimness of other dreams, the interpretation that they are, quote, dreams due to visual stimulation, end quote, can hardly be dismissed, nor can we dispute the participation of illusion formation in dreams which contain noise and a medley of voices. A dream like that of Schirner's, that two rows of fair, handsome boys stood facing one another on a bridge, attacking one another and then resuming their positions, until finally the dreamer himself sat down on a bridge and drew a long tooth from his jaw. Or a similar dream of Volkite's, in which two rows of drawers played a part, and which again ended in the extraction of a tooth. Dream formations of this kind, of which both writers relate a great number, forbid our dismissing Schirner's theory as an idle invention without seeking the kernel of truth which may be contained in it. We are therefore confronted with the task of finding a different explanation of the supposed symbolization of the alleged dental stimulus. Throughout our consideration of the theory of the somatic sources of dreams, I have refrained from urging the argument which arises from our analyses of dreams. If, by a procedure which has not been followed by other writers in their investigation of dreams, we can prove that the dream possesses intrinsic value as psychic action, that a wish supplies the motive of its formation, and that the experiences of the previous day furnish the most obvious material of its content, any other theory of dreams which neglects such an important method of investigation, and accordingly makes the dream appear a useless and enigmatical psychic reaction to somatic stimuli, may be dismissed without special criticism. For in this case there would have to be, and this is highly improbable, two entirely different kinds of dreams, of which only one kind has come under our observation, while the other kind alone has been observed by the earlier investigators. It only remains now to find a place in our theory of dreams for the facts on which the current doctrine of somatic dream stimuli is based. We have already taken the first step in this direction in advancing the thesis that the dream work is under a compulsion to elaborate into a unified whole all the dream stimuli which are simultaneously present. We have seen that when two or more experiences capable of making an impression on the mind have been left over from the previous day, the wishes that result from them are united into one dream. Similarly, that the impressions possessing psychic value and the indifferent experiences of the previous day unite in the dream material, provided that connecting ideas between the two can be established. Thus the dream appears to be a reaction to everything which is simultaneously present as actual in the sleeping mind. As far as we have hitherto analyzed the dream material, we have discovered it to be a collection of psychic remnants and memory traces, which we were obliged to credit, on account of the preference shown for recent and for infantile material, with a character of psychological actuality, though the nature of this actuality was not at the time determinable. We shall now have little difficulty in predicting what will happen when to these actualities of the memory fresh material in the form of sensations is added during sleep. These stimuli, again, are of importance to the dream because they are actual. They are united with the other psychic actualities to provide the material for dream formation. To express it in other words, the stimuli which occur during sleep are elaborated into a wish fulfillment, of which the other components are the psychic remnants of daily experience with which we are already familiar. This combination, however, is not inevitable. We have seen that more than one kind of behavior toward the physical stimuli received during sleep is possible. Where this combination is effected, a conceptual material for the dream content has been found, which will represent both kinds of dream sources, the somatic as well as the psychic. The nature of the dream is not altered when somatic material is added to the psychic dream source. It still remains a wish fulfillment, no matter how its expression is determined by the actual material available. I should like to find room here for a number of peculiarities which are able to modify the significance of external stimuli for the dream. I imagine that a cooperation of individual physiological and accidental factors, which depend on the circumstances of the moment, determines how one will behave in individual cases of more intensive objective stimulation during sleep. Habitual or accidental profundity of sleep, in conjunction with the intensity of the stimulus, will in one case make it possible so to suppress the stimulus that it will not disturb the sleeper, while in another case it will force the sleeper to wake, or will assist the attempt to subdue the stimulus by weaving it into the texture of the dream. In accordance with the multiplicity of these constellations, external objective stimuli will be expressed more rarely or more frequently in the case of one person than in that of another. In my own case, since I am an excellent sleeper and obstinately refuse to allow myself to be disturbed during sleep on any pretext whatever, this intrusion of external causes of excitation into my dreams is very rare, whereas psychic motives apparently cause me to dream very easily. Indeed, I have noted only a single dream in which an objective, painful source of stimulation is demonstrable, and it will be highly instructive to see what effect the external stimulus had in this particular dream. I am riding a gray horse, at first timidly and awkwardly, as though I were merely carried along. Then I meet a colleague, P., also on horseback, and dressed in rough frieze. He is sitting erect in the saddle. He calls my attention to something, probably to the fact that I have a very bad seat. Now I begin to feel more and more at ease on the back of my highly intelligent horse. I sit more comfortably, and I find that I am quite at home up here. My saddle is a sort of pad which completely fills the space between the neck and the rump of the horse. I ride between two vans and just manage to clear them. After riding up the street for some distance, I turn round and wish to dismount, at first in front of a little open chapel which is built facing onto the street. Then I do really dismount in front of a chapel which stands near the first one. The hotel is in the same street. I might let the horse go there by itself, but I prefer to lead it thither. It seems as though I should be ashamed to arrive there on horseback. In front of the hotel there stands a page boy who shows me a note of mine, which has been found, and ridicules me on account of it. On the note is written, doubly underlined, "Eat nothing," and then a second sentence, indistinct, something like "Do not work." At the same time, a hazy idea that I am in a strange city in which I do not work. It will not at once be apparent that this dream originated under the influence, or rather under the compulsion, of a pain stimulus. The day before, however, I had suffered from boils, which made every movement a torture, and at last a boil had grown to the size of an apple at the root of the scrotum, and had caused me the most intolerable pains at every step. A feverish lassitude, lack of appetite, and the hard work which I had nevertheless done during the day, had conspired with the pain to upset me. I was not altogether in a condition to discharge my duties as a physician, but in view of the nature and the location of the malady, it was possible to imagine something else for which I was most of all unfit, namely writing. Now it is this very activity of writing into which I am plunged by the dream. It is the most energetic denial of the pain which imagination could conceive. As a matter of fact, I cannot ride. I do not dream of doing so. I never sat on a horse but once, and then without a saddle, and I did not like it. But in this dream I ride as though I had no boil on the perineum, or rather I ride just because I want to have none. Probably being thus comforted, I did not feel anything of my pain during the first few hours of my sleep. Then the painful sensations made themselves felt and tried to wake me, whereupon the dream came and said to me soothingly, "Go on sleeping, you are not going to wake. You have no boil, for you are riding on horseback, and with a boil just there no one could ride." And the dream was successful. The pain was stifled, and I went on sleeping. But the dream was not satisfied with suggesting away the boil by tenaciously holding fast to an idea incompatible with the malady, thus behaving like the hallucinatory insanity of a mother who has lost her child, or of a merchant who has lost his fortune. In addition, the details of the sensation denied, and of the image used to suppress it, serve the dream also as a means to connect other material actually present in the mind with the situation in the dream, and to give this material representation. I am riding on a gray horse. The color of the horse exactly corresponds with the pepper and salt suit in which I last saw my colleague P. in the country. I have been warned that highly seasoned food is the cause of boils, and in any case it is preferable as an etiological explanation to sugar, which might be thought of in connection with furunculosis. My friend P. likes to ride the high horse with me ever since he took my place in the treatment of a female patient, in whose case I had performed great feats, but who really, like the horse in the story of the Sunday equestrian, led me wherever she wished. Thus the horse comes to be a symbolic representation of a lady patient. In the dream it is highly intelligent. "I feel quite at home" refers to the position which I occupied in the patient's household until I was replaced by my colleague P. "I thought you were safe in the saddle up there," one of my few well-wishers among the eminent physicians of the city recently said to me, with reference to the same household. And it was a feat to practice psychotherapy for 8 to 10 hours a day while suffering such pain. But I know that I cannot continue my peculiarly strenuous work for any length of time without perfect physical health. And the dream is full of dismal allusions to the situation which would result if my illness continued. The note, such as neurasthenics carry and show to their doctors: "Do not work, do not eat." On further interpretation, I see that the dream activity has succeeded in finding its way from the wish situation of writing to some very early childish quarrels which must have occurred between myself and a nephew who is a year older than I, and is now living in England. It has also taken up elements from my journeys in Italy. The street in the dream is built up out of impressions of Verona and Siena. A still deeper interpretation leads to sexual dream thoughts, and I recall what the dream allusions to that beautiful country were supposed to mean in the dream of a female patient who had never been to Italy. Parentheses, to Italy, German, gen Italien equals genitals, end parentheses. At the same time, there are references to the house in which I preceded my friend P as physician, and to the place where the boil is located. In another dream, I was similarly successful in warding off a threatened disturbance of my sleep. This time the threat came from a sensory stimulus. It was only chance, however, that enabled me to discover the connection between the dream and the accidental dream stimulus, and in this way to understand the dream. One midsummer morning in a Tyrolese mountain resort, I woke with the knowledge that I had dreamed the Pope is dead. I was not able to interpret this short, non-visual dream. I could remember only one possible basis of the dream, namely, that shortly before this the newspapers had reported that His Holiness was slightly indisposed. But in the course of the morning my wife asked me, "Did you hear the dreadful tolling of the church bells this morning?" I had no idea that I had heard it, but now I understood my dream. It was the reaction of my need for sleep to the noise by which the pious Tyroleans were trying to wake me. I avenged myself on them by the conclusion which formed the content of my dream, and continued to sleep without any further interest in the tolling of the bells. Among the dreams mentioned in the previous chapters, there are several which might serve as examples of the elaboration of so-called nerve stimuli. The dream of drinking in long draughts is such an example. Here the somatic stimulus seems to be the sole source of the dream, and the wish arising from the sensation, thirst, the only motive for dreaming. We find much the same thing in other simple dreams, where the somatic stimulus is able of itself to generate a wish. The dream of the sick woman who throws the cooling apparatus from her cheek at night is an instance of an unusual manner of reaching to a pain stimulus with a wish fulfillment. It seems as though the patient had temporarily succeeded in making herself analgesic, and accompanied this by ascribing her pains to a stranger. My dream of the 3 Parsi is obviously a hunger dream, but it has contrived to shift the need for food right back to the child's longing for its mother's breast, and to use a harmless desire as a mask for a more serious one that cannot venture to express itself so openly. In the dream of Count Thun, we were able to see by what paths an accidental physical need was brought into relation with the strongest, but also the most rigorously repressed impulses of the psychic life. And when, as in the case reported by Garnier, the first consul incorporates the sound of an exploding infernal machine into a dream of battle before it causes him to wake, the true purpose for which alone psychic activity concerns itself with sensations during sleep is revealed with unusual clarity. A young lawyer who is full of his first great bankruptcy case and falls asleep in the afternoon behaves just as the great Napoleon did. He dreams of a certain G. Reich in Husiaten, whose acquaintance he has made in connection with the bankruptcy case. But Husiaten forces itself upon his attention still further. He is obliged to wake only to hear his wife, who is suffering from bronchial catarrh, violently coughing. Let us compare the dream of Napoleon I, who incidentally was an excellent sleeper, with that of the sleepy student who was awakened by his landlady with the reminder that he had to go to the hospital, and who thereupon dreamt himself into a bed in the hospital, and then slept on, the underlying reasoning being as follows: if I am already in the hospital, I needn't get up to go there. This is obviously a convenience dream. The sleeper frankly admits to himself his motive in dreaming, but he thereby reveals one of the secrets of dreaming in general. In a certain sense, all dreams are convenience dreams. They serve the purpose of continuing to sleep instead of waking. The dream is the guardian of sleep, not its disturber. In another place we shall have occasion to justify this conception in respect to the psychic factors that make for waking, but we can already demonstrate its applicability to the objective external stimuli. Either the mind does not concern itself at all with the causes of sensations during sleep, if it is able to carry this attitude through as against the intensity of the stimuli and their significance, of which it is well aware, or it employs the dream to deny these stimuli, or thirdly, if it is obliged to recognize the stimuli, it seeks that interpretation of them which will represent the actual sensation as a component of a desired situation, which is compatible with sleep. The actual sensation is woven into the dream in order to deprive it of its reality. Napoleon is permitted to go on sleeping if it is only a dream memory of the thunder, of the guns at Arcole, which is trying to disturb him. The two sources from which I know of this dream do not entirely agree as to its content. The wish to sleep, to which the conscious ego has adjusted itself, and which, together with the dream censorship and the secondary elaboration to be mentioned later, represents the ego's contribution to the dream, must thus always be taken into account as a motive of dream formation, and every successful dream is a fulfillment of this wish. The relation of this general, constantly present and unvarying sleep wish to the other wishes, of which now one and now another is fulfilled by the dream content, will be the subject of later consideration. In the wish to sleep, we have discovered a motive capable of supplying the deficiency in the theory of Strumpel and Wundt, and of explaining the perversity and capriciousness of the interpretation of the external stimulus. The correct interpretation, of which the sleeping mind is perfectly capable, would involve active interest and would require the sleeper to wake. Hence, of those interpretations which are possible at all, only such are admitted as are acceptable to the dictatorial censorship of the sleep wish. The logic of dream situations would run, for example, it is the nightingale and not the lark. For if it is the lark, love's night is at an end. From among the interpretations of the stimulus which are thus admissible, that one is selected which can secure the best connection with the wish impulses that are lying in wait in the mind. Thus everything is definitely determined, and nothing is left to caprice. The misinterpretation is not an illusion, but, if you will, an excuse. Here again, as in substitution by displacement in the service of the dream censorship, we have an act of deflection of the normal psychic procedure. If the external nerve stimuli and the inner bodily stimuli are sufficiently intense to compel psychic attention, they represent, that is, if they result in dreaming at all and not in waking, a fixed point for dream formation, a nucleus in the dream material, for which an appropriate wish fulfillment is sought, just as mediating ideas between two psychical dream stimuli are sought. To this extent, it is true of a number of dreams that the somatic element dictates the dream content. In this extreme case, even a wish that is not actually present may be aroused for the purpose of dream formation. But the dream cannot do otherwise than represent a wish in some situation as fulfilled. It is, as it were, confronted with the task of discovering what wish can be represented as fulfilled by the given sensation, even if this given material is of a painful or disagreeable character. Yet it is not unserviceable for the purposes of dream formation. The psychic life has at its disposal even wishes whose fulfillment evokes displeasure, which seems a contradiction, but becomes perfectly intelligible if we take into account the presence of two sorts of psychic instants and the censorship that subsists between them. In the psychic life there exist, as we have seen, repressed wishes which belong to the first system, and to whose fulfillment the second system is opposed. We do not mean this in a historic sense, that such wishes have once existed and have subsequently been destroyed. The doctrine of repression, which we need in the study of psychoneuroses, asserts that such repressed wishes still exist, but simultaneously with an inhibition which weighs them down. Language has hit upon the truth when it speaks of the suppression, in parentheses, sub-pression, or pushing under, end parentheses, of impulses impulses. The psychic mechanism which enables such suppressed wishes to force their way to realization is retained in being and in working order. But if it happens that such a suppressed wish is fulfilled, the vanquished inhibition of the second system, which is capable of consciousness, is then expressed as discomfort. And, in order to conclude this argument, if sensations of a disagreeable character which originate from somatic sources are present during sleep, this constellation is utilized by the dream activity to procure the fulfillment, with more or less maintenance of the censorship, of an otherwise suppressed wish. This state of affairs makes possible a certain number of anxiety dreams, while others of these dream formations which are unfavorable to the wish theory exhibit a different mechanism. For the anxiety in dreams may of course be of a psychoneurotic character, originating in psychosexual excitation, in which case the anxiety corresponds to repressed libido. Then this anxiety, like the whole anxiety dream, has the significance of a neurotic symptom, and we stand at the dividing line where the wish-fulfilling tendency of dreams is frustrated. But in other anxiety dreams, the feeling of anxiety comes from somatic sources, as in the case of persons suffering from pulmonary or cardiac trouble, with occasional difficulty in breathing. And then it is used to help such strongly suppressed wishes to attain fulfillment in a dream, the dreaming of which, from psychic motives, would have resulted in the same release of anxiety. It is not difficult to reconcile these two apparently contradictory cases. When two psychic formations, an affective inclination and a conceptual content, are intimately connected, either one being actually present will evoke the other, even in a dream. Now the anxiety of somatic origin evokes the suppressed conceptual content. Now it is the released conceptual content, accompanied by sexual excitement, which causes the release of anxiety. In the one case, it may be said that a somatically determined affect is psychically interpreted. In the other case, all is of psychic origin, but the content which has been suppressed is easily replaced by a somatic interpretation which fits the anxiety. The difficulties which lie in the way of understanding all this have little to do with dreams. They are due to the fact that in discussing these points we are touching upon the problems of the development of anxiety and of repression. The general aggregate of bodily sensation must undoubtedly be included among the dominant dream stimuli of internal bodily origin. Not that it is capable of supplying the dream content, but it forces the dream thoughts to make a choice from the material destined to serve the purpose of representation in the dream content, inasmuch as it brings within easy reach that part of the material which is adapted to its own character, and holds the rest at a distance. Moreover, this general feeling which survives from the preceding day is of course connected with the psychic residues that are significant for the dream. Moreover, this feeling itself may be either maintained or overcome in the dream, so that it may, if it is painful, veer around into its opposite. If the somatic sources of excitation during sleep, that is, the sensations of sleep, are not of unusual intensity, the part which they play in dream formation is, in my judgment, similar to that of those impressions of the day which are still recent, but of no great significance. I mean that they are utilized for the dream formation if they are of such a kind that they can be united with the conceptual content of the psychic dream source, but not otherwise. They are treated as a cheap, ever-ready material which can be used whenever is needed, and not as valuable material which itself prescribes the manner in which it must be utilized. I might suggest the analogy of a connoisseur giving an artist a rare stone, a piece of onyx, for example, in order that it may be fashioned into a work of art. Here the size of the stone, its color, and its markings help to decide what head or what scene shall be represented, while if he is dealing with a uniform and abundant material such as marble or sandstone, the artist is guided only by the idea which takes shape in his mind. Only in this way, it seems to me, can we explain the fact that the dream content furnished by physical stimuli of somatic origin, which are not unusually accentuated, does not make its appearance in all dreams and every night. Perhaps an example which takes us back to the interpretation of dreams will best illustrate my meaning. One day I was trying to understand the significance of the sensation of being inhibited, of not being able to move from the spot, of not being able to get something done, etc., which occurs so frequently in dreams and is so closely allied to anxiety. That night I had the following dream. I am very incompletely dressed, and I go from a flat on the ground floor up a flight of stairs to an upper story. In doing this, I jump up 3 stairs at a time, and I am glad to find that I can mount the stairs so quickly. Suddenly I notice that a servant maid is coming down the stairs, that is, towards me. I am ashamed and try to hurry away, and now comes this feeling of being inhibited. I am glued to the stairs and cannot move from the spot. Analysis. The situation of the dream is taken from an everyday reality. In a house in Vienna, I have 2 apartments which are connected only by the main staircase. My consultation rooms and my study are on the raised ground floor, and my living rooms are on the first floor. Late at night, when I have finished my work downstairs, I go upstairs to my bedroom. On the evening before the dream, I had actually gone this short distance with my garments in disarray. That is, I had taken off my collar, tie, and cuffs. But in the dream, this had changed into a more advanced, but, as usual, indefinite degree of undress. It is a habit of mine to run up 2 or 3 steps at a time. Moreover, there was a wish fulfillment recognized even in the dream, for the ease with which I run upstairs reassures me as to the condition of my heart. Further, the manner in which I run upstairs is an effective contrast to the sensation of being inhibited which occurs in the second half of the dream. It shows me, what needed no proof, that dreams have no difficulty in representing motor actions fully and completely carried out. Think, for example, of flying in dreams. But the stairs up which I go are not those of my own house. At first I do not recognize them. Only the person coming towards me informs me of their whereabouts. This woman is the maid of an old lady whom I visit twice daily in order to give her hypodermic injections. The stairs, too, are precisely similar to those which I have to climb twice a day in this old lady's house. How do these stairs and the woman get into my dream? The shame of not being fully dressed is undoubtedly of a sexual character. The servant of whom I dream is older than I, surly and by no means attractive. These questions remind me of the following incident. When I pay my morning visit at this house, I am usually seized with a desire to clear my throat. The sputum falls on the stairs. There is no spittoon on either of the 2 floors, and I consider that the stairs should be kept clean, not at my expense, but rather by the provision of a spittoon. The housekeeper, another elderly, curmudgeonly person, but, as I willingly admit, a woman of cleanly instincts, takes a different view of the matter. She lies in wait for me to see whether I shall take the liberty referred to, and if she sees that I do, I can distinctly hear her growl. For days thereafter, when we meet, she refuses to greet me with the customary signs of respect. On the day before the dream, the housekeeper's attitude was reinforced by that of the maid. I had just furnished my usual hurried visit to the patient when the servant confronted me in the anteroom, observing, "You might as well have wiped your shoes today, doctor, before you came into the room. The red carpet is all dirty again from your feet." This is the only justification for the appearance of the stairs and the maid in my dream. Between my leaping upstairs and my spitting on the stairs, there is an intimate connection. Pharyngitis and cardiac troubles are both supposed to be punishments for the vice of smoking, on account of which vice my own housekeeper does not credit me with excessive tidiness, so that my reputation suffers in both the houses, which my dream fuses into one. I must postpone the further interpretation of this dream until I can indicate the origin of the typical dream of being incompletely clothed. In the meantime, as a provisional deduction from the dream just related, I note that the dream sensation of inhibited movement is always aroused at a point where a certain connection requires it. A peculiar condition of my motor system during sleep cannot be responsible for this dream content, since a moment earlier I found myself, as though in confirmation of this fact, skipping lightly up the stairs. End of section 19. Recording by Judith Parker, drjudithparker.com.
Section 20 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 20. Typical Dreams. The Embarrassment Dream of Nakedness. Generally speaking, we are not in a position to interpret another person's dream if he is unwilling to furnish us with the unconscious thoughts which lie behind the dream content, and for this reason the practical applicability of our method of dream interpretation is often seriously restricted. But there are dreams which exhibit a complete contrast to the individual's customary liberty to endow his dream world with a special individuality, thereby making it inaccessible to an alien understanding. There are a number of dreams which almost every one has dreamed in the same manner, and of which we are accustomed to assume that they have the same significance in the case of every dreamer. A peculiar interest attaches to these typical dreams, because no matter who dreams them, they presumably all derive from the same sources, so that they would seem to be particularly fitted to provide us with information as to the sources of dreams. With quite special expectations, therefore, we shall proceed to test our technique of dream interpretation on these typical dreams, and only with extreme reluctance shall we admit that precisely in respect of this material our method is not fully verified. In the interpretation of typical dreams we, as a rule, fail to obtain those associations from the dreamer which in other cases have led us to comprehension of the dream, or else these associations are confused and inadequate, so that they do not help us to solve our problem. Why this is the case, and how we can remedy this defect in our technique, are points which will be discussed in a later chapter. The reader will then understand why I can deal with only a few of the group of typical dreams in this chapter, and why I have postponed the discussion of the others. A. The embarrassment dream of nakedness. In a dream in which one is naked or scantily clad in the presence of strangers, it sometimes happens that one is not in the least ashamed of one's condition. But the dream of nakedness demands our attention only when shame and embarrassment are felt in it, when one wishes to escape or to hide, and when one feels the strange inhibition of being unable to stir from the spot, and of being utterly powerless to alter the painful situation. It is only in this connection that the dream is typical. Otherwise, the nucleus of its content may be involved in all sorts of other connections, or may be replaced by individual amplifications. The essential point is that one has a painful feeling of shame, and is anxious to hide one's nakedness, usually by means of locomotion, but is absolutely unable to do so. I believe that the great majority of my readers will at some time have found themselves in this situation in a dream. The nature and manner of the exposure is usually rather vague. The dreamer will say, perhaps, "I was in my chemise," but this is rarely a clear image. In most cases, the lack of clothing is so indeterminate that it is described in narrating the dream by an alternative, "I was in my chemise or my petticoat." As a rule, the deficiency in clothing is not serious enough to justify the feeling of shame attached to it. For a man who has served in the army, nakedness is often replaced by a manner of dressing that is contrary to regulations. "I was in the street without my saber, and I saw some officers approaching," or "I had no collar," or "I was wearing checked civilian trousers," etc. The persons before whom one is ashamed are almost always strangers, whose faces remain indeterminate. It never happens, in the typical dream, that one is reproved or even noticed on account of the lack of clothing, which causes one such embarrassment. On the contrary, the people in the dream appear to be quite indifferent. Or, as I was able to note in one particularly vivid dream, they have stiff and solemn expressions. This gives us food for thought. The dreamer's embarrassment and the spectator's indifference constitute a contradiction such as often occurs in dreams. It would be more in keeping with the dreamer's feelings if the strangers were to look at him in astonishment, or were to laugh at him, or be outraged. I think, however, that this obnoxious feature has been displaced by wish fulfillment, while the embarrassment is for some reason retained, so that the two components are not in agreement. We have an interesting proof that the dream which is partially distorted by wish fulfillment has not been properly understood, for it has been made the basis of a fairy tale familiar to us all in Andersen's version of The Emperor's New Clothes, and it has more recently received poetical treatment by Fulda in The Talisman. In Andersen's fairy tale we are told of two impostors who weave a costly garment for the Emperor, which shall, however, be visible only to the good and true. The Emperor goes forth clad to this invisible garment, and since the imaginary fabric serves as a sort of touchstone, the people are frightened into behaving as though they did not notice the Emperor's nakedness. But this is really the situation in our dream. It is not very venturesome to assume that the unintelligible dream content has provided an incentive to invent a state of undress which gives meaning to the situation present in the memory. This situation is thereby robbed of its original meaning and made to serve alien ends. But we shall see that such a misunderstanding of the dream content often occurs through the conscious activity of a second psychic system, and is to be recognized as a factor of the final form of the dream. And further, that in the development of obsessions and phobias similar misunderstandings, still of course within the same psychic personality, play a decisive part. It is even possible to specify whence the material for the fresh interpretation of the dream is taken. The impostor is the dream, the Emperor is the dreamer himself, and the moralizing tendency betrays a hazy knowledge of the fact that there is a question, in the latent dream content, of forbidden wishes, victims of repression. The connection in which such dreams appear during my analysis of neurotics proves beyond a doubt that a memory of the dreamer's earliest childhood lies at the foundation of the dream. Only in our childhood was there a time when we were seen by our relatives, as well as by strange nurses, servants, and visitors, in a state of insufficient clothing, and at that time we were not ashamed of our nakedness. In the case of many rather older children it may be observed that being undressed has an exciting effect upon them, instead of making them feel ashamed. They laugh, leap about, slap or thump their own bodies. The mother or whoever is present scolds them, saying, "Fie, that is shameful, you mustn't do that." Children often show a desire to display themselves. It is hardly possible to pass through a village in country districts without meeting a 2 or 3-year-old child who lifts up his or her blouse or frock before the traveler, possibly in his honor. One of my patients has retained in his conscious memory a scene from his 8th year in which, after undressing for bed, he wanted to dance into his little sister's room in his shirt, but was prevented by the servant. In the history of the childhood of neurotics, exposure before children of the opposite sex plays a prominent part. In paranoia, the delusion of being observed while dressing and undressing may be directly traced to these experiences. And among those who have remained perverse, there is a class in whom the childish impulse is accentuated into a symptom, the class of exhibitionists. This age of childhood, in which the sense of shame is unknown, seems a paradise when we look back upon it later, and paradise itself is nothing but the mass fantasy of the childhood of the individual. This is why in paradise men are naked and unashamed, until the moment arrives when shame and fear awaken. Expulsion follows, and sexual life and cultural development begin. Into this paradise dreams can take us back every night. We have already ventured the conjecture that the impressions of our earliest childhood, from the prehistoric period until about the end of the 3rd year, crave reproduction for their own sake, perhaps without further reference to their content, so that their repetition is a wish fulfillment. Dreams of nakedness, then, are exhibition dreams. The nucleus of an exhibition dream is furnished by one's own person, which is seen not as that of a child, but as it exists in the present, and by the idea of scanty clothing which emerges indistinctly, owing to the superimposition of so many later situations of being partially clothed, or out of consideration for the censorship. To these elements are added the persons in whose presence one is ashamed. I know of no example in which the actual spectators of these infantile exhibitions reappear in a dream, for a dream is hardly ever a simple recollection. Strangely enough, those persons who are the objects of our sexual interest in childhood are omitted from all reproductions, in dreams, in hysteria or in obsessional neurosis. Paranoia alone restores the spectators, and is fanatically convinced of their presence, although they remain unseen. The substitute for these persons offered by the dream, the number of strangers who take no notice of the spectacle offered them, is precisely the counter wish to that single, intimately known person for whom the exposure was intended. A number of strangers, moreover, often occur in dreams in all sorts of other connections. As a counter wish they always signify a secret. It will be seen that even that restitution of the old state of affairs that occurs in paranoia complies with this counter tendency. One is no longer alone. One is quite positively being watched. But the spectators are a number of strange, curiously indeterminate people. For obvious reasons, the presence of the whole family in the dream has the same significance. Furthermore, repression finds a place in the exhibition dream. For the disagreeable sensation of the dream is, of course, the reaction on the part of the second psychic instance to the fact that the exhibitionistic scene, which has been condemned by the censorship, has nevertheless succeeded in presenting itself. The only way to avoid this sensation would be to refrain from reviving the scene. In a later chapter we shall deal once again with the feeling of inhibition. In our dreams it represents to perfection a conflict of the will, a denial. According to our unconscious purpose, the exhibition is to proceed. According to the demands of the censorship, it is to come to an end. The relation of our typical dreams to fairy tales and other fiction and poetry is neither sporadic nor accidental. Sometimes the penetrating insight of the poet has analytically recognized the process of transformation of which the poet is otherwise the instrument, and has followed it up in the reverse direction. That is to say, has traced a poem to a dream. A friend has called my attention to the following passage in G. Keller's Der Grüne Heinrich. I do not wish, dear Lee, that you should ever come to realize from experience the exquisite and piquant truth in the situation of Odysseus, when he appears naked and covered with mud, before Nausicaa and her playmates. Would you like to know what it means? Let us for a moment consider the incident closely. If you are ever parted from your home, and from all that is dear to you, and wander about in a strange country, if you have seen much and experienced much, if you have cares and sorrows, and are perhaps utterly wretched and forlorn, you will some night inevitably dream that you are approaching your home. You will see it shining and glittering in the loveliest colors. Lovely and gracious figures will come to meet you. And then you will suddenly discover that you are ragged, naked, and covered with dust. An indescribable feeling of shame and fear overcomes you. You try to cover yourself, to hide, and you wake up bathed in sweat. As long as humanity exists, this will be the dream of the care-laden, tempest-tossed man. And thus Homer has drawn this situation from the profoundest depths of the eternal nature of humanity. What are the profoundest depths of the eternal nature of humanity, which the poet commonly hopes to awaken in his listeners, but these stirrings of the psychic life which are rooted in that age of childhood which subsequently becomes prehistoric? Childish wishes, now suppressed and forbidden, break into the dream behind the unobjectionable and permissibly conscious wishes of the homeless man, and it is for this reason that the dream, which is objectified in the legend of Nausicaa, regularly develops into an anxiety dream. My own dream of hurrying upstairs, which presently changed into being glued to the stairs, is likewise an exhibition dream, for it reveals the essential ingredients of such a dream. It must therefore be possible to trace it back to experiences in my childhood, and the knowledge of these should enable us to conclude how far the servant's behavior to me, that is, her reproach that I had soiled the carpet, helped her to secure the position which she occupies in the dream. Now I am actually able to furnish the desired explanation. One learns in a psychoanalysis to interpret temporal proximity by material connection. Two ideas which are apparently without connection, but which occur in immediate succession, belong to a unity which has to be deciphered. Just as an A and AB, when written in succession, must be pronounced as one syllable, ab, it is just the same with the interrelations of dreams. The dream of the stairs has been taken from a series of dreams with whose other members I am familiar, having interpreted them. A dream included in this series must belong to the same context. Now the other dreams of the series are based on the memory of a nurse to whom I was entrusted for a season, from the time when I was still at the breast to the age of 2½ and of whom a hazy recollection has remained in my consciousness. According to information which I recently obtained from my mother, she was old and ugly, but very intelligent and thorough. According to the inferences which I am justified in drawing from my dreams, she did not always treat me quite kindly, but spoke harshly to me when I showed insufficient understanding of the necessity for cleanliness. Inasmuch as the maid endeavored to continue my education in this respect, she is entitled to be treated, in my dream, as an incarnation of the prehistoric old woman. It is to be assumed, of course, that the child was fond of his teacher in spite of her harsh behavior. End of section 20. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 21 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tony Hall. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill, Section 21. Dreams of the death of beloved persons. Another series of dreams which may be called typical are those whose content is that a beloved relative, a parent, brother, sister, child, or the like has died. We must at once distinguish two classes of such dreams, those in which the dreamer remains unmoved, and those in which he feels profoundly grieved by the death of the beloved person, even expressing this grief by shedding tears in his sleep. We may ignore the dreams of the first group. They have no claim to be reckoned as typical. If they are analysed, it is found that they signify something that is not contained in them, that they are intended to mask another wish of some kind. This is the case in the dream of the aunt who sees the only son of her sister lying on a bier, chapter 4. The dream does not mean that she desires the death of her little nephew. As we have learned, it merely conceals the wish to see a certain beloved person again after a long separation. The same person whom she has seen after as long an interval at the funeral of another nephew. This wish, which is the real content of the dream, gives no cause for sorrow, and for that reason no sorrow is felt in the dream. We see here that the feeling contained in the dream does not belong to the manifest, but to the latent dream content,
and that the effective content has remained free from the distortion which has befallen the conceptual content. It is otherwise with those dreams in which the death of a beloved relative is imagined and in which a painful effect is felt. These signify, as their content tells us, the wish that the person in question might die, and since I may here expect that the feelings of all my readers and of all who have had such dreams will lead them to reject my explanation, I must endeavour to rest my proof on the broadest possible basis. We have already cited a dream from which we could see that the wishes represented as fulfilled in dreams are not always current wishes. There may also be bygone, discarded, buried and repressed wishes, which we must nevertheless credit with a sort of continued existence, merely on account of their reappearance in a dream. They are not dead like persons who have died, in the sense that we know death, but are rather like the shades in the Odyssey which awaken to a certain degree of life so soon as they have drunk blood. The dream of the dead child in the box, chapter 4, contained a wish that had been present 15 years earlier, and which had at that time been frankly admitted as real. Further, and this perhaps is not unimportant from the standpoint of the theory of dreams, a recollection from the dreamer's earliest childhood was at the root of this wish also. When the dreamer was a little child, but exactly when cannot be definitely determined, she heard that her mother, during the pregnancy of which she was the outcome, had fallen into a profound emotional depression, and had passionately wished for the death of the child in her womb. Having herself grown up and become pregnant, she was only following the example of her mother. If anyone dreams that his father or mother, his brother or sister has died, and his dream expresses grief, I should never adduce this as proof that he wishes any of them dead now. The theory of dreams does not go as far as to require this. It is satisfied with concluding that the dreamer has wished them dead at some time or other during his childhood. I fear, however, that this limitation will not go far to appease my critics. Probably they will just as energetically deny the possibility that they ever had such thoughts, as they protest that they do not harbour them now. I must, therefore, reconstruct a portion of the submerged infantile psychology on the basis of the evidence of the present. Let us first of all consider the relation of children to their brothers and sisters. I do not know why we presuppose that it must be a loving one, since examples of enmity among adult brothers and sisters are frequent in everyone's experience, and since we are so often able to verify the fact that this estrangement originated during childhood, or has always existed. Moreover, many adults who today are devoted to their brother and sisters and support them in adversity lived with them in almost continuous enmity during their childhood. The elder child ill-treated the younger, slandered him and robbed him of his toys. The younger was consumed with helpless fury against the elder, envied and feared him, or his earliest impulse toward liberty and his first revolt against injustice were directed against his oppressor. The parents say that the children do not agree, and cannot find the reason for it. It is not difficult to see that the character even of a well-behaved child is not the character we should wish to find in an adult. A child is absolutely egoistical. He feels his wants acutely and strives remorselessly to satisfy them, especially against his competitors, other children, and first of all against his brothers and sisters. And yet we do not on that account call a child wicked, we call him naughty. He is not responsible for his misdeeds, either in our own judgment or in the eyes of the law. And this is as it should be, for we may expect within the very period of life which we reckon as childhood, altruistic impulses and morality will awake in the little egoist, and that, in the words of Maynard, a secondary ego will overlay and inhibit the primary ego. Morality, of course, does not develop simultaneously in all its departments, and furthermore the duration of the amoral period of childhood differs in different individuals. Where this morality fails to develop, we are prone to speak of degeneration, but here the case is obviously one of arrested development. Where the primary character is already overlaid by the later development, it may be at least partially uncovered again by an attack of hysteria. The correspondence between the so-called hysterical character and that of a naughty child is positively striking. The obsessional neurosis, on the other hand, corresponds to a supermorality, which develops as a strong reinforcement against the primary character that is threatening to revive. Many persons, then, who now love their brothers and sisters, and who would feel bereaved by their death, harbour in their unconscious hostile wishes survivals from an earlier period, wishes which are able to realise themselves in dreams. It is, however, quite especially interesting to observe the behaviour of little children up to their 3rd or 4th year towards their younger brothers or sisters. So far the child has been the only one. Now he is informed that the stork has brought a new baby. The child inspects the new arrival and expresses his opinion with decision. "The stork had better take it back again." Hans, whose phobia was the subject of the analysis in the above-mentioned publication, cried out at the age of 3½ while feverish shortly after the birth of a sister, "But I don't want to have a little sister." In his neurosis, 18 months later, he frankly confessed the wish that his mother should drop the child into the bath while bathing it, in order that it might die. With all this, Hans was a good-natured, affectionate child, who soon became fond of his sister and took her under his special protection. I seriously declare it as my opinion that a child is able to estimate the disadvantages which he has to expect on account of a newcomer. A connection of mine, who now gets on very well with a sister who is 4 years her junior, responded to the news of his sister's arrival with the reservation, "But I shan't give her my red cap anyhow." If the child should come to realise only at a later stage that its happiness may be prejudiced by a younger brother or sister, its enmity will be aroused at this period. I know of a case where a girl, not 3 years of age, tried to strangle an infant in its cradle because she suspected that its continued presence boded her no good. Children at this time of life are capable of a jealousy that is perfectly evident and extremely intense. Again, perhaps the little brother or sister really soon disappears, and the child once more draws to himself the whole affection of the household. Then a new child is sent by the stork. Is it not natural that the favourite should conceive the wish that the new rival might meet the same fate as the earlier one, in order that he may be as happy as he was before the birth of the first child, and during the interval after his death? Of course, this attitude of the child towards the younger brother or sister is, under normal circumstances, a mere function of the difference of age. After a certain interval, the maternal instincts of the older girl will be awakened towards the helpless newborn infant. Such cases of death in the experience of children may soon be forgotten in the family, but psychoanalytical investigation shows that they are very significant for a later neurosis. Feelings of hostility towards brothers and sisters must occur far more frequently in children than is observed by their obtuse elders. Since the above was written, a great many observations relating to the originally hostile attitude of children towards their brothers and sisters, and toward one of their parents, have been recorded in the literature of psychoanalysis. One writer, Spitaler, gives the following peculiarly sincere and ingenious description of this typical childish attitude as he experienced in his earliest childhood. Moreover, there was now a second Adolf, a little creature whom they declared was my brother. I could not understand what he could be for, or why they should pretend he was a being like myself. I was sufficient unto myself. What did I want with a brother? And he was not only useless, he was also even troublesome. When I plagued my grandmother, he too wanted to plague her. When I was wheeled about in the baby carriage, he sat opposite me and took up half the room, so that we could not help kicking one another. In the case of my own children, who followed one another rapidly, I missed the opportunity of making such observations. I am now retrieving it, thanks to my little nephew, whose undisputed domination was disturbed after 15 months by the arrival of a feminine rival. I hear, it is true, that the young man behaves very chivalrously towards his little sister, that he kisses her hand and strokes her, but in spite of this, I have convinced myself that even before the completion of his 2nd year, he is using his new command of language to criticise this person, who, to him, after all, seems superfluous. Whenever the conversation turns upon her, he chimes in and cries angrily, "Too little, too little." During the first few months, since the child has outgrown this disparagement, owing to her splendid development, he has found another reason for his insistence that she does not deserve so much attention. He reminds us, on every suitable pretext, she hasn't any teeth. We all of us recollect the case of the eldest daughter of another sister of mine. The child, who was then 6 years of age, spent a full half-hour in going from one aunt to another with the question, "Lucy can't understand that, can she?" Lucy was her rival, 2½ years younger. The 3½-year-old Hans embodied his devastating criticism of his little sister in these identical words, "Look, sit." He assumed that she was unable to speak on account of her lack of teeth. I have never failed to come across this dream of the death of brothers or sisters, denoting an intense hostility, e.g., I have met it in all my female patients. I have met with only one exception, which could easily be interpreted into a confirmation of the rule. Once, in the course of a sitting, when I was explaining this state of affairs to a female patient, since it seemed to have some bearing on the symptoms under consideration that day, she answered, to my astonishment, that she had never had such dreams. But another dream occurred to her, which presumably had nothing to do with the case. A dream which she had first dreamed at the age of 4, when she was the youngest child, and had since then dreamed repeatedly. A number of children, all her brothers and sisters with her boy and girl cousins, were romping about in a meadow. Suddenly they all grew wings, flew up and were gone. She had no idea of the significance of this dream, but we can hardly fail to recognise it as a dream of the death of all the brothers and sisters in its original form, and but little influenced by the censorship. I will venture to add the following analysis of it. On the death of one out of this large number of children, in this case the children of 2 brothers were brought up together as brothers and sisters, would not our dreamer, at that time not yet 4 years of age, have asked some wise grown-up person, "What becomes of children when they are dead?" The answer would probably have been, "They grow wings and become angels." After this explanation, all the brothers and sisters and cousins in the dreams now have wings, like angels, and, this is the most important point, they fly away. Our little angel maker is left alone. Just think, the only one out of such a crowd. That the children romp about a meadow, from which they fly away, points almost certainly to butterflies. It is as though the child had been influenced by the same association of ideas which led the ancients to imagine Psyche, the soul, with the wings of a butterfly. Perhaps some readers will now object that the inimical impulses of children towards their brothers and sisters may perhaps be admitted. But how does the childish character arrive at such heights of wickedness as to desire the death of a rival or a stronger playmate, as though all misdeeds could be atoned for only by death? Those who speak in this fashion forget that the child's idea of being dead has little but the word in common with our own. The child knows nothing of the horrors of decay, of shivering in the cold grave, of the terror of the infinite nothing, the thought of which the adult, as all the myths of the hereafter testify, finds so intolerable. The fear of death is alien to the child, and so he plays with the horrid word and threatens another child. "If you do that again you will die, just like Francis died." At which the poor mother shudders, unable perhaps to forget that the greater proportion of mortals do not survive beyond the years of childhood. Even at the age of 8, a child returning from a visit to a natural history museum may say to her mother, "Mamma, I do love you so. If you ever die, I am going to have you stuffed and set you up here in the room, so that I can always see you." So different from our own is the childish conception of being dead. To my astonishment, I was told that a highly intelligent boy of 10, after the sudden death of his father, said, "I understand that father is dead, but I can't see why he does not come home to supper." Further material relating to this subject will be found in the section Kinderseele, edited by Frau Dr. von Hug-Helmuth in Imago, Volume 1-5, 1912-18. Being dead means, for the child, who has been spared the sight of the suffering that precedes death, much the same as being gone and ceasing to annoy the survivors. The child does not distinguish the means by which this absence is brought about, whether by distance or estrangement or death. If, during the child's prehistoric years, a nurse was being dismissed, and if his mother dies a while later, the two experiences, as we discover by analysis, form links of a chain in his memory. The fact that the child does not very intensely miss those who are absent has been realised, to her sorrow, by many a mother, when she has returned home from an absence of several weeks and has been told upon inquiry, "The children have not asked for their mother once." But if she really departs for that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, the children seem at first to have forgotten her, and only subsequently do they begin to remember their dead mother. The observation of a father trained in psychoanalysis was able to detect the very moment when his very intelligent little daughter, age 4, realised the difference between being away and being dead. The child was being troublesome at table, and noted that one of the waitresses in the pension was looking at her with an expression of annoyance. "Josephine ought to be dead," she thereupon remarked to her father. "But why dead?" asked the father soothingly. "Wouldn't it be enough if she went away?" "No," replied the child, "then she would come back again." To the uncurbed self-love, narcissism of the child, every inconvenience constitutes the crime of lèse majesté, and as, in draconian code, the child's feelings prescribe for all such crimes the one invariable punishment. While, therefore, the child has its motives for desiring the absence of another child, it is lacking in all those restraints which would prevent it from clothing this wish in the form of a death wish. And the psychic reaction to dreams of a death wish proves that, in spite of all the differences of content, the wish in the case of the child is, after all, identical with the corresponding wish of an adult. If, then, the death wish of a child in respect of his brothers and sisters is explained by his childish egoism, which makes him regard his brothers and sisters as rivals, how are we to account for the same wish in respect of his parents, who bestow their love on him and satisfy his needs, and whose preservation he ought to desire for these very egoistical reasons? Towards a solution of this difficulty we may be guided by our knowledge that the very great majority of dreams of the death of a parent refer to the parent of the same sex as the dreamer, so that a man generally dreams of the death of his father, and a woman of the death of her mother. I do not claim that this happens constantly, but that it happens in a great majority of cases is so evident that it requires explanation by some factor of general significance. Broadly speaking, it is as though a sexual preference made itself felt at an early age, as though the boy regarded his father, and the girl her mother, as a rival in love, by whose removal he or she could but profit. The situation is frequently disguised by the intervention of a tendency to punishment, which, in the form of a moral reaction, threatens the loss of the beloved parent. Before rejecting this idea as monstrous, let the reader again consider the actual relations between parents and children. We must distinguish between the traditional standard of conduct, the filial piety expected in this relation, and what daily observation shows us to be the fact. More than one occasion for enmity lies hidden amongst the relations of parents and children. Conditions are present in the greatest abundance, under which wishes cannot pass the censorship are bound to arise. Let us first consider the relation between father and son. In my opinion, the sanctity with which we have endorsed the injunctions of the Decalogue dulls our perception of the reality. perhaps we hardly dare permit ourselves to perceive that the greater part of humanity neglects to obey the fifth commandment. In the lowest as well as the highest strata of human society, filial piety towards parents is wont to recede before other interests. The obscure legends which have been handed down to us from the primeval ages of human society in mythology and folklore give a deplorable idea of the despotic power of the father and the ruthlessness with which it was exercised. Kronos devours his children, as the wild boar devours the litter of the sow. Zeus emasculates his father, and takes his place as ruler. The more tyrannically the father ruled in the ancient family, the more surely must the son, as his appointed successor, have assumed the position of an enemy, and the greater must have been his impatience to attain to supremacy through the death of his father. Even in our own middle-class families, the father commonly fosters the growth of the germ of hatred which is naturally inherent in the paternal relation, by refusing to allow the son to be a free agent, or by denying him the means of becoming so. A physician often has occasion to remark that a son's grief at the loss of his father cannot quench his gratification that he has at last obtained his freedom. Fathers, as a rule, cling desperately to as much of the sadly antiquated potestas patris familias as still survives in our modern society, and the poet who, like Ibsen, puts the immemorial strife between father and son in the foreground of his drama is sure of his effect. The causes of conflict between mother and daughter arise when the daughter grows up and finds herself watched by her mother when she longs for real sexual freedom, while the mother is reminded by the budding beauty of her daughter that for her the time has come to renounce sexual claims. All these circumstances are obvious to everyone, but they do not help us to explain dreams of the death of their parents in persons for whom filial piety has long since come to be unquestionable. We are, however, prepared by the foregoing discussion to look for the origin of a death wish in the earliest years of childhood. In the case of psychoneurotics, analysis confirms this conjecture beyond all doubt, for analysis tells us that the sexual wishes of the child, insofar as they deserve this designation in their nascent state, awaken at a very early age, and that the earliest affection of the girl child is lavished on the father, while the earliest infantile desires of the boy are directed upon the mother. For the boy, the father, and for the girl, the mother, becomes an obnoxious rival, and we have already shown, in the case of brothers and sisters, how readily in children this feeling leads to the death wish. As a general rule, sexual selection soon makes its appearance in the parents. It is a natural tendency for the father to spoil his little daughters, and for the mother to take the part of the sons, while both, so long as the glamour of sex does not prejudice their judgment, are strict in training the children. The child is perfectly conscious of this partiality, and offers resistance to the parent who opposes it. To find love in an adult is for the child not merely the satisfaction of a special need. It means also that the child's will is indulged in all other respects. Thus the child is obeying its own sexual instinct, and at the same time reinforcing the stimulus, proceeding from the parents, when its choice between the parents corresponds with their own. The signs of these infantile tendencies are for the most part overlooked, and yet some of them may be observed even after the early years of childhood. An 8-year-old girl of my acquaintance, whenever her mother is called away from the table, takes advantage of her absence to proclaim herself her successor. "Now I shall be mamma. Carl, do you want some more vegetables? Have some more, do," etc. A particularly clever and lively little girl, not yet 4 years of age, in whom this trait of child psychology is unusually transparent, says frankly, "Now mummy can go away, then daddy must marry me and I will be his wife." nor does this wish by any means exclude the possibility that the child may most tenderly love its mother. If the little boy is allowed to sleep at his mother's side whenever his father goes on a journey, and if after his father's return he has to go back to the nursery, to a person whom he likes far less, the wish may readily arise that his father might always be absent, so that he might keep his place beside his dear, beautiful mamma, and the father's death is obviously a means for the attainment of this wish. For the child's experience has taught him that dead folks, like grandpapa, for example, are always absent, they never come back. While such observations of young children readily accommodate themselves to the interpretation suggested, they do not, it is true, carry the complete conviction which is forced upon a physician by the psychoanalysis of adult neurotics. The dreams of neurotic patients are communicated with preliminaries of such a nature that their interpretation as wish dreams becomes inevitable. One day I find a lady depressed and weeping. She says, "I do not want to see my relatives any more, they must shudder at me." Thereupon, almost without any transition, she tells me that she has remembered a dream, whose significance, of course, she does not understand. She dreamed it was when she was 4 years old, and it was this. A fox or a lynx is walking about the roof, then something falls down, or she falls down, and after that her mother is carried out of the house dead, whereat the dreamer weeps bitterly. I have no sooner informed her that this dream must signify a childish wish to see her mother dead, and that it is because of this dream that she thinks that her relatives must shudder at her, than she furnishes material in explanation of the dream. Lynx eye is an opprobrious epithet which a street boy once bestowed on her when she was a very small child, and when she was 3 years old a brick or tile fell on her mother's head, so that she bled profusely. End of section 21. Recording by Tony Hall, Cumbria. Section 22 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tony Hall. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 22. I once had occasion to make a thorough study of a young girl who was passing through various psychic states. In the state of frenzied confusion with which her illness began, the patient manifested a quite peculiar aversion for her mother. She struck her and abused her whenever she approached the bed, while at the same period she was affectionate and submissive to a much older sister. Then there followed a lucid but rather apathetic condition with badly disturbed sleep. It was in this phase that I began to treat her and to analyse her dreams. An enormous number of these dealt, in a more or less veiled fashion, with the death of the girl's mother. Now she was present at the funeral of an old woman, now she saw herself and her sister sitting at a table dressed in mourning. The meaning of the dreams could not be doubted. During her progressive improvement, hysterical phobias made their appearance, the most distressing of which was the fear that something had happened to her mother. Wherever she might be at the time, she had then to hurry home in order to convince herself that her mother was still alive. Now this case, considered in conjunction with the rest of my experience, was very instructive. It showed, in polyglot translations, as it were, the different ways in which the psychic apparatus reacts to the same exciting idea. In the state of confusion, which I regard as an overthrow of a second psychic instance by the first instance, at other times suppressed, the unconscious enmity towards the mother gained the upper hand, and found physical expression. Then, when the patient became calmer, the insurrection was suppressed, and the domination of the censorship restored, and this enmity had access only to the realms of dreams, in which it realised the wish that the mother might die, and, after the normal condition had still further strengthened, it created the excessive concern for the mother as a hysterical counter-reaction and defensive phenomenon. In the light of these considerations, it is no longer inexplicable why hysterical girls are so often extravagantly attached to their mothers. On another occasion, I had an opportunity of obtaining a profound insight into the unconscious psychic life of a young man for whom an obsessional neurosis made life almost unendurable, so that he could not go into the streets because he was tormented by the fear that he would kill everyone he met. He spent his days in contriving evidence of an alibi in case he should be accused of any murder that might have been committed in the city. It goes without saying that this man was as moral as he was highly cultured. The analysis, which, by the way, led to a cure, revealed, as the basis of this distressing obsession, murderous impulses in respect of his rather over-strict father, impulses which, to his astonishment, had consciously expressed themselves when he was 7 years old, but which, of course, had originated in a much earlier period of his childhood. After the painful illness and death of his father, when the young man was in his 31st year, the obsessive reproach made its appearance, which transferred itself to strangers in the form of this phobia. Anyone capable of wishing to push his own father from a mountain top into an abyss cannot be trusted to spare the lives of persons less closely related to him. He therefore does well to lock himself into his room. According to my already extensive experience, parents play a leading part in the infantile psychology of all persons who subsequently become psychoneurotics. Falling in love with one parent and hating the other forms part of the permanent stock of the psychic impulses which arise in early childhood, and are of such importance as the material of the subsequent neurosis. But I do not believe that psychoneurotics are to be sharply distinguished in this respect from other persons who remain normal. That is, I do not believe that they are capable of creating something absolutely new and peculiar to themselves. It is far more probable, and this is confirmed by incidental observations of normal children, that in their amorous or hostile attitude towards their parents, psychoneurotics do no more than reveal to us, by magnification, something that occurs less markedly and intensively in the minds of the majority of children. Antiquity has furnished us with legendary matter which corroborates this belief, and the profound and universal validity of the old legends is explicable only by an equally universal validity of the above-mentioned hypothesis of infantile psychology. I am referring to the legend of King Oedipus and the Oedipus Rex of Sophocles. Oedipus, the son of Laius, king of Thebes and Jocasta, is exposed as a suckling because an oracle had informed the father that his son, who was still unborn, would be his murderer. He is rescued and grows up as a king's son at a foreign court, until, being uncertain of his origin, he too consults the oracle and is warned to avoid his native place, for he is destined to become the murderer of his father and the husband of his mother. On the road leading away from his supposed home, he meets King Laius, and in a sudden quarrel strikes him dead. He comes to Thebes, where he solves the riddle of the Sphinx, who is barring the way to the city, whereupon he is elected king by the grateful Thebans, and is rewarded with the hand of Jocasta. He reigns for many years in peace and honour, and begets 2 sons and 2 daughters upon his unknown mother, until at last a plague breaks out, which causes the Thebians to consult the oracle anew. Here Sophocles' tragedy begins. The messengers bring the reply that the plague will stop as soon as the murderer of Laius is driven from the country. But where is he? Where shall he be found? Faint and hard to be known, the trace of the ancient guilt? The action of the play consists simply in the disclosure, approached step by step and artistically delayed, and comparable to the work of a psychoanalysis, that Oedipus himself is the murderer of Laius, and that he is the son of the murdered man and Jocasta. Shocked by the abominable crime which he has unwittingly committed, Oedipus blinds himself and departs from his native city. The prophecy of the oracle has been fulfilled. The Oedipus Rex is a tragedy of fate. Its tragic effect depends on the conflict between the all-powerful will of the gods and the vain efforts of human beings threatened with disaster. Resignation to the divine will and the perception of one's own impotence is the lesson which the deeply moved spectator is supposed to learn from the tragedy. Modern authors have therefore sought to achieve a similar tragic effect by expressing the same conflict in stories of their own invention. But the playgoers have looked on unmoved at the unavailing efforts of guiltless men to avert the fulfilment of course or oracle. The modern tragedies of destiny have failed in their effect. If the Oedipus Rex is capable of moving a modern reader or playgoer no less powerfully than it moved the contemporary Greeks, the only possible explanation is that the effect of the Greek tragedy does not depend upon the conflict between fate and human will, but upon the peculiar nature of the material by which this conflict is revealed. There must be a voice within us which is prepared to acknowledge the compelling power of fate in the Oedipus, while we are able to condemn the situations occurring in Die Ornfrau or other tragedies of fate as arbitrary inventions. And there actually is a motive in the story of King Oedipus which explains the verdict of this inner voice. His fate moves us only because it might have been our own, because the oracle laid upon us before our birth the very curse which rested upon him. It may be that we were all destined to direct our first sexual impulses towards our mothers, and our first impulses of hatred and violence toward our fathers. Our dreams convince us that we were. King Oedipus, who slew his father Laius and wedded his mother Jocasta, is nothing more or less than a wish fulfillment, the fulfillment of the wish of our childhood. But we, more fortunate than he, insofar as we have not become psychoneurotics, have since our childhood succeeded in withdrawing our sexual impulses from our mothers and in forgetting our jealousy of our fathers. We recoil from the person for whom this primitive wish of our childhood has been fulfilled with all the force of the repression which these wishes have undergone in our minds since childhood. As the poet brings the guilt of Oedipus to light by his investigation, he forces us to become aware of our own inner selves, in which the same impulses are still extant, even though they are suppressed. The antithesis with which the chorus departs. Behold, this is Oedipus, who unravelled the great riddle and was first in power, whose fortune of the townsmen praised and envied. See in what dreaded adversity he sank. This admonition touches us and our own pride, we who, since the years of our childhood, have grown so wise and so powerful in our own estimation. Like Oedipus, we live in ignorance of the desires that offend morality, the desires that nature has forced upon us, and after their unveiling, we may well prefer to avert our gaze from the scenes of our childhood. In the very text of Sophocles' tragedy, there is an unmistakable reference to the fact that the Oedipus legend had its source in dream material of immemorial antiquity, the content of which was the painful disturbance of the child's relations to its parents, caused by the first impulses of sexuality. Jocasta comforts Oedipus, who is not yet enlightened, but is troubled by the recollection of the oracle, by an allusion to a dream which is often dreamed, though it cannot, in her opinion, mean anything. For many a man hath seen himself in dreams his mother's mate, but he who gives no heed to such matters bears the easier life. The dream of having sexual intercourse with one's mother was as common then as it is today with many people, who tell it with indignation and astonishment. As may well be imagined, it is the key to the tragedy and the complement to the dream of the death of the father. The Oedipus fable is the reaction of fantasy to these two typical dreams, and just as such a dream, when occurring to an adult, is experienced with feelings of aversion, so the content of the fable must include terror and self-chastisement. The form which it subsequently assumed was the result of an uncomprehending secondary elaboration of the material, which sought to make it serve a theological intention. Another of the great poetic tragedies, Shakespeare's Hamlet, is rooted in the same soil as Oedipus Rex. But the whole difference in the psychic life of the two widely separated periods of civilization, and the progress during the course of time of repression in the emotional life of humanity, is manifested in the differing treatment of the same material. In Oedipus Rex, the basic wish fantasy of the child is brought to light and realised as it is in dreams. In Hamlet it remains repressed, and we learn of its existence, as we discover the relevant facts in a neurosis, only through the inhibitory effects which proceed from it. In the more modern drama, the curious fact that it is possible to remain in complete uncertainty as to the character of the hero has proved to be quite consistent with the overpowering effect of the tragedy. The play is based upon Hamlet's hesitation in accomplishing the task of revenge assigned to him. The text does not give the cause or the motive of this hesitation, nor have the manifold attempts at interpretation succeeded in doing so. According to the still prevailing conception, a conception for which Goethe was first responsible, Hamlet represents the type of man whose active energy is paralysed by excessive intellectual activity. Sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. According to another conception, the poet has endeavoured to portray a morbid, irresolute character on the verge of neurasthenia. The plot of the drama, however, shows us that Hamlet is by no means intended to appear as a character wholly incapable of action. On two separate occasions we see him assert himself, once in a sudden outburst of rage, when he stabs the eavesdropper behind the arras, and on the other occasion when he deliberately and even craftily, with the complete unscrupulousness of a prince of the Renaissance, sends the two courtiers to death, which was intended for himself. What is it then that inhibits him in accomplishing the task which his father's ghost has laid upon him? Here the explanation offers itself that it is the peculiar nature of this task. Hamlet is able to do anything but take vengeance upon the man who did away with his father, and has taken his father's place with his mother. The man who shows him in realisation the repressed desires of his own childhood. The loathing which should have driven him to revenge is thus replaced by self-reproach, by conscientious scruples, which tell him that he himself is no better than the murderer whom he is required to punish. I have here translated into consciousness what had to remain unconscious in the mind of the hero. If anyone wishes to call Hamlet an hysterical subject, I cannot but admit that this is the deduction to be drawn from my interpretation. The sexual aversion which Hamlet expresses in conversation with Ophelia is perfectly consistent with this deduction. The same sexual aversion which during the first few years was increasingly to take possession of the poet's soul, until it found its supreme utterance in Timon of Athens. It can, of course, be only the poet's own psychology with which we are confronted in Hamlet. And in a work on Shakespeare by George Brandes, 1896, I find the statement that the drama was composed immediately after the death of Shakespeare's father, 1601, that is to say, when he was still mourning his loss, and during a revival, as we may fairly assume, of his own childish feelings in respect of his father. It is known, too, that Shakespeare's son, who died in childhood, bore the name of Hamnet, identical with Hamlet. Just as Hamlet treats of the relation of the son to his parents, so Macbeth, which was written about the same period, is based upon the theme of childlessness. Just as all neurotic symptoms, like dreams themselves, are capable of hyperinterpretation, and even require such hyperinterpretation before they become perfectly intelligible, So every genuine poetical creation must have proceeded from more than one motive, more than one impulse in the mind of the poet, and must admit of more than one interpretation. I have here attempted to interpret only the deeper stratum of impulses in the mind of the creative poet. With regard to typical dreams of the death of relatives, I must add a few words upon their significance from the point of view of the theory of dreams in general. These dreams show us the occurrence of a very unusual state of things. They show us that the dream thought created by the repressed wish completely escapes the censorship and is transferred to the dream without alteration. Special conditions must obtain in order to make this possible. The following two factors favour the production of these dreams. First, this is the last wish that we could credit ourselves with harbouring. We believe such a wish would never occur to us even in a dream. The dream censorship is therefore unprepared for this monstrosity, just as the laws of Solon did not foresee the necessity of establishing a penalty for patricide. Secondly, the repressed and unsuspected wish is, in this special case, frequently met halfway by a residue from the day's experience, in the form of some concern for the life of the beloved person. This anxiety cannot enter into the dream otherwise than by taking advantage of the corresponding wish. But the wish is able to mask itself behind the concern which has been aroused during the day. If one is inclined to think that all this is really a much simpler process, and to imagine that one merely continues during the night and in one's dream what was begun during the day, one removes the dreams of the death of those dear to us out of all connection with a general explanation of dreams, and a problem that may very well be solved remains a problem needlessly. It is instructive to trace the relation of these dreams to anxiety dreams. In dreams of the death of those dear to us, the repressed wish has found a way of avoiding the censorship, and the distortion for which the censorship is responsible. An invariable concomitant phenomenon, then, is that painful emotions are felt in the dream. Similarly, an anxiety dream occurs only when the censorship is entirely or partially overpowered. And, on the other hand, the overpowering of the censorship is facilitated when the actual sensation of anxiety is already present from somatic sources. It thus becomes obvious for what purpose the censorship performs its office and practices dream distortion. It does so in order to prevent the development of anxiety or other forms of painful effect. I have spoken in the foregoing sections of the egoism of the child's psyche, and I now emphasize this peculiarity in order to suggest a connection. For dreams too have retained this characteristic. All dreams are absolutely egoistical. In every dream the beloved ego appears, even though in a disguised form. The wishes that are realized in dreams are invariably the wishes of this ego. It is only a deceptive appearance if interest in another person is believed to have evoked a dream. I will now analyse a few examples which appear to contradict this assertion. 1. A boy not yet 4 years of age relates the following dream. He saw a large garnished dish, on which was a large joint of roast meat, and the joint was suddenly, not carved but eaten up. He did not see the person who ate it. As we know, the neurotic also is inclined to immoderation and excess. Who can he be, this strange person, of whose luxurious repast the little fellow dreams? The experience of the day must supply the answer. For some days past the boy, in accordance with the doctor's orders, had been living on a milk diet. But on the evening of the dream day he had been naughty and, as a punishment, had been deprived of his supper. He had already undergone one such hunger cure, and had borne his deprivation bravely. He knew that he would get nothing, but he did not even allude to the fact that he was hungry. Training was beginning to produce its effect. This is demonstrated even by the dream, which reveals the beginnings of dream distortion. There is no doubt that he himself is the person whose desires are directed toward this abundant meal, and a meal of roast meat at that. But since he knows that this is forbidden him, he does not dare, as hungry children do in dreams, to sit down to the meal himself. The person remains anonymous. Number 2. One night I dream that I see on a bookseller's counter a new volume of one of those collectors' series, which I am in the habit of buying, monographs on artistic subjects, history, famous artistic centres, etc. The new collection is entitled Famous Orators, or Orations, and the first number bears the name of Dr. Lecture. On analysis, it seems to me improbable that the fame of Dr. Lecture, the long-winded speaker of the German opposition, should occupy my thoughts while I am dreaming. The fact is that a few days ago I undertook the psychological treatment of some new patients, and am now forced to talk for 10 to 12 hours a day. Thus I myself am a long-winded speaker. Number 3. On another occasion, I dream that a university lecturer of my acquaintance says to me, "My son, the myopic." Then follows a dialogue of brief observation and replies. A third portion of the dream follows, in which I and my sons appear, and so far as the latent dream content is concerned, the father, the son, and Professor M are merely lay figures, representing myself and my eldest son. Later on I shall examine this dream again, on account of another peculiarity. Number 4. The following dream gives an example of really base egoistical feelings which conceal themselves behind an affectionate concern. My friend Otto looks ill. His face is brown and his eyes protrude. Otto is my family physician, to whom I owe a debt greater than I can ever hope to repay, since he has watched for years over the health of my children, has treated them successfully when they have been ill, and, moreover, has given them presents whenever he could find any excuse for doing so. He paid us a visit on the day of the dream, and my wife noticed that he looked tired and exhausted. At night I dream of him, and my dream attributes to him certain of the symptoms of Basedow's disease. If you were to disregard my rules for dream interpretation, you would understand this dream to mean that I am concerned about the health of my friend, and that this concern is realized in the dream. It would thus constitute a contradiction not only of the assertion that a dream is a wish fulfillment, but also of the assertion that it is acceptable only to egoistical impulses. But will those who thus interpret my dream explain why I should fear that Otto has Basedow's disease, for which diagnosis his appearance does not afford the slightest justification? My analysis, on the other hand, furnishes the following material, deriving from an incident which had occurred 6 years earlier. We were driving, a small party of us, including Professor R, in the dark through the forest of N, which lies at a distance of some hours from where we were staying in the country. The driver, who was not quite sober, overthrew us and the carriage down a bank, and it was only by good fortune that we all escaped unhurt. But we were forced to spend the night at the nearest inn, where the news of our mishap aroused great sympathy. A certain gentleman who showed unmistakable symptoms of morbus Basedowi, the brownish colour of the skin of the face and the protruding eyes, but no goiter, placed himself entirely at our disposal, and asked what he could do for us. Professor R answered in his decisive way, "Nothing except lend me a nightshirt," whereupon our generous friend replied, "I am sorry, but I cannot do that," and left us. In continuing the analysis, it occurs to me that Basedow is the name not only of a physician, but also of a famous pedagogue. Now that I am wide awake, I do not feel quite sure of this fact. My friend Otto is the person whom I have asked to take charge of the physical education of my children, especially during the age of puberty, hence the nightshirt, in case anything should happen to me. By seeing Otto in my dream with the morbid symptoms of our above-mentioned generous helper, I clearly mean to say, if anything happens to me, he will do just as little for my children as Baron L did for us, in spite of his amiable offers. The egoistical flavour of this dream should now be obvious enough. But where is the wish fulfillment to be found in this? Not in the vengeance wreaked on my friend Otto, who seems to be fated to be badly treated in my dreams, but in the following circumstance. Inasmuch as in my dream I represented Otto as Baron L, I likewise identified myself with another person, namely with Professor R, for I have asked something of Otto, just as R asked something of Baron L at the time of the incident I have described. And this is the point, for Professor R has gone his way independently, outside academic circles, just as I myself have done, and has only in his later years received the title which he had earned before. Once more, then, I want to be a professor. The very phrase "in his later years" is a wish fulfillment, for it means that I shall live long enough to steer my boys through the age of puberty myself. End of section 22. Recording by Tony Hall, Cumbria.
Section 23 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by the Bobby Lee. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 22. Typical Dreams. Other types. Of other typical dreams in which one flies with a feeling of ease or falls in terror, I know nothing from my own experience, and whatever I have to say about them I owe to my psychoanalysis. From the information thus obtained, one must conclude that these dreams also reproduce impressions made in childhood. That is, that they refer to the games involving rapid motion, which have such an extraordinary attraction for children. Whereas the uncle who has never made a child fly by running with it across the room with outstretched arms, or has never played at falling with it by rocking it on his knee and then suddenly straightening his leg, or by lifting it above his head and suddenly pretending to withdraw his supporting hand. At such moments, children shout with joy and insatiably demand a repetition of the performance, especially if a little fright and dizziness are involved in the game. In after years, they repeat their sensations in dreams, but in dreams they omit the hand that held them, so that now they are free to float or fall. We know that all the small children have a fondness for such games as rocking and seesawing, and if they see gymnastic performances at the circus, the recollection of such games is refreshed. In some boys, a hysterical attack will consist simply in the reproduction of such performances, which they accomplish with great dexterity. Not infrequently, sexual sensations are excited by these games of movement, which are quite neutral in themselves. To express the matter in a few words, the exciting games of childhood are repeated in dreams of flying, falling, reeling, and the like, but the voluptuous feelings are not transformed into anxiety. But as every mother knows, the excited play of children often enough culminates in quarreling and tears. Psychoanalytic investigation has enabled us to conclude that in the predilection shown by children for gymnastic performances and in the repetition of these in hysterical attacks, there is besides the pleasure felt in the organ, yet another factor at work, often unconscious, namely a memory picture of sexual intercourse observed in human beings or animals. A young colleague who is entirely free from nervousness tells me, in this connection, I know from my own experience that while swinging and at the moment at which the downward movement was at its maximum, I used to have a curious feeling in my genitals, which although it was not really pleasing to me, I must describe as a voluptuous feeling. I have often heard from patients that the first erections with voluptuous sensations which they can remember to have had in boyhood occurred while they were climbing. It is established with complete certainty by psychoanalysis that the first sexual sensations often have their origin in the scufflings and wrestlings of childhood. I have therefore good reason for rejecting the explanation that it is the state of our dermal sensations during sleep, the sensation of the movements of the lines, etc., that evokes dreams of flying and falling. I see that these very sensations have been reproduced from the memory to which the dream refers, and that they are therefore dream content and not dream sources. I do not for a moment deny, however, that I am unable to furnish a full explanation of this series of typical dreams. Precisely, here my material leaves me in the lurch. I must adhere to the general opinion that all the dermal and kinetic sensations of these typical dreams are awakened as soon as any psychic motive of whatever kind has need of them, and that they are neglected when there is no such need of them. The relation to infantile experiences seems to be confirmed by the indications which I have obtained from the analysis of psychoneurotics, but I am unable to say what other meanings might, in the course of the dreamer's life, have become attached to the memory of these sensations, different perhaps in each individual, despite the typical appearance of these dreams, and I should very much like to be in a position to fill this gap with careful analysis of good examples. To those who wonder why I complain of lack of material despite the frequency of these dreams of flying, falling, tooth drawing, etc., I must explain that I myself have never experienced any such dreams since I have turned my attention to the subject of dream interpretation. The dreams of narratives, which are at my disposal, however, are not all capable of interpretation, and very often it is impossible to penetrate to the farthest point of their hidden intention. A certain psychic force which participated in the building up of these neuroses, and which again becomes active during its dissolution, opposes interpretation of the final problem. End of section 23. Recording by the Bobby Lee. Section 24 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by the Bobby Lee. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 23. Typical dreams. The examination dream. Everyone who has received his certificate of matriculation after passing his final examination at a school complains of the persistence with which he is plagued by anxiety dreams in which he has failed or must go through his course again, etc. For the holder of a university degree, this typical dream is replaced by another, which represents that he has not taken his doctor's degree, to which he vainly objects while still asleep, that he has already been practicing for years, or is already a university lecturer, or the senior partner of a firm of lawyers, and so on. These are the ineradicable memories of the punishments we suffered as children for misdeeds which we had committed, memories which were revived in us on the dies illa, of the grueling examination at the two critical junctures in our careers as students. The examination anxiety of narratives is likewise intensified by this childish fear. When our student days are over, it's no longer our parents or teachers who see to our punishment. The inexorable chain of cause and effect of later life has taken over our further education. Now we dream of our matriculation or the examination for the doctor's degree, and who has not been faint-hearted on such occasions? Whenever we fear that we may be punished by some unpleasant result because we have done something carelessly or wrongly, because we have not been as thorough as we might have been, in short, whenever we feel the burden of responsibility. For a further explanation of examination dreams, I have to thank a remark made by a colleague who had studied this subject, who once stated in the course of a scientific discussion that in his experience the examination dream occurred only to persons who had passed the examination, never to those who had flunked. We have had increasing confirmation of the fact that the anxiety dream of examination occurs when the dreamer is anticipating a responsible task on the following day, with the possibility of disgrace. Recourse will then be had to an occasion in the past on which a great anxiety proved to have been without real justification, having indeed been refuted by the outcome. Such a dream would be a very striking example of the way in which the dream content is misunderstood by the waking instance. The exclamation which is regarded as a protest against the dream, "But I am already a doctor," etc., would in reality be the consolation offered by the dream, and should therefore be worded as follows: "Do not be afraid of the morrow. Think of the anxiety which you felt before your matriculation. Yet nothing happened to justify it, for now you are a doctor," etc. But the anxiety which you attribute to the dream really has its origin in the residues of the dream day. The tests of this interpretation, which I have been able to make in my own case and in that of others, although by no means exhaustive, were entirely in its favor. For example, I failed in my examination for the doctor's degree in medical jurisprudence. Never once has the matter worried me in my dreams, while I have often enough been examined in botany, zoology, and chemistry, and I sat for the examinations in these subjects with well-justified anxiety, but escaped disaster through the clemency of fate or of the examiner. In my dreams of school examinations, I am always examined in history, a subject in which I passed brilliantly at the time, but only, I must admit, because my good-natured professor, my one-eyed benefactor in another dream, did not overlook the fact that on the examination paper which I returned to him, I had crossed out with my fingernail the second of 3 questions, as a hint that he should not insist on it. One of my patients, who withdrew before the matriculation examination only to pass it later, but failed in the officer's examination so that he did not become an officer, tells me that he often dreams of the former examination, but never of the latter. End of section 24. Recording by the Bobby Lee.